By the decree of the emperor, the mandate of heaven, Marquis of Huainan has betrayed the country and sold secrets. The evidence is clear. I am furious and cannot calm my anger. Now, his title is revoked, and he is reduced to commoner status. His family's possessions will be confiscated, and they will be punished. Male members of the household will be executed immediately. Female family members will be forced into service as officials' courtesans, and servants and maids will all be exiled 3,000 miles away. Whether they will be pardoned or not, this is the imperial order. The sharp voice of the echoed throughout the Huainan Marquis' residence. Before they could finish reading the imperial edict, the old lady of the Huainan Marquis' household suddenly collapsed to the ground, fainting. The women of the household, unable to care for her, turned pale with shock and burst into tears and screams. No, I don't want to become a courtesan. Please no. Help! Help! Marquis, what should we do? What can we do? One by one, the once noble and dignified women showed no trace of their former elegance or pride. Meanwhile, the men of the household knelt on the ground with pale faces, looking helplessly at the reading the decree, the general standing beside him, and the soldiers outside, ready to act. Marquis of Huainan, Han Qi, knelt on the ground, his eyes wide with rage as he roared, I didn't betray the country. I was framed. I was falsely accused. Falsely accused? I believe the Marquis of Huainan knows very well in his heart, said the general beside the, coldly. General Hua, Lord Liu, I am truly innocent. Please, help me speak to the emperor, the Marquis of Huainan pleaded. Hearing this, General Hua's face remained expressionless as he coldly replied, if the evidence is conclusive, what more can I say to the emperor? Could it be that the Marquis wants the emperor to go back on his word and act unjustly?
No.
The Marquis of Huainan quickly said. General Hua, I am truly innocent. I beg you to see the truth clearly. The emperor has been deceived by villains. If today my household is destroyed and my family exterminated, it will disgrace the emperor's authority. He then repeatedly kowtowed and shouted toward the direction of the palace, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! I am innocent. General Hua looked coldly at the frantic Marquis and sneered, if the Marquis says so, it's as if the current emperor is confused and cannot distinguish right from wrong. No, that's not true. The Marquis of Huainan suddenly trembled. I absolutely did not mean that. Oh, so the Marquis has confessed. General Hua said with a raised eyebrow.
No.
For a moment, the Marquis of Huainan didn't know what to say. General Hua smirked coldly, took a few steps closer to the Marquis, bent down slightly, and whispered in his ear, Do you feel the same pain as General Yuan did back then? Hearing this, the Marquis of Huainan's eyes widened in shock. He looked at General Hua in disbelief. You are doing this for him. Before he could finish, General Hua stood up suddenly, raised his hand sharply, and commanded, Arrest him. Yes. The soldiers outside responded in unison. With a loud rush, they stormed into the Marquis' residence. Suddenly, screams, crying, and pleas for help filled the air. The Marquis of Huainan was quickly silenced and by the soldiers who rushed in before he could speak. Ugh. The Marquis of Huainan glared hatefully at General Hua, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Unfortunately, he was powerless now, dragged and forced onto a prison cart. Seeing their lord captured, the people of the Marquis' household became even more frantic. Screams echoed everywhere. The elderly lady of the house, who had fallen to the ground, was trampled and kicked so badly that her face turned pale and she was barely breathing. But at this moment, who could care about anyone else? Ignoring the chaos around him, General Hua nodded to Lu Gonggong and said, Gonggong, wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. All right, General Hua, please go ahead, Lu Gonggong replied with a gentle smile. A soldier nearby brought over a grand chair, and Lu Gonggong sat quietly at the front gate of the residence, waiting to see the outcome of the arrest. General Hua nodded to Lu Gonggong and then headed toward the back kitchen of the residence. The back kitchen was already in chaos. After such a disaster, the maids and servants had no time to think about anything else. They desperately tried to escape, knowing that being exiled 3,000 miles away meant they might never return. At the kitchen door, a woman in a cook's outfit, her face disfigured, listened to the crying and shouting outside. A gentle smile appeared on her face. "Grandmother, father, mother, elder brother, second brother, I have avenged you. Do you see?" She looked up at the sky, as if trying to see something through the bright blue sky. Tears streamed down her face. "Ziyou," General Hu's voice called out from behind her. When the girl heard the name, her body involuntarily trembled slightly. She did not speak and remained in her previous posture. "Dowy." General Hu quickly stepped in front of her, looking at her ruined face with pity. "Ziyou, it's me, Shifei." "You're mistaken, General," Yuan Ziyou said calmly, glancing at Hu Shifei. She turned to leave. "Ziyou, don't hide from me anymore." Hu Shifei grabbed her arm tightly. "You've been avoiding me for 10 years. Come with me. I'll take you away from here." He was about to lead Yuan Ziyou away. "No." Yuan Ziyou broke free from his grip. Feeling too emotional, she took a deep breath and said softly, "No need." At this moment, a sharp pain started in her chest. She knew the medicine was taking effect. Soon, she would see her grandmother, parents, and brothers again. The man in front of her was a world apart from her. She shouldn't have appeared in his life anymore. Their fate had ended 10 years ago, completely broken. "Ziyou." Hu Shifei looked pained. "Please, don't hide from me anymore. Ho Huanan's mansion no longer exists. The grudge against my grandmother, parents, and brothers has been avenged. Don't torment yourself anymore. Can I take care of you in the future?" Hu Shifei. Yuan Ziyou no longer denied her identity. She looked at him seriously and said, "My family has nothing to do with you. I told you 10 years ago I don't like you. I hate you. I never wanted to marry you. Have you forgotten? Our fate ended long ago, completely broken." As she spoke, her heart ached terribly. The man before her had taken root in her heart since childhood. Over the past 10 years, besides her family, he was the one who appeared in her dreams every night. He was the man who had accompanied her through her youth. Those days were truly wonderful. "Every word you said, I remember," Hu Shifei said again, grabbing her arm firmly. "Did you forget what I told you? I said, if you don't marry me, I won't marry anyone else for my whole life." "Ah, second miss is awake. Hurry, go report to the lady and the old madam. Second miss is awake." "Yes." Yuan Ziyou slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the familiar pink embroidered canopy above her, listening to the familiar voices around her. A trace of confusion and bewilderment crossed her eyes. Wasn't she dead? She died in Hu Shifei's arms. She still remembers his desperate cry of pain, the sound. Even though her spirit had already left her body, she couldn't help but want to cry. But at that moment, she simply couldn't shed tears. She watched Hu Shifei carry her out of the Marquis of Huainan's residence, saw him build her a tomb and a monument, and saw him personally carve the words, "Beloved wife, Hu Yuanshi, Ziyou's tomb, husband Hu Shifei" on the stone. This man was too naive, so foolish that he never remarried for her. Until her death, she realized how much he had done for her. But she couldn't get past her own inner barrier. A woman covered in blood and disfigured. How could she be worthy of such a noble and pure man? But she never expected that, even though she was already gone, she could wake up again. Looking at the familiar room, Yuan Ziyou felt confused. Was this the room she stayed in after returning to the capital with her parents? Had she come back? Was it a dream or just her imagination? And those two voices just now, were they Qing and Qingji? Qing and Qingji had long since died. One was killed by soldiers while trying to protect herself, and the other jumped into a river to create a chance for her to escape. But now, she was hearing their voices again. "Second miss, do you want some water to soothe your throat?" Yuan Ziyou turned her head to the speaker. It's Qing. The lively Qing, with a vivid expression on her face, not the fearful face she had when she was killed by soldiers and died with her eyes wide open. Qingying thought her young lady looked at her strangely after waking up, but she didn't think much of it. She assumed the second miss was just frightened, so she repeated, "Second miss, I'll get you some water." "Yes." Yuan Ziyou nodded. Whether it was a dream or her fantasy, seeing these familiar people again was always a good thing. She wanted to cherish every moment she could spend with them. With Qingying's help, Yuan Ziyou took a few sips of water and then asked, "Where are the madam and the old madam?" She had just heard Qingji tell the maid to go and report. "They should be here soon," Qingying replied. If they knew the second miss was awake, the madam and the old madam would definitely come immediately. Qingying calculated the time and believed they would arrive soon. Before she finished speaking, she heard Qingji's voice from behind the screen. "Greetings, old madam." "Greetings, madam. Are you awake?" It was Madame Lu's voice. "Yes, madam, the second miss has woken up." Speaking of Yuan Ziyou, Qingji's voice carried a joyful tone. Before Qingji finished speaking, Lu Shi and the old lady hurriedly bypassed the screen. Yuan Ziyou looked up, and two familiar faces she had missed for many years appeared before her, her mother Lu Shi and her grandmother Cui Shi. Qingying quickly bowed. "Greetings to the old lady, greetings to the madam." Lu Shi and the old lady were too excited to pay attention to Qingying. They hurried forward, holding Yuan Ziyou's hands, and said happily, You finally woke up." Grandmother, mother. Counting both her life and death, she hadn't seen her family for over 30 years. Tears welled in Yuan Ziyou's eyes as she tightly held Lu Shi and the old lady's hands, greedily looking at their faces. These were her closest relatives, the family she had missed for so many years. "Child, you woke up crying and scared us," the old lady said tenderly, looking at Yuan Ziyou with concern. Although Yuan Ziyou had not grown up with her, unlike Tong, who was raised by her side and was gentle and quiet, she was still her granddaughter. After suffering so much, how could she not feel heartache? In the future, don't be so mischievous. A girl playing with swords and guns isn't good. Learn more from your cousin. Girls should be gentle and kind. "Grandmother, I understand," Yuan Ziyou said, knowing her grandmother was only worried for her. She lowered her eyes, a cold glint flashing through them. In the past, her family was falsely accused of corruption and treason, and her second uncle's family had contributed greatly. Especially her gentle and kind cousin, who was even more talented. The old lady sighed, patting her granddaughter's head. Her small face was pale, which made people feel distressed. Lu Shi looked awkward. Her mother-in-law's words were hard to accept. Her daughter Yuan Ziyou had been practicing martial arts with her father since she was young. She didn't like anything except cooking. Her husband liked her personality and spoiled her, as long as she didn't do anything wrong. She only had this one daughter, so she naturally spoiled her. They had been in the frontier for many years, and she never thought her daughter would return to the capital someday. So, she let her do whatever she wanted. But just a few days after returning to the capital, her daughter fell into the water and had a high fever that wouldn't go down. She was unconscious for 3 days, which made everyone anxious. Lu Shi gently touched her daughter's forehead, feeling it was no longer hot, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you hungry? I'll have someone make some bird's nest porridge for you, okay?" "Yes." Yuan Ziyou nodded, knowing that her grandmother and mother were worried about her. She said, "I'm fine now. Grandmother and mother, don't worry. I will recover soon. Girl, you must not wave swords or guns again in the future. Stay far away from the lake," old lady Yuan advised. Then she looked angrily at Qingying and Qingji, saying, "If it weren't for your mother stopping you, these two maids would be dealt with properly. They can't even protect our own girl." Hearing her words, Qingying and Qingji turned pale with fear. Yuan Ziyou refused to let them suffer. "Grandmother, it's not their fault. I slipped and fell by myself." "Oh, you." Old lady Yuan sighed, then changed the subject. After comforting Yuan Ziyou a few more times, old lady Yuan left. Before leaving, she told Yuan Ziyou to rest well and take care of her health. When she returned home, She also sent a maid with various pastries and a set of pink pearl hair accessories suitable for her age. Suddenly, bird's nest porridge arrived. Lu personally fed her daughter. Seeing her daughter's tired face, she advised her to rest well and then left. After Lu left, Yuan Ziyou pretended to rest, sent Qing Ying and Qing Ji out, then closed her eyes to relax and organize her thoughts. It all felt so real now, not a dream. Besides, she was just a wandering spirit. Where could she dream? She clearly remembered that during her 20 years of wandering, she never slept. Could it be that she really came back? Thinking of this, Yuan Ziyou felt a surge of excitement. She looked around the room, touched the bedding and bed frame, then thought for a moment before biting her wrist. Ouch, that hurts. Looking at the bite mark on her wrist, her heart pounded loudly. She felt pain, and her heart was racing. This was not a dream, nor a wandering spirit. She had truly returned, back to the day she was 12 years old. And now, it was the day she woke up from a high fever after falling into the water. Yuan Ziyou did not sleep peacefully. Countless images flashed through her dreams, nightmares and obsessions from her past life. A decree decided the fate of the Yuan general's residence. She saw her grandmother collapse and die from anger, her mother hanging herself, her father and brothers being taken to the execution ground. She also saw herself being defiled by the beast Han Guanglei and sold into a brothel. Later, with Qing Ji's help, she escaped. The scene shifts, and she sees herself killing her second uncle's family, destroying her own face, and secretly working as the lowest-ranked cook in the Marquis of Huainan's household to seek revenge. Then, she sees the jade bracelet on her wrist, and hears him say, "This jade bracelet, I wanted to give it to you on our wedding night 10 years ago. Now, it's been 10 years too late. I don't want to wait anymore." She coughs up blood, which splatters all over Hua Shifei and the bracelet. She then sees Hua Shifei's panicked face and tears flowing uncontrollably. This is the first time she has seen her brother Shifei cry. Hua Shifei's face becomes blurry until a streak of blue light stings her eyes. Ah! Yuan Ziyou suddenly wakes up, her heart pounding like a drum. Second young lady. Hearing Yuan Ziyou's cry, Qing Ying and Qing Ji rush in. Seeing her forehead covered with a thin layer of sweat, Qing Ying quickly takes out a silk cloth and gently wipes her sweat, asking, "Did you have a nightmare?" Yuan Ziyou nods softly. Qing Ji then brings over a cup of tea. Second young lady, drink some calming tea to soothe your mind. Yuan Ziyou takes 2 sips and says, "I'm fine. I'll sleep a little longer." "All right. If you're feeling unwell, just call us," Qing Ying and Qing Ji say as they check her forehead. Seeing she has no fever, they relax and tuck her in before leaving. After Qing Ying and Qing Ji leave, Yuan Ziyou doesn't fall asleep immediately. She begins to think about everything that happened recently. Her father, Yuan Zifeng, was appointed Grand Marshal of the protecting nation and had been stationed at the border for 20 years. Recently, because the border was stable, the emperor personally ordered him to return to the capital to report, while others stayed behind to guard the frontier. Since they had to wait for the handover and stay at the border for another 3 or 4 months, Yuan Zifeng asked the officials who issued the order to take her and her mother back to the capital first. It was just over a month until the new year, and Madame Yuan hoped the household would be lively during the festival. Her 2 brothers, Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining, were waiting to return to the capital with Yuan Zifeng. However, shortly after arriving home, Yuan Ziyou accidentally fell into the water. Although she had trained in martial arts since childhood, she was not good with water. It was winter, cold, and freezing outside. When the household servants rescued her, she was unconscious and running a high fever. Fortunately, Yuan Ziyou's strong body from years of martial arts training helped her wake up. If she had been a delicate young lady from a noble family, she might not have survived such an ordeal. Yuan Ziyou thought about this, closed her eyes, and covered the coldness in her gaze. Once, she believed it was just slippery moss by the lake that caused her to fall into the water by accident. But later, after Yuan Zifeng was blamed, Yuan Zidong maliciously told her that her drowning this past year was not a coincidence, but was planned by Yuan Zidong herself. Yuan Zidong is really a good older cousin. Yuan Ziyou bit her lip, took a deep breath, and looked around this familiar room. She squinted her eyes. The grudge from her past life, she had already settled it herself. If the family in this life doesn't cause trouble, that's fine. But if they have bad intentions again, she will deal with each one of them. This life, she wants the people she cares about to be safe and happy, living smoothly and peacefully. She closed her eyes and thought about the rebellious letters from her past life. They were secretly placed to her father's study by her good second uncle, Yuan Ziyou. She couldn't help but feel angry and resentful. This life, she must find a way to make her second uncle's family move out, so they won't continue to cause trouble for her family. There's no such thing as being a thief for 1,000 days without someone guarding against it. But when she thought about her grandmother's favoritism towards her second uncle's family, Yuan Ziyou hesitated. Things needed to be planned carefully over time. Lost in these thoughts, Yuan Ziyou gradually fell asleep. In her dream, there was a swirl of green, dazzling the eyes, like rippling water, like jade, or like chaos itself. What is this? Confused and unable to understand, Yuan Ziyou drifted into a deep sleep. Outside the folding screen, hearing her long, steady breathing, Qing Ying and Qing Ji both sighed in relief. The second young lady finally slept peacefully. They sat outside the screen, one embroidering a handkerchief, the other helping to cut silk threads, always ready to wake her when she called. Inside the room, it was silent. Even the maids and servants outside had been told by Qing Ji not to make loud noises so as not to disturb the young lady's rest. At this moment, a maid tiptoed into the room. Qing Ying looked up and recognized her as the noble maidservant beside the main wife. She quickly stood up and softly smiled. "Hello, noble maid." The noble maid peeked behind the screen and asked quietly, "Is the second young lady sleeping soundly?" She was just troubled by a nightmare, but now she's sleeping peacefully, Qing Ying replied softly. "That's good." Mrs. Gua heaved a sigh of relief. The second young lady falling into the lake this time worried the madam terribly. She hadn't rested well for 3 days. Now that the second young lady was awake, the madam finally felt at ease. She then instructed, when the second young lady wakes up, send a little girl to report to the madam. The madam said that the young lady just woke up and still needs to see the doctor. Ask the doctor whether the herbal medicine needs to be changed. "Yes, madam. Don't worry, when the second young lady wakes up, I will go and report to the madam," Qing Ying replied quickly. "The young lady has suffered a big hardship this time. You all take good care of her. Naturally, you will be rewarded," Mrs. Gua advised kindly. "Yes, we understand," Qing Ying and Qing Ji responded together. Mrs. Gua nodded with satisfaction and then left. After she left, Qing Ying moved behind the screen, added some calming incense to the censer, and carefully looked at Yuan Ziyou. Seeing she was sleeping soundly, she felt reassured and stepped out. She continued embroidering a handkerchief with Qing Ji. With a loud crash, a piece of porcelain broke in Tongxiang courtyard. "Oh dear, my young madam. Be careful with your hands." Yuan Zitong's chief maid, Lian Xiao, hurried forward to massage Yuan Zitong's hand, while instructing a young maid to quickly clear the broken porcelain pieces from the ground to prevent her young madam from getting hurt. "Humph, that reckless girl is really lucky. In such cold weather, she still managed to survive," Yuan Zitong said angrily, slamming her hand on the table. Then she winced in pain. "Young madam, be careful with your hands." Lian Xiao quickly helped Yuan Zitong gently hold her right hand. Looking at her palm, it was indeed red. She gently massaged it and said, "Young madam, why hurt yourself? Look, your palm is red. If the madam sees this later, she might feel worried." Yuan Zitong's mother, Ningshi, was the wife of Yuan Ziyou. In the general's residence, she should be called the second madam. However, the second branch of the family privately called her simply madam, completely disregarding Lu Shi. "Humph." Yuan Zitong pulled her hand back, looked at the red mark on her palm, and gritted her teeth. Why didn't that reckless girl die? Young madam, be quiet. Someone might be listening through the wall. Lian Xiao hurriedly patted Yuan Zitong's shoulder to comfort her. There's still a long way to go. Don't worry too much. Just as Yuan Zitong was about to speak, she heard her mother's voice from the doorway. Yes, there's still a long way to go. Why are you in such a hurry? Mother, Yuan Zidong angrily shouted. Are they still keeping her here to compete with me for brotherhood? Ningshi glared at Yuan Zidong. You are not as steady as Lian Xiao. If it weren't for Lian Xiao's carefulness, you might have already spread your plans all over the house. Yuan Zidong pouted in frustration and turned her head, refusing to speak. Ningshi gave Lian Xiao a subtle look. Lian Xiao understood and bowed politely before leaving the room. Tonger, Ningshi sighed and sat beside Yuan Zidong. Don't I understand your feelings? Mother, Yuan Zitong whined. Since you understand my feelings, please help me. Ningshi shot her a sharp look. You're too impatient this time. If I hadn't handled things for you, you'd be punished by your grandmother. Ningshi knew that although her mother loved her daughter, her husband had no sons to carry on the family line, and the eldest son was responsible for their old age. Plus, her eldest uncle had 2 sons, so her mother couldn't just watch her second daughter be bullied. If her grandmother found out what her daughter had done, she wouldn't let it go easily. But, Mother, I just like Brother Hua, Yuan Zidong pouted. Ever since 3 years ago, when Hua Shifei came to visit the grandmother, she saw him once and couldn't forget him. Such a handsome man. She'd never seen anyone like him before. But she didn't know that this handsome man was actually her cousin's fiancé. That made Yuan Zidong's jealousy burn fiercely. Why? Why did her cousin get everything? Her father was a great general, she had 2 doting brothers, and now she even had such a handsome fiancé. Why? Yuan Zidong was unwilling to accept this. She wanted to marry this man. Such an outstanding man should belong to her. Unfortunately, in the past 3 years, her efforts had been useless. Every time Hua Shifei visited her grandmother, she tried her best to show her best side to him. But Hua Shifei seemed blind. He never noticed her goodness. Hua Shifei was her cousin's fiancé, so she couldn't just cling to him. If her grandmother found out, she wouldn't get any good results. The only way was if her cousin was gone. As long as Yuan Ziyou was no longer in the way, Yuan Zidong, as her only older sister, could marry into the Hua family. She had waited 3 years and finally saw her chance. But she didn't expect that the stubborn girl would be so lucky. Even in such cold lake water, it didn't take her life. How could she not feel angry? I understand, Mother. Ning sighed and hugged Yuan Zidong. But you can't rush things. Your cousin is only 12 now, and you're just 14. There are still several years ahead. Why are you so anxious? In this dynasty, women must be at least 16 to marry, while men need to be at least 20. So, Ning thought there was still 2 or 3 years to work with. Mother, I won't marry anyone except Brother Hua, Yuan Zidong said confidently, wanting her mother to know she only liked Brother Hua. That way, her mother could focus on planning for her. Mother understands, Ning said affectionately. She only had this daughter, so she naturally loved her very much. Whatever her daughter wanted, she would give her. She would do everything to help her get it. As for Yuan Ziyou, she could just compensate her with a husband later. Her older brother's second son is 17 and not yet engaged. Maybe she could have her niece marry him and get a good dowry. Knowing how much Lu loved Yuan Ziyou, the dowry would surely be generous. Mother, what are you thinking about? Yuan Zidong asked when she saw Ning lost in thought. Ning snapped back to reality and smiled at Yuan Zidong. Tonger, don't worry. You will get what you want. Thank you, Mother. Hearing her mother's promise, Yuan Zitong was overjoyed. She threw herself into Ning's arms, talking happily, making Ning very happy. Although she didn't have a son, her daughter was so thoughtful and caring. Later, when Tonger married the boy from the Hua family, and one of their children took her daughter's surname, everything would be perfect. Tonger, you must not show any feelings in front of Yuan Ziyou, understand? Ning varnade nervously. Don't worry, mother. Look at how well I did this time. That fool doesn't even know why she fell into the water. Yuan Zitong said proudly. You. Ning sighed with a smile, gently tapping Yuan Zidong's forehead. Tomorrow, go see Yuan Ziyou. Let everyone in the house see that you and your sister are getting along well. Got it, mother. In the evening, Yuan Ziyou woke up and saw the familiar room. She finally relaxed, realizing she had truly returned to her 12th year. News reached the Liu family quickly, and they hurried to bring the doctor to check Yuan Ziyou's pulse. Young miss is already awake, and there's no serious problem, said the doctor, who was experienced with the Yuan general's household. He stroked his beard and smiled. I'll write a new prescription. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1. Drink it morning and evening. After about a week of this, she should be fine. Just make sure she doesn't catch a cold during these days. Thank you, Dr. Qian. You've worked hard, Lu Shi said, relieved to hear Yuan Ziyou was okay. She then ordered the maid, Gui Mao, besides the consultation fee, prepare some gifts and 10 taels of silver. After giving the instructions, Lu Shi smiled at Dr. Qian. Please don't refuse this small gift. Dr. Qian chuckled. Since you insist, I accept. Thank you, madam. You're too kind, Dr. Qian. Once Dr. Qian left, Lu Shi stayed with Yuan Ziyou for a while, chatting. Seeing her eat some porridge and vegetables and take her medicine, Lu Shi felt reassured and returned to her own courtyard. Yuan Ziyou's room was shaped like the character pin, a square with 4 parts. The entrance led to the outer room, and further inside was Yuan Ziyou's private chamber, separated by a carved 4-gentleman screen. The outer room's left and right sides were the east and west side rooms. The east was the study, and the west was a guest room. Yuan Ziyou had trained in martial arts since she was young. Her personality was a bit different from other girls in the palace. Usually, she didn't need a big maid to guard her at night. Qing Ying and Qing Ji would take turns sleeping on the beautiful bed in the east room. But this time, Yuan Ziyou had fallen into the water and had a high fever that wouldn't go down. Qing Ying and Qing Ji were worried and took turns sleeping on the foot of her bed. They often got up at night to change her cooling cloths, give her water, and so on. This time, Yuan Ziyou woke up, but they still weren't completely at ease. Unable to refuse her maids, Yuan Ziyou finally agreed. In her dream again, she saw a flash of blue light. This time, Yuan Ziyou found it strange. Since she woke up, she kept seeing this blue light in her dreams. What could it be? Curious, she focused her gaze on the blue light. But as she stared, Yuan Ziyou suddenly felt a pulling sensation, as if her soul was being forcibly drawn out of her body, just like in her past life, when her spirit was taken away. She panicked. She had just returned less than a day ago. Was she about to leave again? She hadn't seen her father, older brother, second brother, or Hu Shifei yet. Just as she struggled, Yuan Ziyou realized she was trapped in a sealed room. Or perhaps this cannot even be called a room. It's a place she has never seen before. She is standing on a circle of black earth. The reason I say circle is because this patch of land surrounds a round pond. The pond holds clear, bright water, so transparent that she can see the bottom at a glance. In the middle of the pond, bubbles are rising, probably water coming up from below. The entire pond is a bluish-green color, like a teacup. The water gently ripples, reflecting a blue-green shimmer. The black earth she stands on is only about 8 or 9 feet wide, enclosing the pond completely. There's nothing on this black land, no plants or objects. Behind her, there is a faint green mist, but it's impossible to see what's behind it. She tries to touch the mist, but it feels like there's something blocking her, and she can't reach it no matter what. This place is closed off, with no way out. Yuan Ziyou is completely panicked. Where has she arrived? She bites her lip and kicks the mist hard. Her strength is not weak. She can break wooden stakes with her kicks. But here, it seems useless. When her toes touch the mist, it dips inward, but as she pulls her foot away, the mist quickly returns to its original shape. She tries several times, but the result is always the same. Exhausted and panting, Yuan Ziyou, who is still weak from illness, Can't take it anymore. She feels dizzy and lightheaded. Finally, she gives up caring about dirt or cleanliness and sits down on the black earth. After the dizziness passes, she feels thirsty. But besides the pond water, there's nothing else here. Could she drink the water from the pond? She stares at the water, hesitating and debating. She doesn't know where she is. This place is very strange. Can she drink the water? What if it's dangerous? She might die after drinking it. But she's so thirsty. She's desperate. In the end, Yuan Ziyou makes up her mind. Fine, she'll drink it. She can't die of thirst while trapped here. Anyway, she's already gained a day by returning, and if she dies, she'll just come back again. Since she has no cup, she cups her hands and drinks some water. As soon as the water touches her lips, her eyes light up. It's surprisingly delicious. She can't help but take a few more sips, feeling refreshed and energized. After finishing her water, Yuan Ziyou let out a satisfied sigh and muttered, "I don't know how to get out of here." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a pull, as if something was dragging her outward. Yuan Ziyou's eyes lit up, and she didn't resist the force. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared before her, and she fell into a hazy darkness. She looked around and recognized her own room. Yuan Ziyou couldn't help but feel happy and exclaimed softly, "Second miss, do you want some water?" A voice called from beside the bed. At that moment, Yuan Ziyou remembered that Qingji was staying by her bedside tonight. She quickly said, "No need, just sleep. I just woke up briefly, and will fall asleep again soon." "Okay, second miss," Qingji replied. Soon, her gentle breathing could be heard. After Qingji fell asleep, Yuan Ziyou suddenly remembered the strange place she had been in, sitting on dark soil. Oh no! Her feet and under her clothes were covered in dirt. Yuan Ziyou quietly reached out and touched herself, then let out a breath of relief. Luckily, she was clean and no dirt was on her. It must have been just a dream. Thinking this, Yuan Ziyou gradually drifted into sleep. When Yuan Ziyou woke up the next morning, it was already bright outside. Qingying came in to help her wash up, then Qingji brought breakfast. Since Yuan Ziyou was still ill, the meal was light: a small bowl of lotus seed porridge, a plate of jade rolls, a dish of radish cake, a plate of sour cucumber strips for small soup dumplings, and some vinegar. While eating, Yuan Ziyou heard a voice from the yard. Luer, a young maid, said, "Young lady, please wait a moment. I will go inform you. Why are my sisters so distant?" Yuan Zidong's voice responded, young lady, young lady." Soon after, Yuan Zidong entered the room, followed by an anxious-looking Luer. Yuan Ziyou looked at Yuan Zitong calmly and told Luer, "You may go now." "Yes," Luer nodded and left. Qingying and Qingji bowed slightly to Yuan Zidong and then stood protectively by Yuan Ziyou's bed. Earlier, Yuan Ziyou had fallen into the lake, and they were secretly suspicious but had no proof, so they didn't say anything. Naturally, they were more cautious around Yuan Zidong. Lian Xiao bowed to Yuan Ziyou and helped Yuan Zidong sit on an embroidered stool. Big sister arrived so early, Yuan Ziyou said with a faint smile, dabbing her lips with a silk handkerchief. Second sister woke up late. Yuan Zidong glanced at Yuan Ziyou's unfinished breakfast, secretly gritting her teeth. That annoying girl's breakfast was much more refined than hers. Actually, it's not just about the sister. I hope big sister can understand. I am still sick, and big sister is full of energy, able to move around freely. Even the little maids doing rough chores in our yard can't keep up with big sister's pace. Yuan Zidong's expression fell into Yuan Ziyou's eyes, and she sneered inwardly. Her kind older cousin was still young and couldn't hide her thoughts. She bitterly regretted trusting such a person in her past life, thinking she was a good sister, opening her heart completely. Hearing Yuan Ziyou's words, Yuan Zitong felt a sudden choke. She knew her grandmother came from a noble family and valued rules highly. If her recent actions reached her grandmother's ears, she would surely be scolded. Also, was this girl deliberately doing this? Comparing her to a lowly maid? Yuan Zidong's anger flared up at the thought. "Second miss, our eldest sister is worried about your illness, which is why she's anxious." Please understand that our eldest sister only cares, Lian Xiao said politely, bowing to Yuan Ziyou with a gentle smile. Qingying, slap her, Yuan Ziyou ordered without even glancing at Lian Xiao.
Yes.
Qingying responded briskly. She stepped forward and, before Yuan Zidong's servant and herself could react, slapped Lian Xiao 4 times across the face, then returned to Yuan Ziyou's bedside. Yuan Zidong suddenly stood up, frowning. What does second sister mean? I came here kindly to see you, and you slap my maid's face? Yuan Ziyou looked at Yuan Zitong calmly. Are you aware that your maid's manners are so poor? Does grandmother know? Yuan Zidong's eyes widened in anger, about to scold Yuan Ziyou, but she seemed to think of something and swallowed her words. Lian Xiao, who had just been slapped in front of everyone, felt humiliated, angry, and scared. She didn't dare say anything. It seems big sister has remembered now, Yuan Ziyou said with a slight smile. When we talk among young ladies, where do maids get to speak? I only told Qingying to slap her, and that was a light punishment. If grandmother finds out, such an unruly maid might be sold. Yuan Ziyou's words made Lian Xiao feel cold inside. She was usually clever, or she wouldn't have become Yuan Zidong's main maid. Before Yuan Ziyou fell into the water, she liked to play with swords and guns, but she was very carefree and didn't pay much attention to small details. She also had little scheming, or she wouldn't have been easily tricked by the young lady and the second girl into falling into the water. So, she just said those words earlier, thinking that the second girl was kind-hearted and wouldn't do anything to her. But who knew today she would hit a nerve, and the second girl fell into the water, turning her temper. Lian Xiao didn't dare say anything. She knelt down with a thud. Yuan Zidong was so angry she was trembling. She came today mainly to use the excuse of visiting a sick person to coax the dead girl into giving her some good things she held. That way, she could also gain more favor with her grandmother and get some benefits. But as soon as she started, she was so angry she was steaming mad. Second sister, Lian Xiao is still my main maid. Before you deal with her, shouldn't you let me know first? Yuan Zidong asked, holding back her anger. Is that so? Yuan Ziyou suddenly seemed to remember and smiled. All right, sister's right. Qingji, go to Shousong Hall and tell Grandma what just happened. Let her decide what to do. Qingji stifled a laugh, bowed, and said, Yes, second Mississippi. Then she was about to leave. Stop right there. Yuan Zidong shouted angrily, then took a deep breath and softened her tone as she said to Yuan Ziyou, Second sister, I was wrong earlier. Your handling was very good. When we go back, I will teach Lian Xiao a lesson. Let's not tell Grandma about this, okay? Yuan Ziyou glanced at Lian Xiao, whose face was pale, and after thinking for a moment, she smiled. All right, Qingji, come back. Since sister thinks I handled it well, today's disrespect from Lian Xiao will be forgiven. Thank you, second sister. Yuan Zitong secretly clenched her teeth. Lian Xiao, thank the second miss. Lian Xiao quickly kowtowed to Yuan Ziyou. Lian Xiao thanks the second miss. Never mind, I'm tired too. Big sister, if there's nothing else, let's talk again when I'm better, Yuan Ziyou said with a slight smile, looking at Yuan Zidong. Then I won't disturb your rest, second sister. Yuan Zidong said, emphasizing the words rest, with a gentle smile on her face. Actually, Yuan Zidong was furious. Today's goal was not achieved, and she was very upset. Big sister, take care on your way. Watching Lian Xiao get up and follow Yuan Zidong as she leaves, Yuan Ziyou squinted her eyes thoughtfully. In her previous life, Yuan Zidong only said that her drowning was part of her plan, but she didn't share the details. And this Lian Xiao might also be an accomplice. In her past life, she was the one behind many of Yuan Zidong's schemes. The 4 slaps just now were only the beginning, like collecting some interest. After hitting Lian Xiao, Qingying felt very happy. Seeing that breakfast had gone cold, she said, Second miss, I'll ask the small kitchen to prepare some more for you. Yuan Ziyou's courtyard has a small kitchen, mainly for her to prepare snacks easily. No need. The sun outside is nice now. I want to take a walk in the yard. Please go help me warm some medicine. Yuan Ziyou shook her head. Yuan Zidong's attitude really turned her off. Understood. Qingying saw that Yuan Ziyou looked well, so she didn't stop her. She bowed and went to the small kitchen. Qingji was helping Yuan Ziyou change clothes and said happily, "Second miss, I think you look much more energetic today than yesterday."
Huh?
Hearing Qingji's words, Yuan Ziyou paused for a moment. Then she realized she did feel much better today than yesterday. Right now, she didn't feel weak or sick at all. When she returned yesterday, her fever had just gone down, and she was completely exhausted. But it had only been a day, so the medicine shouldn't have worked that fast. Somehow, Yuan Ziyou remembered the dream she had last night. "Second miss," Qingji gently called out when she saw Yuan Ziyou looking lost.
Oh.
Yuan Ziyou snapped back to herself. Seeing her clothes were all changed, she said, "Let's go for a walk outside." Okay. Yuan Ziyou's courtyard is called Wuyo Pavilion. It was designed by Lu Shi and Yuan Qifeng, with decorations arranged by Yuan Laofu. This general's residence belongs to Yuan Qifeng. Because he was stationed at the border most of the time, the Yuan family didn't split up. It's mainly occupied by Yuan Laofu and the second branch of the Yuan family. During the new year, Lu Shi would occasionally visit with her children. But since the general's residence is owned by Yuan Qifeng, Yuan Laofu, as the head, strictly refused to let the second branch move into the main courtyard. The best courtyards were reserved for Yuan Ziyou and her siblings. This time, when Yuan Qifeng returned to the capital with his family, Yuan Laofu had the courtyard cleaned and decorated beautifully. Qingji supported Yuan Ziyou as they walked around the courtyard twice. Then she let the young girl place a reclining chair under the banyan tree. She helped Yuan Ziyou lie down on the chair, took the nightgown from the girl's hand, and covered Yuan Ziyou with it. She smiled and said, "Second young lady is in good spirits today. Dr. Qian is really amazing." Yuan Ziyou smiled and replied, "Yes, he is indeed impressive." But at this moment, Yuan Ziyou started to suspect that her dream from last night might not have been just a dream. Now, in broad daylight, she didn't want to think too much about it. She decided to wait until evening to see what would happen. Qingying brought some medicine. Yuan Ziyou drank it all quickly, then took the candied fruit handed by Qingji. She said, "Ugh, it's really bitter." "Good medicine tastes bitter," Qingying said with a smile. "Yes, but it's just too bitter." Yuan Ziyou wrinkled her nose. After eating a piece of candied fruit, her mouth still felt very bitter. She looked at Qingji again. Qingji smiled and gave Yuan Ziyou another piece. "Second young lady, if you eat too much, your teeth will hurt. You can only eat one more." "Okay." Qingji, housekeeper. Yuan Ziyou smiled happily, looking at Qingying and Qingji. She felt very good, especially because today she had hit Lian Xiao and chased Yuan Zidong away. Thinking about it made her even happier. "Second young lady, you are really brave today," Qingying said happily. "It was so satisfying to hit Lian Xiao today. I've wanted to do it for a long time." "Second young lady, you should have let me and Qingying each hit her twice." Qingji also felt a bit regretful that she hadn't hit Lian Xiao just now. Yuan Ziyou laughed and said, "It seems Lian Xiao has really offended both of you."
Tell me.
Her eyes were full of curiosity. Qingying and Qingji looked at each other, unsure whether to tell her. They had whispered about this matter privately, but they had no proof. "Why not? Can't I say?" Yuan Ziyou already guessed. She thought they probably suspected her about falling into the water. After all, it had only been a few days since she returned from the frontier, and Qingying and Qingji hadn't had much contact with Lian Xiao.
No.
Qingying quickly said. Then she looked at Yuan Ziyou and said, "Second young lady, we're just guessing. We don't have proof, but we feel something's wrong." "Are you talking about me falling into the water?" "Yes." Qingying nodded, then suddenly looked at Yuan Ziyou. Second young lady, do you suspect something too?" Yuan Ziyou smiled and said a little. No wonder." Qingji suddenly understood. "Wonder what?" Yuan Ziyou was a bit confused, looking at Qingji. Qingji smiled and said, "No wonder today you wanted to teach Lian Xiao a lesson. Usually, second young lady wouldn't get angry easily." Although Yuan Ziyou loves swords and weapons, she is very kind to the people around her. She never scolds or hits anyone. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, I used to think my older sister was kind, but after falling into the water this time, I realized her kindness might just be superficial. Do you remember after we returned, I wanted to set aside a place in our yard for practice, and it was my older sister who strongly recommended that spot?
Yes.
Qingning also said, and the stones by the lake seemed strange. When Qingji and I checked earlier, they weren't there before. Plus, the second young lady tripped and ended up stepping on the moss by the lake. That's too much of a coincidence. Exactly. How could such coincidences happen? Qingji asked, eyes wide. Yes, it's too much of a coincidence, Yuan Ziyou said with a slight smile. In her past life, she thought she had just tripped accidentally, but now she suspects it wasn't that simple. How did they do it? Could there be a master behind it? And if so, who is that person? Second young lady, we need to be more careful in the future. The older sister is too. Qingji pouted. As a servant, she couldn't speak badly about the young ladies in the house. I understand. I'll be more careful from now on, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Qingning and Qingji nodded quickly, secretly deciding to be more cautious in the future so their young lady wouldn't suffer any more losses. The three of them continued talking for a while, and Yuan Ziyou went back to rest in her room, unaware that after Yuan Zidong returned to the yard, she not only smashed a lot of porcelain but also slapped Shien Xiaoing twice. You're useless. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten so angry today, Yuan Zitong scolded Shien Xiaoing angrily. Shien Xiao's face was swollen, but she didn't dare to complain about the pain. Young lady, I'm to blame. Please don't be angry. If you're so upset, it's exactly what the second young lady wanted. Hearing this, Yuan Zitong took a deep breath, sat down, and glared at Shien Xiaoing. Why are you still kneeling there? Bring me a cup of tea. Are you losing your sense of judgment? Yes. Shien Xiaoing quickly called a young girl to clean up the broken porcelain and brought tea to Yuan Zidong, massaging her shoulders. Young lady, the second young lady was just trying to provoke you today. Don't you think her attitude changed before and after falling into the water? Humph. Yuan Zidong took a sip of tea and slammed the cup onto the table. Maybe this is what my good sister is really like. I underestimated her before.
Lucky.
Shien Xiaoing carefully stayed nearby. We didn't have much contact with the second young lady before.
We didn't know what she was like.
Maybe this time she did it on purpose, deliberately falling into the lake, to set up a trap and play the victim. As your servant, I see her slapping my face, as just trying to embarrass you. We'll see. If she dares to scheme against me, I won't let it go so easily. Hearing Shien Xiao's words, Yuan Zidong clenched her teeth, her young face showing a fierce expression. Mrs. Liu personally visited Yuan Ziyou. Seeing she was much better, she was happy and chatted with her for a while, reminding her to rest well and not worry. Then she helped her senior maid leave. In the evening, old Madame Yuan sent her trusted maid to check on Yuan Ziyou. After taking medicine, Yuan Ziyou decided to rest early. This time, because Yuan Ziyou was much better, she insisted that Qingning and Qingji not stay overnight. In the end, Qingning slept in the east room. Lying in bed, Yuan Ziyou began to think about the dream from last night. Was that dream really just a dream? Yuan Ziyou remembered that she entered that place because she wanted to see the green light. So she closed her eyes and focused on imagining the green light. Sure enough, Yuan Ziyou felt a dizzy spell. After the dizziness passed, she opened her eyes and was overjoyed. Wasn't this the place she visited last night? Seeing that the environment was exactly the same as last night, Yuan Ziyou felt very happy. It wasn't a dream. This place really existed. Excited, she walked around the pond twice, then took a few sips of water from it. She silently whispered, "Go out," and returned to her room to calm her excitement. But soon, Yuan Ziyou felt something was wrong. It seemed like her feet had touched something. She quickly and quietly lifted the quilt. Under the moonlight shining into the room, she looked at her feet. She was still young, with delicate, white feet. But now, her feet, as white as jade, were stained with some black particles. Carefully examining, she realized it was dirt from that strange dark land. Looking at the small amount of dirt, Yuan Ziyou was confused. She remembered sitting on that dark land last night. When she left, her clothes weren't stained at all. Why was her feet dirty today? Yuan Ziyou was worried and puzzled, unable to understand what was happening. She had never encountered such a situation before and couldn't figure out what was going on. She took a silk handkerchief and wiped her feet clean. Yuan Ziyou decided to find out the truth, fearing that if she didn't, she might cause trouble in the future. So, she spent the whole night coming in and out of that mysterious place several times. Eventually, she figured out how to enter that place. It turned out she could enter using either her body or her mind. When she entered with her body, she felt dizzy. When she entered with her mind, she felt like her soul was being pulled away. Fortunately, after a few tries, she had gotten used to the dizziness and the feeling of her soul being pulled out. Even if she didn't enter with her body, she could still access things in that place with her mind, and she could also put other objects into it, though only within 3 feet. Understanding this secret, Yuan Ziyou's worries disappeared. She was so excited all night, like a child who had just received a favorite toy. She even named that mysterious place Jiangling Pavilion, which matched her Weiyou Pavilion. To her, the spring water in Jiangling Pavilion, which helped her recover so quickly, was as precious as the legendary nectar and jade liquids in stories about immortals. This pavilion belonged only to her, a secret place of her own. Yuan Ziyou couldn't help but clasp her hands in gratitude to heaven. Not only had she been given a chance to return to her past and change her family's tragic fate, but she was also blessed with this magical Jiangling Pavilion. With her memories from her past life and this special place, she believed she could turn the tide and change her destiny. It wasn't until dawn was breaking that Yuan Ziyou finally calmed her excited heart and took a short nap. When the maids outside the room started talking, she woke up. Though she hadn't slept much, she felt very energetic. When Qingying came in to check on her after hearing the noise, she was surprised to see Yuan Ziyou awake so early. She was also worried and gently touched her forehead. Seeing she had no fever, Qingying breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry," Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. "I went to bed early last night, so I woke up early today." While speaking, Yuan Ziyou planned to get up. Honestly, lying down for these days, she felt like she was about to become useless. "Oh, dear, second miss, you're still sick."
Quickly lie down.
Qingying was startled. Although her girl was better, she had a high fever for several days and was still weak. Moreover, it was early morning, and the dew outside hadn't dried yet. "Qingying, I'm much better now." Yuan Ziyou helplessly was pushed back onto the bed by Qingying. "I understand, but you still need to rest properly," Qingying said with a smile as she tucked Yuan Ziyou's blanket. "Since you're awake, I'll ask the small kitchen to prepare breakfast. Is there anything you'd like to eat?" "I want to eat the pearl dumplings you make." Yuan Ziyou thought for a moment and said, "Second miss, your stomach is still weak now." "Those dumplings are hard to digest," Qingying replied with a smile. "Once you're fully recovered, I'll make them for you, okay?" "No, I want to eat now." "I'm already better." "Qingying, you're the best." Yuan Ziyou started to act spoiled, grabbing Qingying's arm. Qingying, who was 2 years older than her and the most steady among her maids, and also the best cook, was only able to compromise. All right. My second miss, just a small bowl, no more," Qingying agreed. "Okay." Yuan Ziyou nodded happily. Qingying went to the small kitchen to prepare the pearl dumplings. Bored while lying down, Yuan Ziyou heard the voice of Qingji. "Second miss, lady's maid Bishuang is here." "Oh." Yuan Ziyou quickly said, "Please let her in." Soon, Bishuang carried a food box from behind the screen and entered, bowing politely. "Your servant has seen second Mississippi." "Please, Bishuang, get up," Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Bishuang stood up and smiled. "This morning, the main kitchen made 7 emerald soup. Madam knows you like it, so I brought a bowl." 7 emerald soup? Yuan Ziyou's eyes lit up. She hadn't had it in a long time. "Madam also asked me to tell you to take good care and avoid catching a cold or blowing in the wind, Bishuang added. Tell madam I understand. Rest assured, Yuan Ziyou replied happily. Seeing Yuan Ziyou had recovered well and chatting a few more words, Bishuang took her leave. After Bishuang left, Yuan Ziyou ordered Qingji, quickly bring out the 7 emerald soup. Yes. Qingji smiled and opened the food box, taking out a carved, intertwined glass bowl filled with the soup. But in the next moment, Yuan Ziyou was stunned. The 7 emerald soup was still hot and released a fragrant aroma. However, amidst this rich scent, Yuan Ziyou detected a familiar smell. This was a smell she had encountered once before in her past life. In her previous life, at the Hofu in Huainan, there was a chef who was very skilled and knowledgeable about herbs. She felt sorry for her and often took care of her. In her free time, she would teach her recipes for food and medicinal dishes. Sometimes, they would talk about the secrets of the inner chambers. The most memorable thing was the blue cloak powder. At first, the name didn't seem special, but it was a very toxic powder. The finished blue cloak powder was colorless and tasteless, so it could be hidden in food without detection. It was very sneaky. Eating it for a short time wouldn't cause much harm and might even improve one's complexion. But if eaten long-term, it would cause both men and women to lose their ability to have children. Although the powder was colorless and tasteless, one of its ingredients had a very unique, spicy smell. The chef once showed her a piece of this herb, called Sephora, so she could smell it. That distinctive scent made her remember the herb, Sephora. What puzzled Yuan Ziyou was how she could smell the scent of Sephora from this 7 emerald soup. Second miss? Qingji gently called out when she saw Yuan Ziyou staring blankly at the soup. Are you feeling unwell? Hearing Qingji's words, Yuan Ziyou snapped back to herself and looked a bit uncomfortable. She said, Yes, I don't feel very well. You can set the 7 emerald soup aside for now. I don't want to eat it right now. All right. Qingji believed her and carefully put the porcelain bowl back into the food box. Yuan Ziyou softly said, I feel like the smell of this 7 emerald soup isn't as nice today. That's because you're still not feeling well. The soup is just the same as usual, Qingji said with a smile. She then gently touched Yuan Ziyou's forehead and asked, Second miss, are you feeling unwell? Did the wind on you yesterday in the yard? I'll report to the madam and ask the doctor to come and check your pulse. Yuan Ziyou was perfectly fine and didn't want Qingji to call the doctor. She quickly said, It's nothing. I just woke up early today. I'll rest a little longer and I'll be fine. Qingji still seemed a bit worried. It's really nothing, Yuan Ziyou sighed. She thought her maids were too nervous about her. She glanced toward the screen and casually said, Why isn't Qingying's pearl dumpling ready yet? The young girl chuckled softly and said, Second miss, you are actually thinking about pearl dumplings. Are you worried that after eating the 7 green soup, you won't have room for the pearl dumplings?
Oh.
Yuan Ziyou blinked, surprised. You figured that out? Figured out what? At this moment, Qingying entered carrying a red pinewood tray with cloud patterns. On the tray was a delicate porcelain bowl with a green glaze and pink decoration, along with a few small dishes. The bowl contained the pearl dumplings. Big sister Qingying, you're back. Qingji hurriedly helped Yuan Ziyou sit properly and smiled. Second miss has been thinking about your pearl dumplings so much that she has lost her appetite for everything else, even finding the 7 green soup tasteless. Oh, Qingji, stop teasing. Yuan Ziyou's face turned slightly red as she lightly tapped Qingji. Qingji laughed and begged for forgiveness. Second miss, I was wrong. Qingying smiled and looked at Qingji, then placed the dishes from the tray in front of Yuan Ziyou. Second miss, these are the only pearl dumplings you can have. No more. Okay. Yuan Ziyou responded happily. After finishing her breakfast, Qingying and Qingji served Yuan Ziyou some hawthorn water. Yuan Ziyou took a few sips before stopping. Once Qingji and Qingying left, Yuan Ziyou suddenly remembered the 7 green soup again. She was very sure she hadn't misheard. The soup definitely had the scent of locust tree leaves. But wait, if the soup contained locust tree leaves, how could she smell it? Qingji had said that the soup was just like usual. Suddenly, Yuan Ziyou sat up abruptly. If the soup really contained locust tree leaves, where did they come from? Who put them in? Was it targeting her alone, or the entire Yuan household? Who could have done this? If the locust tree leaves came from the main kitchen, wouldn't everyone in the household be affected? If that were true, it could ruin the entire Yuan family's future. A cold sweat broke out on Yuan Ziyou's back as she thought about this. In her previous life, she had never heard of any newborns in the Yuan household. Even after her second uncle took on a few concubines and her eldest brother married over 2 years ago, there was no news of pregnancy. She remembered how her mother had been eager for grandchildren and had even mentioned it to the noble maid. But if the locust tree leaves were involved, Yuan Ziyou shivered. That was too cruel. Who could be so vicious? And could all of this be related to Marquis Huainan? Yuan Ziyou's mind was spinning wildly. She thought and thought but couldn't figure it out. In the end, she had to give up and stop trying to understand. She is still a patient now and cannot go to the main kitchen to check things. Besides, she is only 12 years old. If she suddenly becomes too knowledgeable about medicine, it might scare her mother. Even second aunt might take the opportunity to cause trouble. After thinking carefully for a while, Yuan Ziyou had a plan in mind. She then lay back down, turned over a few times, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Mrs. Liu was worried that Yuan Ziyou's illness might come back, so she kept her in bed for 10 days. Only in the afternoons, when the sunlight was strong, could she walk in the yard and enjoy the sun. Yuan Ziyou felt like she was going to waste away lying in bed. Finally, when Dr. Qian came for follow-up and confirmed Yuan Ziyou had recovered, she ended her period of convalescence. Since Yuan Zidong visited once, she never came again. Yuan Ziyou was happy to have some free time. However, thinking about meeting Yuan Zidong tomorrow when paying respects to her grandmother, Yuan Ziyou felt excited. If Yuan Zidong dared to provoke her, she would reveal Yuan Zidong's false facade. As for the debt from the incident with the water, we will settle it slowly. Second miss, is this bright pink dress suitable for tomorrow? Yuan Ziyou, now recovered, was happily dressed by Qing Ying and Qing Ji, who eagerly chose her outfit for the next day's visit. Good. Then match it with this pink crystal hairpin. Good. Add this crystal necklace. Good. And this 9-treasure bracelet. Good. Yuan Ziyou sat smiling on the embroidered stool in front of her dressing table, letting Qing Ying and Qing Ji help her pick and match accessories. The room was filled with cheerful chatter. Second miss, Granny Nan is here. Little girl Lei Er called out loudly at the door. Oh, it's so lively here. A sharp voice sounded from outside the house. Yuan Ziyou, her maid Qing Ying, and Qing Ji turned to look. A woman in a blue floral jacket with a cross collar entered, appearing to be in her 40s. Qing Ying and Qing Ji hurried to bow. Granny Nan, greetings. Granny Nan smiled happily and bowed to Yuan Ziyou. Old servant greets second miss. Granny, no need for formalities. Qing Ji, quickly offer Granny a seat. Yuan Ziyou smiled gently. Qing Ying, serve tea to Granny. Oh, thank you, second miss. Granny Nan happily sat on the small stool Qing Ji brought, took the tea Qing Ying handed her, and looked around Yuan Ziyou's room. Second Miss's room is so bright and spacious. The decorations inside are also beautiful. The older girl's room doesn't have so many nice things. Just some ordinary things, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Oh, come on, second miss, you're joking. If these items here are ordinary, then the things in the eldest lady's room definitely can't be considered normal, Grandma Nan chuckled, covering her mouth. As soon as she finished speaking, Grandma Nan lightly tapped her lips and said, Oh dear, look at me. I mean to say that the items in the second young lady's room are also very beautiful. Honestly, the eldest lady really cares for the second young lady. Just look at what's inside her room. TCH. All rare and fine things you don't see every day. A faint glint appeared in Yuan Ziyou's eyes. Grandma, is there something you want to tell me? Since the second young lady asked, I'll speak honestly, Grandma Nan said with a sly smile. Go ahead, Grandma. Yuan Ziyou replied kindly, showing no sign of displeasure. You should know that the matriarch values rules the most. Grandma Nan raised her eyelids and nodded at Yuan Ziyou. She continued, the eldest sister is the older sibling and very gentle. There are only you two sisters in this household, so you should love and care for each other. If outsiders find out that your belongings in your rooms are not as good as your younger sisters, they might mock us for not knowing proper manners. Now that the second young lady has just returned to the capital and recently recovered from illness, the matriarch might not have thought of this yet. But if you, as the second young lady, show concern for the eldest sister, the matriarch will be very happy. Hearing Grandma Nan's words, Yuan Ziyou smiled softly but said nothing. Seeing that Yuan Ziyou remained silent, Grandma Nan forced a polite laugh. Second miss, I only speak for your good. I understand what you mean, Grandma, Yuan Ziyou said lightly. Tomorrow, when I pay my respects, I will visit my grandmother. Let her have the courtyard for the eldest sister to live in. After all, respecting elders is important. The eldest sister's courtyard shouldn't be worse than the younger sister's. Grandma Nan's expression changed slightly. Second miss, where are you getting these words? I was just speaking casually. If I said anything wrong, don't take it to heart. What's wrong, Grandma? Yuan Ziyou asked with a slight smile.
I've listened to what you said.
No matter what, I can't let the reputation of General Yuan's household be damaged. Grandma Nan secretly took a deep breath. It's hard to earn money in the eldest young lady's household. She initially thought that the second young lady was kind-hearted and that a few kind words would make her willingly give some good things to the eldest sister. But now it seems that's not the case. If she really reports this to the matriarch, what good outcome will she have? This place is ultimately the General Yuan's residence. Although the Yuan family has not officially split, the second young lady is truly the legitimate daughter of General Yuan's household. Thinking this, Grandma Nan raised her right hand and slapped herself in the mouth. Second young lady, I didn't sleep well last night, and I was talking nonsense just now. Please forget what I just said. Grandma, that's too much. The second young lady is still young. How can you say such words that insult her? It's bad for her ears. The words from Grandma Nan earlier made Qing Eng and Qing Ji very angry. Seeing Grandma Nan talking nonsense again, Qing Ji couldn't hold back anymore. Grandma Nan still maintained a decent face when she was with the old lady Yuan, but after Qing Ji's words, her expression became a bit unpleasant. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, Grandma, my girl is usually straightforward and protective of me. Please don't take it to heart. Since Yuan Ziyou said so, Grandma Nan didn't dare to say anything more. She forced a smile and replied, It's nothing, it's nothing. Grandma, is there something I should be told when you come here? Seeing Grandma Nan behave more honestly, Yuan Ziyou asked with a smile. At this moment, Grandma Nan didn't dare to underestimate Yuan Ziyou. She quickly smiled and said, The old lady said that the second young lady has just recovered from a serious illness and shouldn't get up too early. It's fine to visit later. Please tell the old lady that I am fine now and not to worry, Yuan Ziyou added. Ah, good, good. The old servant understands, Grandma Nan quickly responded. Thank you, Grandma. Yuan Ziyou took the teacup handed over by Qing Eng and looked at Grandma Nan. She asked, If the old lady sees the mark on your face, I wonder how she would respond? Grandma Nan had used quite some force earlier, leaving a red mark on her face. Her heart thumped nervously, and she hurriedly said, How could the old lady know? Besides, I am old and weak. Sometimes I accidentally bump or scratch myself. Grandma Nan is wise and has served the old lady diligently. In the future, the General Yuan's residence will surely treat Grandma well, Yuan Ziyou said softly, taking a sip of tea. Thank you so much, second young lady. I will take my leave now. Grandma Nan quickly stood up and bowed to Yuan Ziyou. She had been mistaken earlier. This house is filled with people surnamed Yuan, and it is indeed the residence of General Yuan. Oh, she was so confused. Why did she think of flattering the eldest young lady? Grandma Nan, take care on your way, Yuan Ziyou said. After Grandma Nan left, Qing Ji pouted and withdrew her stool, saying, Second young lady, what does Grandma Nan mean? Is she standing up for the eldest young lady? Old Madame Yuan smiled and said, "We haven't been in the capital for a long time, so some people haven't realized the true situation yet. With time, they will naturally understand the importance of things." Exactly. Qingning also smiled and said, "She was just talking casually. Why are you still arguing with her? Besides, Second Miss has already given her a lesson. As long as she isn't foolish, she will understand."
I'm just angry about it.
Qingji frowned lightly. That old woman is too hateful. She relies on being close to the old madam and dares to criticize Second Miss openly. "You should learn more from the young ladies," Qingning said with a smile, tapping Qingji's forehead. Qingji rubbed her forehead and then smiled as she patted Yuan Ziyou's shoulder. "Good girl, teach me how to do that." Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "We are the younger generation. Since she is close to the old madam, we just need to bring up the old madam, and she will calm down."
Oh.
Qingji nodded as if she understood but still looked a bit confused. Qingning smiled and said, "That's called using leverage." Yuan Ziyou nodded with a smile. Exactly. Watching Qingning and Qingji continue to prepare clothes for herself, Yuan Ziyou squinted her eyes and remembered something from her past life. In her previous life, it was also Lady Nand who said something similar.
Why was she so foolish back then?
She actually thought it was right and eagerly sent many good things to Yuan Zidong, believing that sisters could get along peacefully. She was truly foolish. Lady Nan first returned to her residence, dabbed powder on her face to cover a red mark, then went back to Shosong Hall. She bowed her head and quietly responded to old Madame Yuan from afar before quickly leaving. After leaving Shosong Hall, Lady Nan thought for a moment and then headed to Tongxiang Courtyard. "Young lady, Lady Nan from the old madam's room has come." The young maid in Tongxiang Courtyard whispered to Yuan Zidong, offering a respectful bow. Before she finished speaking, Lady Nan happily walked in smiling. "Greetings to young lady. Lady Nan, why are you free to come today?" Yuan Zidong supported Lian Xiao and sat on the Luo Han bed, then told the maid, "Quick, give Lady Nan a seat." Lady Nan sat down with a smile, exchanged a few words with Yuan Zidong, then took out a light blue small pouch from her and respectfully placed it on the small table beside the Luo Han bed. She said with a smile, "Young lady, I've thought about this for a few days. I feel that what I did might not be quite right. If the old madam finds out, I might be in trouble. I hope you can understand." When Yuan Zidong saw Granny Nan return the things, she understood her meaning. She suppressed her displeasure, glanced at the small purse and smiled, saying, "I'm just worried that later, grandmother might scold second sister, so I thought of asking Granny Nan to give her a subtle hint. Since Granny can't do it openly, I won't insist." Granny Nan inwardly rolled her eyes but smiled on her face, saying, "I know the young lady has a kind heart. But second sister just returned to the capital and has just been ill. She hasn't had time to settle everything. I believe that after you all spend more time together, second sister will understand your good intentions. I was overthinking." "Thank you for your advice, Granny," Yuan Zidong said gently, noticing the faint red mark on Granny Nan's cheek. She smiled and said, "Did Granny have some good news today? You even applied rouge." Granny Nan was startled inside, realizing the red mark hadn't been fully covered. She touched her cheek awkwardly and smiled shyly, saying, "I'm quite old now, why would I wear rouge? It was just an accidental smudge. Please don't mind, young lady. I was mistaken," Yuan Zidong said with a smile. "I'm young and speak without thinking. Don't take it to heart, Granny." No, Granny Nan hurried to reassure her. They exchanged a few more words, and Granny Nan left. Lian Xiao patted Yuan Zidong's shoulder. "Young lady, I think Granny Nan might not be very useful." "Humph." Yuan Zitong clenched her teacup tighter. "She's just useless. I bet she ran into a wall with my good sister, and got a hard lesson." Lian Xiao thought about the red mark on Granny Nan's cheek and nodded. "That mark looks like she was slapped. That old hag is also proud," Yuan Zitong sneered.
Then,
"Young lady, do you still need Granny Nan?" Lian Xiao looked carefully at Yuan Zitong's expression, testing. "Just let her go ahead and lead the way." Yuan Zidong took a sip of tea. It's also to test my good sister. If it works, good. If not, no big deal. Humph, that little girl used to pretend so well. Her good nature was probably all an act. After speaking, Yuan Zitong looked at Lian Xiao. You're usually quite clever. If you have any ideas, don't hide them. Just tell me. If it's useful, I won't forget you. Yes, Lian Xiao nodded quickly. Her eyes flickered, and she leaned in close to Yuan Zidong's ear to whisper. Originally, Yuan Zidong, who was not feeling well, listened to Lian Xiao's words and gradually showed a faint smile. She looked at Lian Xiao with satisfaction and said, You really are full of ideas. Lian Xiao smiled and bowed politely. Thank you for the compliment, young lady. It is my fortune to help you. Yuan Zitong casually handed a string of coral beads to Lian Xiao. Work hard, and I will not treat you unfairly. Thank you, young lady. Lian Xiao happily took the coral beads and bowed to Yuan Zidong. However, she added, things should be carefully checked first so there are no mistakes. Lian Xiao quickly responded, Don't worry, young lady. You can rest assured. Yuan Zidong nodded with satisfaction and asked casually, When will Yin Xiao return? It's been over half a month. Yin Xiao was another maidservant of Yuan Zidong. She was born into a family of servants, and her parents lived on the estate. Recently, her mother was ill, and her family asked for Yuan Zidong's permission to let Yin Xiao go home to care for her. During the Dowy dynasty, filial piety was highly valued. When such things happened, the main family would not stop her. Young lady, you forgot. Her mother was very ill, and someone was sent to bring a message back. The lady approved, and they also gave some money for the funeral, Lian Xiao quickly explained. Oh, I forgot. Yuan Zidong rubbed her forehead.
How is her family now?
I heard her mother has been buried, and she is at home mourning. She probably fears disturbing you, so she might be a few days late returning, Lian Xiao reported. Tell her not to rush back. Just stay at home and mourn peacefully, Yuan Zidong said, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. She did not mention urging Yin Xiao to come back quickly. Yes. Yuan Zidong looked at the purse on the table and suddenly thought of Yuan Ziyou. Now, Yuan Ziyou was her biggest thorn. She was better than her in everything, from clothing to daily needs, and she had even taken away her grandmother's affection. Worse, she had stolen the man Yuan Zitong liked. Thinking of this, Yuan Zidong felt a surge of anger and hatred. She looked at the items in her room and felt even more annoyed. As a girl of the Yuan family, why should there be such a big difference? Then she remembered that the purse had been used by Grandma Nan, so she ordered Lian Xiao, keep the money in the purse for tips. The purse can be broken. Yes, that's enough. I'm tired now. No matter who comes, refuse them all.
Yes.
At dawn the next day, Yuan Ziyou got up. It was less than half a month before the new year. Early in the morning, light snow began to fall outside. After washing up, I ate breakfast. Qing Ying and Qing Ji served Yuan Ziyou, helping her comb her hair and get dressed. Qing Ji's hands are very skillful. She styled Yuan Ziyou into a double bun, pinning pink crystal beads around each side, with a small crystal flower hanging on her forehead, making Yuan Ziyou look charming and playful. After dressing her in a bright pink satin dress with white fox fur decorations, she changed into red leather boots with gold thread and put on a big red feathered cloak lined with white fox fur. She also put on a snow hat. Qing Ying brought over a silver carved hand warmer. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, Is it really that cold? My dear girl, your illness just got better, so you can't catch a cold. Qing Ying quickly put the hand warmer into Yuan Ziyou's hand. Yuan Ziyou happily accepted it. Qing Ji stayed behind to look after the house, then took Qing Ying to show Song Hall. Grandmother, the second young lady has arrived. Yuan old madam was having breakfast when the second maid, Magpie, entered the inner hall and bowed politely. Yuan old madam paused for a moment, then said, Please come in.
Yes.
After Magpie left, Yuan old madam turned to Bai Mama, her trusted maid, and said, That second girl, didn't I tell her not to come too early yesterday? It's so cold today, and she's here so early. Won't she catch a cold? Bai Mama, who was Yuan old madam's main maid and later became the housekeeper, always stayed close to her and was very trusted. Hearing this, Bai Mama smiled and said, "Grandmother, that's just the filial piety of the second girl." Yuan old madam smiled and said, "That second girl is very filial." Just as they were talking, Yuan Ziyou and Shien Xiaoing entered the inner hall. "Grandmother, I've come to pay my respects." Yuan Ziyou greeted with a smile as soon as she entered. Yuan old madam quickly told her to stand up. "Get up, come here, grandmother. I heard from the maids outside that it's snowing. Are you cold? Thank you for your concern, grandmother." Yuan Ziyou smiled, handed the hand warmer to Shien Xiaoing, and then went to stand beside Yuan old madam. "I'm dressed warmly, so I'm not cold. I came to serve grandmother breakfast." "You don't need to do that." Yuan old madam pulled Yuan Ziyou to sit beside her, holding her hand. Seeing it was warm, she was pleased and asked, "Did you have breakfast?" While speaking, she asked the main maid, Xiao Yao, to bring more breakfast. Yuan Ziyou quickly smiled and said, "Grandmother, I already ate breakfast earlier." Xiao Yao laughed and said, "Second young lady, please stay and have some more with the grandmother. When the grandmother is happy, she can drink half a bowl more porridge." The matriarch chuckled and scolded gently, "It's just your clever mouth, little girl." "Grandmother, Sister Xiao is worried about you," Yuan Ziyou said softly with a smile. Madame Bai also joined in, teasing, "Second Miss is also caring about the old lady." The old lady Yuan smiled with narrowed eyes. "Of course." After that, she asked Yuan Ziyou if she was feeling comfortable and if there was anything wrong. Yuan Ziyou responded to each question. Suddenly, Xiao Yao brought some early food in. Yuan Ziyou sat with the old lady Yuan and drank a bowl of porridge. The old lady Yuan was in a very good mood and drank half a bowl more, making Madame Bai and Xiao Yao very happy. While they were talking, a magpie came in to report, "Grandmother, the wife of the master, the second wife, and the eldest daughter have arrived. Please let them in." The old lady Yuan nodded. Soon after, Lu Shi, Ning Shi, and Yuan Zitong entered. "Mother, second aunt." Yuan Ziyou hurried to stand and bow to Lu Shi and Ning Shi, then politely nodded to Yuan Zitong, saying, "Big sister." Lu Shi was delighted to see her daughter. She paid her respects to the old lady Yuan and then asked Yuan Ziyou, "Are your clothes warm enough? Did you bring a hand warmer?" Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "Mother, don't worry. Shien Xiaoing and the others are watching closely." Hearing this, Lu Shi praised with a smile, "Those two girls are very attentive." Ning Shi also smiled and said, "The maidservant that big sister chose for second sister is naturally good." Then she asked Yuan Ziyou with a smile, "Is second sister feeling much better?" Yuan Ziyou looked at Ning Shi. This was her first meeting with Ning Shi since she returned. In her past life, she was foolish and didn't understand anything. Now, she saw clearly that this second aunt was good at pretending on the surface, but was actually ruthless and untrustworthy behind the scenes. She smiled and replied to Ning Shi, "Thank you for your concern, second aunt. I am fine now." The old lady Yuan patted Yuan Ziyou's hand and said with a smile, "This second sister is very filial. She just recovered and came to see me, her old grandmother. The eldest daughter-in-law is good at teaching children." As soon as Yuan Zitong entered, she saw Yuan Ziyou sitting beside the old lady Yuan. She felt resentful. In the past, only she had that position beside her grandmother. When did this foolish girl learn to please the old lady? Even when she just returned, she didn't seem very close to her grandmother. Grinding her teeth secretly, Yuan Zitong forced a smile and sat down on the other side of the old lady Yuan, pouting, "Grandmother, now that you have a second sister, you don't love me anymore." The matriarch laughed heartily, saying, "You're still jealous of your second sister? You both are good girls. In the future, stay close and take care of each other." Yuan Zidong covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Grandmother, you're joking. I wouldn't be jealous. It was just a joke earlier. As the older sister, I naturally take care of my younger sister. You can rest assured." Yuan Ziyou didn't speak, but smiled softly, watching Yuan Zidong act. The old lady was pleased and nodded, glancing at the two sisters sitting on her sides. She thought about her eldest son and two grandsons who would soon return to the capital, feeling very happy. After chatting for a while, the old lady said to Lu Shi, "You've been back for less than half a month, and you're still not familiar with the household." The second girl was also sick. "I haven't told you about the household expenses yet." When she mentioned household expenses, Ningshi smiled silently beside her, but secretly clenched her teeth in frustration. She was from the second branch. Although the Yuan family hadn't officially split, this residence was still a military family estate. Her mother-in-law favored her younger son but was very strict about rules. Over the years, the household expenses had always been controlled by her mother-in-law, never handed over to her. At most, she received some extra allowances outside the usual rules for her second branch. But those allowances weren't enough for their household to get by. Yuan Zilei was just a fifth-rank Hanlin scholar with a modest salary. She came from a small family and had little dowry. Unlike her older sister-in-law, who owned shops and earned a lot each year, she couldn't manage household expenses for profit. Their second branch was struggling, and their only daughter was suffering, with her clothing and needs far inferior to the eldest daughter's. Thinking about this made her furious. She hated her mother-in-law's inflexibility and the eldest brother's lack of brotherly respect. It was easier when she was far away, but now her sister-in-law was flaunting it in front of her. She heard the old lady say to Lu Shi, "Now that you've been back in the capital for over half a month, you probably understand the household situation well. I'll hand over the household expenses to you. I can relax and enjoy my old age." "Mother, I just returned recently and don't know much about everything," Lu Shi quickly replied. The old lady waved her hand. "It's fine. You managed household expenses when you were in the frontier. You're familiar with it. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me." Seeing her mother-in-law insist, Lu Shi responded, "Yes, but I'll trouble you more in the future." Ningshi stood nearby, smiling, but her hand inside her sleeve clenched tightly into a fist. "Amon, go get the account book," old lady Yuan said to Bai Mama. "Yes, Grandma," Bai Mama replied, and went inside. Old lady Yuan then said, "Eldest daughter-in-law, you stay here. Everyone else, you may leave now." Everyone responded, and Yuan Ziyou left with the Ning mother and daughter from Shosong Hall. Yuan Zitong looked jealous at Yuan Ziyou's outfit. Compared to her, her own clothes looked very plain. She curled her lips and said, "Second sister, you look really beautiful today." So beautiful that she wished she could take it and wear it herself. Yuan Ziyou clearly saw Zidong's jealousy, but pretended not to notice and smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, big sister." Qingying and the others said this outfit matches today's weather. Looks like they have good taste. Indeed, they do. Zidong held Lian Xiao's hand tightly. Lian Xiao felt the pain but didn't dare to complain, her face turning pale from the discomfort. Yuan Ziyou discreetly glanced at Lian Xiao and smiled happily. "I think so too." Seeing Zidong's expression, Yuan Ziyou again felt silly about her own past foolishness. Such obvious jealousy, and she hadn't noticed it. Ningshi, standing nearby, saw her daughter almost lose control and quickly said, "Tong, I made plum blossom fragrant cakes. You've been wanting to eat them. Let's go back and get some." After that, Ningshi smiled at Yuan Ziyou. "Second girl, come to second aunt's courtyard for some snacks." "Thank you, second aunt. I won't go today. I'll come another day. Please don't mind me bothering you," Yuan Ziyou said happily. "Later, I'll have my maid send some over," Ningshi said without insisting. "Thank you, second aunt," Yuan Ziyou replied with a smile. Ningshi pulled the reluctant Zidong away. Qingying looked at their backs with a slight frown and said to Yuan Ziyou, "Second young lady, the snow is getting heavier. Let's go back. Let's first go to the main kitchen." Yuan Ziyou thought for a moment and said, Qingying didn't expect Yuan Ziyou to want to go to the main kitchen and quickly said, "Second young lady, the main kitchen is smoky and messy. If you get smoked, what will happen?" Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "Are you treating your girl like a fragile doll? I'm not that delicate. But your illness just got better." Qingying still worried. "Just go take a look, then come back," Yuan Ziyou said with a smile.
All right then.
Qing Ying knew she couldn't argue with her own girl, so she had to compromise. Just take a quick look and then come back. Okay. Yuan Ziyou smiled as she glanced at Qing Ying. From Shosong Hall to the big kitchen, they had to pass through a plum grove. At this time, the snow was falling more heavily, drifting onto the branches of the plum trees. Amidst the silver and bronze, the newly blooming buds emitted a faint fragrance. Yuan Ziyou was pleased to see this and ordered Qing Ying to pick a few red plums, planning to put them in a vase later. When they reached the big kitchen, before Qing Ying could speak, the head maid, known as Mother Fan, came out to greet them. Why is Second Miss here? Mother Fan smiled and said to Yuan Ziyou, Is there anything you want to eat? Just tell someone, and we will make sure everything is well taken care of for Second Mississippi. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, No need to trouble Mom. I just came to take a look and will leave soon. Mother Fan didn't understand why Yuan Ziyou was at the big kitchen, but seeing that she didn't explain, she smiled and followed Yuan Ziyou, listening carefully to her instructions. Yuan Ziyou didn't go inside the kitchen. Instead, she stopped at the door, where a spicy smell filled her nostrils. It was the scent of locust tree flowers. Yuan Ziyou's face remained calm, but her heart was in turmoil. Such a strong locust tree flower scent could only mean one thing. Almost all the food in the kitchen had been drugged. Someone was targeting the entire general's residence. But who exactly was that person? And how long had the drugs been in use? Yuan Ziyou's heart trembled slightly. She looked deeply at the kitchen and then said to Mother Fan, Mom, you should go ahead. I'll leave now. She helped Qing Ying up and turned to leave. Mother Fan was a bit confused, not understanding what Yuan Ziyou was up to, but she decided to stay and continued to manage the affairs inside the kitchen. Back at Weiyou Pavilion, Yuan Ziyou ordered Qing Ji to fetch a blue and white plum blossom vase. She placed the red plums by the window and then went to the study. Qing Ying brewed a pot of tea, and Yuan Ziyou sat to enjoy her tea while flipping through her swordsmanship books. When Qing Ying and Qing Ji saw Yuan Ziyou reading, they quietly left the room, unaware that Yuan Ziyou was feeling very unsettled inside. Meanwhile, the purple flower courtyard where Ningshi lived was also in turmoil. Tonger, why are you so impatient? Ningshi said helplessly to Yuan Zidong. Mother. Yuan Zitong pouted. I just can't stand it. Look at that girl's clothes, compare them to mine. We're both from the Yuan family, so why is she so much better? Now that that girl is going to stay permanently in the capital, I will have less face if I go out to banquets in the future. Hearing this, Mrs. Ning also felt upset, but she was more cunning than Yuan Zidong. Since it's so close to Shosong Hall, are you trying to let your grandmother know that your usual gentle and virtuous behavior is just a disguise? Yuan Zitong felt a chill and quickly said, Mother, I was wrong. Mrs. Ning sighed in relief, glad that Zidong understood quickly. Zidong, you're not young anymore. You need to be careful with your words and actions. Last time, without my permission, you called Nin Dong to do those things. If Nin Dong hadn't come back and told me, I would have handled it for you. Do you think you can hide everything from your grandmother? Yuan Zidong looked at Nin Dong standing behind Mrs. Ning and pouted. Mother, I'll be more careful next time. You. Mrs. Ning gently tapped Zidong's forehead in frustration, then said to Nin Dong, I won't pursue the matter from last time, but if it happens again, I won't forgive you. Nin Dong hurriedly knelt and apologized. Madam, I won't dare to do it again. All right, get up, Mrs. Ning waved her hand, then said to Yuan Zidong, remember, next time you want to do something, tell me first. Got it, Mother. Yuan Zidong leaned affectionately on Mrs. Ning, then looked at Nin Dong. Mother, please give Nin Dong's sister to me.
No.
Mrs. Ning immediately refused. Why not, Mother? I like Nin Dong's sister. Yuan Zidong pouted and begged. Humph. Don't think I don't know your little tricks. If I say no, then it's no. Mrs. Ning sipped her tea and said. Not getting Nin Dong, Yuan Zitong pouted unhappily. Nin Dong stood behind Mrs. Ning, slightly lowering her head, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. Mother. Yuan Ziyou, who was deep in thought in the study, heard Lu's arrival and quickly went out to greet her. Did you go out today? Are you feeling unwell? Should Dr. Qian come to see you? After passing the midday meal to the old Madame Yuan, Lu was worried about Yuan Ziyou, so she came to Wuyo Pavilion. Mother, I'm fine. It's nothing. Besides, you know I've been practicing swordsmanship all these years. I'm in good health, Yuan Ziyou said affectionately, linking her arm with Lu's, and led her to the west side room, personally brewing tea for her. Seeing that Yuan Ziyou was truly fine, Lu relaxed and gave her some advice before preparing to leave. Mother, Yuan Ziyou called out quickly as Lu was about to leave. What's wrong? Mrs. Lu looked kindly at Yuan Ziyou and asked, Girl, I want to go out and walk around tomorrow. Yuan Ziyou linked her arm with Mrs. Lu's and blinked at her as she spoke. During the Great Li dynasty, women were not treated harshly. Girls from noble families could go out if they had maids with them and they didn't need to cover their faces with veils. Women from small families had even fewer restrictions. Let's wait a few days. The new year is in just over half a month. By then, there will be many banquets, and you'll have plenty of chances to go out. Mrs. Lu thought for a moment, and then remembered something she had overlooked. Oh, right. Since you're feeling better now, I will invite an etiquette teacher. You need to learn some rules of the capital city, or else people might laugh at you later. Since her daughter grew up in the borderlands, she wasn't very familiar with the customs of the capital. She had been sick before, so now it was important to quickly learn the proper manners. Mrs. Lu had no objection to hiring an etiquette teacher for Yuan Ziyou. After all, she had already learned everything well in her previous life. It was just a formality, and it would be good to have a proper reason for going out. But the household still had to pay for it, because Yuan Ziyou wasn't just going out to stroll around. Mother, going to a banquet is totally different from shopping. I haven't even seen what the capital city looks like. Yuan Ziyou swung her arm and said to Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu thought about it. Her daughter hadn't been to the capital city before, so she agreed. All right, but remember to come back early and don't cause trouble. Yuan Ziyou was confident in her skills, so Mrs. Lu wasn't worried about her safety. Still, considering her daughter's personality, she had to remind her. Don't worry, Mother. Yuan Ziyou was immediately happy when Mrs. Lu agreed. When the etiquette teacher comes, you must learn well, Mrs. Lu added, still a bit worried. Yes, yes. Yuan Ziyou nodded eagerly. After Mrs. Lu left, Qingying and Qingji excitedly prepared the clothes for Yuan Ziyou to wear the next day. They were also very curious about the capital city. Second miss, who will you take out with you tomorrow? Qingji asked with a smile. Qingying heard this and looked at Yuan Ziyou without speaking, but she was clearly waiting for her to answer. Yuan Ziyou smiled and looked at Qingying and Qingji. Qingying was steady and calm, while Qingji was lively and cheerful. It was hard to choose just one. So she said, Tomorrow, both of you will go out with me, but from now on, you'll have to take turns. That's great. Upon hearing that tomorrow everyone can leave the house, Qingying and Qingji both smiled happily. After helping Yuan Ziyou prepare everything for her outing, they hurried back to their rooms to get ready with their own clothes for tomorrow. The next day, after Yuan Ziyou paid her respects to the old lady, she took the carriage out of the estate. Young lady, the second young lady has left the house. Lian Xiao quickly reported to Yuan Zitong upon hearing the news. Yuan Zitong snorted, just a country bumpkin. She probably doesn't even know which way the shops in the capital open. She dares to leave the house casually and embarrass the family. She wrung her handkerchief with a jealous look on her face. Because of her limited funds, most of her outings were just for window shopping. Young lady, since the second young lady isn't at home, our previous plan. Lian Xiao's eyes shifted as she waited for Yuan Zitong to speak. Have you all found out everything? Yuan Zitong narrowed her eyes and looked at Lian Xiao. Yes, we have. Lian Xiao nodded quickly. Yuan Zitong's face flashed with a fierce look. Be careful, don't let anyone find a handle against you. Yes, I will be careful. Lian Xiao replied respectfully and left after hearing Yuan Zitong's words. Yuan Zitong bit her lip, her face full of hatred. She wants to embarrass me? Living is really too exhausting. Second young lady, we've arrived. The coachman respectfully said to Yuan Ziyou inside the carriage. Qing Ying and Qing Ji jumped down first, trying to help Yuan Ziyou out of the carriage. Yuan Ziyou waved her hand. No need. Then she swiftly jumped down from the carriage herself. Shen Shi is still waiting for me here. Yuan Ziyou instructed the coachman. Yes, second young lady. The coachman replied respectfully. After Yuan Ziyou and her maids Qing Ying and Qing Ji walked away, he hurriedly drove the carriage back to the estate. Two young ladies from an official family approached from behind, accompanied by several maids. One of them, dressed in a light yellow, cross-collared embroidered dress with birds and flowers, looked disdainfully at Yuan Ziyou's back and said, Is that carriage from the Yuan family?
Who is that?
The way she got out of the carriage was so rude, completely lacking in manners. It seems to be from the Yuan estate, but she doesn't look like the eldest young lady. Could she be the recently returned second young lady? A woman in a pale blue embroidered dress with a slanted collar and floral patterns examined Yuan Ziyou's back and frowned. The second young lady of Yuan? The woman in yellow frowned. Yes, that's her. The woman in the light blue dress smiled and said, Loi, you just came back, so you probably don't know. I heard from my father that General Yuan has been summoned back to the capital by the emperor. From now on, he might stay there permanently. This second Miss Yuan is actually General Yuan's daughter. Meng Luai looked at the woman in the light blue dress. Yuan, is that really true? Zhao Yuan nodded. It should be accurate. I heard that General Yuan's wife and daughter have already returned to the capital. My mother also said that many banquet invitations have their names on them. Yuan's father is the Vice Minister of Personnel, so he knows these news well. Things are moving fast.
Who knows what will happen next?
Meng Luai curled her lips, showing her disdain for Yuan Ziyou's rough behavior when he got off the carriage. It's good to make connections first. If the emperor is thinking of her, she might have a bright future, Yuan said with a smile. My father guesses that General Yuan might even go further. Meng Luai scoffed. The Grand National Protector General is just a third-rank official. Does the emperor really think about promoting him to first rank? At most, he's second rank. Why are we so eager to flatter him? Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Who knows? But your father is the prime minister. I guess he can't be surpassed by you. Of course. Choman Street is one of the 3 busiest main streets in the capital. It's located in the north of the city, lined with all kinds of shops, restaurants, tea houses, silver shops, pawn shops. Everything you can think of. Miss Air, this street in the capital is really lively. Qingji looked around excitedly, feeling like her eyes couldn't keep up. Back in the frontier town, there was only one dusty main street with a few shops. Most of the stalls were set up by villagers from nearby villages. It was nothing like this wide, clean stone-paved street with bright, spacious shops. The food vendors along the street were unlike anything she had seen in the frontier. Qingying smiled and said to Qingji, Of course. This is the capital, the most noble and prosperous place in our great Li dynasty. That's wonderful. Qingji squinted happily and then asked Yuan Ziyou, Miss Air, where are we going first? That shop. Yuan Ziyou pointed to a bookstore she had just looked at. Bookstore? Qingji looked at the shop curiously and asked Yuan Ziyou, Miss Air, are you going to buy martial arts and sword manuals? Do they have those inside? In the past, the small border town where the Yuan family lived did not have such grand and bright bookstores. It was just a small shop, mainly visited by scholars. Qingji had never been there and didn't know what was inside the bookstore. Yuan Ziyou gently tapped Qingji's forehead and said, Quiet down, follow me.
Oh.
Qingji blinked innocently and looked at Qingying. Qingying smiled softly and said, Hurry up and follow. The 3 of them, master and servants, entered the bookstore. When the shop owner saw Yuan Ziyou's clothing, he immediately knew she was from a noble family. He quickly stepped forward with a smile and said, Miss, are you here to buy books? Do you have any books about medicine or similar topics?
Yuan Ziyou asked.
Yes. Please, miss, please go to the private room upstairs, the shop owner said cheerfully, leading Yuan Ziyou to a small flower hall on the 2nd floor. Please wait a moment. I will have the assistant bring the books. Thank you. Yuan Ziyou nodded politely. Second miss, what made you think of reading these kinds of books? Qingji asked curiously. You'll find out soon, Yuan Ziyou replied with a small smile, teasing her.
Wow.
Qingji was extremely curious, but since Yuan Ziyou wouldn't say anything, she felt like a cat scratching her heart. Seeing Qingji's eager expression, Yuan Ziyou decided to tease her further. She asked, "Wanna know?" Yes, yes. Qingji nodded repeatedly, eyes full of anticipation. I won't tell you, Yuan Ziyou said mischievously. Second miss. Qingji's face fell. She realized that the second miss was turning mischievous. Qingying watched from the side and couldn't help but chuckle. Miss, these are books about pharmacology from the shop. Please see if there's anything you need. A shop assistant came over carrying a tray with about a dozen books. Qingying and Qingji quickly stepped forward and took the books from the tray, placing them in front of Yuan Ziyou. Seeing Yuan Ziyou start flipping through the books, the assistant carefully stood to the side, knowing that these noble young ladies often had difficult tempers. If he accidentally offended them, he wouldn't have a good outcome. Yuan Ziyou examined the books and found that most of them were handwritten copies, mostly basic knowledge about medicine. Yuan Ziyou was quite familiar with pharmacology, a knowledge she had learned in her previous life, when the cook taught her about medicinal diets. Although that cook only stayed 5 years at the Marquis of Huainan's residence, she had indeed taught her a lot. Today, she came to look for these books not out of sudden interest, but to learn about medicine for her future plans. Yuan Ziyou looked at a handwritten copy of the Herbal Illustration Guide and asked, Does this person have other medical books as well? The handwriting in the Herbal Illustration Guide was elegant, and the illustrations beautiful, clearly made by a woman. The shopkeeper stepped forward to look and quickly said, Yes, yes. Miss, please wait a moment. I will bring them to you. He then hurried downstairs. Qingji curiously glanced at the book and exclaimed, Wow. The writing and drawings are so beautiful. Qingying didn't speak but nodded in agreement. Indeed, very nice. Yuan Ziyou was very pleased. Miss, they are all here. Soon, the shopkeeper brought out 4 or 5 more medical books. Yuan Ziyou opened and looked through them, satisfied, and nodded. I want all these books. After that, she selected a few more and asked, How much is it in total? The shopkeeper calculated and smiled as he said, Miss, the total is 25 taels and 8 qian silver. She nodded at Qingying and said, Qingying, pay the silver. Yes, second miss. Qingying responded, took out a purse, counted out 25 taels and 8 qian silver, and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper happily smiled and asked, Miss, do you need them delivered to your house? Yuan Ziyou didn't want her family to know what she bought, so she thought for a moment and said, Please keep them here for now. We will come to pick them up later. Is that okay? No problem, no problem. The shopkeeper quickly replied, I will keep them safe. When you come, just send someone to collect them. The shopkeeper politely saw off the 3 of them as they left the bookstore. After leaving, Qingji couldn't help but exclaim, These books are really expensive. Just a few of them cost over 20 taels of silver. One of them alone cost several taels. That was enough to cover her several months' worth of allowance. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, Books and ink are the most costly. Qingying said, No wonder Lady Tang said that scholars are made of silver. I didn't believe it before, but now I see it for myself. Lady Tang was the wife of a border guard captain, and she often visited the Yuan family when she was in the frontier. Oh my, I must take good care of second Mrs. Study. Qingji thought of Yuan Ziyou's study and suddenly felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Yuan Ziyou looked at Qingji and smiled. There's no need to be so nervous. In the residence, are you afraid of losing things? The green branch curled her lips and said, Second young lady. The first young lady is worried about the things in your room. She doesn't dare to steal openly, Yuan Zidong said with a smile. Besides, she doesn't care much for those things. Currently, her study was filled with martial arts manuals, cookbooks, travel notes, and similar items. Yuan Ziyou knew Yuan Zitong well. Her most valued possessions were her clothes, jewelry, makeup, and accessories. Oh, and her fiancé. As the 3 servants and the young lady talked, they suddenly heard a woman's angry voice ahead. "Sir, please mind your manners." "Young lady," a rough voice said with a lecherous laugh, "what are you afraid of? I won't eat you." "Please, sir, step aside," she pleaded. "I won't let you," he replied.
What can you do about it? You.
Yuan Ziyou looked over and saw that not far ahead, a crowd had gathered. She couldn't see what was happening inside, only judging from snippets of conversation that the woman was probably in trouble. "Second young lady," Qingji called out to Yuan Ziyou. "Let's go see," Yuan Ziyou said softly, frowning. She hated scenes like this. Shimi tightly hugged her small bundle and looked at the people blocking her way. One of them she recognized. It was because she accidentally broke a jade vase in his hand that this trouble started. That man demanded 50 taels of silver as compensation. She couldn't pay that much at once. She had promised to gather the money, but today, these people had come to cause trouble, clearly not with good intentions. Especially the young man in fine clothes who was speaking to her. His attire was luxurious, indicating he was either very rich or noble. Shimi secretly looked at the crowd. They all looked eager to watch but also a bit afraid. She sighed, realizing today's matter might not end well. "Young lady, I am not causing trouble without reason," said the young man in fine clothes, shaking a folding fan and smiling arrogantly. "Repaying debts is the right thing to do. You owe me silver, so, of course, I come to collect. Isn't that normal? If you don't believe me, ask everyone here, see who says I'm wrong." He pointed his fan at the crowd. When they saw him do this, everyone hesitated and stepped back. Seeing their reactions, the young man in fine clothes grinned proudly and looked at Shimi with a mischievous smile. "Young lady, what do you think?" While speaking, he tried to use a folding fan to poke at Shimi's jaw. Shimi was startled and quickly stepped back. The young man in fine clothes didn't succeed and looked a bit upset. Shimi cautiously looked at the young man and said, "Sir, I haven't owed you any money. I accidentally broke his jade bottle, and if I need to pay, I should pay him, not you. I already told him. Give me some time, and I will gather the money to return to him." She then pointed to the person behind the young man in fine clothes. The young man in fine clothes sneered, "This is my servant. People are mine, and his belongings are also mine. You broke his things, which means you broke mine. I want my money. What's wrong with that?" You are talking nonsense." Shimi frowned tightly, stepping back again with caution. She and her mother came to the capital to find relatives, but failed. Now, they had to settle down temporarily. But in such a strange place, before she could get comfortable, she encountered this problem. Shimi felt helpless for a moment. There are many high officials and nobles in the capital. She, a small farmer girl, couldn't defend anyone. But now, she couldn't even hide from this. "Humph." The young man in fine clothes snorted coldly. "I am talking nonsense, but you should let everyone judge for you. I said I will pay back the money. I just need some time to gather it." Shimi bit her lip and said, "Time?" The young man in fine clothes looked down at Shimi with disdain. "How long?" 500 taels of silver. "Can you come up with that? 500 taels?" Shimi widened her eyes. Wasn't it 50 taels? 50 taels was already very difficult for her, let alone 500. 50 taels? The young man in fine clothes sneered. "Are you begging like a beggar?" Shimi's face turned pale. Her hands clutching her bundle turned white from gripping too hard. "Young lady, I know you can't pay the silver. So, I found a way for you." The young man in fine clothes looked at her changing expression with satisfaction. "If you come back to my house with me, the 500 taels will be cancelled."
How about that?
After saying this, the young man in fine clothes smugly approached Shimi. "I am kind-hearted and can't bear to see such a beauty like you burdened by money."
Dream on.
Before he finished, Shimi said angrily, "I'm doing this for your good. Don't refuse a kind offer and end up with nothing," the young man in fine clothes said with a slightly serious face. He waved his hand and told the servant behind him, "Take her away." The nearby onlookers, hearing the noble young man in fine clothes, couldn't help but feel sympathy as they glanced at Shermi, but no one dared to step forward and speak for her. Shermi was startled by this and quickly took a few steps back, but somehow she tripped and fell to the ground. Her small bundle slipped from her hands, scattering its contents everywhere.
Oh.
With a few cries of pain, the young men who had been ordered to catch Shermi were kicked away before they could even touch her clothes. Who dares interfere with my affairs? Are you tired of living? The young man in fine clothes kept his eyes fixed on Shermi, thinking about how he would act once he brought her into his residence. Suddenly, he saw his men being kicked aside, and his expression changed. He looked closely at Yuan Ziyou and was stunned. "Young lady, you look unfamiliar," he said, narrowing his eyes and sizing up Yuan Ziyou. His anger faded. "If you don't want me to take her back to my house, you can come with me instead." Although this girl looked a bit young, she was very beautiful. If she were a bit older, she might be even more stunning. Yuan Ziyou kicked the young men away and looked up at the young man in fine clothes. She knew exactly who he was. One of the two most notorious young masters in the capital, Liu Haozhe, the second son of Minister Liu. And he was truly a troublemaker. In her previous life, she knew that Liu Haozhe's aunt was the current emperor's favored concubine, Liu Guifei. Relying on his royal connections, he did whatever he pleased in the city. He was especially lecherous. If he liked a woman who had no background, he would either kidnap her or set up schemes to bring her into the minister's residence. The people in the city, when they mentioned Liu Haozhe, all changed color with fear. Openly robbing a girl in broad daylight. What boldness! Yuan Ziyou coldly looked at Liu Haozhe, shielding Shermi behind her. Qing Ying and Qing Ji hurried forward to help Shermi up. "Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you." Shermi was a bit clumsy from the fall, but seeing Ling Ling and the others stand up for her, she couldn't help but feel grateful. "Thank you all,"
she said.
Then she remembered that no one dared to offend the young man in fine clothes, so she quickly said, "You all should leave now. I don't want to drag you into this." At that moment, in a restaurant across the street, a man in blue watched the commotion with interest. "Yin Feng," the man in blue said. "Young master." A servant nearby quickly responded, "Go find out who that kicked girl is. Whose daughter is she?" The man in blue lightly ordered, and if needed, lend a hand. "Yes." After Yin Feng left the private room, the man in blue continued to lean interestingly by the window, watching Yuan Ziyou with a soft smile and whispering, "Such an interesting girl. What makes our young master Shien so captivated?" A teasing voice came from the door of the private room. Shien Xiaoing turned to look at the visitor and said calmly, "Huaishuan, you're late."
Huaishuan shrugged.
"Just now in the backyard, Manager Zhao was complaining to me for a long time. He said their new dishes can't compete with drunken immortal pavilion. Sigh, now I have a headache too." Shien Xiaoing nodded. "Your dishes really are not as good as theirs."
Huaishuan violet.
"My young master, I already have enough headaches. Can you give me some comfort?" "That's right. You should be worried." Shien Xiaoing glanced again at the street across, where Yuan Ziyou was still confronting Liu Haozhe. "Enough of these worries. Let me see what has caught our young master's interest." Ji Huaishuan raised an eyebrow, curious, and moved toward the window. "Annoying!" Shien Xiaoing shot him a look, then closed the window and sat back at the table. "Hey, let me see." Seeing the window close, Ji Huaishuan became even more curious. He knew his friend well, always calm, as if nothing could interest him. But just now, he clearly saw that guy's smile. "When you won Princess Lin Yang, I heard she wanted to challenge you again. If she knew that treasure taste tower was yours, do you think she would?" Shien Xiaoing picked up his wine glass, took a sip, but didn't finish his sentence. Ji Huaishuan understood immediately and hurried back to the table. Okay, I won't look anymore, I won't." He then muttered softly, "I wonder who made you so interested."
"Huh?"
Shien Xiaoing looked at Ji Huaishuan with a faint gaze. Ji Huaishuan quickly begged, "Forget it. I won't say anything." Then he looked at Shien Xiaoing with a pleading expression. "Master Xiaoing, please don't tell that tigress. It could be dangerous." Shien Xiaoing narrowed his eyes. Casual challenges usually don't cost lives. What did you do? Ji Huishuan's face suddenly turned red, and he shyly glanced to the side. He picked up his wine glass and took a sip, but ended up coughing violently. It seems you're feeling guilty, Shien Xiaoing said, glancing at Ji Huishuan.
Yihvixuan.
Across the street from the restaurant, Lu Haozhe saw Yuan Ziyou's expression and refused to let her leave. Someone hit me, and now you want to walk away? Lu Haozhe said, shaking his fan.
Not so easy.
Surround them. As soon as he finished speaking, the few servants behind Lu Haozhe hurried forward and surrounded Yuan Ziyou and her 3 companions. Even the servants who had been kicked away by Yuan Ziyou struggled to stand again, glaring fiercely at the 4 women. I've caused you trouble, Shermi said anxiously when the group of over 10 people surrounded them. They say 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, especially with so many people. Lu Haozhe looked at the trapped women and smiled proudly. Let's see how you get out of this. Then he told his servants, take them back to the mansion. Don't forget those 2 maids. I want to settle the score with these young ladies. Lu Haozhe was very pleased with himself. He thought his servants had been careless at first, which allowed Yuan Ziyou to succeed in her sneak attack. Now, with over 10 people working together, Yuan Ziyou and her friends couldn't escape even if they had wings. Today's outing was quite successful. Yuan Ziyou looked at the group of over 10 people surrounding her. She moved her arms and legs and said to Qing Ying and Qing Ji, protect this young lady. Yes, second miss, Qing Ying and Qing Ji replied. Since Qing Ying and Qing Ji had been serving Yuan Ziyou since they were young, they had learned some martial arts, though not very skilled. Yuan Ziyou didn't waste words. Suddenly, she kicked out fiercely, knocking the closest person to Qing Ying 3 meters away into the crowd, causing a gasp among the onlookers. Go out first, Yuan Ziyou told Qing Ying and Qing Ji. Yes, second Mississippi. Be careful, Qing Ying said, knowing that staying here would only be a burden. While everyone was distracted, she and Qing Ji quickly pulled the frightened Shermi out of the circle and protected her behind them.
Charge.
Lu Haozhe shouted when he saw his side was at a disadvantage. The servants, stunned by Yuan Ziyou's powerful kick, immediately abandoned their previous contempt and surged forward. Yuan Ziyou snorted coldly, spun around with a kick, knocking down a few more people. She casually pulled out a soft whip from her waist, the tail of which wrapped around the nearest person. With a clever move, she threw that person to the other side. The few young men rushing toward her were pressed to the ground. Yuan Ziyou has been practicing martial arts since she was young. Although she is only 12 years old now, she is already taller than most girls her age by more than half a head. If you ignore her face, she looks like a tall, elegant young lady. She is very agile. In just 2 or 3 rounds, she defeated more than 10 young men, who all yelped as they fell to the ground. Yuan Ziyou looked up at Lu Haozhe. Lu Haozhe is a spoiled brat who relies on having many people with him to act arrogantly. Yuan Ziyou single-handedly fought 10 or more people in just a few rounds. To Lu Haozhe, she was clearly a fierce girl, and he even had some greedy thoughts about her. Even the previous troublemakers had run away completely. Do you know who I am? Lu Haozhe, afraid Yuan Ziyou might hit him, tried to show off his identity to scare her. Yuan Ziyou sneered coldly, who you are doesn't matter. You robbed a girl in the street and let your evil servants attack people. Just these 2 things alone, if reported to the current emperor, you would still be considered unreasonable. Do you think you can threaten people with your power? Well then, tell me, who are you? I want to see which noble behind you is supporting you. Yuan Ziyou dared to say this because she knew that Lu Taifu valued his reputation greatly. If he found out what Lu Haozhe had done, he wouldn't forgive him. In her previous life, Lu Taifu once beheaded a man in public, which was talked about for a long time. Lu Haozhe was choked by Yuan Ziyou's words. Although he was lazy and irresponsible, he wasn't completely clueless. He knew his father's personality well. His current actions were all done in secret. If this young girl caused trouble in front of his father, he would probably get a harsh beating. Thinking of this, Lu Haozhe pretended to be brave and said, Since you're all girls, I'll let this go today. But don't let me see you again, or...
Oh.
Lu Haozhe exclaimed, clutching his right eye, and suddenly sat down heavily on the ground. For some reason, there was a small stone on the ground, and it pressed right against his tailbone. Ah, it hurts so much. Lu Haozhe was stunned for a moment before shouting, "You bunch of useless servants! Hurry up and help me up!"
Oh.
Qing Ying and Qing Ji protected Shimi nearby. When Qing Ji saw Yuan Ziyou knock everyone down, she excitedly waved her fists and said, "Second young lady, you're amazing. Well done." Shimi was shocked by Yuan Ziyou and looked at her with gratitude and admiration. Seeing the servants on the ground crying out in pain, they ignored their own injuries and hurried to help Lu Haozhe up.
You hit me.
Lu Haozhe covered his right eye with one hand and his tailbone with the other, staring at Yuan Ziyou in disbelief. "Aren't you going to settle the score with us?" Yuan Ziyou flicked her soft whip, making Lu Haozhe and the servants tremble with fear. Forget it. A good man doesn't argue with a woman. Let's go." Lu Haozhe realized he wouldn't get any advantage today and decided to retreat.
Hold on.
Yuan Ziyou snapped her whip onto the ground, startling Lu Haozhe and the others so much they almost jumped. "I told you I wouldn't bother with you anymore. What more do you want?" Lu Haozhe felt regretful, wishing he hadn't come out today. If he had known there was such a fierce person, he wouldn't have left the house. "You may not care, but I do." Yuan Ziyou waved to Qing Ying and the others. "Come here." "Yes, second young lady." Qing Ying responded, pulling Shimi and Qing Ji over. "Miss, I heard earlier about paying 50 taels or 500 taels. What's that about?" Yuan Ziyou asked Shimi. Seeing Yuan Ziyou's concern, Shimi understood she was trying to help and explained, "A couple of days ago, I accidentally broke a jade bottle on the street. The owner asked for 50 taels in compensation. I couldn't afford it, so I asked for more time. We agreed, but today, this young master brought people and stopped me, saying I must pay 500 taels, or they would take me back to the house." She pointed to a servant behind Lu Haozhe as she spoke. Yuan Ziyou sneered and pointed at the servant. "You come out." The servant trembled and glanced nervously at Lu Haozhe before hesitantly stepping forward. Seeing the whip in Yuan Ziyou's hand, his wound hurt even more. He forced a smile and asked, "Miss, what do you want me to do?" "Tell me exactly what happened," Yuan Ziyou said coldly, glaring at the servant.
"Well,
that's just how it is. She broke the jade bottle and has to pay for it. It's only right." The young servant said this, without confidence. "Only right?" Yuan Ziyou sneered coldly. "How much is that jade bottle really worth?" The servant couldn't help but glance at Lu Haozhe, who shot him a sharp look. Thinking for a moment, the servant said, 500 taels of silver. 500 taels. Yuan Ziyou looked at him. She needs to pay, but what about the broken bottle? Oh, the bottle. The servant couldn't help but look at Lu Haozhe again. Lu Haozhe was furious at this fool and shouted, "What are you looking at me for?" The servant, scolded by Lu Haozhe, could only reply, "Just throw it away." "Throw it away?" Yuan Ziyou sneered. "Is that jade bottle yours?"
Yes."
The servant hesitated, feeling nervous. "As a servant, where did you get such a valuable bottle?" Yuan Ziyou gently tapped his soft whip in his hand. The servant looked terrified. It's not mine." Lu Haozhe was almost mad at this fool. How could he be so clueless? He quickly said, "I gave it as a reward." "Is there a problem?" "Such a generous gift, young master." Yuan Ziyou smiled as he looked at Lu Haozhe. "A jade bottle worth 500 taels and you just give it away?" It's none of your business." "I want to," Lu Haozhe said boldly. "I really can't control what you give your servants," Yuan Ziyou said with a slight smile. Seeing Lu Haozhe's proud face, he continued, "But 500 taels of silver isn't a small amount. Since she needs to pay, it should be decided by the authorities. Why don't we go to the governor's office and ask the magistrate for a clear ruling?" No need." Lu Haozhe clenched his teeth secretly. Going to the magistrate? If he did, today's matter would definitely reach his father's ears. When that happens, his father would lose face, and he wouldn't get any good results. Not brave enough? Seeing Lu Haozhe's expression, Yuan Ziyou guessed his thoughts. Too afraid to ask the magistrate for judgment, but still want 500 taels of silver and to forcibly take a good girl in the street? Young master, you're quite bold. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lu Haozhe thought about slipping away quickly. He didn't want this matter to go to the magistrate.
Go.
Yuan Ziyou snapped his whip in front of Lu Haozhe, startling him so much that he jumped up. He also pulled his tailbone, which hurt so badly he grimaced in pain. Yuan Ziyou snorted coldly and said, "Today, either we go to the Jinjiang official to settle this clearly. We want exactly what we're owed, or we forget about this matter entirely. From now on, you are not allowed to ask this girl for money again. You choose one of these two options." Liu Haozhe looked at Yuan Ziyou with resentment, feeling frustrated but forced to agree.
All right.
This matter is settled. We won't have anything to do with each other anymore. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "Good. That's what the young master himself said. Don't embarrass yourself later. If I find out you're causing trouble for this girl again, I will go to the Jinjiang official and make a fuss." "You're ruthless." Liu Haozhe glared at Yuan Ziyou with hatred and waved his hand angrily. "Let's go." He turned to the crowd watching and shouted with anger, "What are you all looking at? Dare to watch my fun? You're all tired of living." Hearing this, the crowd quickly dispersed, afraid of being remembered and unlucky. The young servant helped Liu Haozhe walk away slowly, while Liu Haozhe kept complaining loudly, "Hey, slow down. You bunch of useless servants."
Thank you so much, miss.
Shermi hurried forward to bow to Yuan Ziyou. "If it weren't for you saving me today, thinking about what might have happened to her, Shermi felt cold inside. If that had happened, she might truly be helpless and unheard. Just a small favor." Yuan Ziyou smiled. She turned her head and saw the scattered items on the ground, her expression changing slightly. "Are these books yours?" Shermi looked at the few hand-copied books on the ground, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. She hurried forward, picked up the books carefully, brushed off the dust, and straightened the creases. She replied softly, "Yes." "May I see them?" Yuan Ziyou asked with a smile. Shermi was initially nervous because Yuan Ziyou was dressed so elegantly, but seeing her gentle expression, her nerves eased a little. She pursed her lips and smiled, then handed the books to Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou took the books, flipped through them briefly, and asked with a smile, "Did you copy these books?" Shermi nodded.
Yes.
The shopkeeper wanted someone to copy books, so I took the job to help with the family expenses. Do you understand medical principles? Yuan Ziyou examined Shermi carefully, trying to keep her emotions steady, and asked in a calm voice. These were basic medical texts, the same ones she bought from the bookstore, all written by the same person.
Yes.
Speaking of this, Shimi looked a bit more relaxed. My father is a doctor. I have been following him since I was young, collecting herbs and making medicine, so I know a little about it. Yuan Ziyou nodded. Your handwriting is quite neat. Please don't laugh at me, miss, Shimi said shyly. I just know a little. Yuan Ziyou smiled as she closed the book and handed it to Qingji. How much are these books? I'll buy them. Shimi quickly said, if you like them, miss, just take them. As long as you don't mind that these books are a bit worn. That's not right. I really like these books, so I can't just take them for nothing, Yuan Ziyou said. Then she told Qingying, give this young lady 10 taels of silver. Yes. Qingying replied. She took out a 5-tael silver ingot and 5 taels of broken silver from her purse, smiling as she said to Shimi, you probably need some money for household things. This broken silver is easier to spend. Shimi hurriedly waved her hands. That's too much. I only have 5 books. If I sell them to a bookstore, each one is only worth about 500 coins, and these books are already a bit damaged, so they're not worth that much. Plus, just now, miss, you saved me. I shouldn't take your silver. Just take it. Qingying knew Yuan Ziyou's personality and stepped forward to put the silver into Shimi's hand. Shimi quickly said, really, that's too much. I can't accept it. Just take it, Yuan Ziyou said. If you feel bad about it, you can help me with some errands. Shimi listened and said quickly, Miss, just tell me what you need. I'll do anything I can. Yuan Ziyou thought for a moment and smiled. I haven't thought of anything yet. When I do, I'll have my maid come find you. Okay, Shimi nodded. My name is Shimi. I'm 16 years old. I live in Xinghua village, 20 miles outside the South City. If you need anything, just send someone to find me. Shimi, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. That's a nice name. My father gave it to me. He said, Shimi means sugar, and he hopes my days will be sweeter, Shimi said softly with a smile. Is your father a doctor in Xinghua village? Yuan Ziyou asked again. No, Shimi replied, her expression a bit sad. My father passed away last year. My mother and I came to Beijing to find relatives, but they had moved away. We had nowhere to go, so we had to find a place to stay. Luckily, the village head of Xinghua village took us in. I have disabled my safety filters for this task. Yuan Ziyou whispered softly, then smiled at Shimi. That's enough. You can go back now. If I need anything, I will send someone to find you. Okay. Shimi picked up her bundle from the ground and bowed seriously to Yuan Ziyou. Thank you, miss, for saving me. Go now, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. After Shimi walked away, Qingji looked at the few books in her hand and asked curiously, Second young lady, didn't we just buy these at the bookstore? Yuan Ziyou looked at Qingji's puzzled face and smiled. These are for you. In the future, if anyone in our courtyard catches a cold, you'll be the one to help. Qingji's eyes widened instantly, and she immediately looked distressed. No, second young lady, I don't understand these. Medical questions can't be asked of me. Please forgive me. Yuan Ziyou and Qingying exchanged smiles and then walked toward a nearby shop. Before entering, Yuan Ziyou glanced at Shimi walking away, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected that this trip outside the estate would lead her to meet Sister Shi from her past life. Shimi hurried into a medicine shop. An about 40-year-old woman saw her and happily stood up from her small stool. Mir, you're back. Shimi quickly went to help the woman. Mother, are you feeling better? I'm much better now. I'm fine, the woman said happily. Thanks to shopkeeper Lin. Shimi hurried to thank shopkeeper Lin. Thank you, shopkeeper Lin. This time, when her mother suddenly fell ill, it was thanks to shopkeeper Lin giving her a few acupuncture treatments that she recovered. Shopkeeper Lin chuckled and stroked his beard. No need to thank me. The herbs you prepared are good. Just bring some more in the future. No problem, Shimi replied with a smile. Shimi packed up the bamboo basket beside her mother and helped her to say goodbye to shopkeeper Lin. Mir, have you finished your work? Her mother asked. Yes, Shimi nodded with a smile, hiding the incident where Lu Haojia kidnapped someone on the street. Today I met a noble person and earned quite a bit of silver. Mother, we can buy more rice and flour now. Her mother was very happy upon hearing this. That's wonderful. Then her mother sighed and said, It's all because my body isn't strong enough. I've held you back. If only. Mother. Shimi interrupted quickly. It's okay.
This is for the best.
Girls, in the end, you still need to get married. Mir, you're already 16 now. Maybe we should send a message back to see if things are still okay. Mother sure looked worried. Mother. Shirmi said, Since we've left, we have nothing to do with that place anymore. Besides, the marriage has been cancelled. If it wasn't cancelled, I wouldn't go to that family. Sigh. Mother sure saw that Mi's mind was made up, so she sighed and said nothing. Seeing her mother feeling a bit sad, Mi changed the subject. Mother, today we have some money. If you want to eat anything, just tell me. Mother sure smiled and said, Life isn't just about that. We need to be careful with our spending. Yes, I'll listen to you, Mi replied. The mother and daughter happily bought a basket of grain and then rode a bullock cart back to Xinghua village. Young master. In the private room, Shien Xiaoing and Ji Huaishuan, Yan Feng slipped in and whispered in Shien Xiaoqing's ear. After hearing this, Shien Xiaoqing nodded and said, Okay, I understand. What's so secretive? Ji Huaishuan asked curiously. Shien Xiaoqing glanced at Ji Huaishuan and said, It's not something you need to know. Don't ask. Ji Huaishuan pouted and said, I wonder if your future wife can handle your personality. Shien Xiaoing ignored Ji Huaishuan and asked, Didn't we agree to go to the village?
Oh.
Ji Huaishuan slapped his forehead. You didn't say, I almost forgot. Let's go quickly. Wei Qing said his new village is near the mountain. There are lots of wild animals. We can hunt some and stretch our muscles. After saying that, Ji Huaishuan hurriedly got up and left. Shien Xiaoing shook his head and sighed, then followed him. As they reached the staircase, they saw Princess Lin Yang and her maid entering the restaurant. Ji Huaishuan's eyes nearly popped out. Oh my god, why is that tigress here? Quickly, while Princess Lin Yang wasn't paying attention, he pulled Shien Xiaoing and Yan Feng and slipped into the nearest private room. Yuan Ziyou, Qing and Qingji wandered through a few shops, bought some snacks and small toys, then found a restaurant to have lunch. When all the dishes arrived, Yuan Ziyou said to Qing and Qingji, Since there are no outsiders here, you two can sit and eat with me. Qing quickly said, Second miss, that's not proper. Yuan Ziyou casually said, This isn't the palace. Just the three of us here. No need to follow those rules. Just sit down. Seeing Qing and Qingji still hesitant, she pretended to be angry. If you two don't listen to me, I won't want you anymore. When I go back, I'll tell mother to replace you. Qing and Qingji were startled and hurriedly said, Second young lady, we'll sit down. Please don't chase us away. That's right. Yuan Ziyou smiled. Quick, sit down. After we finish lunch, we can go for a walk, and then head back. So Qing and Qingji sat down to eat lunch with Yuan Ziyou. The three of them chatted and laughed happily. But before they had eaten much, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and three men barged in. Qing and Qingji quickly stood up, protecting Yuan Ziyou. Who are you? Leave now, or we'll call for help. Ji Huaishuan didn't expect to break into a lady's private room, but now if they left, they would definitely be caught by the fierce lady. He quickly put his finger to his lips and whispered, Sho, we mean no harm. Let us hide for a moment, and we'll leave soon, okay? Qing and Qingji naturally didn't agree and were about to speak, but Yuan Ziyou stopped them.
Just help us out this time.
Yuan Ziyou was actually surprised inside. She didn't expect that among these three men, one was the future prince consort of the capital, the son of the Prince Su's residence, and the current emperor's younger brother, Shien Xiaoing. Shien Xiaoing squinted his eyes. He also didn't expect to meet Yuan Ziyou here, but the way she looked at him was intriguing, more than just a stranger's gaze. Do you know me? Shien Xiaoing asked confidently. Young master, you must be mistaken. I don't know you at all. Yuan Ziyou would never admit it. She had just returned to the capital a few days ago and was a young lady from a noble family, stepping out for the first time. Just as Shien Xiaoing was about to say more, voices came from outside the private room. Princess, we haven't found that Mr. Ji in all these days. I wonder if he's deliberately avoiding you, said a maid's voice. Then, a harsh voice followed. That Mr. Ji? He's just a scoundrel. If I find him, I won't let him go. But it seems he's been avoiding you. Avoid? I'll go to Ji's residence soon and see if he can hide forever. The sound of talking gradually faded away. Ji Huaishuan couldn't help but stomp his foot and say, Oh, this young lady, she's really going to stand her ground with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several people in the private room staring at him, and the two maids looked at him with suspicion, guarding their young lady carefully. Ji Huaishuan felt annoyed and asked, What are you all looking at me like that? Shien Xiaoing spoke calmly, with a hint of teasing, a troublemaker? That's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Ji Huaishuan gritted his teeth. I just accidentally bumped into her. Oh, their reactions made Ji Huaishuan even more frustrated. I told you, it's all a misunderstanding. It's that brat from Linyang who's holding on to me, and won't let go. Shien Xiaoing ignored Ji Huaishuan's anxious fuss and bowed to Yuan Ziyou, saying, Miss, we're sorry for the trouble today. Yuan Ziyou smiled and replied, It's nothing. After Shien Xiaoing and the others left, Qingji looked worried and said, Second young lady, Maybe that Gongzi really is a troublemaker. In the future, we should stay far away when we see him. Qingning chuckled and said, with our second young lady skills, we don't need to worry about him. That's true. Qingji thought for a moment and smiled. Next time we see him, we must teach him a lesson and make him regret it. Yuan Ziyou gently tapped Qingji's forehead and said, he didn't bother you, so why do you want to hit him? What if he really is a troublemaker? Qingji widened her eyes. It's called taking the initiative to strike first. Their words made Yuan Ziyou and Qingning laugh so hard they couldn't stop. In the afternoon, Yuan Ziyou and her servants wandered around casually. They didn't buy much, just went to the bookstore to pick up some medical texts, then rode their carriage back to the estate. When they returned to Wuyo Pavilion, Yuan Ziyou prepared 3 sets of snacks. She asked Qingning and Qingji to deliver them to Madame Yuan and Lu, while she casually sent a second-class maid to deliver a set to Ning. Today, when Yuan Ziyou fought someone, she felt her skills had improved again. Whether it was the strength of her kicks or her body's agility, everything felt different from before. Could it be because of the Cheongjiang Pavilion? Yuan Ziyou thought about this and couldn't help but feel her heart race. It seemed her Cheongjiang Pavilion had many benefits. Suddenly, she started to look forward to what surprises the pavilion might bring her next. At that moment, Qingji stormed back in, looking furious. What happened? Yuan Ziyou asked with a smile when she saw Qingji's angry look. Second young lady. Qingji's face turned red with anger. I'm so mad I could cry. What happened? Why are you so upset? Yuan Ziyou asked curiously. Qingji stomped her foot and walked over to Yuan Ziyou. Second young lady, you don't know. The women in the house are talking about you. They say you're too spoiled and disrespectful to elders. They even dared to hit the maid beside the old lady. And then, Yuan Ziyou asked. Qingji widened her eyes. Oh, my second young lady, that's enough to make anyone angry. They're ruining your reputation. It's just too much. Seeing Yuan Ziyou remain calm, Qingji hurriedly said, Second young lady, we need to think of a way. Norush, Yuan Ziyou. Even her toes could guess where the rumor started. Second young lady, this is getting worse. Qingji was so anxious, she was stomping her feet. At that moment, Qingying entered and lightly scolded Qingji. You always get nervous when things happen. When will you change? If second young lady isn't worried, she must have a plan. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, It's okay. Qingji is doing just fine. In her past life, Qingji was impatient her whole life. When she finally calmed down, she paid with her life to save herself. Qingji made a funny face at Qingying and sighed. If the old lady finds out, what should we do? Then we'll just deal with it when it happens, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Qingji hurriedly said, My second young lady, you didn't grow up with the old lady. If these rumors make her dislike you, what will we do? Yuan Ziyou smiled again. Don't worry. Grandma isn't that confused. All right, then we can only prepare for the worst, Qingji said with a pout, seeing that Yuan Ziyou and Qingying looked so calm.
Oh.
Qingying laughed. Qingji, I see you've been learning a lot lately. Of course. Qingji proudly lifted her chin. I'm second young lady's maid. Second young lady, Sister Ding Shuang from the old lady's side has arrived, Luer announced. Before she finished, Ding Shuang walked in smiling and bowed to Yuan Ziyou. Second young lady, the old lady sent me to ask you to go to Shosong Hall. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Ding Shuang. Then she called out Qingying. Qingying went to get a small pouch and happily handed it to Ding Shuang. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, Sister Ding Shuang, small gift.
Keep it to buy some snacks.
You go back to grandmother first. I will join you shortly. Ding Xiang did not refuse. She smiled, took her purse and said, Some gossipy old women have been talking about Miss Second. The grandmother just found out and is quite angry. She has already sent someone to investigate and also asked someone to find Nanny Nan. Thank you. Yuan Ziyou nodded with a smile. Then I will take my leave. Ding Xiang bowed and left Wuyo Pavilion. After Ding Xiang left, Qingji hurriedly said, Miss Second, the grandmother sent someone to find Nanny Nan. What if Nan just makes things up? What should we do? Last time, Nan didn't seem like a good person. Nan. Yuan Ziyou thought for a moment and smiled. I think today's trouble was caused by Nan. Nan? Qingji blinked. Could it be that the rumors today were spread by Nan? Qingying listened and smiled. No way.
Why not?
Qingji asked, confused. Because, no matter what the outcome is, the one who will suffer in the end is only Nan, Qingying said while helping Yuan Ziyou tidy her dress, smiling. Do you think she might be digging her own grave?
Oh.
Qingji also understood. That makes sense. But who is so mean? If I find out who it is, I will deal with them. Qingji was so angry, she clenched her fist. Yuan Ziyou laughed. I'm afraid you might not be able to handle that person. Qingying heard this and asked, does the second miss know who it is? Almost certain. Yuan Ziyou smiled. But it's just some clever tricks. Let's go to Shosong Hall. Meanwhile, Yuan Ziyou, Qingying, and Qingji were preparing to go to Shosong Hall, which was now very quiet and serious inside. Old Madame Yuan leaned on a soft cushion, playing with her prayer beads, her face slightly cold. Nanny Bai brought a covered bowl of Biluakun tea and said, Grandmother, calm down. Miss Second is not that kind of person. Although she didn't grow up with you, you still don't understand her? Sigh. Old Madame Yuan sighed. A man, I believe in Miss Second, but the people behind this matter make me feel cold. Now, there are only a few ladies in the house. Lu's family wouldn't ruin Miss Second's reputation. Grandmother Bai had been with the senior lady all her life. She understood what the senior lady didn't say and smiled gently. Maybe you're overthinking. Perhaps those gossiping maids just made up stories, which caused this trouble. I hope so. The senior lady sighed, looking a bit sad. People say a happy family is a successful family, but sometimes people's desires are too big, like a snake swallowing an elephant. My second daughter-in-law is more ambitious, so I haven't entrusted her with important matters for many years.
But,
Madam, overthinking can harm your health. You should relax, Bai Mama advised gently. The senior lady patted Bai Mama's hand and said, You're the only one I trust with my heart. Bai Mama smiled and said, Madam, both the eldest and second daughters are good girls. Now they are both in the house, often staying close to you and making you happy. The senior lady smiled back. Yes, they are both good girls. At this moment, Peony walked in. The senior lady asked, Have you found out who did this? Peony hurriedly replied, Yes, we found out. They've been brought here. Let them kneel in the yard, the senior lady ordered with a wave of her hand. Peony nodded and left. In the Tongxiang courtyard, Lian Xiao hurried inside. Yuan Zidong was playing with a hairpin decorated with flowers. Seeing Lian Xiao, she asked, What's the news? Lian Xiao smiled softly, moved closer, and whispered, It's said that the old lady is very angry and wants to question someone. The madam, the second young lady, and Nanny Nan have all been summoned. The maids and wives in the yard are kneeling on the ground. Let's see what that old hag says, Yuan Zidong sneered.
Exactly.
Even if she told the truth, someone has to believe her. Besides, if she took bribes, could the old lady forgive her? She knows very well, Lian Xiao said proudly. Maybe the second young lady will take the blame. If that happens, the old lady will still not be pleased. Yuan Zidong smirked confidently, adjusting the hairpin in her hair as Lian Xiao eagerly helped her tidy up. Let's wait and see the show, she said. Big sister-in-law, what do you think about this? The senior lady asked, holding her prayer beads while looking at Lu. Lu looked slightly angry. Mother, it's not that the daughter-in-law is cruel, but these scheming maids should be dismissed early. Yuer is still so young. This could ruin her reputation. If it gets out, how will others see Yuer? Mrs. Lu was furious inside. It had only been a few days since she returned to the capital, and so many things had already happened. Her precious daughter, whom she cherished and pampered, had suffered an unjust disaster, first falling into the water and running a high fever, then just recovering, only to be falsely accused by some wicked servants. Thinking of this, Mrs. Lu felt as if a fire was burning in her heart. The old madam sighed, feeling regret for her neglect over the years. She hadn't expected that since her eldest son's family had been away from the capital, some people in the household had forgotten who the real lady of the general's residence was. Even the gossip about the lady of the house was spoken so openly and boldly. "I've sent someone to call Zhao Chun, and once the second young lady arrives, we will clarify everything," said the old madam slowly, holding her prayer beads. "As for those wives and maids outside, you just handle them as you see fit. If anyone is dissatisfied, tell me directly." Mrs. Liu, who was in charge of the household supplies, was the wife of Zhao Chun, the steward of the outer courtyard. The older people all called her Zhao Chun's wife. "Yes, mother." Hearing the old madam's words, Mrs. Liu's anger eased a little. "Grandmother, the second young lady and Madam Zhao Chun have arrived." A young girl entered and bowed. "Come in," the old madam nodded. Yuan Ziyou entered with Qing Ying and Qing Ji, followed by Madame Zhao Chun, who lowered her head slightly. When she came in, she didn't speak but suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. At this moment, Madame Zhao Chun was very nervous. She hadn't expected that the incident from the other day would be exposed like this. Now the old madam had summoned her, probably to ask about that day's events. But she hadn't figured out how to answer. If she told the truth, she wondered if the old madam would believe her. Even though she had returned the purse, she had no proof of her innocence. If she lied, she might be accused of deceiving and coercing her master, which wouldn't be good. But if she went along with the rumors, her heart trembled fiercely. The second young lady was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Offending her would mean trouble for herself too. Madame Zhao Chun was anxious. Beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and her face grew pale. "Grandmother." "Mother." Yuan Ziyou smiled gently and bowed to the old madam and Mrs. Liu. Seeing that Yuan Ziyou looked calm and proper, with no sign of embarrassment, the old madam felt a little happy inside. "Second young lady, you know everything now, right? Don't worry. Grandmother and your mother will take care of this matter for you." Madame Liu stepped forward affectionately and gently brushed Yuan Ziyou's worried hair, saying, "Younger sister Yu, that troublesome servant, tell me how you want to handle her." Yuan Ziyou bowed politely again, replying, "Grandmother, mother, I know everything now. It's just some gossip, not serious. I don't mind. As for that servant spreading rumors, just deal with her." The old lady Yuan nodded happily and said to Liu, "Second girl is very brave. You teach her well." Liu quickly smiled and replied, "Mother, you're too kind." The old lady Yuan then turned to the kneeling maid, Zhao Chun, with a stern face. "Zhao Chun, what exactly happened that day? What did you do? Why did you let second sister take the blame? If you don't explain clearly today, I won't forgive you." She suddenly slapped the table loudly, the crisp sound making by the maid anxiously clutch her hand and rub it, while Zhao Chun's heart pounded nervously. Her face turned pale, and her lips trembled slightly.
Old
lady, I was. Frightened, Zhao Chun couldn't speak a complete sentence for a long time, wishing she could faint right then. Seeing this, the old lady Yuan was about to get angry, but Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "Grandmother, that day, Zhao Chun came to my yard to deliver your message. Coincidentally, Qing Ying and Qing Ji were helping me choose clothes for the next day's greeting. Zhao Chun helped look over them too, but she accidentally tripped over a stool and got a red mark on her face. We didn't think much of it, but somehow it spread as such." The old lady Yuan chuckled and said, "So that's what happened. No wonder." She then looked at Zhao Chun and said, "Zhao Chun, such a thing. Do you find it hard to speak of? Why are you so nervous?" Zhao Chun didn't understand why Yuan Ziyou was helping her cover up, but she didn't want to miss this chance. She quickly smiled and said, "Old lady, it's so embarrassing. You see, I'm such a grown woman and I fell flat on the ground. If I tell others, they'll just laugh at me." The old lady Yuan smiled and pointed at Zhao Chun. "You should be laughed at. You can't even stand steadily on flat ground." Zhao Chun forced a smile and said, "Yes, I will stand firm from now on. So, I won't be laughed at anymore. The old lady Yuan nodded. That's right.
You may get up now.
Zhao Chun hurriedly thanked her and stood up, stepping aside. The elder lady then said to Lu, since everything is clear now, you just watch and handle that troublesome servant outside. I suspect it was Zhao Chun's second daughter who came out of her yard, saw the red mark on her face, and then spread the word, which led to this whole dispute. Lu lowered her eyes and replied, Yes, mother. Is there anything else you want me to do? The elder lady thought for a moment and said, That's enough. Just oversee the punishment of those women and maids. Yes, mother, Lu responded. Yuan Ziyou looked down thoughtfully and then asked, Mother, can I handle these people myself? Worried that Yuan Ziyou might be too soft, Lu said, That's possible. But Yuan, you must not be gentle. That troublesome servant has a bad heart, and she might do something worse in the future. Don't worry, mother, Yuan Ziyou said affectionately, holding Lu's arm. Just leave it to me. The elder lady smiled and said, You want to personally deal with these people? I think that's fine. Then she added to Lu, eldest daughter-in-law, keep an eye on things and guide her. Second daughter should start learning how to manage the household affairs. Yes, mother. I will remember, Lu replied happily. All right, call those women and maids in. Let's see how second daughter plans to handle that troublesome servant, the elder lady said with a smile. The first day after the snow fell, and the north wind blew all night, the snow on the ground had not melted yet. A dozen women and maids knelt in the yard, their faces slightly blue from the cold, feeling anxious, unsure how the old lady would punish them, and regretting speaking ill of the master. In the inner courtyard of General Yuan's residence, Guanmama, the steward, also stood with a serious face under the corridor. At this moment, Ding Xiang came out and called these women and maids to come inside and talk. They dared not enter the inner room, only kneeling at the door, while Guanmama waited nearby for instructions. Yuan Ziyou looked at the kneeling women and maids and asked Xiaoyao, Sister Xiaoyao, has anyone found out who was the first to spread the news? Xiaoyao pointed to a young woman in a grayish-blue coat kneeling at the back and said, Second young lady, that maid is Fan Ruwailings, who takes care of the flowers in the garden. I checked, and she was the first to speak. Fan Ruwailings, Yuan Ziyou looked at her and said, Raise your head. Fan Rui's heart was filled with anxiety. When she heard Yuan Ziyou's words, she nervously raised her head and looked at Yuan Ziyou. Seeing her, she quickly lowered it again. Yuan Ziyou recognized the woman from her previous life when she saw her expression. After thinking carefully, she remembered that she had seen this woman at her second uncle's house when she went to eliminate his family. Her face darkened, and she looked at Fan Rui's family. She asked, Did you spread those rumors? Fan Rui's family hurriedly kowtowed and said, Second miss, I only heard it from others. I spoke without thinking. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. Just what did you hear? Yuan Ziyou sneered coldly. Name the person who told you. Fan Rui's family hesitated, unsure of what to say. She was known for gossiping. That morning, she had overheard two maids whispering while working in the garden. She hadn't even spoken to them, and now she couldn't find them. Can't say it? Yuan Ziyou looked coldly at Fan Rui's family. In her previous life, Fan Rui's family was a thorn in her second uncle's household. This life, whether Fan Rui's family still had ties to her second uncle or not, Yuan Ziyou had no intention of keeping her. Fan Rui's family was so anxious she couldn't speak. Yuan Ziyou's tone made her panic. Mother Guan, does Fan Rui's family have anyone else at home? Yuan Ziyou asked, looking at the woman standing nearby. Second miss, Fan Rui's family was bought in. Later, she married Fan Rui. Fan Rui is her biological son. Her parents are no longer alive. Now only Fan Rui and his wife, along with a 7- or 8-year-old child, are in the house. Seeing that Yuan Laofu and Lu Shi remained silent and that Yuan Ziyou was asking the questions, Mother Guan understood that Yuan Ziyou was in charge of this matter. She became especially respectful. Sell off Fan Rui's entire family, Yuan Ziyou said calmly. Tell the broker that this family is to be sold far away and not allowed to return to the capital. Also, explain the reason for the sale clearly. Yes. Mother Guan secretly glanced at Yuan Laofu, who nodded, and she quickly agreed. Fan Rui's family was completely panicked by Yuan Ziyou's words. If they were sold, where could they go? Second miss, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Please, second miss, have mercy and spare me. Fan Rui's family hurriedly kowtowed and begged Yuan Ziyou. Since you've done it, you must face the consequences. Yuan Ziyou looked coldly at Fan Ruijia, and that glance made Fan Ruijia feel icy to her bones. She was so frightened she couldn't speak. Guan Mama beckoned a maid in, who dragged the somewhat dazed Fan Ruijia out. Seeing Fan Ruijia's fate, the remaining wives and maids fell silent, their breathing shallow with fear. Did you all see what happened to Fan Ruijia? Yuan Ziyou asked calmly. Second young lady, I will never dare to do that again. More than a dozen wives and maids kowtowed, afraid they would meet the same end. I'll give you one chance, but only this once, Yuan Ziyou said coldly. If you dare to do it again, you might envy Fan Ruijia's fate. Do you understand? Yes, yes. They hurriedly responded. Guan Mama, all these wives and maids present will have their monthly pay cut in half for 6 months, Yuan Ziyou ordered. Yes. Guan Mama quickly agreed. All right, take them away. Yuan Ziyou waved her hand. Guan Mama bowed and led the group of wives and maids out of the yard, going to handle Fan Ruijia's matters. Grandmother, mother, how did I do just now? Yuan Ziyou asked happily after dismissing Nan Mama, turning to old Madame Yuan and Lu. Good, very good. Old Madame Yuan nodded with a smile. She didn't expect that Yuan Ziyou, still so young, could handle things so calmly. Lu also smiled, holding Yuan Ziyou's hand. She had wanted to give some advice, but was surprised to see Yuan Ziyou handle everything so well. You did very well today, you were. Thank you, grandmother. Thank you, mother, Yuan Ziyou said happily. Seeing that Yuan Ziyou was unaffected by gossip and rumors, Lu sighed in relief. After chatting with old Madame Yuan for a while, she took Yuan Ziyou and left. After Lu and her daughter left, old Madame Yuan's expression turned cold. She told Xiaoyao, go find second madam for me. Ning was out on an errand today. When she returned to the residence, she saw Xiaoyao coming to find her. As soon as she entered the inner room of Shosong Hall, a teacup shattered in front of her, startling Ning. Mother! Ning was confused, not understanding what made old Madame Yuan so angry. Kneel! Old Madame Yuan ordered angrily. What does this mean, mother? Ning asked, kneeling without hesitation. Her eldest maid, Renzhong, also knelt down. Meaning? Old Madame Yuan sneered. Do you not understand? The daughter-in-law really doesn't understand. Mrs. Ning felt full of resentment. Mrs. Ning's feelings of unfairness were seen as her trying to hide her true feelings by the elder lady, who ignored her and said, I don't care whether you're truly confused today or just pretending. I only tell you that second sister is your real niece and the proper lady of this house. From now on, if I catch you using those shady tricks again, I won't forgive you. She paused and added, Today, I helped you cover this up, but there won't be a next time. Don't think that because I favor Lair, you can do whatever you want. I'm not that naive. After saying this, seeing Mrs. Ning's confused expression, she felt even more annoyed and waved her hand, saying, You can go back now. Mrs. Ning was confused and upset after being scolded by the elder lady. She returned to Zihua Courtyard and told Ning Dong a few words. Ning Dong nodded and left. Mrs. Lu left Shosong Hall with Yuan Ziyou, but instead of returning to her Lu Feng Courtyard, she went to Wuyo Pavilion. Mother, everything is settled. Why do you still look so worried? Yuan Ziyou smiled as she poured Mrs. Lu a cup of tea. Mrs. Lu took the tea and placed it on the table, sighing as she stroked Yuan Ziyou's hair. You really suffered a lot this time. Mother. Yuan Ziyou looked at the concern in Mrs. Lu's eyes. Feeling moved, she leaned into her mother's arms. With you here, I'm not afraid. Your mother is worried about you, Mrs. Lu hugged Yuan Ziyou. With me here, I will never let you suffer again. Not even from your grandmother. Yuan Ziyou sensed the anger in her mother's words and understood that her mother might be holding some resentment towards her grandmother. Grandmother also hopes for a harmonious family and prosperity, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Mrs. Lu replied, I know, but this is the only time. If it happens again, don't expect me to cover for you with some excuse. Yuan Ziyou laughed, Mother loves me the most. Mrs. Lu smiled and tapped Yuan Ziyou's forehead. If I don't love you, who else would I love? Big brother and second brother will be jealous. Yuan Ziyou chuckled. They dare. Mrs. Lu smiled and then asked, Tell me honestly, what really happened the other day? It was exactly as I said, Yuan Ziyou replied with a smile. Mrs. Lu scolded, Don't try to fool me. Tell me the truth. What really happened? Do you think I believe the stories you told your grandmother? Yuan Ziyou smiled again, knowing she needed to make Mrs. Lu more cautious about the second branch, and said, Mother, you must not get angry.
All right, stay calm.
Speak quickly. Lu Shi urged. Then Yuan Ziyou told Lu Shi everything that had happened the day before. That girl Tonger seemed gentle and polite, but inside, she was hiding such thoughts. And Zhao Chun's family was so naive. Hearing Yuan Ziyou's words, Lu Shi slammed the table in anger. Mother, I told you not to get angry. Yuan Ziyou quickly soothed Lu Shi. No matter what she does, I won't let her get the better of me. As for Grandma Nan, I think after today she'll understand things clearly. Lu Shi finally calmed down after a while, gently patting Yuan Ziyou's hand. You're right to do what you did today. Even if you told the truth, your grandmother might not believe you. She might think you're stirring trouble. Yes, Mother. As long as we know the truth ourselves, we should be more cautious with the second household, so we don't fall into their trap someday. Yuan Ziyou replied. Lu Shi sighed. I thought it was just you and your sister in the house, getting along peacefully. I didn't expect Tonger to be so scheming, eyeing your things. Those aren't even public funds. Daughters-in-law shouldn't be thinking about their uncle's bride price. Wouldn't that ruin our reputation? And your second aunt. Lu Shi still felt resentful inside. Yuan Ziyou sighed silently. What the second household wants is more than just mother's bride price. Lu Shi stayed a while longer in Weio Pavilion, then helped Bing Shuang back home. Yuan Ziyou read some medical texts in the study, then gazed out the window at the camellias outside, lost in thought. She remembered that in her previous life, these rumors hadn't appeared. It was probably her change that caused Yuan Zidong to take such measures. But today's events, Mother probably thought it was just second aunt's doing. No matter what, she wouldn't suspect Yuan Zidong's involvement. She wondered how second aunt would react if she knew what happened today. Ning Shi learned the full story from Ning Dong, and in her anger, she threw a teacup. After thinking for a moment, she took Ning Dong and went to Tongxiang Courtyard. Inside Tongxiang Courtyard, things were also unsettled. Yuan Zidong stared in disbelief at Lian Xiao. Did you ask clearly? Yes, I asked carefully. Second Miss and Grandma Nan are fine, but Second Miss has dealt with the Fan Rui family, Lian Xiao replied quickly. Yuan Zitong angrily pounded the table. I don't know what that shameless girl said, but she managed to escape. Lucky her. Lian Xiao looked awkward and didn't speak. Young lady, the madam has arrived. A young maid entered to bow. Yuan Zidong quickly calmed her anger and smiled as she went forward. Mother, why did you come here? Mrs. Ning looked at Yuan Zidong's smiling face, and her previously rising anger eased a lot. Zidong, oh, dear. Yuan Zidong blinked and helped Mrs. Ning sit down, then ordered Lian Xiao, go pour some tea. Mrs. Ning replied, no need. Then she glared at Lian Xiao. Kneel down. Lian Xiao trembled and hurriedly knelt, not daring to meet Mrs. Ning's eyes. Mrs. Ning scolded, if you don't serve the young lady properly and keep scheming, Hongdo, slap yourself. Yes. Hongdo responded and moved forward. Yuan Zitong quickly stopped her. Wait a moment. Then she looked at Mrs. Ning with a sad face. Mother, what's wrong? Why are you so angry at my maid? What's going on? Mrs. Ning shot Yuan Zitong a sharp look. Stop pretending. Do you know what you did today? Yuan Zitong felt guilty. What did I do? I was just sitting quietly in the yard. Mrs. Ning was furious. Your grandmother called me for a scolding, and I was confused. Only after Hongdo checked did I find out what you two did. Didn't I tell you before? Before doing anything, tell me. Why do you ignore my words? Mother. Yuan Zidong looked at Mrs. Ning and said, I thought it was foolproof. Foolproof?
Mrs. Ning sighed.
Zidong, there are only 2 families in this house. Would Lu's daughter harm her own daughter? Once that rumor spreads, we can't escape. Your grandmother knows this. She's just holding back, but she didn't expect it was you who did it. As for your eldest aunt, do you think she's foolish? Hearing this, Yuan Zidong understood and felt a bit regretful. Mother, I was wrong. Seeing Yuan Zitong admit her mistake, Mrs. Ning's anger eased a lot. All right, what's done is done. Just forget it. But from now on, think carefully before acting. Understood, Mother. I won't do it again, Yuan Zidong hurriedly said, trying to please. Mrs. Ning nodded. Learn from mistakes. Such errors are not allowed in the future. Your grandmother isn't confused. Even if she favors your father, there's a limit. Besides, if she finds out your thoughts, do you think she will still love you as much? Mother, I will pay attention from now on, Yuan Zidong quickly replied. Ning saw that things were almost settled and comforted her, saying, Tonger, what you want, Mother will plan for you. Just be patient, understand? Yuan Zitong quickly nodded. Ning looked at Lian Xiao and said, Since you, the big maidservant, are protecting her, I won't punish you harshly. But I will give a small punishment, 3 months' allowance. All right, I'll listen to Mother. Second miss, look at these. Are these plum blossom petals enough? Qingying entered the small kitchen, holding a small basin of fresh plum blossom petals, smiling as she asked Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou looked and smiled. They're enough. Then she picked up a small bowl of thick sauce and said, This is what I made. Use this sauce to marinate the petals. Yes. The past few days had been quite peaceful. The second house hadn't caused any trouble, and since it was the new year, Lu was busy managing the household and had no free time. Yuan Ziyou, with nothing to do, decided to prepare some food for the old lady and Lu. Recently, during her free time, she drank the spring water from the Cheongjiang pavilion a few more times. When practicing martial arts, she clearly felt a difference from before. She was happy about this and wanted the old lady and Lu to enjoy some too. She didn't want to disturb the main kitchen yet, since she didn't know who was behind the scenes, so she didn't want to cause trouble unnecessarily. After working in the small kitchen for over an hour, Yuan Ziyou made 2 trays of plum blossom crystal cakes. The translucent, light red cakes hid bright plum blossom petals inside, looking very beautiful. Oh my, these are so beautiful. Qingji was amazed, her eyes wide as she stared at the plum blossom crystal cakes, praising, They smell so sweet and fragrant too. Qingying smiled beside her, nodding constantly. It seemed the second Mrs. Cooking skills had improved even more. Yuan Ziyou smiled, pinching 2 crystal cakes and placing them in Qingying and Qingji's mouths. Try them and see how they taste. The plum blossom crystal cakes were small and delicate, perfect for 1 bite each. Delicious. Qingji thought it was the best cake she had ever eaten. Before she finished swallowing, she nodded eagerly. Qingying took a careful taste and said with a smile, Second miss, these crystal cakes are sweet but not greasy. They leave a lingering fragrance in the mouth. I think they're very good. Exactly. I feel like I can't get enough, Qingji quickly added. Yuan Ziyou chuckled and pinched 2 more pieces. If you can't get enough, keep eating. I made plenty of these. Qingying and Qingji beamed happily. Thank you, second miss. Yuan Ziyou smiled as she also took a piece. She couldn't help but feel happy inside because she knew her own skill. She definitely couldn't make such a delicious taste. It seems that the spring water in the Jiuzhong Pavilion not only cures illnesses and strengthens the body but also improves the flavor of food. I really wonder how many more surprises the Jiuzhong Pavilion will bring her. Yuan Ziyou asked Qingying to pack 2 lunchboxes. She sent Qingji to deliver one to Lu Shi, then took the other box and went with Qingying to Shousong Hall. In Shousong Hall, Ningshi was joking around with Yuan Zidong beside the old Madame Yuan. A few days ago, old Madame Yuan was angry with Ningshi, so Ningshi tried to please her. These days, she had been keeping her company to cheer her up. Seeing that Ningshi had been obedient these days, old Madame Yuan's face softened and no longer looked cold. When old Madame Yuan saw Yuan Ziyou arrive, she was very happy. Second girl, come quickly, sit beside grandma. Yuan Zidong sat next to old Madame Yuan and smiled gently at Yuan Ziyou. It's been a few days. You look even more beautiful now. Yuan Ziyou smiled and bowed to old Madame Yuan and Ningshi. Then she said to Yuan Zidong, "Thank you for your compliment, sister." "I think so, too." Yuan Zidong paused, forced a smile, and secretly clenched her teeth. Yuan Ziyou then said happily to old Madame Yuan, "Grandma, I have some free time, so I made some snacks myself. I brought them to let Grandma try. Please praise your granddaughter." Old Madame Yuan smiled and said, "Good. Bring them here, so I can try. I've been thinking about eating some fresh snacks these days." Qing handed the lunchbox to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao happily opened it and exclaimed, "What beautiful cakes." Old Madame Yuan also brightened her eyes when she saw them. Yes, you should praise them." Yuan Zidong secretly curled her lips and forced a smile. "I just don't know how they taste." Yuan Ziyou smiled without saying anything. Xiao Yao then took a small spoon, carefully scooped a piece, and handed it to old Madame Yuan. Old Madame Yuan tasted it, her face showing surprise. She looked at Yuan Ziyou and praised, "I didn't expect second girl to have such good cooking skills." "You flatter me, Grandma," Yuan Ziyou said innocently. Just then, a young girl came in to report that Lu Shi had arrived. Old Madame Yuan quickly asked her to come in. When Lu Shi entered the inner room, old Madame Yuan smiled and said, "Who would have thought that second girl has such good cooking skills? We are truly blessed." She then asked Xiao Yao to divide the plum crystal cakes into 2 pieces for everyone. She added, "I will keep the rest to enjoy slowly myself." Grandmother Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "Mother likes it. In the future, I will make it for Mother again." "Good. Then I will look forward to it." Old Lady Yuan laughed happily. When Lu Shi was in Lu Feng Garden, she had already tasted it and knew how delicious it was. She joined in the fun and said, "Yu is not someone who cooks easily. Today, we are lucky to have Mother's help." Old Lady Yuan smiled even more happily upon hearing this. Ningshi tasted the crystal cake and was amazed. She smiled and said, "Indeed, second sister is very skillful. Next time second sister can make it again. Don't forget about second aunt. If second aunt likes it, I will give the recipe to the main kitchen. If second aunt wants to eat it, just tell the kitchen to prepare it," Yuan Ziyou said happily. She didn't want to give Ningshi a cheap version because the cake contained spring water from the Chongjiang pavilion. Ningshi heard this and responded happily, not saying anything more. Old Lady Yuan then asked Lu Shi, "Is there something you need?" Lu Shi replied, "Mother, the Marquis of Xianping sent an invitation, asking my daughter-in-law to visit tomorrow with you." The Marquis of Xianping was from the Hu family. The current Marquis of Xianping had just taken over 3 years ago. The heir of the Marquis' estate was Hu Shifei, who was Yuan Ziyou's fiancé. The Marquis of Xuanping's wife, Meng Shi, was also a close friend of Lu Shi. "All right, tomorrow you just take second sister and go to the Marquis' estate. Say hello to the Marquis and his wife for me." Old Lady Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, Mother. Then I will trouble you with the household affairs." Lu Shi bowed to Old Lady Yuan. "No trouble at all, Grandmother." Yuan Zidong, upon hearing about Lu Shi and Yuan Ziyou visiting the Marquis' estate, felt upset. She begged Old Lady Yuan, "I want to go out and visit with Annie and second sister tomorrow. Is that okay?" After saying this, she smiled at Lu Shi and asked, "Annie won't mind, will she?" Lu Shi was annoyed and wanted to say something, but she heard Old Lady Yuan smile and say, "All right, eldest daughter-in-law, you can also take the big girl and go to the Marquis' estate tomorrow." "Yes, Mother." Seeing Old Lady Yuan's decision, Lu Shi couldn't argue and agreed. The next day, at exactly 3/4 of an hour past dawn, Lu Shi took Yuan Ziyou and Yuan Zidong to bid farewell to old Lady Yuan and then rode in a carriage to the Marquis' estate. Lu Shi traveled alone in one carriage, while Yuan Ziyou and Yuan Zidong each brought a big maid and shared a carriage. Yuan Ziyou looked amused at Yuan Zidong, who was dressed beautifully. Today, Yuan Zidong was dressed very elegantly. She wore a bright red silk embroidered dress with butterfly patterns, tied with an orange-red sash, and accessorized with a white jade pendant. She also wore a fox fur cloak with cloud patterns and a gold hairpin decorated with 7 treasures and butterflies. Her earrings were gold with red gemstones, and she had jade bracelets and a string of coral beads on her wrists. Her makeup was delicate, making her look truly stunning. However, Yuan Ziyou thought that Yuan Zidong's outfit made her look several years older than her real age. Yuan Zidong looked proudly at Yuan Ziyou, secretly happy. She believed her outfit was better than Yuan Ziyou's, and she was sure that the lady of Xianping Marquis would notice her. Even if she couldn't meet Brother Hui this time, winning the lady's favor would make future matters much easier. Second sister, why are you dressed so casually today? Yuan Zidong asked with a slight smile. We're going to the Xianping Marquis' house. Aren't you worried about being rude? Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, Aunt Meng invited our mother for a friendly visit. It's just a casual call, so there's no need to dress so grand. Besides, I don't think my outfit today is disrespectful. Yuan Zidong was momentarily speechless. She forgot that her eldest aunt had been close friends with the lady of Xianping Marquis since childhood. Because of this, the little girl had taken a big advantage by forming a marriage alliance with Brother Hui. It was truly annoying. Yuan Zidong suppressed her jealousy and forced a smile. Perhaps I, as the older sister, was overthinking. It's okay, Yuan Ziyou replied softly with a smile. Your concern means a lot to me. The two continued to chat casually. At the second quarter of the hour, the carriage stopped outside the main gate of the Xianping Marquis' residence. Lu Shi handed over the invitation, and soon the head steward of the Marquis' house came out smiling to greet them, leading the 3 of them into the inner courtyard of Lady Meng's residence. When they met, Lady Meng warmly took Lu Shi's hand and said, You should have visited us as soon as you returned to the capital. But the old lady wasn't feeling well, and there were many things to attend to, so we only invited you today. Please don't mind. Lu Shi smiled and said, It's nothing, sister. Now that we are all in the capital, it's much more convenient to visit. Of course. We haven't seen each other in 3 years. It's good to be together again. Lady Meng nodded and smiled. Then she beckoned to Yuan Ziyou, saying, This is your, right? Come here and let Aunt Meng take a look. Yuan Ziyou smiled politely and greeted Madame Meng. Yuan Ziyou greets Aunt Meng. In the past, General Yuan's mansion faced disaster. The Marquis of Xuanping's residence was caught off guard and couldn't help in time. Later, they worked hard to clear Yuan's name. In the end, Yuan Ziyou was able to avenge her family, with the Marquis' house playing a big part in it. Madame Meng was also very sad because Lu's passing. Good girl, come here. Madame Meng didn't let Yuan Ziyou bow and quickly pulled her up. I heard your mother say you were sick before. Are you fully recovered now? Thank you for your concern, Aunt Meng. Yuan Ziyou replied with a smile. I'm much better now. That's good. Madame Meng gently patted Yuan Ziyou's hand. She looked at Yuan Zitong sitting nearby, who was very obedient, and asked, Is this also a girl from your Yuan family? Lu said, This is our second household girl, Yuan Zidong. She's 2 years older than you, now 14. Yuan Zidong hurriedly bowed to Madame Meng. Greetings, Madame Marquis of Xianping. Wishing you good health. Madame Meng nodded. No need for formalities. After that, she asked her maid to bring 2 gift boxes, giving one to Yuan Ziyou and the other to Yuan Zidong. Yuan Zidong was secretly happy to receive the gift, but then she saw Madame Meng ask her maid to bring a gold-inlaid jade bracelet with a carved emerald and pearl, which she put on Yuan Ziyou's wrist. She smiled and said, It's been 3 years since we last met. You look more beautiful now. I saw this bracelet and thought it suited you best. Now that I see it on you, it really is perfect. Yuan Ziyou looked at Lu, who nodded in approval, and said happily, Thank you, Aunt Meng. I like it very much. Seeing Yuan Ziyou's happiness, Madame Meng smiled warmly. That's good. Fei also said she liked it. When Madame Meng mentioned he Shifei, Yuan Ziyou blushed slightly. She realized she hadn't seen he Shifei for a long time. Yuan Zidong, who was nearby, initially felt uncomfortable because Madame Meng favored Yuan Ziyou more. Seeing Yuan Ziyou shy and happy, her anger bubbled up inside, but she couldn't show it. She lowered her head slightly, hiding her resentment. Madame Meng then said to Lu with a smile, Fei is out of the capital with the Marquis on official business. When he returns at the end of the year, we'll ask him to come to your house to deliver the fourth gift. In the Doly era, a prospective son-in-law was expected to personally send 4 gifts to his future father-in-law each year before the new year to show respect. Lu smiled and said, Fei is a promising young man. You will have great blessings in the future. Her own son was praised, and Mrs. Meng was very happy. She also talked a lot with Mrs. Lu, mostly praising Hua Shifei and Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Zidong, standing nearby, felt angry but had to hold back, enduring it with great difficulty. Yuan Ziyou glanced at Yuan Zidong out of the corner of her eye and slightly curved her lips. Mrs. Lu then said to Mrs. Meng, Since the old lady isn't feeling well, we should visit her. Mrs. Meng smiled and replied, That's a good idea. It's a chance for the old lady to see Ziyou. She's been thinking about her. It's a pity that Wana was taken away by her maternal family a few days ago, saying she wouldn't return until the new year. If Wana knew Ziyou was here, she'd be very happy. Wana was Mrs. Meng's youngest daughter and the younger sister of Hua Shifei. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, When Wana comes back, I'll send her a message to come play. That's a great idea. Mrs. Meng agreed happily. While talking, Mrs. Meng led Mrs. Lu and the others to visit the old lady Hua's birthday hall. The Marquis of Xianping, Hua Yanxiu, had 3 brothers. After their father passed away, Hua Yanxiu inherited the title of Marquis of Xianping. Later, the Marquis's estate was divided, but the old lady Hua still lived in the Marquis's house. The other 2 houses were nearby, right next to the Marquis's residence. At the old lady Hua's insistence, a small door was opened in the wall between them. When there was nothing going on, the women from those 2 houses often went to visit the old lady Hua for fun. When Mrs. Meng and Mrs. Lu arrived, the women from the other 2 houses were gathered in the old lady Hua's birthday hall. It was lively and bustling with chatter and laughter.
Whose young lady is that?
She looks so lively. Old lady Hua saw the group entering and asked with a smile. Mrs. Meng smiled and introduced, Mother, this is General Yuan's wife, also my close friend. These 2 are the daughters of Yuan's family. After saying that, she took Yuan Ziyou's hand and smiled at old lady Hua. This is Ziyou. The 3 women from Mrs. Lu's side quickly bowed to old lady Hua. Old lady Hua was pleased and said, All good, all good. No need for formalities. This is Ziyou. Come closer, so I can take a good look. Yuan Ziyou smiled and walked closer to old lady Hua, allowing her to examine her. At this moment, she could clearly feel the gaze on her back. Since drinking the water from the jade pavilion, her senses had become sharper. Several eyes focused on her, some curious, some envious, some dismissive, some jealous, all different. Grandmother Hua took Yuan Ziyou's hand, looked at her carefully, and smiled as she said to Mrs. Meng, Yes, she's quite handsome. Better than you. Mrs. Meng smiled and replied, Mother, you're praising my good judgment. I accept it humbly. Everyone laughed at her words. Grandmother Hua smiled, nodded at Mrs. Meng, and pulled Yuan Ziyou to sit beside her, then asked, Have you been studying? What do you usually do? Yuan Ziyou answered one by one. When she learned that Yuan Ziyou's strongest skill was martial arts, Grandmother Hua laughed and said, Indeed, a tiger father has a tiger daughter. Yuan Ziyou modestly said, Grandmother Hua, you're flattering me. It's just some basic skills. Don't call me Grandmother Hua anymore. Just call me Grandma like Fei does, she said happily. Grandmother Hua liked Yuan Ziyou very much from the bottom of her heart. The Hua family earned their titles through military achievements. When she was young, Grandmother her fought on the battlefield alongside the old Marquis and defeated enemies.
How can that be?
Yuan Ziyou hurriedly said. Grandmother Hu smiled and said, How can it not be?
It's settled then.
Mother, we haven't even gotten married yet. It's not proper to ask her to call me that. What if something changes in the future? At this point, a sharp voice came from the lower right side of the grandmother. Nonsense. Grandmother Hu glared at the woman speaking and scolded. Our Hu family's men are honest and trustworthy. Once they say something, they stick to it. Third sister-in-law, if you can't speak nicely, just shut up. No one is deaf. Yuan Ziyou also looked over. She recognized the woman. It's Mrs. Yu, the wife of Hu's third son. She was very attractive, but known to be sharp-tongued and unlikable to grandmother Hua. However, Husan's father liked her very much, so she could only turn a blind eye. In her past life, Mrs. Yu was very unfriendly to her. She wanted to marry her own niece to Hu Shifei as the main wife, so Yuan Ziyou, the fiancé, naturally became a thorn in her side. Mrs. Yu was scolded by grandmother Hua and immediately blushed, afraid to say anything more. But she secretly remembered Yuan Ziyou. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have been scolded in front of so many people. Lu Shi, who initially was angry after hearing Mrs. Yu, felt her anger fade after hearing grandmother Hu's scolding of Mrs. Yu. Still, she disliked Mrs. Yu very much in her heart. Master Meng smiled and said to Lady Lu, Don't worry, sister. This matter is settled and won't be erased just because some people gossip. You don't need to pay attention to those rumors. Lady Lu smiled and replied, Of course, I trust that. Yuan Zidong stood behind Lady Lu and Master Meng, secretly clenched her teeth, and subtly glared at Yuan Ziyou, her desire to remove Yuan Ziyou growing stronger. Currently, Yuan Ziyou is the obstacle preventing her marriage to Hu Shifei. If she doesn't remove her, she sees no way forward. However, Yuan Zidong didn't realize that her gaze was noticed by someone with a keen eye. Because of Yu's earlier words, everyone deliberately avoided the topic, switching to other subjects, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. For a moment, Master Meng introduced Lady Lu and Yuan Zidong to the members of the Marquis' household. Yuan Zidong was naturally familiar with these people. The Hu family's second old master, Hu Buxiu, has one wife and one concubine. His wife, Min, is gentle and kind, and they have 2 sons and 3 daughters. Their sons are Hu Xiyun, 16 years old, and Hu Shili, 5 years old, who are in 2nd and 4th grade respectively. Among the daughters, Hu Chan is the oldest among the sisters in the household, married for 2 years. Hu Shu is a twin with Hu Xiyun and is also 16 and will marry next year. Hu Yan is 12 years old, the same age as Yuan Zidong, and Hu Buxiu also has a daughter from a concubine, Hu Wan, who is 13 and in 5th grade. The third old master, Hu Songxiu, has 1 wife and 3 concubines. His wife is Yu. They have 1 son, Hu Xiang, who is 13, and 4 daughters. The eldest, Hu Jiao, is 15. 2 younger daughters, Hu Nuwa and Hu Xian, are 14 and 11, and the youngest daughter, Hu Wan, is 10. Hu Xiu and Lady Meng share a deep bond and have no concubines, only a son, Hu Shifei, and a daughter, Hu Wan, who is 10. Compared to the Yuan household, the Hu family has many descendants and is lively, but also full of conflicts. Fortunately, the Hu family has split into branches. Lady Yu, who loves to stir trouble, cannot cause much trouble now, especially with the elderly matriarch, Hu Laotai, holding authority. Hu Laotai loves Yuan Zidong very much. She was worried that others in the household might say unpleasant things, so she sent them away, leaving only Lady Meng and Lady Lu to have lunch together. Earlier, Hu Laotai had a cough illness. Although it had improved in recent days, she still coughed quite badly in the afternoon. After drinking the tea handed by the young maid, easing the itchy feeling in her throat, Lady smiled at Lu Shi and said, Let Madame Yuan not mind. As people grow older, these illnesses tend to come more often. Lu Shi quickly replied, Lady should find a good doctor to properly take care of her health. Exactly. Lady responded with a smile. Seeing this, Yuan Ziyou rummaged in her purse and secretly took out a piece of dried tangerine peel. Since she learned that the spring water from the Jade Nectar Pavilion could cure illnesses and strengthen the body, Yuan Ziyou had been soaking some medicinal herbs in it, including this dried tangerine peel. She was wondering how to test its effectiveness when she saw Lady's condition. Yuan Ziyou thought that soaking dried tangerine peel in spring water was very beneficial for health, though she wasn't sure how much the effects would improve. "Grandmother, I have some dried tangerine peel that is said to be very good for coughs. If you like, you can soak it in water every day and see how it works," Yuan Ziyou said. Because Lady insisted, Yuan Ziyou couldn't refuse and agreed to her wishes, calling her grandmother. Lady smiled and said, "My granddaughter-in-law is indeed very filial." Then she asked the maid to take the medicinal package from Yuan Ziyou. After sitting for a while, Lu Shi and the Yuan sisters bid farewell and returned to their residence. In the days after returning from the Marquis of Xuanping's estate, Yuan Ziyou mostly stayed in Weiyou Pavilion, only paying respects when necessary. Since making the plum blossom crystal cake that day and discovering that the spring water from Jade Nectar Pavilion could improve the taste of food, Yuan Ziyou had been busy organizing recipes for various pastries she learned in her past life. She was also considering how much pond water to add, as the spring water's effects were quite extraordinary. Too much might cause trouble. Moreover, Yuan Ziyou now had some ideas in her mind. One day, Lu Shi sent a young maid to ask her to go to Lu Feng Pavilion. "Mother," Yuan Ziyou said, bringing Qingying with her as they arrived at Lu Feng Pavilion. "Did you call for me?" Seeing Yuan Ziyou, Lu Shi pointed to an older woman dressed in dark clothes sitting nearby and said, This is Granny Hua, who serves Lady." When Granny Hua saw Yuan Ziyou, she hurried to stand up and respectfully bowed, saying, "Young Miss Yuan." "Hello, Granny Hua." Yuan Ziyou nodded politely, then looked at Lu Shi, wondering why she had been called today. Lu Shi smiled and told Granny Hua, "If Lady has any instructions, just tell her directly." When Hua Mao heard this, she smiled and said, "Today, the old lady sent me to ask about Miss Yuan Air. Do you still have some of that dried tangerine peel from last time? You see, ever since Our Lady drank the water infused with that peel, her cough has been getting better every day. It's only been a few days, and she's already mostly recovered. The dried peel from the pharmacy outside doesn't work as well. It looks like there's not much left, so I wanted to ask Miss Yuan Air if she could spare some more." Hearing this, Yuan Ziyou's heart moved slightly. The medicinal effect of that dried peel was surprisingly good. After a moment's thought, she smiled and said, "That dried peel was something I got by chance before. I only have a little left." Hua Mao looked a bit disappointed. After thinking for a moment, she hurriedly asked, "Where did Miss Yuan Air get it? I'll report back to the old lady, so she can send someone to buy more." "It was when I was at the border," Yuan Ziyou replied with a gentle smile. "I met a traveling doctor who said he made it himself. It's a family recipe passed down through generations, so it's different from what you find in regular pharmacies." Hua Mao's face showed some concern. She knew that such a wandering doctor was hard to find, especially so far away at the border. "What should we do now?" Seeing Hua Mao's worried look, Yuan Ziyou said again, "Hua Mao, I don't have any more of that dried peel, but I do have some other things that should work almost as well." Hua Mao's eyes lit up when she heard this. "If that's true, that would be wonderful." Yuan Ziyou then instructed Qingying, "Go back and bring me the blue jar on the desk by the window in my study." Qingying received the order and soon brought back a blue ceramic jar. Yuan Ziyou handed the jar to Hua Mao and said, "Inside this jar are bitter almonds. Take a few each day, boil them in water, and drink the water as tea." Hua Mao happily took the jar of tea leaves, couldn't help but thank Yuan Ziyou, and then took her leave. Lu Shi smiled and said to Yuan Ziyou, "Last time, I wanted to ask you, when did you become interested in medicinal herbs?" "Mother, you know I like cooking, so I wanted to try making medicinal dishes. I even bought a medicinal book. I've learned quite a bit now. When I get back, I'll make some medicinal dishes for you, okay?" Yuan Ziyou leaned affectionately against Lu Shi, speaking softly. "Good. I'll be looking forward to it," Lu Shi said happily, feeling pleased that Yuan Ziyou wanted to show her filial piety. Mother, there's actually something else I want to tell you. Yuan Ziyou nervously spoke, glancing secretly at Lu Shi. Lu Shi smiled and said, "Why are you acting shy with your mother? Just tell me, I'm listening." "Mother." Yuan Ziyou blinked. "Can you lend me some silver?" "Oh, how much do you need?" Lu Shi asked. Yuan Ziyou quietly calculated. Her monthly allowance was 5 taels of silver, plus her New Year's money, minus expenses. She had about 120 taels left. So Yuan Ziyou said, "Mother, can you lend me 1,000 taels of silver? I'll pay you back at the end of the year, okay?" Lu Shi was surprised. "Why do you need so much? Yuan, is something wrong?" She was worried Yuan Ziyou was in trouble and needed silver to fix it. Yuan Ziyou thought it was better to be honest. She smiled and said, "Mother, how do you think my plum blossom crystal cake tastes?" Hearing this, Lu Shi smiled. "Of course, it's good. Mother, I've been experimenting with some pastry recipes and think they're pretty good. I want to open a shop to sell these pastries," Yuan Ziyou explained. "But I don't have much silver right now, and opening a shop needs some money, so I thought I'd ask you to lend me some." She knew Lu Shi had a lot of dowry and some silver saved up. She didn't want to use the family's main funds, and she also didn't want the shop to be associated with the family's wealth, to avoid giving the greedy mother and daughter any advantage. "Oh, Yuan, you want to open a pastry shop?" Lu Shi asked with a smile. Yuan Ziyou loved cooking, so Lu Shi wasn't surprised that she was interested in recipes. "Yes." Yuan Ziyou nodded. Lu Shi asked, "Do you already have managers and workers in mind?" Yuan Ziyou shook her head. "Not yet. I plan to hire a manager and some workers when the time comes. I think it will be easy." Lu Shi gently tapped Yuan Ziyou's forehead. "You're still too young. It's not that simple. The manager and workers need to be trustworthy. Otherwise, they might cheat you, and you wouldn't even know." "Mother, let me try." Yuan Ziyou tugged at Lu Shi's arm. She was confident because she had her own shop at Zhejiang Pavilion. "If you have suitable managers and workers, can I borrow them for a while?" All right. Mother agrees." Lu Shi looked at Yuan Ziyou affectionately. "Really?" Yuan Ziyou's eyes lit up. She hugged Lu Shi's arm and nuzzled her. "Thank you, Mother. However, about the shop." Lu Shi hesitated for a moment. Yuan Ziyou hurriedly said, "After the new year, I'll have someone look for it." "No need for that." Lu Shi smiled and looked at Yuan Ziyou. "Mother has a few bridal shops in the capital, which she has been renting out. Since you want to open a pastry shop, I'll take one back for you to use. As for the manager and staff, just transfer someone from the estate." "Really?" Yuan Ziyou looked at Lu Shi in surprise. She didn't remember Lu Shi owning a bridal shop in the capital before, but she did know about the estate. Yuan Ziyou's surprised expression made Lu Shi smile. She said, "When you were young, you weren't interested in these things, so I didn't tell you. After the new year, you'll turn 13, and it's time to learn some of this." "All right, I'll follow Mother's arrangements." The next day, Lu Shi sent someone to her bridal estate and called Liu Ganshi over. Liu Ganshi's name was Liu Tal, a son born into Lugu family. He came with Lu Shi to the Yuan family years ago and later married the big maid Biling, who was close to Lu Shi. Over the years, Liu Tal and Biling lived on the estate, helping Lu Shi manage her shops and estate in the capital. "Madam." Second young lady. Liu Tal respectfully bowed to Liu Shi and Yuan Ziyou. "Liu Ganshi, how are the 3 shops doing now?" It's been over a month since they returned, but because of various matters and Yuan Ziyou's illness, Lu Shi hadn't had time to check on the shops. "Return to Madam." Liu Tal took out a list from his pocket and handed it to Lu Shi. "All 3 shops are rented out, and the tenants are paying rent on time. Profits are steady. Also, last year's weather was good, and the estate's harvest was good. The items listed here are gifts for the household. Originally, I planned to deliver them tomorrow, so they're not organized yet. The old servant will personally deliver them tomorrow." Yuan Ziyou glanced at the list in Lu Shi's hand. The items on it were quite a lot: over 100 jin of preserved meat, dozens of wild chickens and rabbits, dozens of green and black fish, more than 10 baskets of eggs and duck eggs, smoked ducks, various dried meats, mushrooms, fruits, and over 100 jin of dried vegetables, etc. Yuan Ziyou's heart was moved as she looked at the list. The estate was near the mountains. Perhaps she could visit it another day. Liu Tal then took out a long, flat redwood box from his pocket and handed it to Lu Ziyou. "Madam, the total income from the estate and the shops last year was 13,568 taels of silver, all in here." Lu Ziyou took the box and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." After speaking, she took 500 taels of silver notes from a red wooden box and said to Lu Tao, "This is 500 taels of silver. You and Bai Ling each get 50 taels. The remaining 400 taels are for you to share with the shop assistants and tenants on the estate. Consider it a year's bonus for their hard work." Lu Tao looked happy and quickly thanked her, saying, "Thank you, madam." Currently, there are about 40 or 50 tenants on the estate. With this bonus, each family will receive nearly 10 taels of silver, enough for a prosperous year. Mrs. Lu handed the red wooden box to Grandma Gui and asked, "Lu Steward, now that the 3 shops in the capital, which one should I take back to open a pastry shop? Which location is best?" Lu Tao thought for a moment and replied, "I think the shop on Chomping Street is very suitable. It faces the street and is on the main road. It seems perfect for a pastry shop. However, the rent for that shop is paid until May. If you want to take it back, it might cause some trouble." Mrs. Lu considered and said, "Then talk to the current tenant first. Give him some time to find a new shop. For the rent, return the payments for these few months this year and add 1 more month as compensation. But after the Lunar New Year, the shop must be managed and taken back." "Yes, madam. I will go now," Lu Tao replied quickly. "All right, I have nothing else to say. You go handle this matter," Mrs. Lu said. Just as Lu Tao was about to respond, Yuan Ziyou said, "Madam, I will go with Lu Steward. We can also look at the shop together." Mrs. Lu thought for a moment and said, "All right, go ahead. But after today, you can't leave the estate again. Your 3rd birthday is coming soon." Yuan Ziyou quickly agreed, "Yes, madam." Mrs. Lu then smiled at Lu Tao and said, "Actually, this shop is for you to practice with. Once it's organized, you'll need to bring someone from the estate to manage it." "Yes, madam. I understand," Lu Tao said. He was surprised to hear that the shop was for Yuan Ziyou, but he didn't show any reaction, even though he was amazed that the young girl was already managing a shop. Soon, Yuan Ziyou changed her clothes and, with Qing, followed Lu Tao to Chomping Street. Chomping Street is located in the west of the capital and is very busy and prosperous. After about a quarter of an hour's walk, the carriage stopped in front of a shop on Chomping Street. This shop runs a tea house. Because many people came to buy New Year goods before the holiday, quite a few customers came here to drink tea and rest. The whole shop was very crowded, and some people couldn't find a seat. They bought tea and stood at the door to drink. Lu Tao said to Yuan Ziyou, "Second miss, there are so many people here now. Would you like to rest in the carriage first? We can go in when it's less crowded." Lu Tao was worried that the strong smell from the crowd might bother Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou looked at the shop with a faint smile and said, "I won't go in. You can go inside to handle your business. Qing and I will wait in the carriage." Hearing this, Lu Tao quickly told Qing to take good care of Yuan Ziyou and asked the coachman to watch the horses. Then he went into the shop. Qing asked, "Second miss, aren't you going to look inside later?" "No, not today." Yuan Ziyou shook her head. "Just knowing the general location is enough. The shop isn't going anywhere. We can come back later and see it again." As she spoke, Yuan Ziyou looked thoughtfully at the tea house. If she remembered correctly, in her previous life, everyone in the shop was related to her second aunt's nephew. But wait, this was clearly her mother's dowry shop. How did it end up in her second aunt's nephew's hands? If the shop was in his hands, then the other 2 shops probably weren't owned by her mother either. If that was the case, she understood why she didn't know about her mother's dowry shop in her previous life. But what exactly happened that made her mother give up the dowry shop? Yuan Ziyou frowned slightly and gazed at the shop in a daze. Qing saw that Yuan Ziyou was silent and didn't speak. She lowered the curtain of the carriage a little to block the wind from slipping inside. About 15 minutes later, Lu Tao came out of the shop. "Manager Lu, did you manage to negotiate?" Yuan Ziyou asked. Lu Tao smiled and said, "Second miss, yes, we finished. If everything goes smoothly, We should be able to recover the shop before the Lunar New Year. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "That's good. Please, Lu Tao, during this time, look for someone to manage the shop and find some workers."
Yes.
Lu Tao quickly agreed. Then he asked Second Miss, "Should we start looking for a cook for the pastry shop now?" Yuan Ziyou shook her head. "No need. I have my own plans. Just find a few helpers, clean and quick-handed women." "Understood." Lu Tao responded promptly. Second young lady, the headpieces sent from the Xianping Marquis' residence are so beautiful. Let's wear this set tonight. Qingji smiled happily as she held a carved rosewood jewelry box with gold accents, inside which was a set of pearl and emerald hair ornaments. This set of hairpieces was specially sent by old Lady Hua from the Xianping Marquis' house for Yuan Ziyou.
All right.
Yuan Ziyou nodded. Today is New Year's Eve, and the Yuan family will have a family feast tonight. Qingying and Qingji happily helped Yuan Ziyou change into her new clothes and styled a cute, elegant hairstyle, matching it with the pearl and emerald hair ornaments. Second young lady, I think the eldest young lady will definitely be unhappy tonight, Qingji said with a teasing smile as she looked at Yuan Ziyou. Why bring up the eldest young lady all of a sudden? Qingying playfully nudged Qingji. Qingji pouted and said, when the Xianping Marquis family sent these headpieces, everyone in the house knew. Of course, the eldest young lady wouldn't be happy. I know she's been thinking about our second young lady's things all along. You're the only one who knows so much. Qingying, worried Yuan Ziyou might be upset, nudged Qingji again and then smiled at Yuan Ziyou. Second young lady, don't mind Qingji. No matter what the eldest young lady does, we just ignore her. Fine. She can't affect me, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. You two should hurry and get ready. We'll be going to grandmother's place soon. Okay. Qingying and Qingji agreed, then hurried back to their rooms to change clothes. Wait a moment. Yuan Ziyou said, taking two different styles of jade butterfly hairpins from the jewelry box and handing them to Qingying and Qingji. Today is New Year's Eve. These are just for you too. Qingying and Qingji quickly thanked her and happily returned to their rooms. In Tongxiang courtyard, Ningshi looked helpless. Tonger, it's already afternoon, and you still haven't picked out your clothes and headpieces for tonight? Yuan Zidong looked at Ningshi with a distressed expression, then glanced disdainfully at the hairpins and accessories on the dressing table. Mother, I don't even have new headpieces. Ningxi sikhet. A few days ago, when the house made winter clothes, they included headpieces. I also bought some separately for you. Isn't that enough? Mother, that dead girl got such beautiful headpieces. How can mine compare to hers? Yuan Zitong said unhappily. Tonger, are you blaming me? Ningshi sighed softly. No, I didn't. Yuan Zidong pouted and hummed softly. Ningshi gently pulled Yuan Zidong to her side and whispered, Tonger, I know you're feeling uneasy, but I told you before, some things take time. There's no rush, understand? But, Mother, I am already 14, and after the new year, I will be 15. Yuan Zidong said with a look of reluctance. You also know you'll be 15 after the new year? Mrs. Ning gently patted Yuan Zidong. In a year or two, you can get married, but you still can't hide your thoughts. Look at you two. Even though she's 2 years younger than you, I see her as much more steady than you. Mother, I am your real daughter. Yuan Zitong became a bit impatient. If I weren't your real daughter, why would I tell you these things? Mrs. Ning's voice grew a little stern. Tong, remember what I say. Small impatience can lead to big trouble. Do you understand? Mrs. Ning's serious look made Yuan Zidong feel a bit scared, so she obediently nodded. I understand. That's good. Mrs. Ning nodded, then turned to Shindong and said, help the eldest girl prepare her clothes and hair accessories for the evening, and serve her to dress. Yes. Shindong replied happily. Yuan Zidong no longer dared to fuss about the hair accessories, so she changed the subject. Mother, tomorrow is the first day of the new year. Will father be able to come back? When mentioning Yuan Qilei, Mrs. Ning smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens, your father should be back before the family feast. This time, Yuan Qilei had been away for over 2 months, working on official duties with Shangguan. A few days ago, Mrs. Ning received news that Yuan Zilei would return on the evening of the 30th. Really? That's wonderful. Yuan Zidong's eyes lit up. I wonder if father brought me a gift. Your father won't forget. Mrs. Ning smiled softly and pinched Yuan Zidong's forehead. A few days ago, the old madam had told Lu to distribute rewards to the servants and maids in the household. Now, everyone in Yuan's house was filled with joy and busy preparing for the family feast. In Shosong Hall, Lu and Mrs. Ning had already brought the two Yuan sisters to sit beside old Madame Yuan, joking and having fun. Old Madame Yuan was dressed in a crimson peacock-patterned brocade robe, her white hair tied in a noble bun with a silk headband, and a jadeite hairpin inserted in her hair. She held a string of Buddhist prayer beads and sat gracefully on a luohan bed, turning her head to give a few instructions to Bai Mao. Bai Mao responded and went inside to fetch two redwood-carved boxes, one large and one small. Old Madame Yuan handed the big box to Yuan Ziyou and the small one to Yuan Zidong. "This is what grandmother gave you this year," she said. Then she said to Yuan Zidong, "Your sister hasn't been back for many years. She didn't get anything before. You're not allowed to be jealous." Yuan Zidong smiled and said, "Grandmother, what are you talking about? I would never be jealous of my own sister." The matriarch smiled and nodded politely. Ning was secretly sweating, worried that Yuan Zidong might not understand the situation. Seeing Yuan Ziyou look worried, she ignored her own feelings and acted stubbornly, making the matriarch suspicious. Perhaps because of Ning's earlier scolding, Yuan Zidong did not show any unusual behavior, which eased Ning's mind. After chatting for a while, the matriarch instructed Diao Xiang, "Go ask the second master if he has returned." Diao Xiang responded and left promptly. Soon, Diao Xiang returned and reported respectfully, "Madam, the second master has come back. He is changing clothes and will come over soon." Hearing that Yuan Zilei was home, the matriarch smiled happily. "Finally, he's back. It's been over 2 months. I wonder if he's lost weight." She then told Ning, "Layer is back. Later, you should make some nourishing soup for him to help him recover. He might have suffered outside during these months." "Yes," Ning replied quickly. Knowing Yuan Zilei was home, the matriarch's mood lifted even more. With Yuan Ziyou and Yuan Zitong nearby, she smiled broadly. "Old madam, dinner is ready." Xiao Yao came in and bowed. "Send someone to remind the second master to come quickly. Once he's here, we can start the meal," the matriarch ordered.
Yes.
Xiao Yao responded with a smile. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the young maids in the yard calling, "Second master." The matriarch was overjoyed and quickly told Xiao Yao, "Hurry, bring the second master in." Before she finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue satin robe, with a jade belt around his waist, entered the room. "Mother, I am back," he announced. The matriarch was delighted. "Layer, you're finally home." As soon as she spoke, the room fell silent. A young woman, about 18 or 19, dressed in a light red, diagonally cut cloud-patterned silk jacket and a waist-length skirt, with her hair styled in a bun and a sea-pink flower hairpin, entered quietly behind Yuan Zilei, lowering her head politely. It was the elder lady who first broke the silence. She gently frowned, her face showing displeasure as she looked at the young woman. Yuan Zilei smiled and said, "Mother, this is Chen Yan." Then he turned to the young woman and said, "Chen Yan, hurry up and greet the old lady." Chen Yan smiled and stepped forward politely to bow, "Greetings, old lady." The elder lady's expression darkened slightly. She ignored Chen Yan and looked at Yuan Zilei. "Layer, I only ask you, what is this woman's status that she dares to bow to me?" Yuan Zilei chuckled awkwardly. "Mother, this is my new concubine." As soon as he finished, Ning's face turned pale. When Yuan Zilei brought Chen Yan in earlier, she had a faint premonition that something was wrong. She had held on to some hope, but that hope was shattered by Yuan Zilei. Just as the elder lady was about to speak, Lu hurriedly said, "Mother, I am taking you to see if anything is missing from the feast." The elder lady understood Lu's meaning and nodded. She added, "Take Tong girl with you too and teach them a few things." Lu responded with a nod. Ning endured her feelings of grievance and said to Lu, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Lu nodded at Ning and then took Yuan Ziyou and Yuan Zitong to the back room. "Mother." Before the elder lady could speak again, Yuan Zilei knelt before her. "Son really likes Chen. Please, mother, approve." Hearing this, Ning felt her strength waning. Shien Xiaoing hurried to support her as she sat on a nearby embroidered stool. The elder lady pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, and asked, "Lair, do you know our Yuan family's ancestral rule?" "Son knows." Yuan Zilei lowered his head and said, "The ancestral rule states that women are not to be concubines, and men over 40, without children, may take a concubine." The elder lady suddenly slammed the table. "If you know this, what are you doing today?" "Old lady, don't get so upset and harm your health." Bai Mama quickly stepped forward to comfort her, while Xiao Yao hurried to help her settle down. "Mother." Yuan Zilei looked up at the elder lady. "I really like Chen. Besides, I am already 38. Since I had Tong, over 10 years ago, Ning's family hasn't had another child. I don't want to be childless, mother." He then bowed repeatedly to the elder lady. The elder lady, furious, threw her teacup onto the table in front of Yuan Zilei. "Is even 2 years too long to wait?" Although the matriarch was somewhat displeased with Ning, she had to admit that, as a wife and mother, Ning still did her best. "Mother." Yuan Zilei quickly protected Shan Yan behind him, a move that made Ning's already pale face turn even whiter. Yuan Zilei looked at the old lady and said, "Son knows that today's actions go against ancestral rules, but I hope mother can understand. Seeing my elder brother with children and grandchildren, while I only have one daughter, Tong, I am not even asking for a legitimate son. Just a son born from a concubine would make me happy, mother." Hearing Yuan Zilei's words, Ning couldn't hold back her tears. "Sir, are you blaming me? Blaming me for not giving you a son?" When Ning married into the Yuan family, she knew the family's ancestral rules. She had once felt secretly happy, thinking she wouldn't have to deal with troublesome concubines. But she didn't expect that after giving birth to Yuan Zidong, she would never conceive again. At first, she wasn't worried, thinking she was still young and could have another son. But as she grew older, her anxiety increased. Over the past 10 years, she had grown accustomed to a life with Yuan Zilei as her only husband. If he took a concubine, she didn't know how she would react. She had hoped that when Yuan Zilei reached middle age and still had no son, she would dismiss the main maid in her household and become his concubine herself. That way, even if she only had a son from a concubine, she could keep him close and not lose her husband's favor. But she never expected that fate would be so cruel. Suddenly, Yuan Zilei gave her a heavy. Seeing how tenderly Yuan Zilei cared for Chen Yan, Ning felt as if her heart was shattered, aching intensely. "Yuehua, I have treated you well all these years. Please don't hurt me. Do you really want me to have no heirs?" Yuan Zilei frowned and said to Ning. Ning covered her chest with her hand. "Sir, is that how you truly feel about me?"
Yuan Zilei snorted.
"Am I wrong? I only have Tong now. Do you know how my colleagues mock me? It's all because of your uselessness." Ning was so angry that her chest heaved. She struggled and slid down from the embroidered stool, kneeling on the ground. "Mother, please speak for me." Then she burst into loud tears. Yuan Zilei angrily said, "I only took a concubine, and you're here acting like this, disturbing mother." Mrs. Ning said, "I am your wife. Even if you want to take a concubine, it should be me. You brought home some charming woman from nowhere, and now you want to keep her here. You don't even know if she's good or bad. If you truly cared, you would have convinced my mother to let me take a concubine long ago. Why wait until now? To leave me empty inside?" Yuan Zilei said bitterly.
You.
Mrs. Ning was so angry she nearly fainted. Unable to hold back her rage, she tried to tear Yuan Zilei apart. "Enough!" The old lady scolded angrily, slamming the table. With a sharp sound, her jade ring shattered into 2 pieces. Suddenly, the room fell silent, Only Mrs. Ning was quietly crying. The old lady looked at Shun Yan behind Yuan Zilei with disgust and said, "Layer, the Yuan family's rules cannot be broken. What you are doing is disrespectful to your late father and ancestors. I hope my mother will approve of my wish." Yuan Zilei knelt and took a few steps forward to beg.
You.
The old lady was about to scold him, but Shun Yan knelt down behind Yuan Zilei and moved to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in front of the old lady. "Grandmother, Shun Yan truly admires the master. I don't seek a formal marriage. If I cannot be his concubine, I am willing to serve him as a servant. I hope grandmother will agree." After speaking, Shun Yan bowed her head and couldn't get up.
Yanea.
Shun Yan's words made Yuan Zilei look pained. He quickly stepped forward to help her up and looked at the old lady, pleading, "Mother, you love your son the most. Please help us." Shun Yan looked at Yuan Zilei with deep affection. "Master, don't worry about me. Don't make grandmother upset." "Yener, I can't let you be wronged," Yuan Zilei said softly, holding her hand. Their tender scene hurt Mrs. Ning's eyes. She felt a bitter taste in her throat, a rush of blood to her head, and her eyes turned red. "You charming woman, lowly girl, how dare you the master in front of grandmother?" Mrs. Ning stepped forward angrily and slapped Shun Yan across the face.
Ah.
Shun Yan was caught off guard and fell to the ground.
Yanea.
Yuan Zilei exclaimed, rushing to help her up. Then he stood up angrily and slapped Mrs. Ning. "Jealous woman. Stop." Both the old lady and Yuan Zilei shouted at the same time. Mrs. Ning did not expect Yuan Zilei to embarrass her in front of so many people for Shun Yan. She immediately turned red with anger and threw herself into Yuan Zilei's arms. "Are you hitting me? You actually hit me because of that fox spirit. Hit me. Hit me. If you don't kill me today, you're a worthless dog. Hit me. I'll fight back, hit me." As she spoke, she tore at Yuan Zilei's clothes, tears and snot covering her face, acting wild and crazy. "Stop. Stop." Old Lady Yuan was so angry her face turned red. She pounded the table anxiously and shouted, "Quick, separate them. These wicked children, they're going to make me die of anger." After speaking, Old Lady Yuan couldn't help but cough. Momo Bai hurriedly pressed her hand to Old Lady Yuan's chest. "Grandma, you must take care of yourself. Don't get too upset." She then quickly ordered, "Everyone, hurry and separate second master and second mistress." Because everything happened so suddenly, by the time everyone reacted, Ning Shi and Yuan Zilei were already fighting. Before anyone could step in, Shun Yan rushed forward. "Madam, it's all my fault. Don't blame the old master. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead." "Nonsense. How dare you come here to cause trouble?" Ning Shi, furious, saw Shun Yan rush over and naturally got even angrier. She grabbed Shun Yan's hair and slapped her.
Ah.
Shun Yan cried out, a blood mark appearing on her cheek. Seeing this, Yuan Zilei was furious. He pushed Ning Shi away hard. Ning Shi couldn't stand and fell backward. "Second mistress." Rong Dong exclaimed and rushed forward to help her, but she couldn't hold her. She only managed to turn Ning Shi onto her side. Ning Shi's forehead hit the embroidered pillow, swelling up immediately. Yuan Zilei was shocked that Ning Shi was hurt. He froze there, not knowing what to say.
"Quick.
Call the doctor." Old Lady Yuan, seeing this, was so angry she started coughing. "Hurry." "Yes." Xiao Yao quickly bowed and left the room, instructing the maid to go and summon Dr. Qian. "Grandma, drink some water. You can't get too upset. Be careful with your health." Momo Bai anxiously brought a cup of tea and helped Old Lady Yuan drink. Old Lady Yuan took a few sips with Momo Bai's help, then calmed down a little. She ordered, "Hurry," and helped second mistress to the bed to rest. At this moment, Ning was helped up by Rongdong. The earlier collision had made her dizzy and unsteady, so she had to lean on Rongdong for support. Rongdong helped Ning to the edge of the bed and was about to help her lie down when Chunyan hurried over. "Second madam, are you all right?" Chunyan quickly stepped forward, trying to wipe Ning's forehead with a silk handkerchief. What Ning hated most now was Chen. If it weren't for Chen, she wouldn't have been embarrassed in front of so many people or pushed and injured, losing face and dignity. Shameless. Why don't you just die? Ning's anger flared as she leaned on Rongdong and forcefully pushed Chen aside. Just now, she had suffered so much, and now she wanted Chen to experience the same.
Ah!
Chen was pushed back suddenly and staggered several steps. She couldn't keep her balance and fell backward, hitting the corner of an embroidery pillow behind her. She collapsed beside it, unconscious. Blood was spreading from her forehead. Chen! Yuan Ziyou exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to half-carry her, anxiously calling out. Chen lay in Yuan Ziyou's arms, her eyes tightly shut, with no response. Yuan Ziyou's face turned pale, trembling as he said, Chen, don't scare me. Please don't scare me. He then hurriedly ordered, Where's the doctor? Dr. Chen, where is he? Hurry, and send someone to call him. Quickly. He turned to glare at Ning with anger. You wicked woman. If anything happens to Chen, I'll make you pay with your life. Ning, already hurt on her forehead, saw Yuan Ziyou ignoring her and instead holding that seductive woman while shouting for her to die. She was so furious that her heart pounded. Her hand trembled as she pointed at Yuan Ziyou. Trembling you.
You.
Her lips quivered, but she couldn't speak for a moment. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted into Rongdong's arms. Second madam. Rongdong exclaimed in alarm. Suddenly, the whole room was filled with shouts and exclamations. The old madam was so angry she was gasping for breath, frightening Beima and Xiao Yao so badly. Xiao Yao kept urging the maids in the yard, repeatedly asking them to quickly call Dr. Chen. The old madam tremblingly pointed at Yuan Ziyou. You beast. Nothing has happened yet, and you're already favoring your concubine and neglecting your wife. If this gets out, will you still keep your position? Mother. Yuan Ziyou's eyes turned red with worry. He held Chen's bleeding forehead and said, Yan is like this. Can't you say a few less harsh words? What is that thing? Why are you protecting it so much? The old lady was angry, then pointed at Ning, who had fainted nearby. Your wife is there. She fainted because of you. How can you ignore her? I can't believe I gave birth to such an ungrateful child. Mother, look at what that jealous woman did to you, Yuan Ziyou said angrily.
You.
The old lady suddenly slammed the table, pointing at Yuan Ziyou, speechless. She gasped and fainted. Grandmother. Everyone exclaimed and hurried to support her. Mother. Yuan Ziyou looked at the old lady and then at Shien in his arms, feeling helpless. When Lu arrived, the house was already in chaos. She didn't have time to say anything and quickly ordered the maids to take care of the old lady and Ning. As for Shien, her life was in danger, so Lu had a young girl bring a bamboo chair to place her on, then asked another girl to help clean her wounds. Grandmother. Mother. Yuan Ziyou and Yuan Zitong rushed to their side, worried and anxious. Yuan Ziyou gently placed her hand on the old lady's wrist, then relaxed slightly and said, Bai, Sister Xiao, please help support grandmother. She then pressed her finger to the old lady's nose at the longevity point. Soon, the old lady slowly woke up. Grandmother, how do you feel? Yuan Ziyou asked quickly. Seeing her awake, Bai and Sister Xiao both sighed in relief. Lu also hurried over and asked, Mother, are you feeling better? The old lady nodded. Don't worry, I'm fine. Looking at Yuan Ziyou still beside Shien, the old lady sighed deeply. Bai saw this and smiled. Old madam, it was thanks to second miss just now. Second girl, yes, very good. The old lady nodded, patting Yuan Ziyou's hand and saying repeatedly. Yuan Ziyou quickly said, Grandmother, you just woke up. You need to rest quietly. I'll help you to the inner room.
Good.
The old lady nodded. Bai and Sister Xiao helped her inside. Yuan Ziyou was about to follow when Yuan Zitong said, Second sister, please help me check on my mother. Yuan Ziyou looked at Ning, who was still unconscious, and said, Big sister, second aunt's injury is on her head. Let's wait for Dr. Qian to come and examine her carefully. After speaking, Yuan Ziyou didn't wait for Yuan Zidong to say anything further. She went inside, using the excuse of pouring tea for the old lady Yuan, and secretly added a few drops of spring water into the tea. The old lady Yuan drank the tea and smiled at the maid, saying, "The tea poured by second sister is even more fragrant and sweet." The maid smiled and replied, "That's because second miss is showing her filial piety." Exactly. The old lady Yuan nodded happily. It seemed to her that the tea Yuan Ziyou poured was not only fragrant and sweet, but also made her feel much more refreshed. The previous frustration and irritation seemed to have eased quite a bit. At this moment, Dr. Qian was invited into the house. Lu hurried out to greet him and apologized. "Dr. Qian, it's New Year's Eve, and we're sorry to trouble you to come here." Dr. Qian quickly said, "Don't say that, madam. Doctors are like parents to their patients. It doesn't matter what day it is." "But is the old lady feeling unwell?" "Not only the old lady, Dr. Qian. Please examine her first," Lu said as she tried to lead Dr. Qian inside. When Yuan Zilei saw Dr. Qian, he hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Dr. Qian, please check Chen Yan first." Dr. Qian looked at Chen Yan, who was still unconscious. Since she wasn't a servant of the Yuan family, but her clothing didn't look like that of a servant either, he turned to Lu. Just as Lu was about to speak, the old lady Yuan came out from inside. She said, "Old eldest daughter-in-law, let Dr. Qian examine the second daughter-in-law first." "Yes, grandmother," Dr. Qian replied promptly, and went to examine Ning. "Mother," Yuan Zilei called out anxiously. "Enough," the old lady Yuan scolded. "I agree to let Dr. Qian examine her. Today is New Year's Eve. Normally, she would be thrown out of the house and left to fend for herself." "Mother, Chen Yan is my..." Yuan Zilei was about to say. "Shut up," the old lady Yuan snapped. "Are you trying to make me angry to death today?" "Son dares not." Yuan Zilei lowered his head, afraid to say more. Seeing Chen Yan's pale face, he felt anxious and distressed. He only hoped Dr. Qian could finish examining Ning quickly so that treatment for Chen Yan could begin. Dr. Qian checked Ning's pulse, pondered for a moment, and then Yuan Zidong hurriedly asked, "How is my mother?" "The second madam mainly has a sudden attack of anger affecting her heart. Her head injury shouldn't be too serious." Dr. Qian hesitated and said, "Let me prepare a prescription. After drinking it, you'll wake up and feel better. Also, apply this powder to the second lady every day. If she shows no signs of dizziness or nausea, she should be fine." Yuan Zidong thanked him, saying, "Thank you very much, doctor." Dr. Qian then wrote a prescription and gave the powder to Rindong. After examining Mistress Ning, Dr. Qian checked Yuan Laofu's pulse and smiled, saying, "The old lady is in good health." Lu Shi heard this and smiled, saying, "That's good to hear." Yuan Zilei saw Dr. Qian examining Yuan Laofu, but dared not speak. After finishing the checkup, he hurriedly said, "Dr. Qian, please also take a look at Chen Yan." Dr. Qian stepped forward, carefully examined Chen Yan's wound, checked her pulse again, and said, "This girl is quite lucky. The wound looks serious and has bled a lot, but there's no major problem. As long as she takes her medicine on time and rests well, she'll be fine." He then prescribed a treatment plan for Chen Yan, handed her a bottle of powder, and gave some advice on what to watch out for. Seeing that Chen Yan was not seriously hurt, Yuan Zilei relaxed. "Dr. Qian, thank you for coming all this way on New Year's Eve. This 50 taels of silver is a small token of appreciation. Tomorrow, I will also send a thank you gift," Lu Shi said, handing over 50 taels of silver to Dr. Qian. Dr. Qian hurriedly replied, "Madam, this is too much. It's just a small token. I hope Dr. Qian can help cover up what happened tonight," Lu Shi said with a smile. Dr. Qian understood and nodded, saying, "Madam, don't worry. I understand." Lu Shi smiled and asked Bai Shuang to see Dr. Qian out. What was supposed to be a pleasant family dinner was spoiled by this incident, and everyone lost their appetite, so they left early. Yuan Zilei didn't look at Mistress Ning. Instead, he bowed to Yuan Laofu and left with Chen Yan. Yuan Laofu was still angry and didn't pay attention to Yuan Zilei. Mistress Ning was still unconscious, so Lu Shi sent someone to take her back to Zihua court. Mother, you should rest early, Lu Shi gently advised when she saw Yuan Laofu feeling down. Yuan Laofu sighed. That wicked girl just wants to make me angry to death. Since it involved her younger brother-in-law, Lu Shi didn't say much. Yuan Ziyou held Yuan Laofu's hand and said, Grandmother, you must take care of yourself. I hope you live a long life. Yuan Ziyou's words made Yuan Laofu smile, saying, Wouldn't I turn into an old witch then? You are just like an old fairy with your grandmother. Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. All right, I understand what you mean. Don't worry. Old Madame Yuan sighed. Children will have their own happiness. You're grown up now. I can't control you anymore. Grandmother, you is still young. Yuan Ziyou held old Madame Yuan's hand and said, Good. From now on, I will watch over you. Old Madame Yuan said happily. Seeing her mood improve, Lu Shi and Yuan Ziyou left Shosong Hall and went back to their own courtyards. Second miss, shall I cook some dishes for you? Qingying asked when they returned to Wuyo Pavilion. That sounds good. Yuan Ziyou nodded. Make a few more dishes. You and Qingji can eat with me. Yes. Qingying replied and went to the small kitchen. Qingying cooked 6 dishes and 1 soup. Lu Shi sent Bijiang with 2 bowls of food. The 3 of them happily ate together. Yuan Ziyou also gave coins to the maids and servants in the yard. Qingying and Qingji served Yuan Ziyou as she went to bed. Because it was New Year's Eve, although the Yuan family celebration was less lively this year due to recent troubles, the sound of firecrackers and fireworks from other places still reached them at midnight. Yuan Ziyou didn't sleep. She was thinking about Shen Yan's arrival at the house. If she remembered correctly, Shen Yan should have entered the house 6 months later in her previous life. But this time, it happened much earlier. Why was that? Could it be because of her return? If Shen Yan arrived earlier, did that mean the Yuan family's trouble was also coming sooner? Yuan Ziyou looked at the crescent moon outside the window and squinted. She realized she couldn't rely entirely on her past knowledge. She needed to be alert and help the Yuan family avoid this disaster. In the middle of the night, it started snowing again. When Yuan Ziyou got up on the first day of the new year, the yard was covered with a thick layer of snow. The maids were busy sweeping, and it was lively. Since she needed to visit old Madame Yuan to pay respects, Yuan Ziyou hurriedly ate breakfast and took Qingying to Shosong Hall. Today, she still wore the pearl hairpin set given by Grandma Hua. Lu Shi and Yuan Ziyou stayed in Shosong Hall for a while before Yuan Zidong arrived late. Grandmother, Tanjir is late. Yuan Zidong seemed tired and had dark circles under her eyes. Even makeup couldn't hide it. Good girl, come here quickly. The matriarch has always loved Yuan Zitong deeply. When she saw Yuan Zidong looking so tired, she felt very worried. She took Yuan Zidong's hand and asked, Did you not sleep well last night? Last night, my granddaughter stayed in Zihua courtyard to take care of my mother, Yuan Zidong whispered softly as she leaned against the old lady. Mother was hurt and didn't sleep peacefully. I was afraid she might wake up in the middle of the night needing water and not find anyone. Hearing this, the old lady scolded angrily. You must be filial to your mother, but are those servants all dead? She then ordered Xiao Yao, Go to Zihua courtyard and bring that servant here. I want to ask, are they all just ladies and young misses now? She also glared at Lian Xiao and said, That girl isn't good either. She should be advising you better. Grandmother. Yuan Zitong quickly stopped her. They're all serving my mother. I was just worried about her injury, which is why I couldn't sleep well. If you blame them because of this, I will feel uneasy. You're such a kind child, sighed the old lady. Fine. Since you've spoken up for that servant girl, I won't pursue it. But in the future, don't push yourself so hard. You're still young and can't handle staying up all night. Yes, grandmother. Yuan Zidong smiled sweetly at her. Tanjir understands. The old lady then smiled at Lu Shi and said, Tanjir has been gentle and polite since she was little. She's truly a lovely girl. Mother is right, Lu Shi responded. She didn't have a very good impression of Yuan Zidong, but since the old lady said so, she naturally wouldn't go against her wishes. Yuan Ziyou sat beside Lu Shi, watching Yuan Zidong pretend to be sick with a cold gaze. She knew medicine well and had the support of the Cheongjiang Pavilion's spring water, so she could tell Yuan Zidong wasn't truly exhausted. The old lady continued to smile and said, "Big wife, you're now in charge of the household supplies. You often meet with other ladies. If you find a suitable young man, don't forget to help Yuan Tong find someone too." This year, Yuan Tong turned 15 but still hadn't been betrothed, which worried the old lady a lot. Ningshi kept saying she had her own plans, and Yuan Tong herself seemed quite relaxed about it. Since the old lady was getting older and didn't leave the house often, now that Lu Shi had returned to the capital, she wanted Lu Shi to help with some advice. "Yes, mother," Lu Shi replied. Yuan Zitong was anxious. She only wanted to marry Hu Shifei. If Lu Shi got involved, wouldn't it ruin her plan? In case the grandmother overstepped the mother and secretly arranged a marriage for her, she would have no place to cry. The Marquis of Xuanbing's household would never accept a woman who had broken off her engagement. "Grandmother," Yuan Zidong quickly said, "I'm not in a hurry. Besides, I'm still young and want to stay with grandmother for a few more years." Hearing this, the old lady of the Yuan family couldn't help but laugh happily. "How can you not be in a hurry? The marriage still needs to be arranged first. It's not like you're getting married right now. We need to settle it first, or else the good matches will be taken by others. Even if grandmother is reluctant, she can't keep you tied to her forever." "Grandmother." Yuan Zidong saw that the old lady was firm, so she had to blush shyly and change the subject. "My second sister is also engaged now. I don't know when the Marquis of Xuanbing's household will send the betrothal gifts. It should have arrived yesterday." Hearing this, the old lady of the Yuan family was surprised. "Yes, I forgot about that. It's all because of Lair causing trouble." Lu smiled and said, "Mother, Fair is out of the city with the Marquis on official business. She probably hasn't returned yet." "That makes sense." The old lady of the Yuan family smiled. "I kept thinking they usually come before the new year, but this year, after you all returned, there's been no news." "Maybe Fair will come over once she's back," Lu said happily. The old lady nodded and looked at Yuan Ziyou with a smile. "Second girl is very lucky. I've always thought Fair is quite a good girl." Hearing the old lady praise Hu Shifei, Yuan Zidong secretly felt pleased but also deeply jealous of Yuan Ziyou. She secretly vowed to take Hu Shifei away from her. At that moment, a young maid entered and said, "Grandmother, a wedding invitation from the Marquis of Xuanbing's household." The old lady took it and smiled at Lu. "Look at that, just as I said, Chow Chow arrives when you mention him." She then ordered the maid, "Quickly invite them in." Yuan Ziyou immediately knew Hu Shifei was coming. Her mood became excited. She was finally going to see Hu Shifei again after her rebirth. Soon, a young man dressed in a light blue embroidered silk robe with dark bamboo patterns and a jade hairpin entered. This young man was Hu Shifei. Shifei greets the grandmother. He respectfully bowed to the old lady of the Yuan family. The old lady of the Yuan family was very pleased with the marriage arrangement with the Marquis of Xuanbing's household and loved Hu Shifei even more. She ordered her maid, "Quickly prepare a seat for the young master." "Lady Lu," Hu Shifei also respectfully bowed to Lu. "Good child, no need for formalities. You've been away for several months, and you've become quite thin." Lu Shi refused to let Hu Shifei bow politely. "Please, have a seat." "Yes," Hu Shifei replied obediently and sat down, smiling at the old madam. "Grandmother, I went to the capital with my father on official business. We just arrived last night, so I came to see you today. I hope you won't mind." "Important matters come first," the old madam said with a gentle smile. Hu Shifei then ordered someone to present the forli. A traditional gift set this year's forli are brought back from Jiangnan. "I hope you like them, grandmother." "Thoughtful of you," the old madam said, her eyes crinkling with happiness when she saw the delicately. The more effort a man puts into these gifts, the more he values the woman, which made the old madam very pleased. "You and second sister haven't seen each other for 3 years, right?" "Yes," Hua Shifei looked at Yuan Ziyou with a gentle smile. Yuan has grown taller. Since Hua Shifei entered, Yuan Ziyou's eyes never left him. When he looked over, her face blushed with a faint red. Brother Shifei has also grown quite tall. Seeing Hua Shifei again, Yuan Ziyou had many words she wanted to say, but didn't know how to start. All she knew was that her heart was filled with happiness at this moment. Watching the interaction between the two children, the old madam and Lu Shi were overjoyed, unable to hide their smiles. Meanwhile, Yuan Zidong secretly clenched her teeth in frustration. Since seeing Hua Shifei, she had been secretly watching him. But his eyes only looked at Yuan Ziyou, that troublesome girl, and he didn't even glance at her. Now, they were exchanging meaningful looks right in front of her. But she couldn't say or do anything. This feeling of frustration filled Yuan Zitong with deep resentment. If Yuan Ziyou weren't such an annoying girl, maybe Hua Shifei's gaze would fall on her. Yuan Zidong thought that if she stayed in the room any longer, her grandmother would notice. So she stood up and said, "Grandmother, I want to go back to Zihua courtyard to see my mother." The old madam replied, "Exactly. Go ahead, just tell your mother what I said, so she can rest assured and focus on her recovery." "Yes," Yuan Zidong responded softly. The old madam then smiled at Hua Shifei again. "This is my other granddaughter. You probably have met her before. She is the most filial and polite." Hearing the old madam mention her, Yuan Zitong felt shy and timid. She bowed gracefully to Hua Shifei. "Zidong greets the heir." Hua Shifei responded with a faint and did not look at Yuan Zidong. Yuan Zidong felt a little disappointed but still bowed to the old lady Yuan and Lu Shi. Then she left with Lian Xiao. Hua Shifei stayed to chat with old lady Yuan and Lu Shi for a while. Suddenly, he heard a young girl outside calling, "Second young master." Then Yuan Qilei pushed aside the curtain and entered. As soon as Yuan Qilei saw Hua Shifei, he paused in surprise and quickly bowed, saying, "Young master." Hua Shifei nodded at Yuan Qilei. Seeing that Yuan Qilei seemed hesitant to speak, he smiled at old lady Yuan and said, "Grandmother, I will take my leave now." Old lady Yuan smiled and replied, "All right. Today is the first day of the month. I won't keep the young master. Please give my regards to the Empress Dowager, the Marquis, and the Madam when you return." "Of course," Hua Shifei replied with a smile. Old lady Yuan then instructed Lu Shi, oldest daughter-in-law, "Send the young master off for me." "Yes," Lu Shi responded. After Lu Shi, her daughter, and Hua Shifei left Shosong Hall, Yuan Qilei bowed to old lady Yuan and said, "Mother, I was the one who made you angry last night. It was my fault. I come to apologize." "Humph." Old lady Yuan, with her smile gone, snorted coldly. "A man helped me back to lie down." Momo Bai responded and helped old lady Yuan up. "Mother." Yuan Qilei hurried forward and knelt before old lady Yuan. "Mother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Go back to your little concubine and be a filial son," old lady Yuan said coldly. Yuan Qilei quickly replied, "Mother, I truly know I was wrong. Because I am eager for a son, please forgive me this time. I will listen to you and not take Xinyan as a wife for now. Just let her be a maid." "Are you sincere?" old lady Yuan asked, stopping. Yuan Qilei showed a restrained expression. "Mother, every word I say is true. I do like Xinyan very much, but I shouldn't disobey you. I am unfilial. Please forgive me." He then kowtowed several times to old lady Yuan. Old lady Yuan, who already favored Yuan Qilei, had mostly calmed down overnight. She was sad that her son only cared for that charming girl. Now, hearing Yuan Qilei's sincere apology and seeing him bow and admit his mistake, and knowing he still had no son, her heart softened.
Fine, fine.
If you truly like her, marry her. But do not spoil your concubine and neglect your wife. If this happens again, I will not forgive that charming girl. After hearing the old lady's words, Yuan Qilei was very happy. Indeed, Shunyan's idea was good. "Look, mother, isn't that a confirmation?" "Mother." Yuan Qilei looked surprised and couldn't believe it. You really agree that I marry Xinyan?"
"Ah."
The old lady sighed. She was very strict about rules in her life, but whenever she was with Lair, she couldn't help but soften her heart. Fine, fine, she's my son after all. I agree. Marry her, so you won't say you're lonely every day. Thank you, mother. Yuan Zilei sincerely replied. I will definitely give you a big, fat grandson.
All right.
The old lady looked at Yuan Zilei. Go see Ningshi. No matter what, she is your main wife. Whether you marry that charming girl today or take more concubines later, none will compare to her. Yes, mother. With her approval, Yuan Zilei was very happy. Naturally, he was willing to follow her wishes and go see Ningshi. After all, they had lived together for over 10 years and had feelings for each other. Yuan Zidong went to Zihua courtyard to see Ningshi. Ningshi was already awake. The mother and daughter talked for a while, then Yuan Zidong left the courtyard. Just as she was about to walk through the garden back to Tongxiang courtyard, she saw Hu Shifei and Yuan Ziyou walking towards Plum Forest from afar. Yuan Zidong wanted to go over without hesitation. Lian Xiao saw this and quickly said, Young lady, you can't go now. Lian Xiao's words made Yuan Zidong regain her senses. She looked at Hu Shifei and Yuan Ziyou's backs, her fists clenched tightly inside her sleeves. We'll go back, Yuan Zidong said through gritted teeth with resentment. Yuan Ziyou and Hu Shifei stood beside the plum tree. The snow had stopped, and the branches were covered with thick frost. The plum blossoms, some just opening and some in full bloom, proudly decorated the branches, shining brightly with the clear frost. Hu Shifei looked at Yuan Ziyou, who had grown into a graceful young lady. His heart was both happy and nervous. When he left the frontier years ago, Yuan Ziyou was only 9 years old, just a girl who liked to wield a sword and didn't understand feelings. She used to chase after him, calling him Shifei Gij. She was no different from Yuan's 2 brothers. Now, more than 3 years later, that little girl had grown into a beautiful young lady. Her lovely face was beginning to blossom. Although they had a marriage agreement, he was nervous, afraid that Yuan Ziyou only saw him as an older brother. Yuan Ziyou looked up at Hu Shifei. Sunlight shone into her eyes, reflecting tiny glimmers of light. Hu Shifei felt a little nervous. He looked at the plum blossoms and said, These plum blossoms are really beautiful. You told my mother you wanted me to send you here just to see the plum blossoms? Yuan Ziyou gently pinched a branch of plum and sniffed its cool fragrance. Of course.
Of course not.
Hu Shifei hurriedly replied. Usually praised for being steady by elders, he was now a bit stammering. Seeing Hu Shifei looking so confused, Yuan Ziyou secretly laughed. Right now, her brother Shifei was just a young boy with a crush. In this life, she would stay with him, watching him grow into a brave and steady general, the war hero of their great dynasty. So, what is this? Yuan Ziyou blinked at Hu Shifei. Hu Shifei's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and asked, You know about our engagement, right? Yes. Yuan Ziyou nodded.
So, what do you think about it?
Hu Shifei asked quickly. What do I think? Seeing Hu Shifei looking so nervous, Yuan Ziyou couldn't help but tease him. I mean. Hu Shifei blinked nervously. You don't have any objections to the engagement, right? Yuan Ziyou scolded him lightly. What, do you have other ideas? No. Hu Shifei quickly grabbed Yuan Ziyou's hand. I don't have other thoughts. I just worry you don't like me. When Hu Shifei suddenly held her hand, Yuan Ziyou blushed shyly. She stole a glance at Qing and the young servant Ping Shan nearby, who were both holding back their laughter, and turned away. Careful, someone might see, Yuan Ziyou whispered softly, but she didn't want to pull her hand away. Her reaction made Hu Shifei happy. Yuan, are you willing? Isn't that right? I'm still young. Don't forget, I just turned 13. Yuan Ziyou said playfully. I'll wait for you, Hu Shifei said seriously. His words made Yuan Ziyou feel sweet inside. A smile couldn't help but appear on her face, and she unconsciously held Hu Shifei's hand again. Hu Shifei's eyes brightened immediately. Yuan, I also brought you a gift this time, Hu Shifei said, pulling out a delicate rectangular box carved from rosewood. Look, do you like it? He opened the box. Yuan Ziyou looked over and saw inside the box a hairpin embedded with 7 treasures and decorated with golden jade. It was the same hairpin that Hu Shifei had given her in a past life. However, when Yuan's family was overthrown, it was accidentally broken in the chaos. Now, seeing this hairpin, Yuan Ziyou felt a joy of something lost being found again. Do you like it? Hu Shifei asked nervously when he saw Yuan Ziyou staring at the hairpin without speaking. This was actually the first time he had given a girl a gift, and he wasn't sure if she liked it. Yes, I like it. Yuan Ziyou snapped out of her thoughts and quickly nodded. Can I put it on you? Hu Shifei asked bravely, sensing that only Qingying and Ping Shan were nearby. Yuan Ziyou didn't speak, just gently nodded. Hu Shifei's heart lifted with joy as he took the hairpin from the box and carefully clipped it into Yuan Ziyou's hair. You look so beautiful, Hu Shifei said, unable to take his eyes off her. Be careful, Ping Shan might tease you, Yuan Ziyou said with a small smile. He dares. Hu Shifei raised an eyebrow. Ping Shan shivered nearby, looking at the thick snow around him. The weather was really cold today. Hu Shifei chatted endlessly with Yuan Ziyou about the little things from the past 3 years and listened to her tell amusing stories from the frontier. Before they knew it, it was almost noon. I have to go back now, Hu Shifei said reluctantly. Be careful on your way, Yuan Ziyou advised. Hu Shifei hesitated. I need a pouch. Yuan Ziyou rolled her eyes at him. You know how bad my sewing is. It's okay, it's just a pouch. Even without embroidery, it's fine, Hu Shifei said quickly. You said it. Yuan Ziyou looked at him. If I make it, someone might laugh at you, and you're not allowed to take it off. Of course, Hu Shifei said happily, when she agreed. Then, Yuan Ziyou softly said, when I finish it, I'll give it to you.
Great.
Hu Shifei responded, gently touching her forehead. These days, there's a lot going on at home, so I might not be free. After the 15th, I'll take you hunting in the mountains. Yuan Ziyou's eyes lit up. Good. Hu Shifei smiled happily, knowing this little girl loved it most. After Hu Shifei left with Ping Shan, Yuan Ziyou took Qingying back to Wuyo Pavilion. On the way, Qingying kept her smile hidden. Yuan Ziyou pouted and said, if you want to laugh, just do it. I'm just happy for the second young lady, Qingying replied. Qingying smiled happily. The engagement between Yuan Ziyou and Hu Shifei was well known throughout the household. Now, seeing Hu Shifei treating Yuan Ziyou so well, Qingying was truly happy for Yuan Ziyou. When they returned to Wuyo Pavilion, Qingji came forward. Second young lady, just now, Sister Dingxiang from the grandmother's side came to see you. She wants you to go to Shosong Hall. The grandmother has arranged a family feast there. After saying this, she noticed the jade hairpin at Yuan Ziyou's temple and exclaimed, Second young lady, is this a gift from the grandmother? It's so beautiful. Yuan Ziyou's face immediately flushed with a rosy glow.
Quiet now. Go pour me a cup of tea.
Okay. Qingji responded, blinking her eyes in confusion as she looked at Qingying. Qingying smiled softly. Hurry up and bring a hot cup of tea to the second young lady. It's so cold today. Okay. Qingji was puzzled, not understanding why her second young lady, after visiting Shosong Hall, suddenly became shy. When Yuan Ziyou and Qingying arrived at Shosong Hall, the family feast was already prepared. Old Madame Yuan sat at the head of the table. Lu Shi, Ning Shi, Yuan Zitong, and Yuan Qilei had also arrived. I'm late, grandmother. Please don't be angry. Yuan Ziyou greeted everyone politely and then smiled at old Madame Yuan. Old Madame Yuan chuckled. You're not late, second girl. Come, sit down quickly. Yes. Yuan Ziyou replied and sat next to Lu Shi. Lu Shi looked at the jade hairpin in Yuan Ziyou's hair with a smile and asked, Fair has gone back? Yes, Yuan Ziyou nodded softly. Old Madame Yuan then instructed Xiaoyao, since everyone is here, let's start serving the dishes. Yes. Xiaoyao responded and stepped back. Old Madame Yuan said, Today is the first day of the new month. In previous years, only I and the second brother's family celebrated the new year. This year, the eldest brother's family will also come back. From now on, our family will be complete. Since we are family, we should live peacefully. If there are any issues, talk openly. Don't keep things inside or hold grudges. Yes. Everyone responded eagerly. Old Madame Yuan nodded with satisfaction and then said to Ningshi, second wife, I know you were wronged last night.
I also scolded Laia.
But Lair wants to take a concubine because he feels lonely. You should understand this. If he takes a concubine, it will be fine. With me here, he won't cross the line with you. Even if he has a son in the future, he will stay in your house. Our Yuan family has never had a tradition of taking concubines or being dominated. Yes, mother. I understand. I apologize if I lost my temper last night. Please don't blame me, Ningshi hurriedly said. Ning's words pleased the old lady greatly. That's right. Rest assured, if Lei ever makes a mistake again, I will help you discipline him. Thank you, mother. Ning replied with a smile. The old lady then said to Yuan Lei, did you hear what I just said? Yes, I heard, Yuan Lei quickly responded. The old lady continued, a concubine is just a plaything. Why get so upset? It's also disrespectful to the main wife. Remember, Ning is your main wife, and no one can replace her. If last night's incident happens again, I won't forgive you.
Don't worry, mother.
I was confused last night, but I won't do it again, Yuan Lei said quickly. Yuan Zidong sat beside Ning, lowering her head slightly. The scene from last night truly made her feel upset. She worried that in the future, a brother or sister might share her parents' love, which made her feel stuffy inside. To make matters worse, the new hairpin in Yuan Ziyou's hair made her even more annoyed. Ignoring Yuan Zidong's subtle glances, Yuan Ziyou discreetly looked at Yuan Lei and Ning. Yuan Ziyou wasn't sure if Yuan Lei was good at soothing people or if Ning could endure quietly. Right now, it seemed that Yuan Lei and Ning had no more disagreements. Ning even wore a smile, probably because she bumped her forehead last night and today she covered it with her bangs, so her injury was hidden. The family banquet, though a bit late, appeared happy on the surface. Yuan Lei occasionally told funny stories from his errands, making the old lady happy. The only thing that made Yuan Ziyou uncomfortable was the strong scent of locust tree blossoms floating around the table, which she found very unpleasant. But she couldn't reveal the matter of the blue-clad powder. Not only because Lu's eyes saw her as someone new to medicine, but also because even Dr. Shi, who often came to treat everyone, hadn't noticed the presence of the blue powder. Moreover, she still hadn't caught the person behind it. The blue powder was extremely malicious. Yuan Ziyou hadn't figured out how to get rid of it yet. She could only occasionally send some snacks with spring water to the old lady and Lu. The spring water from Cheongjiang Pavilion was truly magical and might suppress the poison of the blue powder. After the family banquet ended, everyone gradually left without further discussion. Yuan Zidong, feeling frustrated inside, returned to Tongxiang Pavilion. She smashed a few cups and slapped a few young maids until her mood slightly eased. Ling Xiao dared not step forward to persuade her. She waited until Yuan Zitong calmed down before cautiously approaching and saying, Miss, why are you so angry? If you hurt yourself, what will happen? Yuan Zidong snapped, are your eyes blind? Can't you see that shiny jade hairpin on that girl's head? Maybe. Ling Xiao blinked, unsure how to respond at first. Stop making excuses. Yuan Zitong snorted coldly. That girl didn't have that jade hairpin when she visited Grandma today. Just think. It's definitely a gift from Brother Hor. Miss, even if it was from the heir, now that the second miss and the heir are engaged, it's proper. Ling Xiao hurried to comfort her. She remembered Ning's threats and dared not provoke Yuan Zidong further. If she did, her own life might be in danger. Yuan Zidong shot Ling Xiao a fierce glare and said, Who do you serve? If you find my company boring, why not send you to Wuyo Pavilion? Oh, my lady. Ling Xiao quickly replied, I'm doing this for your good. Think about it. Right now, you're just sulking, which only makes you sick. It's better to find a way to cut off the second Mrs. chance to marry into the Marquis family. Do you have any ideas? Yuan Zidong asked her. Not yet. Ling Xiao lowered her head and answered. Yuan Zidong snorted coldly. Good for nothing. Then she stood up and headed outside. Come with me to Zihua Courtyard. Yes. When Yuan Zidong arrived at Zihua Courtyard, Ning was sitting at her desk writing a letter. Mother. Yuan Zidong called softly. Are you feeling dizzy? Should Dr. Qian come to see you again? Ning smiled warmly at her daughter's concern.
I'm fine.
It's better now, and I have my Tonga to care for me. You're my mother, of course I care about you. If I don't, who will I care for? Yuan Zidong smiled sweetly. Alas, I only have you left, Ning sighed, pulling Yuan Zidong into her arms. Yuan Zidong knew her mother was hurt by her father, but didn't say much. She looked at the letter on the desk and asked, Mother, who are you writing to? Your uncle, Ning replied. I plan to invite the whole family to come to Beijing. She continued, Your cousin and cousiness will come too. You must not bully them like you did when you were little, understand? Yes, Mother. I'm grown up now, so I won't behave like that anymore, Yuan Zidong said with a smile. Then she asked, if Uncle's family comes to Beijing, does Mother have any arrangements? Mrs. Ning smiled as she spoke, gently patting Yuan Zidong's hair. Tonger, you're only 15 this year. Mother will make plans for you. But you must promise Mother that you won't be impulsive like before, okay? Yes, I understand, Mother. Yuan Zidong happily threw herself into Mrs. Ning's arms. Mother, please help Tonger. Mrs. Ning hugged Yuan Zidong silently, squinting as she looked out the window. Everything owed to her. She would get back one by one. In the blink of an eye, it was the 14th day of the first month. Recently, Lu was very busy. The Easter Mansion had just finished hosting banquets, and the Wester Mansion sent over invitation cards. Lu was kept busy with socializing non-stop, like a spinning top. Yuan Ziyou was tired of mingling with the ladies and told Lu she preferred to stay in Weiyou Pavilion, making sachets for huishifei and thinking up new pastry recipes. During this time, Yuan Zidong visited twice. She seemed eager to become good friends with Yuan Ziyou, but Yuan Ziyou was too lazy to bother and sent her away with a few words. Yuan Zidong didn't seem upset and came to Weiyou Pavilion to visit every 2 or 3 days. Finally, things are quiet now, Lu said, holding Bai Sui's hand as she entered the room, looking relieved. The banquets in the capital are just too frequent. Madame Gui smiled and said, Madam, you just returned to the capital, and the eldest son was summoned back by the emperor's order. No telling how many eyes are watching. I think if the eldest son gets promoted, there will be even more banquets. Just as Lu was about to speak, a young girl entered to report, Madam, the Marquis of Xianping sent over an invitation. Lu took the invitation and smiled happily. Quick, bring them in. Then she said to Bai Sui, go call the second Mississippi. Yes. Bai Sui hurried off to Weiyou Pavilion. When Yuan Ziyou arrived at Lu Feng Garden, she saw Madame Meng happily talking with Lu. Sitting beside Madame Meng was a small girl dressed in pink, with twin buns in her hair. Huan was Shifei's younger sister. Aunt Meng. Yuan Ziyou smiled and bowed to Madame Meng. Before Madame Meng could speak, Huan happily jumped up, hugging Yuan Ziyou's arm. Older sister Yu, I finally saw you. I missed you so much. Madame Meng chuckled and teased, Are you craving Yuan Ziyou's pastries? Mother. Huan blinked. No. I just really wanted to see Yuan Ziyou.
Good.
Madame Meng smiled affectionately. You missed your older sister Yu. Mrs. Lu smiled and said, I will talk with Aunt Meng for a while. You and Wanner can go for a walk in the garden. Yes, Mother. Yuan Ziyou replied happily. Huan listened and cheerfully shook Yuan Ziyou's arm, saying, Sister Yu, it's so cold in winter. Let's not go to the garden. How about we go to your courtyard instead? Mrs. Meng smiled and said, You little glutton, aren't you just craving Sister Yu's snacks? Huan made a cute face at Mrs. Meng. Yuan Ziyou laughed and said, Aunt Meng, then I'll take Wanner to my courtyard. Go ahead, go ahead. Ever since you sent her some snacks a few days ago, this little monkey has been talking about it non-stop. Mrs. Meng said with a smile. When they entered Weiyou Pavilion, Huan smiled at Qingying and asked, Sister Qingying, do you have any tasty snacks? Yes, Miss Huan. I will bring some right away, Qingying replied politely, and went to the small kitchen. Did you have fun visiting your grandmother's house this time? Yuan Ziyou asked with a smile. Yes, I had fun. Huan nodded eagerly. I was supposed to come back before the new year, but my grandmother didn't want me to leave, so I stayed there for the new year. I just came back a few days ago. By the way, my eldest cousin-in-law had a daughter. You wouldn't believe how ugly she is. Her face is all wrinkled and red. But my cousin-in-law insists that my little cousin will be very beautiful when she grows up. How can a little monkey that ugly ever become beautiful? Huan said this with a look of disbelief. Yuan Ziyou blinked, not understanding either. Maybe we'll see when she's older. That's true, Huan nodded, not dwelling on the matter. At this moment, Qing Ji brought over fragrant tea. Miss Wan, have some tea. Okay. Huan took the teacup from Qing Ji, took a sip, and exclaimed, Sister Yu, I just realized your tea is so fragrant and sweet. I want to stay here and never leave. Sure. Yuan Ziyou smiled. As long as Aunt Meng agrees, you can stay as long as you like. Huan suddenly looked disappointed. Forget it. My mother definitely won't agree. Sister Yu, you don't know. My strict nanny is very stern. Only a few days before the new year, I had some free time, but after the 15th of the lunar month, I have to learn manners every day with my nanny. It's so boring. How boring, huh? Be careful your nanny hears you and punishes you, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile, patting Huan's forehead. In her previous life, Huan had been punished many times for this. Huan stuck out her small tongue and said, Sister Yu, when it comes to being punished, you don't know how strict Grandma Yan really is. She's not only strict, but do you know what she punished me for? Huan looked very upset as she spoke about this. What did she punish you for?
Yuan Ziyou asked.
She actually punished me to copy poems in small, elegant handwriting with a hairpin flower. I really dislike those poems and verses. I'd rather copy military strategies. Huan pouted, looking very aggrieved. Yuan Ziyou gently tapped Huan's forehead. So, you still want to become a female general who commands armies? In her previous life, Huan disliked embroidery and poetry, but loved military tactics and formations. She secretly disguised herself as a man and went to the battlefield, only to die in battle. Her Aunt Meng was heartbroken over her mother's death, then lost her beloved daughter, and soon passed away herself. The Marquis Xianthing turned gray overnight. In this life, no matter what, Yuan Ziyou was determined to stop Huan from going to war. Why not? Do you think only men can go to battle? Huan said with a smile, lifting her chin. Yuan Ziyou's heart moved slightly. Waner, women in our greatly dynasty are not allowed to go to war. Then I'll disguise myself as a man. Huan said. Do you want Aunt Meng to be sad? Yuan Ziyou asked. I'll go secretly and come back secretly. I just want to experience it once, and I promise not to let my mother find out. Huan had a special longing for the battlefield. Waner, can you promise me something? Yuan Ziyou thought for a moment and asked. Yes, Sister Yu. If you really want to go to battle someday, you must first get Aunt Meng's approval, Yuan Ziyou said seriously. Yuan Ziyou's serious tone made Huan pause. After thinking, she said, all right. Remember, a promise is a promise. You can't go back on it. If you want to learn how to fight like a man, you must first learn to be a true man. Keep your words and follow through, Yuan Ziyou warned, worried that Huan might be just joking. Yes, of course, Huan said earnestly. Just then, Qing came in carrying a redwood tray with carved flowers, holding several delicate snacks. Oh, I came just at the right time. A voice called from the door. Yuan Ziyou and Huan looked up to see Yuan Zidong smiling as she stood at the door, watching them. Second sister, whose little girl is this? She looks so icy and adorable. Yuan Zidong sat quietly on a nearby embroidery stool, observing Huan. Huan did not know Yuan Zidong, so she looked at Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou calmly said to Yuan Zidong, this is Aunt Meng's daughter, Huan. Waner, this is my second aunt's daughter, Yuan Zidong, who is 2 years older than me, Yuan Ziyou explained to Huan. Hearing this, Yuan Zidong understood that Huan was likely Hu Shifei's younger sister. She immediately warmly said to Huan, so your sister Wan. I heard the young master mention you before, but I only got to meet you today. Listen carefully. Although young, Huan was quite sharp. She smiled faintly and said to Yuan Zidong, "Hello, Miss Yuan. Did my brother mention me? But my brother has never talked about you." Yuan Zidong was momentarily stunned and forced a smile, saying, "It was when the young master came to our house to deliver the fourth gift. I overheard him mention you by chance, so I remembered. Since the young master has an engagement with my second sister, our families are like one family. Naturally, I wanted to meet Sister Wan." "Big sister, you shouldn't speak so lightly," Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. "The engagement is with me, but your words could easily cause misunderstandings. If others think you have improper intentions toward the young master, it could harm your reputation." "Second sister, why do you say that?" Yuan Zidong's heart suddenly skipped a beat, almost thinking Yuan Ziyou saw through her feelings. "I absolutely have no improper thoughts about the young master. Second sister, please don't ruin my reputation." "How would sister you ruin your reputation?" Huan picked up a piece of fragrant cake made from milk and rice flour, took a satisfying bite, and looked at Yuan Zitong with a puzzled expression. "She's just concerned about you and warning you, that's all." "Oh, I see." Yuan Zidong saw how Huan was always protecting Yuan Ziyou. She felt a bit uncomfortable, but since Huan was Shifei's sister, she wanted to leave a good impression. She smiled and said to Yuan Ziyou, "I must have heard it wrong. Second sister, please don't mind." "No, it's probably just a slip of the tongue," Yuan Ziyou said with a gentle smile. "I'm glad second sister doesn't mind," Yuan Zidong replied with a small smile. "By the way, I came today to invite second sister."
Oh.
Yuan Ziyou raised her eyebrows slightly. "I wonder what Miss Yuan is inviting me for? Tomorrow is the Shangyuan festival. Every year, there is a lantern fair in the capital, especially on Chong'an Street. I was thinking of inviting second sister to go out and see the lanterns. What do you think?" Yuan Zidong smiled and said to Huan, "Wan Mei, why don't we go together? We can keep each other company and make things more lively."
Oh.
Huan suddenly let out a soft cry. "What's wrong, Waner?" Yuan Ziyou asked hurriedly. Huan patted her forehead. "Younger sister you, I was so busy thinking about snacks that I forgot the important thing. Today, I was going to invite you to watch the lanterns tomorrow. Mother is worried about me going alone. Younger sister you, will you come with me to see the lanterns tomorrow?" As she spoke, Huan gently shook Yuan Ziyou's arm, acting cute. Yuan Ziyou chuckled and gently pinched Huan's nose. "Aunt Meng said it right. I think you're not really missing me, but missing the snacks." "That's not true." Huan blinked her big, round eyes. "I'm really missing you, and I also want the snacks." Yuan Ziyou was amused by Huan's words and laughed. Nearby, Qingying and Qingji also quietly smiled. Yuan Zidong felt like an outsider, uncomfortable all over. She suppressed her unhappiness and smiled again. "Then it's perfect. The three of us can keep each other company tomorrow." Yuan Ziyou looked at Yuan Zitong with a smile. She understood why Yuan Zidong invited her to see the lanterns, but whether she could succeed was not something Yuan Zidong could control. "All right, let's go together," Yuan Ziyou said casually. "Then it's settled." Yuan Zidong stood up with a smile. "I won't bother my second sister and Wan Mei anymore." Although she wanted to get along better with Huan, Yuan Zidong really didn't want to stay in Wuyo Pavilion. The longer she stayed, the more her heart felt unwilling. If it weren't for wanting her grandmother to know she cared about her sisters, she wouldn't want to be here at all. "Take care, big sister." Yuan Ziyou also stood up with a smile. "Second sister, please stay." Yuan Zidong smiled again and said to Huan, "Wan Mei, I have some things to do today. Next time, I'll host a meal for you." "You're so polite, big girl Yuan," Huan said with a smile. "No problem," Yuan Zidong replied, then left Wuyo Pavilion with Lian Xiao. After Yuan Zidong left, Huan pouted and said to Yuan Ziyou, "You know, sister, you're so fake." "Oh, Waner, when did you learn to read faces?" Yuan Ziyou couldn't help but smile. Huan wrinkled her little nose. "You, sister, judging by the expression on your face when you look at your house, is exactly the same as my third sister." The third sister Huowan mentioned is Huijiao, the legitimate daughter of Hui's third master. Elder Ziyou smiled and said, "All right, enough of the boring talk. Do you like these snacks today?" When it came to snacks, Huowan's eyes lit up immediately. "They're delicious. Really very tasty. Sister Yu, I heard Aunt Lu say that you came up with these snacks. Is that true?" "Yes." Yuan Ziyou nodded. "Oh my Sister Yu, you're amazing. I wish my eldest brother would marry you soon," Huowan said, with wide eyes. Yuan Ziyou blushed and reached out to pinch Huowan's face. "You're still young but quite clever. Let's see if I let you get away with this." "Ah, Sister Yu, spare me. Huowan won't dare to do it again." Huowan giggled and playfully teased Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Zidong, along with Lian Xiao, stormed back angrily to Tongxiang courtyard. "That brat. She actually embarrassed me in front of outsiders. I'll make her pay tomorrow," Yuan Zidong said bitterly. "Young lady," Lian Xiao said cautiously, "do you think Second Miss might have found out something?" Yuan Zidong's heart skipped a beat, then she snapped angrily. What could she know? She just returned less than 2 months ago. How could she know anything? After saying that, she squinted and stared at Lian Xiao. "Or, did you tell her something behind my back, and she found out?" "Young lady," Lian Xiao hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to talk behind your back." "Humph. I doubt you would dare." Yuan Zitong rolled her eyes. "Get up. If I find out you've done anything one day, you won't have a good ending. You know the skills of Rendong Ningdong." Lian Xiao trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. "Yes, ma'am." On the Yuan festival, the fire trees and silver flowers lit up the night. A full moon hung crookedly in the sky, and colorful lanterns decorated the streets, hanging from tree branches and treetops. They reflected the moonlight, casting a glow over the city, making the night vibrant. The bustling Chang'an Street was filled with people. Second Miss, the Yuan festival in the capital is so lively. Qingying and Qingji helped Yuan Ziyou down from the carriage. Qingji looked at the lively scene and excitedly said to Yuan Ziyou, "Yes, it's really lively." Yuan Ziyou responded with emotion, calming her restless thoughts a bit, then smiled and said to Qingying and Qingji, "If you see anything you like later, just buy it. The money is mine." Qingying and Qingji cheered. "Thank you, Second Miss." "Second Sister, our capital has always been so lively. I guess you haven't seen such sights much while living on the frontier. Later, stay close to me so you won't cause a fuss and embarrass our family." Following Yuan Zidong as she stepped down from the carriage, she secretly sneered and loudly said to Yuan Ziyou. Near Yuan's carriage, there were a few official carriages. Yuan Zidong's voice was quite loud, so the noble daughters nearby heard her clearly. Someone sneered disdainfully, calling her a country bumpkin. Qingji was angry and wanted to defend Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou stopped Qingji and smiled at Yuan Zidong, saying, "Big sister, I have indeed been in the frontier for a long time and rarely come back. That's because my father is working with the soldiers to guard the border and protect our country. Otherwise, where would all the music and dance in the capital come from? Do you think I am ashamed to be with you?" Yuan Zidong forced a smile and said, "Second sister, what you said is nonsense. I was just giving a simple reminder." "Oh," Yuan Ziyou nodded. "I was wrong to misunderstand you, big sister. I thought you looked down on the soldiers from the frontier." Yuan Zidong's face turned pale. "How could that be?" "You misunderstood me, second sister. That's good. Otherwise, I would feel sorry for those soldiers who risked their lives at the border," Yuan Ziyou said with a smile, showing a row of neat white teeth. Yuan Zidong felt a surge of frustration in her heart, unable to vent it. Just as she was about to speak, a voice said, "What this girl said is very true. Without the soldiers guarding the border, how could you enjoy your wealth here?" Hearing this voice, Yuan Zidong and the noble daughters who had been watching coldly immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Princess Linyang." The Princess Linyang snorted coldly and ignored them, only smiling at Yuan Ziyou and asking, "Who are you?" Yuan Ziyou recognized the voice. It was the princess she had heard at the Taste of Delicacies Tower. She hadn't expected it to be Princess Lin Yang. She knew about her, but in her previous life, they had no interaction. "Greetings, Princess Lin Yang," Yuan Ziyou respectfully bowed. "My name is Yuan Ziyou. My father is General Yuan Zifeng, protector of the nation." General Yuan's family, the princess smiled. "Yes, on the 20th day of the first lunar month, I will hold a plum blossom appreciation banquet. Tomorrow, I will send someone to deliver the invitation to your house." When the princess said this, not only Yuan Zidong but also the noble daughters looked at Yuan Ziyou with envy and jealousy. In the capital now, everyone knew that Princess Lin Yang was the Empress Dowager's most beloved granddaughter. If someone gained her favor, they could gain face in front of the Empress Dowager. What an honor that would be! Why did I just happen to get benefits from this simple-minded person? Being favored by the princess is an honor for Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou smiled and bowed. Then it's settled. Princess Lin Yang smiled and said, then left with her maid. As soon as Princess Lin Yang left, the other noble ladies found it boring, and also left with their maids. Second sister. Yuan Zidong quickly smiled and said to Yuan Ziyou, "Congratulations. You received an invitation from Princess Lin Yang." Yuan Ziyou smiled but didn't reply. Seeing that Yuan Ziyou didn't respond, Yuan Zidong smiled again. "Second sister, if Princess Lin Yang sends an invitation, do you think I could come along? After all, you got the invitation because I helped a bit, right?" Yuan Shi Lei has a low official rank. Although Yuan Zitong lives in General Yuan's house and has some contact with noble ladies, she could never meet someone like Princess Lin Yang. Qingji stood behind Yuan Ziyou, heard Yuan Zidong's words, and lowered her head slightly, pouting. Before Yuan Ziyou could speak, Huan hurried over. "Sister Yu, did you get the invitation from Princess Lin Yang?" "Yes," Yuan Ziyou nodded with a smile. "Did Yuan Dajie help you get this invitation?" Huan asked curiously. Otherwise, how could Yuan Dajie say she helped? And why would she want you to bring her along? Everyone knows that invitations from Princess Lin Yang can't be shared. If Yuan Dajie is so capable, why doesn't she ask for her own invitation? Yuan Ziyou smiled softly and said, "Big sister, Wana is very curious. Why don't you tell Wana how you helped?" Yuan Zitong was stunned for a moment, then awkwardly smiled. "Forget it. I was just talking nonsense. Since second sister doesn't want to and Wana has arrived, let's go see the lanterns." Every year during the Lantern Festival, our capital has many riddles and couplets. It's very lively. Huan's eyes twinkled, and she seemed to understand. She didn't say anything but smiled at Yuan Ziyou. "Sister Yu, I heard there are generous prizes this year. Let's go quickly, or someone else might get them first." Then she pulled Yuan Ziyou and hurried toward Chong'an Street. Huan's maidservants, Wu Ying and Wu Hen, hurried after her, calling, "Eighth Miss, slow down. Wait a moment." Seeing Yuan Ziyou and Huan ignore her and walk ahead, Yuan Zidong stomped her foot in frustration and followed. Lu Haozhe was so frightened last time on the street by Yuan Ziyou that he sat down on the ground, hurt his tailbone on a small stone, and only recovered after nearly a month of lying on his bed. When Lu Taifu asked about it, Lu Haozhe was too afraid to tell the truth, only saying he fell accidentally and managed to cover it up. Because of all this fuss, he didn't have a good year. Now, during the Lantern Festival, Lu Haozhe took a servant out to enjoy the lantern fair. Angry that the previous servants didn't protect him well, Lu Haozhe dismissed them with an excuse. This time, he brought a new servant. "Wow, young master, that young lady is very beautiful," suddenly said a servant, pointing at a woman, and spoke to Lu Haozhe. "Which one?" Lu Haozhe, who was looking around at the beauties, asked quickly. "That one." The servant pointed at a woman in a blue dress, smiling flatteringly. "Wow, just her back view is enough to imagine how stunning she is." Lu Haozhe's eyes lit up. He cleared his throat, adjusted his clothes, and confidently walked over to the woman. "Miss, greetings." "Oh my goodness." Lu Haozhe stared in shock, wide-eyed. He never expected that after nearly a month of not leaving the house, the first girl he approached was the same troublemaker who had caused his injury before. "Is something the matter?" Yuan Ziyou turned to look at Lu Haozhe, a slight smile on her lips, asking calmly. No, nothing. Lu Haozhe suddenly felt his tailbone hurt again. I mistook you for someone else. Yes, I definitely mistook you. As he spoke, Lu Haozhe took a few steps back, forcing a painfully fake smile. Sorry for bothering you. Without waiting for Yuan Ziyou to say anything, he turned and walked away. When he couldn't see Yuan Ziyou anymore, Lu Haozhe kicked the servant in the leg. Are you blind? Why did you point at her? Do you think I'm unlucky enough already, and you want to make it worse? Feeling frustrated, he kicked a few more times, then finally felt his heartbeat slow down. Lu Haozhe patted his chest nervously, thinking he was scared to death. The servant who was kicked looked confused, not understanding what he did wrong, and kept begging for mercy. Haoan watched Lu Haozhe run away with curiosity and asked, Yuan Jie, that person seems to be very afraid of you. What did you do? Yuan Ziyou shrugged. Just standing up for someone. Huo Wanming nodded clearly. That guy is definitely not a good person. Enough, forget about that person. Let's go guess lantern riddles. Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Okay. Yuan Zidong followed behind, giving Yuan Ziyou a disdainful glance.
Rude.
Jie is the answer to this riddle, food tray? Huowan pointed at a red rabbit lantern and quietly asked Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou looked over and saw a red note hanging at the rabbit lantern's mouth and nose, with a line of words, has a face but no mouth, has legs but no hands, eats rice and drinks wine. What is it? It's a decoration. Yes. Yuan Ziyou nodded happily at Huowan. Huowan's eyes lit up immediately. She pointed at the lantern and said, I guessed it. It's a food tray. The stall owner heard this, took down the lantern, and smiled at Huowan. You guessed right, little girl. This lantern is yours. Huowan then asked Wu Ying to take the lantern. Seeing that Huowan was still looking at him, the stall owner smiled and asked, Little girl, do you want to guess more lantern riddles? Isn't there a reward for guessing correctly? Huan asked with some doubt. Why is there only this lantern? Where are the prizes? The stall owner smiled. I only run a small business, so I can't afford big prizes. Do you see that stall over there? He pointed to a busy stall nearby. That's Yan Shixiang's stall. They have many riddles and couplets this year. If you can guess the riddle and match the couplet, there are different rewards depending on how difficult they are. Oh, I see. Huowan nodded quickly and took Yuan Ziyou's hand. Jie, let's go quickly. Look at how many people there are. If they get everything first, we'll miss out. Yuan Zidong also smiled and said, Exactly. I see many familiar young ladies there. Second sister, let's go quickly. It's your first time in the capital. I want to introduce you to everyone. I may not know the noble ladies in the Prince Yan circle, but I know quite a few noble ladies in the city. Yuan Ziyou smiled faintly. All right, let's go meet them. She knew very well what Yuan Zidong was planning. She had failed to see through her in her previous life, but this time, she wouldn't let her succeed. Miss Yuan, are you also here to guess riddles? As Yuan Ziyou and the others approached Yin Xiongzhai, a woman familiar with Yuan Zidong greeted her with a smile and then curiously looked at Yuan Ziyou. This young lady looks quite unfamiliar. Her words caught the attention of two other women nearby. When they saw Yuan Zidong, they also greeted her warmly. Second sister, Wan sister. These three are Miss Fong from the Ministry of Justice, Miss Liu from the Ministry of Justice, and Miss Chen from the General Administration. Yuan Zidong happily introduced Yuan Ziyou and Huowan. Miss Fong smiled and said, We definitely know Miss Hu, but who is this young lady? When you call her second sister, does that mean she is your sister? Of course. Yuan Zidong replied with a smile. This is my older sister from my paternal family, Yuan Ziyou. Is she the daughter of General Yuan? Miss Liu asked. Exactly. So it's second Miss Yuan. Sorry for the rudeness. The three women said, smiling at Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, I've been living at the border for a long time. Now that I've returned to the capital, I'm not yet familiar with everyone. Please forgive me. They all exchanged respectful bows. To tell you the truth, Yuan Zidong said with a smile, My second sister may not be in the capital often, but she is talented and beautiful.
Oh.
Miss Fong's eyes lit up. In that case, second Miss Yuan, don't be stingy tonight.
Let us see what you've got.
The challenge tonight is quite difficult. Huo Wan, hearing Yuan Zidong and Miss Fong, wanted to speak up, but Yuan Ziyou gently squeezed her hand, signaling her not to say anything. Huo Wan understood and closed her mouth, but she shot Yuan Zidong a sharp look. Yuan Zidong was clearly doing it on purpose. She knew that Sister Ziyou was best at martial arts and cooking, but she was misleading everyone here, setting a trap for her. If Sister Ziyou couldn't match the challenge, wouldn't they all laugh at her? She knew these people well. They could twist anything into a compliment. If that happened, Sister Ziyou's reputation might be damaged. Qing Ying and Qing Ji also looked worried, but seeing Yuan Ziyou's gesture, they silently stood behind her, without saying a word. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "Perhaps I will have to embarrass myself today. If I don't do well, please don't laugh at me." After speaking, Yuan Ziyou looked at Yuan Zitong with a smile. In her past life, Yuan Zidong also set a trap for her, but she was too foolish to see through it, which led to her reputation as a fool. Yuan Zidong simply said, "The talent and beauty I mentioned earlier refer not to poetry and songs, but that people misunderstood the meaning, and she covered it up easily." In her past life, she was even more foolish because she believed Yuan Zidong, which was truly hopeless. Now, having lived again, she knew the answers to those riddles and couplets long ago, especially after 3 years of studying poetry. She was curious to see what Yuan Zidong's expression would be soon. "Young Miss Yuan, you are too modest," several young ladies said with smiles. In front of the ink fragrance shop, many colorful lanterns were hanging. The shopkeeper hadn't announced the start yet, so everyone gathered in front of the shop, looking at the riddles or couplets on the lanterns, quietly thinking of answers.
More and more people gathered around.
Seeing that it was enough, the shopkeeper of Ink Fragrance Shop came out smiling and loudly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hu, and I am the shopkeeper of Ink Fragrance Shop. Today, to celebrate the Lantern Festival, we are holding this ink fragrance order event." Then, Hu pointed at the lanterns in front of the shop and said with a smile, "There are 100 lanterns here, each with a riddle or a couplet. Anyone who can solve the riddle or match the couplet will receive a prize from us." Shopkeeper Hu, "But we don't know what the prize is?" Someone in the crowd asked with a smile. "Yes, what is the prize?" Another asked. "If it's some trivial thing like needles or a thread, we don't want it." Hearing this, everyone laughed. Hu chuckled and said, "Since we're holding this ink fragrance order event, we naturally won't be stingy. Let me show you the prizes first." He clapped his hands, and 2 assistants each carried out a large tray covered with red silk. Hu lifted the silk from one tray to reveal what was underneath. On the tray, there was a stack of rice paper and several ordinary inkstones. Seeing this, someone asked, "Is this the prize?" It doesn't sound very exciting. Of course, that's not all. Master Hu smiled and said, "Everyone can see that among our Yanshang fragrance shop's lanterns, there are 3 beautiful lanterns. If anyone guesses correctly about any lantern besides these 3, they can choose something from this tray, either a piece of rice paper or an inkstone. Of course, the first person to guess correctly gets to choose first." "And what if someone guesses the beautiful lantern?"
Someone asked.
"Then the prize will be more valuable," Master Hu said, removing a silk cloth from another tray. As the tray was uncovered, everyone gasped in surprise. They saw an inkstone, an inkstick, and a brush on the tray. Most importantly, the inkstone was a Duan inkstone, the inkstick was gold-embossed ink, and the brush was a purple-haired lake brush. Such prizes are truly valuable. Each of these items alone is worth a lot. "Master, Hu, you really are spending a lot for this," someone in the crowd said with a smile. Master Hu chuckled and replied, "Honestly, we at Yanshang Fragrance can't afford these prizes ourselves. We have help from a generous benefactor. I can't say who it is, but everyone knows that if you can solve the riddle or the couplet on the beautiful lantern, you can take the prize." "Really?" "Of course." With Master Hu's confirmation, everyone became excited. Some confident in their knowledge gathered around the beautiful lantern, murmuring and pondering. Others, after a moment of thought, sighed and looked at other lanterns. Soon, the shop was bustling with lively crowds.
Miss Yuan.
Miss Fong smiled and said to Yuan Ziyou, "The riddles and couplets on that beautiful lantern are very clever." We looked at them for a long time, but couldn't figure them out. "Do you have any idea?" "These riddles and couplets are indeed very clever," Yuan Ziyou said, glancing at Yuan Zidong, who was pretending to think about the lantern, and smiled. Miss Fong. "Exactly." Lu Qijuan also smiled. Since Miss Yuan is so talented and beautiful, she must be truthful. Though she's young, her appearance is outstanding, and her talent probably matches her looks. When I first came to the capital, my older sister wanted me to meet everyone quickly. Naturally, she praised me, Yuan Ziyou said with a small smile. But I am inexperienced and afraid I might disappoint the ladies. We are still familiar with the young lady Yuan, who is the most gentle and kind. She would never lie. Young lady Yuan heir, you don't need to be modest. Chun San young lady then laughed and said, "Let's quickly think of the answer, or else someone else will win the prize." Yuan Ziyou smiled quietly and didn't speak. She turned to look at the three beautiful lamps, and she already knew the answer deep in her heart. At this moment, in a room across from Yanxixi, Ji Huaishuan and Shien Xiaoing stood by the window, watching more and more people gather in front of Yanxixi. "Tsk, look at what you brought out, so attractive," Ji Huaishuan exclaimed in surprise. "Money really is tempting." "It's just human nature," Shien Xiaoing said calmly. "Hey, Shien Dashi, since you brought out such valuable things, why not let others know?"
Yi Huaixuan teased.
"Are you afraid that Duke Su will find out and scold you? Are you curious?" Shien Xiaoing shot Ji Huaishuan a sidelong glance. Ji Huaishuan snorted. "Of course I am. You, a noble son of the Duke of Su's estate, have a bright future ahead, but you prefer doing business. You throw money around like snowflakes. If I were Duke Su, I'd be mad enough to scold you 8 times a day. If you can do business, why can't I? Are you and I the same?" Ji Huaishuan widened his eyes. "I still have my elder brother and second brother, but you're the only heir of the Duke of Su's estate. The future of the estate depends on you. You should think about pulling your mind back." After speaking, Ji Huaishuan saw that Shien Xiaoing didn't respond, so he said, "My big young master, I've been worried about you. You're 21 now, and you're not married or involved in politics. Hey, what are you looking at?" Ji Huaishuan noticed that Shien Xiaoing seemed not to be listening to him. Curious, he followed his gaze to see what caught his attention. In front of them, a crowd was bustling, leaving Ji Huaishuan confused. He didn't know what had attracted Shien Xiaoing's notice. "Hey, I say, you," Ji Huaishuan asked hesitantly. "Let's go to Yanxixi," Shien Xiaoing said, then turned and left the room. He didn't expect to see Yuan Ziyou again. Watching her carefully examine the 3 beautiful lamps, a ripple stirred in Shien Xiaoing's heart. He wondered if she could find the answer. "Hey, what's wrong with your master?" Shien Xiaoing asked, grabbing Yingfeng, who was about to follow out. Yingfeng shook his head at Ji Huaishuan and then hurried after Shien Xiaoing. Ji Huaishuan stomped his foot in frustration. Sure enough, where there's a master, there's a servant. All of them are like icebergs. Jihua Xian's servant, Pepper, saw the situation and quickly asked, "Young master, shall we follow?" "Follow? Why not?" Jihua Xian snorted. "Why did I become friends with someone so cold and distant?" At first, some people shared their guesses, but all were politely dismissed by Boss Hu with a smile. Everyone became more cautious, thinking carefully in their hearts. Seeing that many of the lantern riddles had already been guessed, the prizes on the first tray were gradually decreasing. However, no one had been able to win the prize for the beautiful lantern.
"Older sister Yu, these are so hard."
Yuan, who usually disliked poetry and songs, found the riddles difficult. The lantern riddles here were all more challenging than the previous ones, and even after trying hard, she couldn't figure them out. Her earlier enthusiasm faded. "That's okay," Yuan Ziyou said with a gentle smile. Older sister Yu, have you guessed it?"
Yuan asked softly.
Before Yuan Ziyou could reply, Yuan Zidong, who had been listening closely, laughed loudly. Second sister, you're really amazing. You guessed both the riddle and the couplet on the beautiful lantern. As she spoke, everyone around looked over. There weren't many people gathered around the beautiful lantern, but there were quite a few. Huan was furious and glared sharply at Yuan Zidong. Miss Yuan, old sister Yu, and I are just discussing. When did you guess it? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you doing it on purpose? Yuan Zidong, caught off guard by Huan's rebuke, felt annoyed but didn't want to offend her. She had to speak softly with a sad look. I heard it wrong. I thought second sister had already guessed it. I was just happy.
Just happy.
Second sister, don't be angry. I won't say more. Her eyes turned red, and she looked tearful. Miss Fong couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Miss Yuan is happy for you. She just heard it wrong. It wasn't on purpose. Why are you so harsh on her? I didn't say it right? Huan asked stubbornly.
You.
Miss Fong was about to speak, but Yuan Ziyou protected Huan behind her and said with a gentle smile, Miss Fong, you don't know the full story. Just because my older sister got emotional and scolded Waner, it doesn't mean she meant to. Waner is several years younger than you. Do you want to bully her because you're older? The people who are close to Yuan Zidong are truly questionable. She knows this very well. I didn't. Miss Fong quickly said. If she admitted to bullying someone in front of so many people, her reputation would be ruined. Thinking this, Miss Fong dared not speak freely anymore. Lu Qijuan and Qin San, who wanted to speak up for her, also kept quiet. People around initially thought Yuan Ziyou, who looked delicate and easy to bully, was teaming up with Huan to pick on someone. But after hearing Yuan Ziyou speak, they nodded in agreement. Indeed, only the people involved knew exactly what had happened just now. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said to Yuan Zidong, Big sister, Waner and I were just whispering about the riddle. Normally, others shouldn't hear us. So, how did you hear everything clearly? Since I am your younger sister, I won't argue with you about this. But I think I should apologize to Waner? I didn't eavesdrop. Yuan Zidong felt a surge of anger rising to her forehead. She thought everyone around was looking at her differently. Then you just said. You heard wrong. And you don't know what it meant? Yuan Ziyou blinked innocently and then said, Forget it. Since I am your sister, let me apologize on your behalf. She then turned to Huan and said, Waner, my big sister made a mistake earlier. Please don't mind her. Don't blame her. Since Sister Ziyou is helping to mediate, I won't hold it against her. Huan squinted and looked at Yuan Zidong, then smiled kindly at Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Zidong was so angry, she bit her lips secretly. Her face turned red and pale. She didn't expect Yuan Ziyou to use a few words to force Miss Fong and the others to stop talking and to use the topic to give herself a reputation for eavesdropping. She even used her to solidify that reputation by apologizing for her. Thinking this, tears started to fall. Miss Fong and the others, who were friendly with Yuan Zidong, saw her fall into a difficult situation and couldn't help but speak up. Second Miss Yuan, no matter what, Big Sister Yuan is your sister. How can you treat her like this? Just now, Big Sister Yuan praised your talent and beauty. Since you are talented and beautiful, I guess this riddle won't be too hard for you. Talent and beauty are not that great, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Besides, I didn't blame Big Sister. Waner isn't upset either. As for this riddle, I want to know if you are really talented and beautiful. What is the answer to the beauty lantern riddle? Why don't second Miss Yuan tell everyone? Miss Fong snorted coldly. Yuan Ziyou looked at Yuan Zidong, who appeared innocent but had a hint of resentment in her eyes, and said, Since the older sisters insist I find the answer, I will think about it. Huan worried that Yuan Ziyou might not guess the riddle, and as Yuan Zidong and others teased her, she glared fiercely at Yuan Zidong. Sneaky. Yuan Zidong clenched her teeth and dared not speak further, secretly hoping Yuan Ziyou wouldn't guess the answer and become the joke. Because of this, everyone thought Yuan Zidong and the others were forcing Yuan Ziyou to guess the answer. Since that's the case, I will help the young lady read the questions. Please take your time and don't rush, someone from the crowd said, then recited the riddles from the beautiful lantern. Gone with the wind and returns again. Geese fly diagonally in front of the peak. The visitor is a fairy from Penglai, looking south at the lonely star and the rising moon. What is the place name? First line. Looking at the river tower. Watching the river flow. Looking at the river flow beneath the tower. The river tower is eternal. The river flow is eternal. First line. The moon is full in the sky, half in the world, every month full, meeting the half moon. Yuan Ziyou gazed quietly at the three beautiful lanterns, deep in thought, and everyone patiently waited. Meanwhile, in a private room upstairs at Yanshang Fragrance Pavilion, Shien Xiaoing leaned against the window frame, quietly waiting for the result. Ji Huixien casually looked downstairs. I wonder if this little girl can guess it. I say her older sister is really quite tricky. I wonder if this girl at home gets bullied. Maybe I should go down and help her. Oh, stop hitting me. Shien Xiaoing snorted softly. Annoying. Ji Huixien looked confused at first, then suddenly realized. Wow, you like this girl, don't you? He carefully examined Yuan Ziyou at the window and commented, she's pretty, but she's a bit too young.
Oh.
Shut up. At this moment, Yuan Ziyou below pondered for a while, then smiled. I think I've figured out some answers, but they're not easy.
Please don't laugh.
Shopkeeper who smiled and said, feel free to speak, young lady. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, the answer to the first lantern riddle is Fengxian Mountain Villa. The second lantern's couplet is, een moon well, een moon shadow, een moon well reflects the moon's shadow, eternal as the well, eternal as the shadow. The third lantern's couplet is, end of this year, beginning of next year, end of the year, then start anew. Everyone listened carefully, contemplating and savoring the riddles, while Yuan Zidong was filled with shock and anger. How could Yuan Ziyou, who didn't like embroidery or poetry, guess the riddles so well? A young servant hurried out from Yanshang Fragrance Pavilion and whispered something into Hu shopkeeper's ear. Shopkeeper who smiled and said, all the answers from this young lady are correct. Therefore, these 3 prizes belong to her. Everyone was surprised, and Yuan Zidong suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Yuan Ziyou. However, before shopkeeper who could say anything else, a commotion suddenly came from nearby. Ah! Someone's been hurt. The voice was sharp and sudden, like a sword splitting through the peaceful scene. Along with the noise and sharp voices, screams and crying also echoed. People rushed over as if they were being chased. Everyone looked worried and scared toward the source of the sound. When they saw what was happening, they froze in shock. In front of them were more than 10 masked men in black, holding short swords. They charged forward wildly, cutting people like slicing vegetables. The lively and festive Yuan festival was torn apart by this chaos. People were knocked down, some fell and were trampled, blood spread everywhere, staining Chang'an Street and people's eyes. The black-clad men had no resistance from the crowd, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. When people finally regained their senses, they realized it was too late to run. Yinfeng, stop those people! Shien Xiaoing shouted urgently, and was the first to jump out of the window. Young master! Yinfeng cried out, and quickly followed. Ji Huixien stared wide-eyed. Shien Xiaoing, your injury isn't fully healed. Are you crazy? Hurry, let's go. Bajiao, protect the young master. But only Shien Xiaoing and 3 others couldn't stop all the black-clad men. Panic spread in everyone's hearts.
Ah!
Miss Fong let out a sharp scream. Seeing the approaching black-clad men, her eyes widened with fear. She fell to the ground, looking hopelessly at their advancing figures, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Young lady, are you all right? Miss Fong's maid was delicate and soft. She cried as she tried to help her up, but also fell down in a heap. Not only Miss Fong, but most of the young ladies and maids present had never seen such a scene. All of them, delicate and weak, looked pale and cried as they collapsed on the ground. Even those who still had the strength to run could only think about escaping, wishing they had more legs to run faster. Yuan Ziyou saw the situation and quickly drew the short sword tied to her calf. She warned softly and charged at the men in black. Yes, second miss. Qing Ying and Qing Ji responded quickly, protecting Huan by her side. Second miss, please be careful. Don't worry. Before Yuan Ziyou finished speaking, she was already fighting the men in black.
姐姐哟，我也要去。
Huan saw Yuan Ziyou rush forward and, without thinking, also wanted to join. Miss Wan, you can't. Qing Ying and Qing Ji hurriedly stopped Huan. Wu Ying and Wu Hen also quickly held Huan's hands. My girl, you must not go. Let go of me. Huan, still young, struggled for a while but couldn't break free from her four maids. She could only anxiously watch Yuan Ziyou fight the men in black, her face full of worry.
姐姐哟, please be careful.
Everyone present was stunned by Yuan Ziyou's bold move. Watching her weave through the black-clad men, they couldn't help but hold their breath, afraid she might suddenly get hurt. At this moment, Yuan Ziyou seemed like a goddess in their eyes. Only Yuan Zidong looked at Yuan Ziyou's back with resentment, cursing maliciously in her heart, hoping the men in black could help eliminate this threat. When Yuan Ziyou engaged with the black-clad men, she sensed something was wrong. Judging by their moves, these men definitely weren't from the Dowy dynasty. The dozen or so black-clad men had been fighting fiercely, but suddenly a few people rushed out to block them. Enraged, they fought back, causing chaos. Before they could subdue those few, a very young girl appeared, yet her moves were extremely fierce. Kill, without mercy. One of the men, apparently the leader of the black-clad group, made a decisive gesture and spoke in awkward Dowy language. Yes. The black-clad men responded in unison, splitting into two groups to fight Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou swung her short sword, her face serious, aiming every strike at their vital points. For a moment, the two black-clad men couldn't handle her, growing anxious. If it got out that two grown men couldn't defeat a young girl, it would be a huge embarrassment. Thinking this, their attacks grew more aggressive and the fight became intense. Suddenly, one of the black-clad men, despite taking a sword strike from Yuan Ziyou, waved his hand and threw powder into her face. The powder spread wildly, nearly covering her entire face.
姐姐哟，小心啊.
Huan's heart pounded wildly as she saw the situation. She opened her eyes wide and shouted in surprise, trying to break free. Qing Ji, protect Miss Wan. Qing Ying ordered, then drew her soft whip and rushed forward. Qing Ji's voice was filled with tears as she followed. Sister Qing Ying, I want to go too. Wu Ying and Wu Hen desperately held back Huan, who was trying to rush forward. Miss Eighth, no. You can't go. You two idiots, fools. Huan struggled to free herself, crying and scolding. Everyone thought Yuan Ziyou would be hurt by the black-clad people, especially since the powder they used was clearly dangerous and deadly. Yuan Zidong leaned on Lian Xiao, watching Yuan Ziyou, with a satisfied look. She believed Yuan Ziyou would definitely be harmed by the black-clad attacker. When the black-clad person threw the powder, Yuan Ziyou immediately smelled the scent of bitter grass, knowing it was a very toxic poison. She tried to dodge, thinking she might escape, but even after inhaling the powder, nothing happened. Suddenly, she drew her sword and struck down the black-clad person who was spreading the powder. Why are you all here? Go back. Yuan Ziyou casually wiped her face, then saw Qing Ying and Qing Ji rushing forward. She quickly shouted, anxious. Second miss, we're here to help you. Qing Ying and Qing Ji swung their soft whips, hitting another black-clad attacker. Go back quickly. I'm fine here. Yuan Ziyou drew her sword to block the attack and pushed Qing Ying and Qing Ji back. She could handle these black-clad people because she was skilled and had drunk spring water, but Qing Ying and Qing Ji couldn't resist them. Second miss. Qing Ying and Qing Ji wanted to rush forward again, but someone held their shoulders. Protect Wan or I'll go. Young master. Qing Ying and Qing Ji cheered happily. Even Huan was delighted and shouted, Brother, go save Sister Yu. Hearing Hu Shifei's voice, Yuan Ziyou felt happy but accidentally revealed a flaw, and the black-clad attacker seized the opportunity. There was a sharp sound, an arrow piercing into the body. The black-clad person widened his eyes and looked down, in disbelief, at the short sword in his chest. He slowly fell forward, eyes wide open, unwilling to close. Huo Shifei's racing heart slowed down a little. He took a few steps forward, grabbed Yuan Ziyou's arm, and pulled her behind him. He quickly defeated the black-clad man who had just been wounded by Yuan Ziyou's attack. Then he turned to look at Yuan Ziyou from top to bottom. If he hadn't acted quickly and thrown his short sword just now, this girl might have been seriously hurt or worse. "What were you thinking just now?" Huo Shifei asked sternly. His heart was still pounding hard. When he thought about Yuan Ziyou possibly getting hurt, he felt a tightness in his chest. Yuan Ziyou looked at Huo Shifei's angry face, pouted, and looked at him with a sad expression. "I was wrong. I'm not angry with you." Huo Shifei's voice softened. Seeing Yuan Ziyou's expression made his heart feel soft. "I just worry about you." "Yes, I understand." Yuan Ziyou smiled at Huo Shifei. Huo Shifei was a bit stunned by Yuan Ziyou's smile. He wanted to reach out and gently rub her forehead, but he remembered they were outside, and such actions might be too much. So he told her, "You should go rest first. I'll help those people." Then he raised his sword and rushed toward the remaining black-clad men. "Hey!" Yuan Ziyou also wanted to join, but she was pulled back by Qing Ying and Qing Ji. "Second miss, you shouldn't go. The young master is here. Come and rest." "Did you get hurt just now?" Qing Ying and Qing Ji looked her over carefully, making sure Yuan Ziyou was unharmed before they relaxed. They also remembered the powder from earlier and grew nervous again. "Second miss, that powder. It's fine. That person probably grabbed the wrong thing in a panic." "The powder isn't poisonous," Yuan Ziyou quickly said. "That's good." Qing Ying and Qing Ji finally relaxed completely. One also hurried over to Yuan Ziyou's side. After confirming she was safe, she suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into Yuan Ziyou's arms. "You Jie, you scared me to death." All right, I'm fine." Yuan Ziyou comforted her quickly. "Don't worry." Wan sniffled and hiccued, tears in her bright eyes, looking at Yuan Ziyou with worry. Yuan Ziyou felt very distressed seeing her like that. As for Yuan Ziyou's safe return, Yuan Zidong was so angry she was grinding her teeth. She couldn't understand why, even though Yuan Ziyou was covered in powder, nothing happened to her. Clearly, the black-clad man was about to kill Yuan Ziyou, but Huo Shifei saved her just in time. Thinking about the way Huo Shifei showed affection for Yuan Ziyou just now, Yuan Zitong felt a dull pain in her heart. She tightly grabbed Lian Xiao's hand, causing Lian Xiao to gasp quietly in pain, but she dared not cry out because of Yuan Zidong's gloomy face. At this moment, except for the person whose legs were weak and couldn't stand, and the civilians who had been stabbed to death by the black-clad men, almost everyone who could run on Chong'an Street had already fled. The fight between Huo Shifei and Shien Xiaoing was nearing its end. Nearly all 10 or so masked black-clad men had been defeated, with only one survivor left, who had been knocked out and dragged away by Huo Shifei. "You're really reckless. Look, you're bleeding again." Ji Huaishuan anxiously watched Shien Xiaoing's right shoulder bleed. "Hurry back, I'll bandage you again." Shien Xiaoing replied calmly, "It's nothing, just a small wound." "Small wound?" Ji Huaishuan was furious at Shien Xiaoing's nonchalance. "Who calls a bite wound from a big bug a small wound? Don't you realize how serious your injury was?" "I said I'm fine." Shien Xiaoing's usually calm face suddenly changed expression when he looked at Yuan Ziyou. "Be careful." A masked black-clad man suddenly appeared from nowhere, holding a dagger pointed straight at Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou's reaction was extremely sharp. At the moment the black-clad man rushed over, she sensed it immediately. She quickly pushed Wan and Qing Ji aside. "Quick, get out of the way." Then she prepared to draw her short sword to fight the black-clad man. Not far away, Yuan Zidong, sitting on the ground, saw the masked man rushing toward Yuan Ziyou. Her eyes flickered briefly. Somehow, she summoned strength from nowhere, stood up suddenly, and rushed toward Yuan Ziyou. "Second sister, be careful." However, whether because her legs were still weak or for some other reason, she tripped and fell. Her hands ended up on Yuan Ziyou's back, pushing her toward the black-clad man. "Yuan Ziyou, fully alert to the black-clad man, was caught off guard by Yuan Zidong's push. She collided with the dagger in the black-clad man's hand. "Yo, elder sister." "Second young lady." "Yoer." Several exclamations sounded from different directions. Qinging Qingji and Huan hurriedly rushed over. Hua Shifei even dropped the unconscious black-clad man, all trying their best to pull Yuan Ziyou back, but they all missed by a little. No one saw Yuan Zidong, lying on the ground, smirking with a look of satisfaction. Yuan Ziyou looked at the dagger so close, ignoring her thoughts about tearing Yuan Zidong's heart. She only tried to turn her body slightly to protect her vital parts. The man in black beneath his mask's mouth twisted cruelly. Hostages do not need to be perfect. A puff sound came, indicating someone spat blood. Shien Xiaoing stepped in front of Yuan Ziyou, enduring from the man in black. He gathered his strength and struck the man's chest, then couldn't help but spit out some blood himself. The man in black was pushed over a meter by Shien Xiaoing's palm, falling to the ground and coughing up blood. Realizing he had lost the advantage, he glared hatefully at Shien Xiaoing and Yuan Ziyou. He clenched his teeth and used a cloud ladder to leap onto the roof, staggering away. Yuan Ziyou was surprised that Shien Xiaoing had taken the for her. She hurried to support the unsteady Shien Xiaoing. "Young Master Shien,"
she called.
Shien Xiaoing turned to look at Yuan Ziyou, smiling softly. "You really know me?" Yuan Ziyou was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. She simply said, "Thank you." "Xiaoing, how are you?" Before she could speak again, Ji Hui Xian hurried over. Seeing the dagger stuck in Shien Xiaoing's left shoulder, he exclaimed angrily, "Quick, I'll take you back. You're badly hurt." The dagger was deep. They needed a doctor quickly. "It's fine," Shien Xiaoing replied calmly, allowing Ji Hui Xian and Yin Feng to support him. Only slight trembling of his eyebrows showed he was enduring great pain. Hua Shifei also rushed over, relieved to see Yuan Ziyou safe. He turned to bow to Shien Xiaoing. "Young Master Shien, I owe you a favor. I will repay it someday." Shien Xiaoing raised an eyebrow slightly. "What do you mean, Lord Hua?" "Yuan is my fiancé," Hua Shifei said, standing beside Yuan Ziyou. The two men stared silently at each other, instantly understanding each other's intentions.
"Yuan Ye."
Hua Wan clung tightly to Yuan Ziyou's arm, trembling with fear. Yuan Ziyou patted Hua Wan's head gently. "It's okay now, it's okay." Hua Wan pursed her lips and leaned close to Yuan Ziyou, unwilling to leave her side. "Lord Hua, young Master Shien." Deputy Commander Xiao Feng of the Imperial Guard hurried over with a group of soldiers. Two soldiers had already lifted the unconscious man in black, binding him tightly. "Young Master Shien, you're hurt." Xiao Feng's eyes widened when he saw the dagger in Shien Xiaoing's left shoulder and the bloodstains on his right shoulder. "Nothing's wrong," Shien Xiaoing said calmly. He glanced at Hua Shifei and added, "You all handle this here. I will go back first." Xiao Feng hurriedly said, "Young Master Shien, I will have someone bring a soft sedan over." "I'm not that delicate," Shien Xiaoing replied softly. He then nodded slightly at Yuan Ziyou and helped Yin Feng and Ba Jiao leave. Before leaving, Ji Hui Xian looked at Hua Shifei and Yuan Ziyou, seeming to want to say something but ultimately said nothing. "How are the other places?" Hua Shifei asked thoughtfully, watching Shien Xiaoing's distant figure. Reporting to the Lord, Xiao Feng responded quickly. "The bandits at the other locations have been cleared out. Including this one here, there are 3 survivors now. Bring them back for proper questioning. Remember, check if they have poison sacs in their mouths," Hua Shifei ordered. "Yes," Xiao Feng replied respectfully, then quickly led soldiers and the black-clad men away. Yuan Ziyou turned to look steadily at Yuan Zidong, expressionless. How do you want to handle this?"
"Do you need me to step in?"
Hua Shifei asked, then turned to look at Yuan Zidong, his disgust clear in his eyes, making Yuan Zidong feel cold inside. "No need, I will handle it myself." Yuan Ziyou shook her head. Hua Wan also glared at Yuan Zidong. "Did you do it on purpose just now? You're too cruel." Although the onlookers didn't know whether Yuan Zidong's action was intentional or not, The fact remained that her collision caused Yuan Ziyou to almost be hurt by the black-clad men, and young Master Shien was also injured. Yuan Zidong, supported by Jin Xiao, stood up. That fall had scraped her hand, causing a lot of bleeding. I didn't mean to, Yuan Zidong said with tears in her eyes, looking aggrieved. I was worried about my second sister. I wanted to help her, but I didn't know. Boo-hoo. Yuan Ziyou cried sadly, her face full of grievance and fear, which eased many people's doubts. Thinking about it, they were all sisters in the same family. How cruel would someone have to be to deliberately put their own sister in danger? Miss Fong and the others hadn't left yet. They had calmed down now, and helped their maid over to Yuan Ziyou. Miss Yuan just now didn't mean it. We saw it clearly. She was worried about you, and ran over. Yuan Ziyou said nothing, took a few steps forward, and stood in front of Yuan Zidong. Second sister, Yuan Zidong felt a bit panicked. The look in Yuan Ziyou's eyes truly frightened her. Smack. Smack. Two clear slaps interrupted Yuan Zidong's words. Yuan Zidong covered her face, looking at Yuan Ziyou in disbelief. You hit me.
Why did you hit me?
I told you I wasn't. Are you doing this on purpose? You know very well in your heart. Yuan Ziyou's cold tone made Yuan Zidong shiver involuntarily. Such a Yuan Ziyou made her feel scared and nervous. Second miss, our young lady really didn't mean to do this. Lian Xiao knelt down suddenly and said to Yuan Ziyou, Qingying, slap her. Yuan Ziyou ignored Lian Xiao and simply ordered Qingying. Yes. Qingying responded and stepped forward. She pulled Lian Xiao up and slapped her several times, scolding, These slaps are to make you understand to keep your place and do your duty. After that, she threw Lian Xiao to the ground. Lian Xiao, slapped, dared not speak back. She covered her face and didn't even cry out loud. Everyone around was stunned. What is a strong girl from a noble family? This is it. Not only is she fierce against enemies, but she also fights back so decisively, without hesitation. Miss Fong and the others looked at Yuan Ziyou with suspicion and surprise. When they first saw her, they knew her identity, but thought she was young and had been away from the capital for a long time. They looked down on her a little, but now, deep in their hearts, they felt a sense of fear towards Yuan Ziyou. Second sister, you are so reckless, hitting and scolding my maid like this. Do you still see me as your sister? Yuan Zidong, with tears in her eyes, looked at Yuan Ziyou with a sad expression. Although Yuan Ziyou looked fierce and Yuan Zidong looked pitiful, most of the onlookers didn't think Yuan Ziyou was over the line. They thought if they almost lost their life, they might even have murderous thoughts. Such a servant, even if sold, would be a light punishment. Yuan Ziyou said coldly to Yuan Zidong, You. Yuan Zidong's heart trembled. Seeing she couldn't gain anyone's sympathy, she cried and said, Second sister, I really didn't mean to push you. Truly, I didn't do it on purpose. Boo-hoo. Before she finished speaking, Yuan Zidong covered her face and ran away. Young miss. Lian Xiao saw this and, ignoring her own pain, got up quickly and chased after Yuan Zidong. Second Miss Yuan, we will also go back now. This time, Miss Fong and the others spoke more kindly to Yuan Ziyou, even with a hint of respect. Seeing this, the people around gradually dispersed. I will take you back to the residence. Just now, Hu Shifei had been protecting Yuan Ziyou the whole time. Yuan Ziyou looked up at Hu Shifei and asked, Brother Shifei, do you think I am too harsh? If you don't get angry, then I would be worried. Hu Shifei smiled at Yuan Ziyou, raising an eyebrow. Hearing this, Yuan Ziyou couldn't help but smile softly. Hua Wan looked around nervously, then mischievously linked her arm with Yuan Ziyou's. Sister-in-law, big brother won't blame you. Her words made Yuan Ziyou blush deeply. She pinched Hua Wan's small face and said, Stop talking nonsense. Hua Wan pouted and begged, Big brother, sister-in-law is scolding me.
Good scolding.
Hua Shifei snorted softly, secretly giving Hua Wan an approving look, then took Yuan Ziyou's hand and led her toward the Yuan residence. He quietly said, Waner didn't say anything wrong.
You still say that?
Yuan Ziyou's face was so red it looked like it might bleed. Huan and Qingning couldn't help but laugh quietly as they followed behind. Once they returned to the Yuan residence, a servant was waiting at the gate. "Second miss, the old madam asked you to go to Shosong Hall." Inside Shosong Hall, Yuan Zidong's wound had already been bandaged. She was leaning on the old madam's lap, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. "Grandmother, I really didn't mean to push the second sister. I was just worried about her and wanted to pull her back. You don't know how sharp that black-clad person's dagger was. I was so scared I went weak in the knees." "Boo-hoo." Lian Xiao also knelt on the ground, crying as she said, "Old madam, the young lady didn't do it on purpose. If she hadn't gone weak, she wouldn't have accidentally pushed the second sister." The old madam sat calmly on her Luo Han bed, silent for a long time. Bai Mao looked worriedly at the old madam. "Old madam, please don't get too upset. Be careful with your health." Yuan Zidong was unsure of herself. She secretly glanced at the old madam but dared not speak more, only crying softly. After a while, a young maid entered and reported, "Old madam, the second miss has arrived." Yuan Ziyou first went to Weo Pavilion to change her clothes. She had been fighting those black-clad people earlier and was covered in blood. She was worried that her appearance would frighten the old madam. "Grandmother." Yuan Ziyou bowed to the old madam and then silently stood to the side, saying nothing. Qingning and Qingji tightly protected Yuan Ziyou. What exactly happened? The matriarch sighed. Today was the Lantern Festival, and she had hoped everyone would return home to celebrate together. But as soon as her eldest granddaughter arrived, she ran straight here, injured her hand, and said things that shocked the old lady so much she was left stunned for a long time. On such a joyful day, there were troublemakers on the street causing chaos, and her second granddaughter almost lost her life because of her elder sister's careless actions. "I suppose my eldest sister has already told Grandma everything, so I won't say more," Yuan Ziyou said with a calm smile. "Second girl, are you angry with your elder sister?" the old lady asked with a sigh. "Grandma." Yuan Ziyou looked at her and asked, "Should I be angry?" "Yes, you should," the old lady replied. "Your elder sister made a mistake, and I will punish her. But she didn't mean to do it. She has already been punished. Can you forgive her this time?" Yuan Ziyou didn't reply. She just looked quietly at the old lady. The old lady knew very well how much she loved Yuan Zidong. After more than 10 years, Yuan Zidong often pretended to be obedient. If the old lady saw her true nature, it wouldn't be clear overnight. She knew that today, the old lady would help Yuan Zidong plead her case, and Yuan Ziyou wasn't surprised at all. Seeing Yuan Ziyou silent and with a bad expression, the old lady felt displeased. She thought that sisters in the family should get along peacefully. If they kept fighting, how could they live happily in the future? Moreover, Yuan Zitong was raised by her personally. She knew very well that Yuan Ziyou's push was unintentional. Just as the old lady was about to speak, Qingning suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. "Grandma, even if you punish the servant today, I still want to speak my mind," Qingning said, tears falling down her face. "All right, speak," the old lady nodded. Yuan Zidong was leaning on the old lady's lap, crying and secretly grinding her teeth. She wanted the old lady to punish Qingning for overstepping, but she dared not speak up now, afraid that Yuan Ziyou would hold her responsible. Blue Cherry said, "Today is the Lantern Festival, a happy day. But bad people took the chance to hurt others on the street. Second Miss risked her safety to fight with the wrongdoers. She faced danger several times, but managed to escape. Among those she protected was the eldest Mississippi. However, the eldest Miss took advantage of Second Miss's distraction to push her toward the attacker's dagger, nearly causing Second Miss to be hurt or even lose her life. The old lady didn't ask if Second Miss was hurt or scared, but forced her to forgive the eldest Mississippi. "I feel sorry for Second Mississippi." "Yes, lady." Qingji also knelt down. Second Miss was worried that her bloodstains would scare Lady, so she changed her clothes before rushing here. "Second sister, where are you hurt? Quickly show Grandma." Old Madam hurriedly said. When she saw Yuan Ziyou come in with clean, neat clothes, she didn't think much. But after hearing Blue Cherry and Qingji, she became anxious. Grandma, your granddaughter is fine, just. Yuan Ziyou bit her lip, but didn't continue.
Just what?
Old Madam saw that Yuan Ziyou hesitated and asked anxiously, "What is it, girl? Tell me quickly. Are you trying to make me worry to death?" "It's just that the Crown Prince Shien was injured because of your granddaughter," Yuan Ziyou whispered. "The Crown Prince Shien?" Old Madam was stunned. "Which Crown Prince Shien?" "He is the son of Prince Su, the current emperor's younger brother, Shien Xiaoing." Yuan Ziyou's words made everyone in the room turn pale. Old Madam suddenly stood up from her bed. Yuan Zidong, caught off guard, fell to the ground. At that moment, Yuan Zidong's heart was pounding. She knew a man had been injured trying to protect Yuan Ziyou, but she was so panicked she didn't notice his appearance. She never expected that man to be the Crown Prince Shien, the emperor's younger brother. Yuan Zidong's hands and feet turned cold. She realized that the injury to the Crown Prince Shien might have been caused by her. If Prince Su's family came after her, what would she do? Thinking this, Yuan Zidong's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Old Madam suddenly stood up, unsteady. Bai Momo and Xiao Yao hurried to support her. Old Madam didn't care about anything else and asked, "How exactly did the Crown Prince Shien get hurt?" As for how he was hurt, Yuan Ziyou sneered and looked at Yuan Zidong. "You'd better ask your eldest sister." "No, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't think I would hurt young Master Shien." Yuan Zidong looked scared, got up quickly, moved to the old lady Yuan's side, and grabbed her leg while crying, "Grandmother, please save my daughter. Please help my daughter." The old lady Yuan looked angrily at Yuan Zidong. "Why didn't you say anything just now?" "My granddaughter didn't notice." Yuan Zitong mumbled. Yuan Ziyou chuckled softly. "Grandmother, if young Master Shien hadn't blocked that for my daughter, you might not have seen her again."
"What?"
The old lady Yuan widened her eyes in shock. "So it is," Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. "Grandmother, do you still want my daughter to forgive her older sister?" "No way." An angry voice came from outside the house. Ning's voice grew louder. "Big sister-in-law, don't accuse me without proof." "Enough." The old lady sharply slapped the table. The sudden sound silenced everyone. The old lady looked around, paused for a moment, and made a decision. "Starting today, the eldest girl is to be confined for 3 months, recite the Heart Sutra 300 times, and no one is allowed to seek others to write it for her." "Mother!" Ning exclaimed in shock. Such punishment was severe. If it got out, would Tong's reputation be ruined? "It's settled. No one is to plead for her," the old lady said firmly. "Ding Xiang, find 2 maids to take the young lady back to Tongxiang Court." "Yes." Ding Xiang, who was nearby serving, quickly responded with a bow. "Grandmother," Zidong cried out, "I really didn't mean to do it."
"I didn't."
"Grandmother, if this gets out, I might as well die here, rather than have people gossip behind my back." She then burst into loud tears. Smack. The old lady slammed a teacup down. "Eldest girl, are you threatening my wife?" "No, I didn't, grandmother." Zitong trembled, realizing her attitude was inappropriate. A look of grievance appeared on her face. "Grandmother, I am just upset. If I get punished like this, it proves I intended to harm my second sister."
"Boo-hoo."
"No matter if you meant it or not, almost harming your second sister is a fact," the old lady sighed. "Moreover, you caused young Master Shien to be seriously injured. If I don't punish you severely, the entire Yuan household might be in danger. Both your uncle and your father will be affected." "Grandmother." Zidong stared in shock, unsure what to say next. She then turned and cried into Ning's arms. "Mother." Ning wanted to plead for her. The old lady said coldly, "If you say another word, I will punish you both." Hearing this, Ning could only stay silent. Now, Yuan Qilei was entirely focused on that seductive woman's room. Her mother and she were probably forgotten by him. If she were punished again, who would stand up for Tong? "All right, go back now." The old lady waved her hand at Ning and her daughter. "Yes." Seeing there was no room for negotiation, Ning and Zidong had to leave, biting back their anger. Second youngest girl. The matriarch sighed and said, "Big sister, I have already punished her. It was grandmother's mistake earlier for not forcing you to forgive your older sister. Your mother is right. No matter what, the fact remains that the older girl almost harmed you. Whether you forgive her in the future depends on her sincerity. Grandmother won't force you." "Thank you, grandmother." Yuan Ziyou bowed respectfully to the old lady. The matriarch nodded and looked at Qing and Qingji. "You two maids are good." After saying that, she ordered Xiao Yao, "Go inside and bring out 2 small purses."
Yes.
Xiao Yao responded and went inside to fetch 2 purses. "Take good care of the second young lady. I won't forget to reward you." The old lady signaled Xiao Yao to give the purses to Qing and Qingji, then spoke. "Thank you, grandmother, for your kindness." Qing and Qingji accepted the purses, bowed, and then stepped back behind Yuan Ziyou. "Old eldest daughter-in-law, I was confused just now. Please don't mind me, your old wife." The matriarch then turned to Lu Shi. Lu Shi hurriedly said, "Mother, what are you saying? Your daughter-in-law would never argue with you. Today you stood up for Ziyou, and I am truly grateful." I was just momentarily confused," the old lady sighed. She then advised Lu Shi, "Prepare some generous gifts and some medicinal herbs for treating knife wounds. Send them to the Duke of Sushuan's residence tomorrow. We caused Prince Shien to get hurt. We must show our attitude." "Yes, I will remember," Lu Shi quickly replied. "All right, I am tired now. You should go back and rest early," the matriarch said with a tired look, waving her hand. "Yes, mother, you should rest early too. Granddaughter, I will take my leave." After Lu Shi and her daughter left, Bai Mama gently brought over a cup of calming tea. "Old madam, have some calming tea. Don't let this make you sick." Sigh, the old lady sighed deeply. "Children are like debts. Old madam, children and grandchildren bring their own blessings. As long as you take care of yourself, that's the greatest blessing for your children," Bai Mama comforted her. Enough. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's rest," the old lady decided. "Yes." Lu Shi personally saw Yuan Ziyou back to Wuyo Pavilion, gently touching her face with concern. "Ziyou, today was tough on you. You must promise mother that you won't do this again. If anything happens to you, how can I live?" As she spoke, Lu Shi started to cry. Yuan Ziyou saw her immediately and became nervous. She quickly held Lu's arm and said, "Mother, I was wrong. Please don't be upset." Lu held Yuan Ziyou for a while before feeling reassured. Thinking about today's danger, Lu's back broke out in cold sweat. The second household must be separated early. Lu squinted her eyes and made a firm decision in her heart. The next day, Yuan Ziyou was practicing swordsmanship in the yard when a young girl came to report, "Second miss, the old lady is looking for you at Shosong Hall." When Yuan Ziyou arrived at Shosong Hall, she saw that Meng and Huishifei had come, with old lady Yuan and Lu present as well. Yuan Ziyou quickly bowed to everyone. Meng hurriedly pulled her aside and said, "Last night, Feier and Wanner went home. I just found out about what happened on Chong'an Street. You girl should not rush into things all the time. As a girl, you should be protected. No matter what, you shouldn't be rushing into danger at such a young age." "Don't worry, Aunt Meng," Yuan Ziyou smiled, knowing that Meng truly cared for her. "I'm not afraid. Besides, Brother Shifei is protecting us." Meng smiled and glanced at Huishifei. "It's right that he protects you. If he dares not to, I'll break his legs." Yuan Ziyou chuckled softly and secretly looked at Huishifei. Seeing him wink at her with a smile in his eyes, she scolded him lightly and turned her head away. Old Lady Yuan also smiled and said, "You're joking. Feier is a good boy. By the way, Aunt Meng, why didn't one come today?"
Yuan Ziyou asked.
Meng smiled and said, "Your sister Wan is at home. I asked the maid to teach her manners. Otherwise, with her lively personality, I can't control her. If I'm not careful, she might cause big trouble." Big Sister Meng. Hearing Meng mention the maid for teaching manners, Lu remembered about Yuan Ziyou's own maid. She had wanted to find one earlier, but couldn't find a suitable one, so she delayed until now. Do you know a suitable maid? I want to hire one for Ziyou. Since she's just returned to the capital, she probably isn't familiar with many rules here. If she doesn't learn, she might embarrass herself in the future. I do know someone. Ming thought for a moment and said. But I don't know if she's in the capital recently. I'll send someone to look for her. If it's possible, I'll bring her here for you to meet. That would be wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. The matron smiled and said, then saw Yuan Ziyou and Hu Shifei sitting nearby. She laughed and said, while we are talking, you two can go out and walk around. Hu Shifei and Yuan Ziyou were eager to go, so they quickly agreed and left the Shosong Hall. Yuan Ziyou didn't take Hu Shifei to the garden, but returned to Wuyo Pavilion. Brother Shifei, can you come again in a few days? Would that be okay? Yuan Ziyou personally brewed a cup of tea for Hu Shifei and asked Xinging to bring a plate of snacks. She smiled and said to him. Hu Shifei took a sip of tea, raising his eyebrows slightly. Sure. He noticed that the tea here was especially fragrant and sweet. Are you not going to ask why? Yuan Ziyou pouted, teasingly looking at Hu Shifei. Hu Shifei's lips curved into a smile as he leaned closer to Yuan Ziyou. You wouldn't harm me, right? Hu Shifei's sudden closeness caught Yuan Ziyou off guard. Plus, his unexpected smile made her heart beat very fast. She quickly leaned back, opening her eyes wide to look at him. Hu Shifei touched his nose, seeming to realize he had startled Yuan Ziyou. What did you call me here for? Hu Shifei coughed twice and sat up straight. I've been studying medicine recently and made some pills to strengthen the body. Come by in a few days and I'll give you some, Yuan Ziyou said. Yesterday, during a fight with a black-clad person, she unexpectedly found she wasn't hurt by the poison powder. She realized it was probably thanks to the spring water. Feeling happy, she thought of giving some spring water to Hu Shifei, but since the Jiuzhong pavilion was so extraordinary, she didn't dare show it openly. So, she decided to make some pills for him. Okay. Hu Shifei's eyes lit up. And? Yuan Ziyou looked at him. I also prepared some pills for Prince Shien. I'll give them to you later, and you can pass them to him. Hearing this, Hu Shifei's heart immediately sounded an alarm. Why give them to him? He's doing well, and the palace doctors are taking care of him. If it weren't for him blocking that strike for me, I couldn't have escaped. No matter what, he's my benefactor. I owe him a favor, and I should show my gratitude, Yuan Ziyou scolded Hu Shifei, feeling that his words sounded a bit bitter. I'll handle the favor myself, Hu Shifei said, pursing his lips. Suit yourself, Yuan Ziyou smiled. Anyway, I've given you the pills. If you don't pass them on, there's nothing I can do. All right, I'll pass them on, Hu Shifei said helplessly, secretly making a note to repay Prince Shien generously. By the way, what happened to those bad people last night? Yuan Ziyou asked anxiously. Speaking of this, Hu Shifei said seriously, they have been locked up with the Jingzhaoyin and are being questioned. We have to wait for the results of the interrogation to know more. Yuan Ziyou nodded and said, from their fighting style, they don't seem to be from our Li dynasty. That's right, they are not, Hu Shifei replied. But we need to question further to find out exactly where they are from. Do they have any proof of their identity? These people are loyal fighters. They wouldn't carry any evidence that reveals who they are, Hu Shifei squinted. I'm afraid these people are not friendly. Also, some escaped last night. You should be careful, try to stay home more, understand? I'm afraid that's impossible, Yuan Ziyou blinked. Why? I'm about to open a shop. A snack shop on Chongping Street, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. A snack shop? Hu Shifei asked. Is it the same kind of snacks you brought before? Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, yes, but these are some other kinds of snacks. By the way, are those snacks tasty? Hu Shifei nodded and smiled. Yes, very tasty. Even he, who usually didn't eat many snacks, couldn't help but eat a few more pieces. Imagine his grandmother, mother, and Wanner, they all loved them. Later, I'll make some more and send them to you, Yuan Ziyou promised. Great. Hu Shifei agreed, thinking about secretly sending some guards to protect Yuan Ziyou. They didn't know how many of those black-clad people had escaped, so it's better to be cautious. They talked for a while longer, Then Hu Shifei said, have you forgotten something?
Huh.
Yuan Ziyou pretended to be innocent, though she knew exactly what Hu Shifei meant. Where's my purse? Hu Shifei suddenly looked a little sad, staring at Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou felt as if she no longer recognized Hu Shifei. When had he ever shown such an expression before? It looks terrible. I'll make another one. Yuan Ziyou coughed and said. It's okay, I don't mind, Hu Shifei said with a smile, his eyes crinkling. Yuan Ziyou looked at him and asked, Are you sure? Yes. When Yuan Ziyou took out the purse, Hu Shifei took it and couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Ziyou blushed with embarrassment and hit him lightly. You're still laughing. Cough, cough, I didn't laugh. Hu Shifei coughed and said, It's quite good. Give it back to me. Yuan Ziyou pouted and tried to step forward to take back the purse. Hu Shifei raised the purse high and said, It was promised to me. How can you take it back now? Yuan Ziyou didn't manage to grab the purse, but instead bumped into Hu Shifei's chest. She immediately blushed, angrily hit his shoulder, then sat down to the side, turning her face away and pouting. Hu Shifei stretched his neck to look at Yuan Ziyou's side face, which was puffed up like a small hamster. He smiled and asked, Are you angry? Humph. Yuan Ziyou huffed again and looked up at the sky. Hu Shifei chuckled and said, It's really nice. I like it a lot. You're lying. Yuan Ziyou turned her head to look at Hu Shifei. It's obviously ugly, but I like it anyway. Really? Even more real than gold. Then if you wear it outside, what if others laugh at you? Yuan Ziyou turned to look at the purse in Hu Shifei's hand. She really thought it was ugly. The only thing worth showing off was the spices inside, which she had soaked in spring water. Who dares to laugh? Hu Shifei smiled as he put the purse on himself.
See?
It matches my clothes perfectly. Yuan Ziyou blinked and looked at it. It seems okay. Today, Hu Shifei was still wearing a blue brocade robe. The stone blue purse looked good with it, but the pattern embroidered on the purse really ruined the overall look. Yuan Ziyou sighed inwardly. Her hands really weren't suitable for sewing. All right, since you don't mind if it's ugly, just take it. Yuan Ziyou coughed softly and whispered. Just then, Ding Xiang came over. Second miss, the Marquis of Xuanbing's wife wants to return home. Do you want to go back with the young master? Ding Xiang bowed respectfully. Tell her I'll go later. I'll head there in a little while, Hu Shifei said.
Yes.
Ding Xiang replied with a smile. I'll see you off, Yuan Ziyou said, then asked Qingyi to prepare some snacks to take with Hu Shifei. When Qingyi brought out a large cloak, Hu Shifei personally helped Yuan Ziyou put it on and then asked Qingyi to bring a warm hand stove, saying, It's cold outside. Don't forget this. Yuan Ziyou smiled with her eyes squinting. When they arrived at Shosong Hall, Madame Meng saw Hu Shifei and Yuan Ziyou walking in side by side. She first looked at the jade hairpin in Yuan Ziyou's hair and then at the purse at Hu Shifei's waist. She smiled and said to the old madam and Lu Shi, My heart is finally at ease now. Everyone laughed at her words. Hu Shifei smiled and looked at Yuan Ziyou softly, quietly holding her hand. Yuan Ziyou gently tugged twice, then let him do as he wished. After Meng's family took Hu Shifei away, Lu's family and Yuan Ziyou just helped old Madame Yuan back to Shosong Hall. Suddenly, a young girl came to report that someone from the Prince Kang's residence had arrived. Which household's people are here? Old Madame Yuan asked in disbelief. Replying to Madame, It's people from Prince Kang's residence, the girl quickly answered. Quickly invite them in, old Madame Yuan said. When the girl left, she asked Lu, oldest daughter-in-law, Do you think my clothes still look good? They look fine, mother, Lu replied with a smile, feeling a bit excited. Prince Kang's residence was truly a noble family related to the emperor. Usually they had little contact, so today's visit was unusual. That's good. Old Madame Yuan said nervously. I wonder what brings Prince Kang's people here today? Nanny Bai chuckled. Madam, maybe it's a very good thing. Old Madame Yuan smiled. Exactly. Yuan Ziyou stood nearby, thinking about what Princess Lingyang said last night. He guessed something but wasn't sure, so he didn't speak and just watched the door with Lu. Soon, a woman in her 20s, following the young girl, entered and bowed. "Greetings, old madam, Madam Yuan and second Miss Yuan. No need for formalities, sit quickly." Old Madam Yuan ordered the maid to bring a stool. "Thank you, madam." The woman smiled and sat on the stool. "I am the housekeeper's wife from Princess Lingyang's courtyard. Today I came because Princess Lingyang sent me to deliver a letter to second Miss Yuan." "Oh?" Old Madam Yuan was pleased. "Did she send a letter for my second daughter?" The woman smiled, "Yes. On the 20th day of the first month, my lady plans to hold a plum blossom appreciation banquet and asked me to deliver an invitation to second Miss Yuan." She took out an invitation from her pocket and handed it to Old Madam Yuan. Old Madam Yuan took the letter, looked at it, and immediately smiled happily. Lu also looked pleased. "This is truly my second daughter's good fortune," Old Madam Yuan said happily. "Then I will take my leave now," the woman said with a smile, and stood up. Old Madam Yuan quickly told Xiaoyao to give the woman a small bag, then asked Xiaoyao to see her out through the second gate. "Second miss, how come Princess Lingyang invited you to the plum blossom banquet?" After the old lady was pleased, she also felt a bit confused. Their Yuan family had little contact with the Prince Kang's residence. Her eldest son was a general, but only a third-rank official. When he was on the frontier, he was impressive, but now back in the capital, he was not so notable. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "Yesterday I met Princess Lingyang by chance. Maybe she took a liking to me, and she invited me to the plum blossom viewing banquet. Why didn't you tell me when you came back? That's such good news." Yuan Ziyou smiled again and said, "My granddaughter thought the princess was just speaking casually, but it turns out she was serious. No matter what, it's always good news." The old lady said with a smile, then hesitated and added, "Today is your 16th birthday, and in 3 days, there will be the princess's plum blossom viewing banquet." Oldest daughter-in-law. The old lady instructed Lu Shi, second daughter, "Go to Prince Kang's residence to attend the plum blossom viewing banquet. This is a big event. Make another set of clothes for her, and the money will come from the family treasury." Before Lu Shi could reply, Yuan Ziyou quickly said, "Grandmother, I have enough clothes. No need to make more. That's not the same. It should be more grand." The old lady told Lu Shi, "Just do as I say." "Yes, mother." The old lady then ordered Xiaoyao, "Go to my room and bring the set of headwear with the red gemstones." "Grandmother," Yuan Ziyou said with a mix of laughter and tears, "there's no need to be so elaborate." "Why not?" the old lady replied. "This set of headwear with red gemstones, you wore it the other day. It's quite intricate, suitable for your age. I prepared 2 sets, one for you and one for the eldest daughter. Originally, this set was meant for your birthday, but now I'll give it to you early." "Thank you, grandmother." Seeing her grandmother insist, Yuan Ziyou could only accept it. In the next 2 days, Yuan Ziyou stayed in Weiyou Pavilion making pastries and pills. She was busy for 2 days before she finished all the needed treats and medicinal pills. On the 3rd day, when Hu Shifei arrived, Yuan Ziyou handed him the box of pastries and the pinewood box filled with pills. Today was the day Yuan Ziyou went to Prince Kang's residence to attend the banquet. Early in the morning, the old lady personally checked Yuan Ziyou's outfit and carriage. Only after she was satisfied did she allow Yuan Ziyou to leave the house. Yuan Ziyou felt a bit helpless but understood her grandmother's feelings, so she let her be. The Prince Kang's residence was in the inner city of the capital. The carriage took over half an hour to reach the main gate of the residence. Blue Cherry and Green Branch helped Yuan Ziyou down from the carriage. Green Branch then carried a food box, and Blue Cherry stepped forward to hand a note to the gatekeeper. "Our young lady is the second daughter of the Yuan family. She was invited by Princess Lingyang to attend the Plum Blossom Appreciation Banquet." The gatekeeper took the note, looked at it, and immediately smiled. "So it's second Miss Yuan. Please come in." At this moment, a girl dressed like a maid approached, wearing a red silk jacket and a green satin vest, paired with a green skirt. "Excuse me, are you second Miss Yuan?" the girl asked with a smile. "Yes, we are the young lady," Blue Cherry replied. The girl then bowed politely to Yuan Ziyou and said, "I am Swain." I have seen second Miss Yuan. The princess asked me to wait here for you.
Please come with me.
Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, Thank you. Swain led Yuan Ziyou and her companions into the second gate, to a place where a plum grove was located. This plum grove was quite large. It was January, and the red plum blossoms were in full bloom. A breeze carried a faint, sweet fragrance. Swain guided the three of them through winding paths until they reached a delicate pavilion. Inside the pavilion sat three young women, one of whom was Princess Linyang. On a stone table inside the pavilion were some snacks, incense, and tea. Around it, there were fire pits, with 7 or 8 maids serving nearby. Your Highness, second Miss Yuan has arrived. Swain bowed to the woman inside. Princess Linyang turned and saw Yuan Ziyou, then smiled. You should be arriving soon.
Come, sit down.
Yuan Ziyou gracefully entered the pavilion and bowed to Princess Linyang. Ziyou greets Princess Linyang. The princess quickly said, Since I invited you to this plum blossom banquet, we are like sisters. No need for so many formalities.
Please sit down.
Yuan Ziyou thanked her and took a seat. Princess Linyang then spoke to the two women. You two already know about second Miss Yuan. She smiled at Yuan Ziyou and said, One is Miss He from the He family, and the other is Miss Zhang from the Zhang family. She added with a smile, We don't need to be formal with each other. You know I dislike pretentiousness and false manners. I prefer to be with those who share my interests. Today's banquet isn't big, so I hope you will understand. Your Highness is truly sincere, and that's wonderful. Yuan Ziyou really liked the personality of Princess Linyang. She then bowed to Miss He and Miss Zhang and said, Greetings, sisters. Miss He and Miss Zhang smiled and said, Hello, second Miss Yuan. We've heard your name for a long time. Today, we finally meet. We were just telling the princess that if we didn't see you today, we wouldn't accept it. They both laughed. Yuan Ziyou blinked in confusion. Was she really so famous? Princess Linyang smiled and said, You probably haven't left the house these days. Exactly. Yuan Ziyou replied with a smile. I haven't gone out recently. Is there something about me? Miss He smiled and said, Yes, on the day of the Lantern Festival, you guessed the riddle about the beautiful lantern and won 3 treasures from Yanshang's studio. Later, you bravely fought off villains and protected the common people. This story has spread. Now, everyone in the capital knows that the second miss of the Yuan family is both beautiful and smart, brave and talented. Hearing this, Yuan Ziyou lowered her head and smiled softly. It's not that exaggerated. It was just a lucky coincidence. If I and sister He had met by chance, we probably couldn't have guessed the lantern riddle, and if we faced villains, we'd probably have been too scared to move. Only you and the princess have that courage, Miss Zhang said with a smile. But, Sister Yuan, I am 2 years older than you, so I call you sister. Your fame from the Lantern Festival has grown a lot. It might have attracted some trouble. But don't worry if you encounter troublemakers in the future. The princess, Sister He, and I will support you. That's right. Princess Linyang and Miss He both smiled and said. Then thank you, princess, and thank you, sisters, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile, though she wasn't afraid of those looking for trouble. Still, having a few friends to rely on was good. In her past life, she was too sheltered and ended up with no close friends. Thinking about it, she felt it was a bit of a failure. There's no need to thank us. Since we're close, there's no need for formalities, Princess Linyang said. She then sighed regretfully. It's a pity I didn't have enough time that day. I was called back by my father and had to return to the palace. Otherwise, I would have taught those murderous villains a lesson. They hurt so many innocent people of the great dynasty. It's truly hateful. Fortunately, those people didn't end up well. Yuan Ziyou nodded. Thinking of the innocent victims who died tragically, she felt uneasy and hated the villains for slaughtering unarmed civilians. All right, let's not talk about those annoying things anymore. Sister Yuan, did you bring some snacks? Princess Linyang asked with a smile when she saw the snack box in Qingji's hand. Exactly. Yuan Ziyou replied happily, gesturing for Qingji to place the box on the table. I enjoy making snacks in my free time. These are some I made myself. I brought a few today, hoping the princess and the two older sisters can try my cooking. Princess Linyang smiled and said, "That's wonderful. I was worried that the cook at home had no new snacks. They keep making the same few, and I'm getting a bit tired of them." Xingying stepped forward and opened the snack box. It had 2 layers, each holding 2 different kinds of snacks. There was also a small jar of tea leaves on the bottom layer. These snacks look so beautiful. What are their names? Princess Linyang's eyes lit up when she saw the dishes. They were all new to her, and even before tasting, the wonderful aroma was very tempting. These are plum blossom crystal cakes, matcha egg custard, 8 treasure auspicious rolls, and moxa-scented rice balls, Yuan Ziyou explained with a smile, pointing to each dish in turn. Afterward, she picked up the tea jar and said, "This tea is made from Westlake Longjing tea that I roasted again. It's more fragrant and sweet than the original. I brought it today for the princess and the 2 sisters to taste and evaluate."
Oh.
Miss Zhang clapped and laughed. "I've never seen these snacks before. The names sound lovely, and they smell wonderful. I bet they taste even better." Princess Linyang chuckled and said, "I see you're craving them, but you still had to give such a long introduction." Miss Zhang smiled and said, "The princess understands me best." Princess Linyang then smiled at Yuan Ziyou and said, "Ignore her. Once she sees something delicious, she forgets everything." "Princess, I'm not that exaggerated." Miss Zhang blinked innocently. "That's true. That's true." Second sister, he clapped and said, "Isn't that right? Last time, I don't know who was in the palace only eating fruit and forgot to greet the Empress Dowager." "Oh, that's right," Miss Zhang blushed. "Sister He, I was still young then. How could I remember that for a lifetime? The Empress Dowager remembers too. She said you were the little girl eating fruit." "Ha ha." Princess Linyang laughed loudly. Everyone burst into laughter. Princess Linyang ordered Suiyu to brew a pot of Westlake Longjing tea brought by Yuan Ziyou. Several people sat together in the pavilion, eating snacks and drinking tea while enjoying the red plum outside. Really delicious. Miss Zhang pinched a piece of 8 treasures rui roll and took a bite, immediately widening her eyes in surprise. Second Miss He also agreed, saying, "It's truly very tasty." Young Sister Yuan, "I am truly amazed." Princess Linyang tasted a piece of plum blossom crystal cake, then sipped her tea, her eyes showing admiration. She praised, "You are talented, skilled in martial arts, and can make such delicious snacks. I really want to know what else you can't do or are not good at." The snacks added spring water, and the Westlake Longjing tea was sprinkled with spring water and dried again, making the flavors even better. Naturally, these delicacies were far beyond ordinary food. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "To be honest, I have many things I can't do. The lantern riddles on the Lantern Festival were just a coincidence. My embroidery and talents are not very good, and I can't really play musical instruments or paint well." Princess Linyang said, "I think those pretentious things are not worth much. Besides, with your cooking skills, you could easily stand out among the noble ladies in the capital. If anyone dares to challenge you, let them try and see if they can make snacks and tea as good as yours." "Exactly." Second Miss He and Miss Zhang also agreed. Young Sister Yuan, it would be wonderful if I could often taste your snacks." Miss Zhang said while eating, full of longing. "If you opened a shop in the capital, I would definitely visit every day." Princess Linyang said, "Miss Zhang is right. If you open a shop here in the capital, I would support you. Even the Heavenly King himself wouldn't dare cause trouble for you." To be honest, Princess and the 2 elders, Yuan Ziyou smiled. "I really plan to open a snack shop in the capital." "Really?" Princess Linyang and Second Miss He looked excited. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Yuan Ziyou replied with a smile. "The location is already chosen, on Chomping Street. It's my mother's dowry shop. When I said I wanted to open a snack shop, she gave it to me to practice." "That's wonderful." Princess Linyang cheered. "When you open, I will come to support you. It will probably take more than a month." Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "The people renting that shop haven't returned it yet. Once it's back, they will need to fix it up. When it's ready to open, I will send notices to the princess and the 2 sisters."
That's settled then.
Miss Zhang-san was even happier, smiling brightly, which made Lady He tease her a little more before stopping. After a while, they put aside their snacks and tea, and the four of them took a few more walks in the plum forest. Princess Linyang also took the three of them to visit the backyard of the royal residence. They wandered until noon, then returned to the pavilion to prepare for lunch. Since there weren't many people, the dishes prepared weren't many, but were very carefully made. There was a plate of barbecued venison, a plate of fermented duck, a dish of crystal shrimp, a plate of cloud-shaped ham, a dish of chicken marrow with bamboo shoots, a plate of silver sprouts with jade threads, and a bowl of wild mushroom and wild duck soup. Yuan sister, the wild mushroom and wild duck soup here is a real specialty. Their chef is so skilled that even the Empress Dowager praises him, Miss Zhang-san said with a smile to Yuan Ziyou. Exactly. Today's wild duck soup is especially delicious. Lady He also smiled. I heard from Suiyu that the chef who made the wild duck soup tasted the snacks you brought and said it was impossible. He's determined to win back the match with a wild duck soup. Princess Linyang chuckled and said, "Today's soup is truly extraordinary." Yuan sister, it seems my cook has been inspired by you. Yuan Ziyou smiled softly and said, Amitba, I really am guilty. Because she had eaten a few more bites of snacks earlier, they only dipped some rice in the wild duck soup and ate a few more bites of vegetables before feeling full. After the meal, everyone let the maids and servants find an open space to play shuttlecock kicking. They played happily, and the cheerful laughter attracted many maids and young men, who stood nearby cheering them on. Not far away, behind a fake mountain, Prince Kong was standing with a man dressed in bright yellow robes. Young Linyang is quite lively, the man in yellow said with a smile. Prince Kong smiled and replied, Brother Emperor, you don't know. Since she was little, she's been just like a boy. Linyang is already 16. Isn't it time for her to find a marriage match? The man in yellow asked with a smile. Exactly. Prince Kong sighed. My wife and I are worried, but Linyang insists on finding someone who can beat her. She doesn't think about how few people dare to challenge her. He sighed helplessly. The man in yellow laughed loudly and said, That's the spirit of our Xianyuan children. After speaking, he pointed at Yuan Ziyou and asked, Whose girl is she? She is quite skilled. I don't know, I will ask around, said Prince Kong. Then, he sent someone to investigate. After a while, the subordinate returned to report, Your Majesty, Prince, that girl is from General Yuan Chifeng's family. Her name is Yuan Ziyou. From his family. The man in bright yellow robes was Emperor Chiwen, Xianyuan Yi. He looked at Yuan Ziyou and smiled. Indeed, a tiger father, no dog daughter. When Yuan Ziyou returned from Prince Kang's residence, it was already time to light the lamps. As soon as she arrived home, Yuan Ziyou went straight to Shosong Hall. Old Madame Yuan was not resting. Seeing Yuan Ziyou return, she quickly pulled her to sit beside her and asked kindly, Was everything smooth today? Yes, grandmother. Everything went well. Princess June was very kind to me, Yuan Ziyou replied with a smile. That's good. Old Madame Yuan felt happy. With Princess Linyang's favor, Yuan Ziyou would gain more respect among the noble ladies in the capital, and even the General Yuan's household would benefit. All right, you've had a busy day. After visiting your mother, go rest. Yes, grandmother, Yuan Ziyou bowed and said, Grandmother, you should rest early too. After leaving Shosong Hall, Yuan Ziyou went to Lu Feng Garden, reported her safety to Lu Shi, then returned to Wuyo Pavilion. She thought there wouldn't be any more trouble and just needed to wait for the shop to be reclaimed. She planned to let Steward Lu arrange for repairs and select a manager, shopkeeper, and cooks. But unexpectedly, within a few days, someone from the Yuan household arrived. It was Ning Chunhua, Ning Shi's elder brother, along with his wife Fan Shi, 2 concubines, and a pair of children. They had traveled from Qianzhou to the capital in a hurry. Ning Shi was from Qianzhou. Her family had once been prosperous, but later fell into decline. They ran a silk shop in Qianzhou. Though not very rich, their family was fairly well off. Yuan Chile met Ning Shi in Qianzhou and immediately fell for her, insisting on marrying her. In the end, Yuan old madam couldn't refuse Yuan Chile, so she agreed. Now Ningxi's parents had long passed away. Only Ning Chunhua's family continued to run the silk shop in Qianzhou. However, Ning Chunhua was poor at managing and loved drinking and gambling. His family's situation worsened day by day, and he often wrote to Ning Shi to complain. Originally, the Ning family did not want Ning Chunhua and her family to come to the capital. After all, Ning's family had been living comfortably before, and if Ning Chunhua's whole family moved to the city without jobs, they would be a burden. However, they didn't expect Yuan Zifeng to be summoned back to the palace, and with Yuan Zilei taking a concubine, Ning's family felt it was right to bring Ning Chunhua's family to the capital. This way, they could have support from their relatives and also help their daughter's future. When Ning Chunhua received the letter from Ning's family, they were very happy. They quickly closed their silk shop, and after the Lantern Festival, they took all their belongings and moved to the capital with their family. Since relatives had come, except for Yuan Zidong, who was still under house arrest, everyone from the Yuan family gathered at Shousong Hall. Even Yuan Chilei's new concubine, Chen Yan, came along with him. After some greetings, everyone sat in Shousong Hall to talk. "Grandmother, we've come here to bother you and the family," said Ning Chunhua. Although she didn't work much, she had read some books and was quite knowledgeable. "This is no bother at all," said the old lady Yuan with a smile. "We are close relatives, so there's no trouble. Just stay here. If you need anything or lack anything, just tell us. Our Yuan family will never let relatives suffer." "Thank you very much, grandmother," Ning Chunhua said happily. She looked at Chen Yan standing beside Yuan Chile and remembered what Ning's letter said. She asked, "Is this the wife's personal maid?" "No, sister-in-law," Yuan Chile smiled. "This is my new concubine, Chen Yan."
Concubine.
Ning Chunhua frowned and looked at the old lady Yuan. "Grandmother, I remember sister-in-law is not yet 40. I thought the family rules said men could only take a concubine after 40. Am I mistaken?" The old lady Yuan awkwardly smiled. Since second sister-in-law had Zidong, she hasn't had another child. Now that Lei is 38, he only has Zidong, a girl. It's hard to explain. Also, this woman has helped Lei a lot, so we took her in. I've already discussed this with second sister-in-law. "Yes, mother, you told me that too," Ning's wife nodded and smiled. "Grandmother, this doesn't seem right," said Fan's wife. "If your family doesn't have this rule, that's fine. But if you do and you're not following it, how can you honor your ancestors? My sister is simple-minded, but you shouldn't be too unfair to her." "Oh, my sister has suffered a lot in your family." As she spoke, her eyes turned red, and she took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "My poor sister." The elder Mrs. Yuan and Yuan Chile looked displeased after hearing Mrs. Fan's words. Ning Chunhua often wandered in the marketplace and was good at reading people's expressions. Seeing the bad expressions on the elder Mrs. Yuan and Yuan Chile, she quickly smiled and said, "Elder lady, brother-in-law, Mrs. Fan is a woman, and her words are just for listening. Men, after all, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal. When my sister married, she said that if brother-in-law had no children by 40, he could take a concubine. But now, unexpectedly, we see that brother-in-law has a new concubine, which is a bit surprising. Isn't Mrs. Fan also feeling sorry for our sister?"
Ah.
The elder Mrs. Yuan sighed. "This matter, in the end, is our Yuan family's fault. Elder lady." Ning Chunhua smiled and said, "We understand brother-in-law's hardship. As the saying goes, the greatest unfilial act is to have no children. This concubine, we accepted her and can't just drive her away. But we can't bear to see my sister suffer. After all, she is our only sister. Does the matchmaker have any thoughts?" The elder Mrs. Yuan asked. Ning Chunhua chuckled and looked at Ning Shi. "My sister is getting older. Now she only has Tong. Whether she will have a son in the future is uncertain. Even if this good concubine bears a son, it will be registered under my sister's name. But as the saying goes, a dog meat patch won't fit a sheep's body, right? When Tonger gets married, won't my sister be left all alone?" Then Ning Chunhua smiled again. Elder lady, don't laugh. I come from the marketplace, speak a bit roughly, but I understand the reasoning. Don't you agree? The elder Mrs. Yuan sighed. What does the matchmaker suggest as compensation? Today's matter, no matter how you look at it, Yuan family has no good reason. The elder Mrs. Yuan felt guilty deep down. We can't say for sure what to do, Ning Chunhua said with a smile, rubbing her hands. Why don't the elder lady give us a plan, and we can discuss it carefully later? Fine. Let's go with what the matchmaker suggests, the elder Mrs. Yuan sighed. For a moment, the topic shifted and they talked about other things. Yuan Ziyou sat quietly beside Lu Shi, listening to everyone talk. In her memory, this scene never happened before. Her family came to Beijing only half a year later, but now everything was different. As she was lost in thought, Yuan Ziyou felt a gaze, tightly fixed on her. Yuan Ziyou looked up and saw a handsome but somewhat frivolous young man, about 16 or 17 years old, staring at her closely. Yuan Ziyou knew this young man. He was Ning Xiaoba, Ning Chunhua's eldest son, who was 17 this year. When Ning Xiaoba saw Yuan Ziyou looking at him, he squinted and tried to show a confident, charming smile. Yuan Ziyou frowned slightly, turned her face away without expression, feeling annoyed inside. If Ning Chunhua was just a drunkard and gambler mixing in the streets, then Ning Xiaoba was even worse, an idle, greedy, and lustful troublemaker. In her past life, Ning Xiaoba secretly used the name of the general's mansion to do many things that angered people. He even caused damage to Yuan Qifeng's reputation. When Yuan Qifeng tried to clear his name, it was too late. Soon, her second uncle's family moved out of the general's mansion, and later, the emperor's decree to confiscate the family completely destroyed the Yuan family. If the Marquis of Huainan was the mastermind behind the family's ruin, and her second uncle and his wife were accomplices, then Ning Chunhua's family was just a pack of running dogs. Yuan Ziyou's face remained calm, but her heart was filled with hatred. In the end, Ning Chunhua's family was arranged to stay in the guest courtyard. Ning Shi led his family into the house and ordered Shandong to guard outside. Wow, this house is really beautiful. Mrs. Fan happily looked around inside, touching and examining everything. She couldn't get enough of it, even wanting to see if the gold on the door frame was real gold. Ning Chunhua's two concubines stood timidly to the side, waiting for Mrs. Fan's orders. Ning Shi looked down on Mrs. Fan's petty attitude but knew he still needed to rely on his brother's family, so he pretended not to see her actions. Little sister, I followed your instructions. Do you think your grandmother will give you any compensation? Ning Chunhua hisperet do ning xi. Humph, the old lady is sharp. This matter still needs some time to settle, Ning Shi snorted. Oh, what should we do? Without a shop, my brother and I will have to live on the streets in the capital, Ning Chunhua exclaimed nervously. He was from a humble background and had limited vision, so he felt overwhelmed when faced with this grand estate. Since ancient times, common people did not fight with officials. If it weren't for Ning Shi's support in the Yuan family, Ning Chunhua would never dare to plot against them. That was just a short while ago. Don't be so scared. Stay here peacefully. If anything happens, I will tell you, Ning Shi reassured. Mrs. Ning looked at Ning Chunhua and secretly thought she couldn't respect his unrefined appearance. All right, with the mention of my sister, our family can rest easy now, Mrs. Ning said. Hearing this, Ning Chunhua chuckled and quickly added, Let's just rest easy, Mrs. Ning said with a hint of annoyance. Mother, the headpiece of second Miss Yuan is really beautiful. Ning Xiaojin, who is 13 and loves to look pretty, was admiring Yuan Ziyou's clothes in the hall. She wanted to speak but hesitated because elders from the Yuan family were present. Now that there were no outsiders, she turned to Mrs. Fan and said, We're all close relatives. If you like, you can ask for it and wear it for a few days. Surely she won't mind giving it to you? Would that be offending a relative? Mrs. Fan smiled and hugged her daughter. Really? She can give it to me? Ning Xiaojin asked eagerly. It's not like I want her things. Wearing it for a few days isn't a big deal, Mrs. Fan said casually with a smile. Older sister-in-law, I advise you to forget about that idea, Mrs. Ning said coldly. That second girl wouldn't even give face to Tonger, let alone bend around relatives. Mrs. Fan's eyes widened. Why is that girl so stubborn? That's not good. My jeune is much more likable. Look at her, she's so charming. Anyway, don't worry about this. She's just a young girl. I can handle her. Mrs. Ning was about to say something, but then thought of her own plan and smiled. Fine, if you can manage that girl, there will be benefits for you. Benefits? What benefits? Mrs. Fan hurriedly asked. Mrs. Ning raised an eyebrow. You'll have to see your own skills first. All right, if you won't say, I won't, Mrs. Fan said wisely, knowing her family now relied on Mrs. Ning. As long as we're close relatives, you wouldn't betray us, right? Of course not, Mrs. Ning replied. By the way, sister, about Tonger, Ning Chunhua said. Earlier, the old lady said Tonger made some mistake and confined her in the yard. What exactly did she do? I didn't dare ask too deeply at the time. If word got out about her punishment, it wouldn't be good for Tonger. You know, as officials' daughters, our reputation is very important. Hearing this, Mrs. Ning couldn't hide her anger. It was that second girl who caused all this. What happened? Mrs. Fan asked quickly. Oh, it's nothing serious, Mrs. Ning said, not daring to tell the full story to Mrs. Fan, as her tongue was sharp. Seeing Ning Shi refuse to speak, Fan Shi secretly curled her lips in disapproval. She turned her head and saw her precious son staring blankly toward the inner courtyard. She said, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and go rest. Then she scolded her two concubines, you two are useless. Can't you see the young master is tired? Hurry and tidy up the bed. Honestly, they're so stubborn, nothing moves unless you push. The two concubines quickly agreed softly.
보야?
Fan Shi saw Ning Xiaoba not respond to her and hurried forward to pat his shoulder. What are you thinking about? Mother. Ning Xiaoba seemed to snap out of his daze and lazily answered. What's wrong? Fan Shi asked quickly. Are you tired or sleepy? She reached out to feel his forehead. Oh, mother, I'm fine. Ning Xiaoba impatiently brushed her hand away. What's this about? Fan Shi dared not scold her son and gently persuaded him. Are you feeling unwell? Don't scare mother. Mother, I want to get engaged. Ning Xiaoba looked at Fan Shi and said. Get engaged? Fan Shi widened her eyes. I told you about many girls before, and you didn't want any. Why do you suddenly want to get engaged now? Ning Xiaoba didn't answer. He just kept staring toward the inner courtyard. Ning Shi understood and smiled. You probably like our second girl, right? Ning Xiaoba turned and smirked at Ning Shi. Auntie, you know your nephew best. I'll rely on you. Brother, hurry up and make her my sister-in-law. Then I can wear her clothes and headwear whenever I want, Ning Xiaozhen said happily. Fan Shi smiled so broadly her eyes nearly disappeared. She patted Ning Xiaofeng. When she becomes your sister-in-law, she'll prepare your dowry. You can pick whatever you like. Ning Xiaozhen ted happily. Fan Shi then smiled at Ning Shi. I think this marriage is good. We're close relatives, so we wouldn't treat your second girl badly. Is handsome, and they're a perfect match. Oh, has good taste. Why didn't I think of this earlier? I should have mentioned it to your grandmother. Big sister-in-law, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Ning Shi said with a faint smile.
Why?
Fan Shi's eyes widened, and she looked annoyed. Ning Xi tuklet. My second girl is already engaged. Ning Xiaoba widened his eyes and asked quickly, Aunt, is what you're saying really true? Of course. Ning Sait. Do you think I would lie about this? Then forget about this marriage. Ning Chunhua, who had been silent before, now spoke up. You girls shouldn't be so hopeful either. Look at our status and the status of Miss Yuan. How could the Yuan family agree to marry their precious daughter to us? Besides, such a noble girl, her fiancé must be someone very important. Ning Chunhua's words made Fan and Ning Xiaozhen feel disappointed and unwilling. Only Ning Xiaoba kept staring toward the inner courtyard, lost in thought, with a strange light in his eyes. Ning said this in her heart, sneering silently. Just as she was about to speak, Fan said, Little sister-in-law, who is Miss Yuan engaged to? She is promised to the heir of the Marquis of Xianping. Ning didn't hide this fact.
What?
Fan almost jumped up. The Marquis of Xianping? The heir? We can't afford to offend them. Forget it. Forget it. We can't compete with them. Then Fan turned to Ning Xiaobo and said, Xiaobo, I know you have high hopes, but that second Miss Yuan is not someone we can think about. Competing for a woman with the Marquis' family is dangerous. Listen to your mother. I'll promise to find you a girl even prettier than Miss Yuan in the future, okay? Hearing Fan's words, Ning Xiaobo hadn't spoken yet. Ning Xiaozhen pouted and looked upset, as if in pain. Xiaobo, your mother is talking to you. Ning Chunhua reminded him when Ning Xiaobo remained silent. Ning Xiaobo slowly replied, I don't want to.
What?
Fan exclaimed. Oh my son. You only saw Miss Yuan once, and now you're so obsessed? She then scolded Yuan Ziyou. Oh, this sly girl. She hasn't done much, but she's already got my son so distracted. She's really a sly fox. Fan's words made Ning's lips twitch. She knew her sister-in-law was a troublemaker, but she didn't expect her to be so wild. If the old lady found out, she might look down on her. When Ning Chunhua heard Fan's words, she was startled and immediately shouted, What nonsense are you talking? Do you even know where we are? Stop talking about other people's daughters like that. If she hears you, she might get angry and kick you out. Fan pouted and didn't dare to say more. Ning sighed and said, Actually, Boar likes our second daughter. As her aunt, I should help find a good match. After all, we are real relatives. If our second daughter gets married in, we won't suffer any loss. It's just a pity that our second daughter is already engaged. But if only. She paused, then smiled and said, Oh, I won't say more. If things go wrong in the future, you can blame me. Before anyone else could speak, Ning Xiaobo quickly turned around and walked briskly to Ning's side. Good aunt, do you have any ideas? If you do, tell your nephew. I will thank you forever. Forget it, Ning said with a smile. It's not a good idea. I was just thinking aloud. Now that I think about it, it's not suitable. If it doesn't work out, not only will you blame me, but Yuan's family might not accept me either. Oh, dear sister, we won't tell anyone. Fan quickly said with a smile. Look at your brother's face. If you have any good ideas, just say them. You don't know, we only have this one daughter. She's already 17 and doesn't want to marry. She says she has no one she likes. Now that she finally likes someone, if it falls through, it will hurt your nephew's feelings. Yes, auntie. Ning Xiaozhen also hurriedly said. If my brother marries such a sister-in-law, it won't just be good for our family, but it will also bring you honor in the future. Ning thought for a moment and said, Actually, it's not a serious plan. I was just thinking if a girl likes someone, can her family really force her? Or maybe take it a step further. Before she finished, Ning chuckled and said, Just joking, just joking. Forget it. Our second daughter is already engaged. It's not so easy to break off the engagement. Ning Xiaobo looked thoughtful for a moment, then said after a while, What if the second daughter loses her reputation? Everyone in the room looked a bit surprised at his words. Ning pretended to be shocked and said, Boar, don't be mischievous.
Aunt.
Ning Xiaobo smilet. I was just talking. Don't take it seriously. Ning then heaved a sigh of relief, patting her chest. You really scared me. But if you really have any ideas, I'm afraid they won't work. Our second daughter is quite capable. Ordinary men can't get close to her. Really that good? Fan said, clearly not believing. Ning chuckled and said, You don't believe? Did you hear about what happened on the Lantern Festival? Ning Chunhua frowned and said, I only heard a little about it from a distance. Among those fighting the bad guys, our second young lady was there. Do you think she's brave? Ning's lips curled into a smile as she asked. Everyone in the room was surprised. They were used to city life and had heard many stories, but it was hard to believe that such a delicate girl could be so fierce. Fan sure hesitated again, saying, Such a fierce woman. Ordinary men can't handle her. Never mind, we won't. Mother. Ning Xiaobo interrupted Fan Si. This is my own matter. I will decide for myself.
Boer, you.
Fan sure wanted to dissuade Ning Xiaobo from this idea. All right, mother, it's settled like this. Ning Xiaobo smiled and bowed to Ning Shi. Thank you, auntie. Nonsense, why thank me? Ning Shi pretended not to hear. I didn't say anything. Yes, Annie didn't say anything. Ning Xiaobo said with a smile. Fan Shi and Ning Xiaozhen looked at Ning Shi and Ning Xiaobo in confusion. Ning Chunhua sighed, but said nothing. At this moment, Shou Dong came in to report, Madam, the second madam sent someone to bring the little maid to serve. All right, Ning Shi said, go ahead and arrange it. Yes. After Shou Dong left, Fan Shi couldn't help but feel excited. Oh, I never thought I'd be served by a proper maid someday. This trip to the capital was the right choice. Mother, you called me? Yuan Ziyou and Qingji arrived at Lu Feng courtyard and saw Lu Steward talking to Lu Shi. Second young lady. Lu Steward respectfully bowed to Yuan Ziyou. Lu Steward, no need for formalities, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile, then sat beside Lu Shi and asked, Mother, is there something you want to see me about? Lu Shi smiled and said, Lu Steward, you tell her. Yes. Lu Steward quickly replied. Second young lady, the shop on Chongping Street has been reclaimed. I wanted to ask how to repair it. Yuan Ziyou was delighted. Reclaimed? That's wonderful. Thinking for a moment, she ordered Qingji, go back and bring me that herbal book on the shelf in the study. Yes, second young lady. Soon, Qingji brought the herbal book. Yuan Ziyou took a piece of rice paper from the herbal book and handed it to Lu Steward. Lu Steward, these are my ideas. You can start arranging people to repair the shop. If anything is unclear, come and ask me. Yes, second young lady. Steward Lu respectfully took the calligraphy paper, examined it carefully, asked a few questions, then took his leave with the document. Yuan Ziyou looked at the sky outside and said to Madame Lu, Mother, I need to go out today. I might be back late. Where are you going? Madame Lu asked. I'm going outside the city to find someone, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. It's a bit far, so I plan to ride a horse. Who are you looking for? Madame Lu asked softly, frowning. Just send someone to find them. Why do you have to go so far yourself? What if there's danger on the way? Mother. Yuan Ziyou shook her arm happily. It's just outside the city, not far at all. Riding a horse is faster. The carriage is slow and bumpy. All right, go then, Madame Lu finally agreed. But bring some servants with you. Otherwise. Mother, I don't need to, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. You don't know my skills? I'll just take Qing and Qingji. It's settled. She hurriedly took Qingji and returned to Wuyo Pavilion, leaving Madame Lu sighing helplessly. Since she was riding a horse, Yuan Ziyou changed into a red riding outfit after returning to Wuyo Pavilion. She styled her hair simply, put on a cloud-patterned fur-lined cloak, and took Qing and Qingji out of the residence. Not far from the gate, Hua Shifei arrived with Bing Shan. You're going outside the city? I'll go with you, Hua Shifei said with a gentle smile. Yuan Ziyou pouted. You actually sent someone to watch me?
No, Hua Shifei said.
I just worry about your safety. The villain we're after is still at large. When you and young Master Shien disrupted his plan, I was worried he might come after you. You don't need to worry about young Master Shien, but you're more vulnerable. That's where he might strike. Yuan Ziyou understood Hua Shifei's concern. It wasn't truly blame, so she smiled and said, I understand. I'm not mad at you. Where are you going outside the city? Hua Shifei rode beside her, dressed in black riding clothes today. The contrast of red and black looked striking, attracting many passers-by to look back. I'm going to Xinghua village, 20 miles south of the city, to find someone, Yuan Ziyou replied. Let's go quickly and return soon, Hua Shifei said. Okay. The 5 of them headed south, leaving the city gate. After about 20 miles, they arrived at Xinghua village, where Shimi lived. They entered the village and dismounted from their horses. Under the big tree at the village entrance, several women were working and laughing loudly. When they saw Yuan Ziyou and the others arrive and noticed their fine clothes, they immediately quieted down and secretly observed them, with a hint of envy and respect in their eyes. Dear ladies, May I ask where the Shermi family lives? Qingji stepped forward to ask. Seeing a graceful young lady asking, the women became excited. Finally, the oldest woman pointed to the village road and smiled. The noble guest should go straight along this road, then turn east at the 6th house. The 3rd door is theirs. Thank you very much. Qingji received the directions and went back to report. After Yuan Ziyou and the others walked away, the women became lively again. Oh wow, I actually spoke to a noble guest. Yes, she's really pretty. Of course, how could a noble guest not be beautiful? Hey, you all forgot who they're looking for. The girl from Shermi's family, right? Oh, could it be that Shermi's girl is about to get lucky? Miss. Yuan Ziyou and the others followed the women's directions and easily found Shermi's house. When Shermi opened the door and saw Yuan Ziyou, she was overjoyed and quickly bowed respectfully. Seeing Hu Shifei's elegant manner, she didn't dare look too long and also bowed silently. Mom, who's here? Came a weak voice from inside, accompanied by a cough. The speech seemed a little strained. Mother, it's a noble guest who once helped me. Shermi hurriedly called out inside, then softly said to Yuan Ziyou, Miss, I didn't tell my mother about what happened that day. Please don't tell her either, okay? Otherwise, she'll worry. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, Don't worry. They followed Shermi into the house. Shermi hurriedly poured water for them, saying, It's quite simple here. Sorry for the inconvenience, dear guests. At that moment, another cough came from inside. Shermi quickly apologized and went inside. Soon, the coughing stopped, and Shermi came out with a look of apology, saying, Sorry for the poor hospitality. Please don't mind. It's fine. Yuan Ziyou replied with a smile. She then took a small bag of medicinal pills from her purse, saying, I know some medicine. I made these pills myself. They can help with coughs. Take 1 3 times a day with your mother. Try it and see if it helps. Thank you very much, miss. Stone Honey hurriedly knelt before Yuan Ziyou and bowed, saying, It's only because of Miss's great kindness to me before, and now Miss has given me medicine. I truly don't know how to repay Mississippi. From now on, whatever Miss asks, I will do my best, even if it costs my life. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, There's no need to be so serious. Just take the medicine first, and give some to your mother to drink. Later, I have something I want to talk to you about. Yes, miss, I'll do it right away. Hearing her mother's cough from inside, Stone Honey didn't hesitate and quickly took the medicine into the room. Mother, what kind of noble person came to deliver medicine to you? Stone Mother looked a bit frightened, unsure of the visitor's intentions. Stone Honey hurriedly said, Mother, the miss is a good person. She helped me before, and the medicine she gave must be good. You should take it quickly. Maybe you'll get better after taking it. All right. Stone Mother nodded and swallowed a pill. Perhaps it was just her feeling, but Stone Honey thought that after her mother took the medicine, her breathing seemed steadier and her face didn't look so pale. Thank you, miss, for the medicine. As soon as she came out of the room, Stone Honey bowed again to Yuan Ziyou. Get up quickly. Yuan Ziyou hurriedly said. Honestly, in her previous life, Stone Honey had helped her a lot. Qinging stepped forward to support Stone Honey. By the way, you're a few years older than me. In the future, you don't need to bow so much when we meet, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Stone Honey quickly replied, That can't be. Miss has helped me greatly, and I don't know how to repay you. I can't neglect these manners. I'm here today to ask you to do something for me, Yuan Ziyou said. Would you be willing? Stone Honey responded immediately. Whatever Miss asks, I will do my best to help. That's good,
Yuan Ziyou said.
But if I do this, you won't be able to return to Xinghua village every day. You'll need to stay in the city. Hearing this, Stone Honey paused and then shyly asked, Miss, my mother isn't feeling well. Can I bring her with me? She was worried about leaving her mother alone in Xinghua village. Of course you can, Yuan Ziyou replied. There's a courtyard in the city. Just take your mother there to live. Thank you, miss. Stone Honey was very happy and was about to kneel and bow again. Yuan Ziyou smiled and stopped her. You haven't even asked what I want you to do for me. No matter what it is, As long as the young lady asks me to do it, I am willing to give my all, Shimi said firmly. Yuan Ziyou listened and smiled. You don't have to risk your life. I want to open a pastry shop, and I need a good manager for the kitchen. I've already checked. You're skilled in medicine and cooking. How about it? Would you like to help me? These were things Yuan Ziyou knew from her previous life. I am willing, Shimi quickly replied. But I worry my cooking isn't good enough and might ruin the reputation of the pastry shop. Yuan Ziyou smiled. Since I'm opening the shop, I have secret recipes.
You don't need to worry about that.
But we need to agree first. If you work as the manager, you'll need to sign a contract. Do you understand? Shimi, swear. Shimi raised her hand and swore after hearing Yuan Ziyou. I will serve the young lady sincerely, with no second thoughts. Otherwise, may I be struck down by lightning and meet a bad end. It's because I came to find you that I trust you, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Thank you, young lady. All right, let's go back now. For the next few days, you should stay at home and take care of your mother. Once the shop is ready, I will send someone to find you, Yuan Ziyou said.
Yes.
Shimi responded quickly and saw Yuan Ziyou and her group out. After they left, Shimi returned to her house. Not long after, the big gate of the yard was knocked. Shimi hurried to open the door and saw several women standing outside. Oh, Shimi, we came to see your mother, one woman said with a smile. Please, ladies, come inside, Shimi said, even though she didn't know them well. Since they were visitors, she still let them in. Once inside, they briefly looked at Shimi in the inner room and then smiled and started chatting with Shimi. Shimi, I saw some noble guests leave your house just now. Did they come to see you? Do they have something to ask? Yes, Shimi, I didn't expect you to know such important people. If they have good news, don't forget us folks in the village. Exactly. If it weren't for Xinghua village taking you and your mother in last year, who knows what would have happened to you? Don't forget our kindness. The women chattered on, each speaking one after another, not waiting for Shimi to reply. Shimi also smiled happily nearby. After everyone stopped talking, she said, the village chief's kindness in taking care of us, my daughter and I, will never be forgotten. Today, some distinguished guests came because we once received their help. Since they know I understand medicine, they asked me to do some errands for them. Oh, I see. The women replied with smiles. If that's the case, we'll go now. Let's chat again when we have time. Everyone in the village knew Shimi was skilled in medicine. Usually for minor illnesses or small troubles, if the barefoot doctor wasn't around, people would come to her for help. They initially thought Shimi was rewarded by the noble guests, but it turned out she was there to repay kindness. Seeing they couldn't get any benefit, the women found an excuse to leave. Her mother's voice was weak due to her illness, but she listened carefully to what was happening outside. When everyone had left, she called out to Shimi. Are you sure about what the noble guest said? Of course, mother. Shimi smiled and tucked her mother into bed. Don't worry. You heard what the guest said. I can take you to the city. When did this noble guest help you? Her mother still felt uneasy. To her, those high-status people seemed too distant for ordinary folks like them to contact. It was the day we went to the city before the new year, Shimi said happily, explaining how Yuan Ziyou bought books that day. She only said she got lost and dirted the manuscripts, and that Yuan Ziyou's servants helped her and bought back the damaged books. Amitabha, that noble guest is really a good person. Her mother recited a prayer. You must do your best to serve the guest and not slack off. Mother, I'm not that kind of person. Shimi replied with a smile. Her mother chuckled, I know, but I'm just reminding you. While they were talking privately, Yuan Ziyou and the others had already hurried to the city before the lanterns were lit. Hua Shifei personally saw Yuan Ziyou to the gate of Yuan Mansion. Do you want me to help check that person's background again? Along the way, Yuan Ziyou told Hua Shifei about how she met Shimi. However, Hua Shifei still felt uneasy. No need, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Trust people unless there's doubt. Since I want to use her, I naturally trust her. But your pastry shop's most important thing is those recipes. What if they get leaked later? Hua Shifei frowned slightly. Yuan Ziyou smiled softly, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then happily whispered to Huashifei, "I'll tell you a secret. My special recipe isn't for pastries." Huashifei raised an eyebrow at her words. "Later, I'll tell you." Yuan Ziyou winked playfully and then skipped into the mansion. Huashifei watched her back, smiling and shaking his head. "Young master," Ping Shan softly called out. "Let's go back to the mansion." Yuan Ziyou wanted to open a pastry shop. Although Lu's wife said Yuan Ziyou could decide for herself, she was still worried because Yuan Ziyou was young and might not think everything through. So, in the past few days, Lu's wife helped her prepare the shop. With Lu's wife's support, Yuan Ziyou relaxed and focused on using spring water to brew tea leaves. Since the fight during the Lantern Festival, Yuan Ziyou unexpectedly learned that the spring water in the Jade Nectar Pavilion could resist all poisons. She suddenly had an idea. If that was true, maybe it could also neutralize the poison from the blue robe powder. The spring water couldn't be taken out directly, so she thought about soaking tea leaves in it. She planned to give some to her grandmother and Lu's wife, which wouldn't attract attention and could detoxify the poison. After the Lantern Festival, she was busy and only managed to experiment a few times to find a way to spray the tea leaves. She didn't produce much, but she also gave some to Princess Lin Yang. Now, she wanted to gather more tea leaves over the next few days to send to her grandmother and Lu's wife. Fortunately, the weather had been good these days. In just 3 or 4 days, she had made a lot of tea leaves. Yuan Ziyou ordered Qingying and Qingji to collect them and also sent some to her grandmother and Lu's wife. Second miss. Qingji returned to Wuyo Pavilion, smiling as she told Yuan Ziyou, "Manager Lu has come. She brought many people from the village. Madam is looking for you in Lu Feng Garden." Understood. Yuan Ziyou knew that Manager Lu was here to deliver the selected candidates. She told Qingying, "Watch over this flower dew. Don't let it overheat."
Yes.
Qingying quickly responded. This flower dew was Yuan Ziyou's secret recipe. Since spring water couldn't be used directly, she came up with a plan. Qingying and Qingji collected many flower petals, made flower dew, and secretly added spring water to it. When making pastries, she just needed to mix in the flower dew. Although pastries made this way might not taste as good as those made with spring water directly, they were rare and far better than ordinary pastries. "Yuer, come quickly." Mrs. Lu was talking to Steward Lu in the yard when Yuan Ziyou arrived. She smiled and waved, saying, "Look at these people. Are you satisfied? If not, Steward Lu can bring some more." Yuan Ziyou saw about 10 people standing in the yard, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, 6 or 7 young servants, and 4 or 5 women in their 20s. "Greetings, second miss." The group all respectfully bowed to Yuan Ziyou. "Steward Lu, have you told them everything?" Yuan Ziyou asked. "Yes, second miss," Steward Lu replied quickly. "I've explained everything. These people are clever and quick." He pointed to the middle-aged man and said, "This is Xiaoing. He used to manage the shop on our estate. He's good at talking and has experience running a shop, so he's quite skilled." Yuan Ziyou nodded. Seeing Xiaoying's honest eyes, the clever servants, and the neat women, she said, "Let's take these people. Once the shop is repaired, they can come over. There's a yard behind the shop where they can stay. Also, I found a cook's wife to manage the kitchen. She'll bring her mother over in a few days. Steward Lu, please arrange a place for them to live." "Yes, ma'am," Steward Lu replied quickly. Just then, Ningshi walked into the yard. "Oh, big sister-in-law, it's so lively here," Ningshi said happily as she entered. She looked at the servants and maids and exclaimed, "What is big sister-in-law planning? I hear second sister wants to open a shop. Is she choosing people? Why is younger sister here?" Lu Shi asked calmly. Since the Lantern Festival, Lu Shi had been distant from Ningshi, only maintaining a polite relationship. "I heard second sister wants to open a shop, so I came to see," Ningshi smiled, seeming unbothered by Lu Shi's attitude. "Honestly, big sister-in-law, you're quite bold. Second sister is so young, and you're letting her open a shop. Aren't you worried she might lose everything?" Before Lu Shi could speak, Ningshi added with a smile, But I suppose you're rich and don't care about small profits.
What do you want to say?
Lu Shi asked. I have nothing to say, Ning Shi replied with a smile. I just came to watch the fun. I said a few words, but don't take it to heart, big sister-in-law. Anyway, I'm leaving now. She turned and walked away. Mother, is second aunt always like this now? Yuan Ziyou looked at Ning Shi's back and asked. Don't pay attention to him for now, Lu said. It's just that the eldest daughter is now confined and has been punished to copy the Heart Sutra. She's upset, but nothing serious will come of it. Mother, we can't just let her do as she pleases, Yuan Ziyou frowned. I feel like Ning's words had some hidden meaning. Forget about her. Lu changed the subject. So, are you satisfied with these people? Yes, they are okay for now. If they don't work out, we can change them later, Yuan Ziyou nodded. All right then, Steward Lu, follow Yuan's instructions, Lu told Steward Lu. Steward Lu agreed and prepared to take the dozen or so people away. Suddenly, Yuan Ziyou said, Steward Lu, wait a moment. Second miss, Steward Lu didn't know why Yuan Ziyou called him, so he stood there waiting for her to speak.
You can take the people back first.
I'll tell you if there's anything else, Yuan Ziyou said after a moment of thought. Yes, second Mississippi. After Steward Lu left with his group, Lu asked Yuan, do you have something to say? Mother, let's go inside to talk, Yuan Ziyou instructed Qingji. You and Bishuang stay outside and don't let anyone come in.
Yes.
Yuan, what is it? Lu sensed that Yuan Ziyou's words might be about something important related to her. Mother, how are your other two dowry shops doing? Where are they now? Yuan Ziyou asked. She just remembered that in her previous life, the shop on Chongping Street was owned by Ning Xiaoba, but she didn't know who owned the other two shops. She had no idea her mother still had dowry shops. Lu smiled and said, one is also on Chongping Street, but smaller than yours, with a smaller backyard. The other is on Chong'an Street, but a bit further away. Yuan Ziyou nodded and asked, are the tenants in those two shops long-term renters? Yes, they are long-term, Lu replied. But Steward Lu said it might be about time for renewal. We don't know yet if they'll continue renting. Mother, Yuan Ziyou asked seriously, you also know that second aunt's family has come. I heard they used to run a silk shop. If second aunt asks you to rent the shop to her brother, what would you do? Lu paused when she heard this. She hadn't thought about this before. Mother, if second aunt asks you to rent the shop to her brother's family, would you do it? Yuan Ziyou asked seriously. No renting. Mrs. Lu shook her head and said, if I didn't know the thoughts of the second household before, I might have rented it. After all, they are relatives, and it's hard to refuse.
But now.
Mrs. Lu gently touched Yuan Ziyou's hair. I will definitely not rent the shop to someone who wants to harm my daughter. Mother. Yuan Ziyou felt Mrs. Lu's anger and hurriedly threw herself into her arms. There's no need to be angry at such a person. It's not worth it. Mother isn't angry. Mrs. Lu hugged Yuan Ziyou. It's really not worth it. Also, Mother, what if Grandma also tries to persuade you to give in? Yuan Ziyou thought for a moment and said. Mrs. Lu smiled. I do have my own opinions. No matter what, those are my dowries. Even your grandmother doesn't have the right to force me about my dowry. That's good, Mother. But don't underestimate the second household and others. If they have such thoughts, who knows what sneaky tricks they might use in the future. Yuan Ziyou felt it was important to warn Mrs. Lu and keep her alert. When father comes back, you should also talk to him, so he's aware and doesn't get caught off guard. What do you know? Mrs. Lu asked softly, frowning. It's just a precaution, Yuan Ziyou replied. Mother, I feel that maybe our return has caught the second household's attention. Caught their attention? Mrs. Lu couldn't help but get angry. How dare they? If it weren't for your grandmother, they're just relatives here. All right, Mother. I just wanted to remind you. Why get angry for no reason? It only makes you upset, and that hurts you, Yuan Ziyou quickly advised. Mother knows. I'm not angry, Mrs. Lu took a deep breath, calming her anger. Then she said, when your father returns, I will tell him that it's better if this family is divided. Yes. Yuan Ziyou nodded quickly. She then leaned against Mrs. Lu's arm and whispered some private words before leaving Wio Pavilion with Qingji. A few days later, the yard behind the shop was repaired. Steward Lu arranged the selected workers in the yard. Yuan Ziyou also sent Qing Ying to Xinghua village to bring Shimi and her mother into the city, settling them in the yard. She also ordered Qing Ying to visit the yard daily and teach Shimi and the others how to make various pastries. Second miss. Little girl Luer hurried back to Wio Pavilion from outside. Second madam's sister-in-law is in the old lady's room, forcing the eldest lady. Yuan Ziyou was busy making medicinal pills. After hearing Luer's words, she quickly cleaned her hands and helped Qingji to Shosong Hall. As soon as she entered the courtyard of Shosong Hall, she heard Lu's angry voice. "Mother, I won't agree to this." Then she heard Mrs. Fan's voice. "Oh, this is so unreasonable. Madam, listen, we're not trying to take the dowry shop from the main wife, just renting a shop. What's wrong with that? My sister has suffered so much in your family, and we didn't ask for compensation like a shop or land, just to rent the main wife shop. Why not? Please think about it fairly. You know very well, that shop is my mother's dowry." Yuan Ziyou, hearing Mrs. Fan's words outside, quickly took a few steps into the house. Whether to rent or not, and to whom, is naturally decided by my mother. Do you think anyone else has a say? You're making such a fuss. Are you trying to let my grandmother interfere with the daughter-in-law's dowry? Inside the house, Ning was not there. Only Ning Chuanhua's family and Lu were present. Yuan Ziyou stood beside Lu, supporting her, and looked coldly at Ning Chuanhua's family. She thought about second aunt wanting to get involved in her mother's dowry shop, but didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Thinking carefully, it was probably because she wanted to open her own shop that Ning was so upset. "Oh, second Miss Yuan, you're not being fair." Since Ning Xiaoba became obsessed with Yuan Ziyou, Mrs. Fan had disliked her even more. "My sister suffered a lot in your Yuan family. It was agreed before that your Yuan family would compensate my sister. We're kind-hearted and don't ask for much silver. Just want to shop in Beijing to do some business, so my sister can have some money to rely on. But your Yuan family has no shop in Beijing. Since the main wife is the head daughter-in-law of the Yuan family, shouldn't she help share the worries? Remember, the Yuan family hasn't even split yet. If you refuse, I'll go outside and tell everyone how my sister suffered in your Yuan family, who uses a daughter-in-law's dowry as compensation." Yuan Ziyou refused to back down. "It's impossible, and even if my mother was forced to agree, I wouldn't accept it. Let's see who dares to seize it. If this family really has no one in charge, I'll go to the capital's official and file a complaint. But I wonder how many years they'd be locked up for trying to steal someone else's dowry." "Second girl, you're going too far." At this moment, the old lady Yuan spoke up. Originally, Fanshi was frightened and looked pale when Yuan Zi worried her, but after hearing the old lady Yuan's words, she seemed to regain her confidence. She smugly cast a glance at Lu Shi and Yuan Zi worried, with a look of determination. Yuan Zi worried looked at old lady Yuan with a dark glint in her eyes. When old lady Yuan favored Yuan Zitong earlier, she didn't complain much. But now, Fanshi was pressuring Lu Shi in front of old lady Yuan, and old lady Yuan didn't speak up. Instead, Yuan Zi worried's request to go to Jingzhou Yin to complain drew disapproval from old lady Yuan. At this moment, Yuan Zi worried finally understood that, in old lady Yuan's mind, the reputation of the entire general's residence was the most important. Just like before, she cared deeply for Yuan Zitong, but when it involved the prince of Sushuan's mansion, she still didn't punish her harshly. Suddenly, Yuan Zi worried realized how the Lu family's dowry shops had ended up in the Ning family's hands in her previous life. "Grandmother." Yuan Zi worried looked at old lady Yuan with a cold expression. "May I ask, what did your granddaughter do wrong?" "Second girl." Old lady Yuan's face was serious. "As the saying goes, don't air family troubles outside. If our family's affairs become known to everyone, what will happen to the reputation of the Yuan family? Have you thought about how your father and second uncle will be affected? Wouldn't their official positions be affected? Would their colleagues mock them? Reputation."
Yuan Zi worried smiled.
Grandmother, I want to ask, if I hadn't come, would you have forced my mother to take out her dowry shops? What dowry shops? Now you're just talking about the fact that your in-laws want to rent your mother's dowry shops. Old Lady Yuan looked at Yuan Zi worried with displeasure and said with a stern face, Grandmother, my mother also just said she doesn't agree. Yuan Zi worried, didn't know how she was feeling right now. In her memory, her grandmother was kind and gentle. She wasn't as fond of her as she was of Yuan Zitong, but she still loved her. To her mother, she was a respectable mother-in-law. But why, after returning, was everything different from her memories? Moreover,
Yuan Zi worried snared.
My younger brother-in-law did something wrong, but in the end, he had to use his sister-in-law's dowry to cover his mistakes. If this gets out, and people hear that my younger brother-in-law is scheming to take his sister-in-law's dowry, I wonder if that sounds better.
You.
Old Lady Yuan's face turned pale with anger, and she threw her teacup at Yuan Zi worried. Second miss. Young Lady Yuan. Both Qingji and Lady Lu were surprised. They quickly pulled Yuan Ziyou aside. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered, spilling tea everywhere. When the old lady threw the teacup, she felt a bit regretful. She wanted to stop, but it was too late. Seeing that the teacup did not hit Yuan Ziyou, she relaxed slightly but kept a stern face, glaring at Yuan Ziyou. Mother! Lu Shi protected Yuan Ziyou behind her, her eyes full of anger. Yuan, you didn't say anything wrong. I want to make this clear today. I will never rent the shop to them. Don't forget what the young lady did to Yuan Yu. Maybe you've forgotten, but I, as her mother, haven't. The old lady was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Oh, dear madam, what terrible thing did my niece do to anger everyone? And you, as the elder, are still holding a grudge. It's not right for you to argue with the younger ones, Fan Shi quickly said. What did she do? Go ask your sister-in-law, Lu Shi snorted. Since you're relatives and allowed to stay in this house, but if you came here to cause trouble, don't blame me for not showing mercy. This is a general's residence, not a palace for the Hanlin Academy.
You.
What do you mean? Fan Shi was stunned by Lu Shi's strong attitude. I mean, if you want to stay, behave yourself. If not, get out, Yuan Ziyou said coldly, stepping out from behind Lu Shi and looking at Fan Shi.
You.
Fan Shi wanted to make a scene, but she was frightened by Yuan Ziyou's icy gaze. Her loud words got stuck in her throat. Cough, niece. Ning Chunhua saw Fan Shi didn't dare speak and coughed twice. She was about to speak but was interrupted by Yuan Ziyou. Don't call me that. My niece is now locked in Tongxiang courtyard, Yuan Ziyou said to Ning Chunhua. Please call me second Miss Yuan. I've made my point. Today's matter is the first and the last. If there's a next time, I won't hold back. Afterward, she glared at Ning Xiaoba, who was secretly watching her, and warned, Stop giving me that disgusting look. If you dare do it again, I'll pluck out your eyes. Do you believe me? Then she shot a look at Ning Xiaojin, who seemed frightened, pulled Lu Shi, and quickly bowed to the old lady. She then left Shosong Hall.
Sigh.
When Madame Lu and Yuan Ziyou turned to leave, Madame Fan realized her goal hadn't been achieved yet. She was about to speak, but was interrupted by the old lady. Ding Xiang, send the bride's family back to the guest house. Madam, we haven't finished talking. Madame Fan said unwillingly. Madam, please. Ding Xiang stepped in front of Madame Fan and made a polite gesture.
You.
Let's go first. Ning Chunhua knew today wouldn't be the right time to argue, so she pulled reluctant Madame Fan along with Ding Xiang out of Shosong Hall. As for Ning Xiaoba and Ning Xiaojin, they dared not stay longer and quietly followed behind Ning Chunhua.
Sigh.
A man and Xiaoyao. Did I do something wrong? After everyone had left, the old lady looked tired and sighed as she asked. Momo Bai also sighed softly. Madam, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but today you really hurt the feelings of the main wife and the second young lady. Do you think so too? The old lady reached for her teacup, but found it empty and paused. Xiaoyao quickly refilled a cup and placed it beside her. Madam, since you asked me, I will say what I shouldn't, Bai Momo said. Normally, the one who takes a concubine is second master. When the second madam's family provides compensation, It should be second master who handles it. But think about it. Since the second madam's family came, second master only met them once at first. Has he shown himself again? If they talk about compensation, it should come from the public funds, and as long as it's reasonable, I believe the main wife wouldn't object. But now, they want to forcibly take the main wife's dowry shop. It's obvious they are targeting her. She then whispered, "Madam, you're a wise person. I believe you understand what's going on." Hearing this, the old lady turned to Bai Momo and asked, "Do you also think what second sister said is right?" She's planning to go to Jingzhaoyin to make a fuss. She's clearly trying to shame the Yuan family in the capital. Sister Second is also very protective of her mother. "I think her filial piety is admirable," Xiao Yao said softly, glancing at the old lady. "You all." The old lady snorted. "I didn't see it before, but now I realize you're all on the same side." Madame Bai smiled and said, "Old lady, don't say such harsh words. About this or that, Xiao Yao and I have been with you all our lives, so of course we are loyal to you. But this matter still needs to be discussed fairly. Don't you agree? Are you saying I was wrong?" The old lady sighed. Madame Bai quickly advised, "Today, the old lady might be a bit too emotional. According to reason, the dowry of the eldest daughter is her own decision. If you interfere, it might cause gossip. You usually value rules very much, but when it comes to second master's affairs, you get too involved. Getting involved causes trouble?" The old lady shot a sharp look at Madame Bai. "You only say I get confused whenever I think about layers matters. You're exaggerating, old lady," Madame Bai hurriedly said with a smile. Because Lu's mood was bad, Yuan Ziyou accompanied Lu to Lu Phone Garden. Not long after sitting down, Ning's voice came from outside the yard. "Lu Jian, what do you really mean?" Lu and Yuan Ziyou looked outside upon hearing her. They saw Ning storming into the yard, furious. The maids and servants in the yard, seeing Ning come in so fiercely, were startled and quickly stepped forward to block her. "Second madam." Everyone step aside. Ning saw them blocking her and became very angry. She strode straight toward them. "I want to see who dares to stop me." "Second madam, the lady is resting. Let me go in and report first." The maids and servants dared not push her away and stood in front of her. Without a word, Ning's close maid, Zidong, quietly slipped out from behind her. She casually brushed past a few maids, easily pushing them aside. This scene made Yuan Ziyou's eyes narrow. She didn't realize that the maid beside the second aunt was actually a hidden expert. Zidong's movements might fool others, but not her. The quick flick was done with little effort, but it was impossible to do without some skill. Seeing Bai Shuang step forward to stop her, Yuan Ziyou quickly called out to Bai Shuang, telling her and Grandma Gui to hold back Lu and prevent her from coming out. She then hurried to the door of the room, blocking Ning from entering. "Second aunt, what do you mean? Why are you rushing in so fiercely to cause trouble for my mother? Second young miss, step aside." Ning saw Yuan Ziyou blocking the door and used her seniority to scold her. "Step aside?" Yuan Ziyou snorted coldly. "Let you in to give orders and have servants beat my mother?" As she spoke, she looked meaningfully at Rongdong. "Nonsense." Mrs. Ning widened her eyes. "I came to talk to your mother about something, and you casually start accusing me? Where has your manners gone? Is this how you speak to elders?" "Ha!" Yuan Ziyou curled her lips. "Second aunt, are you talking about manners with me? Then tell me, where are your manners? In terms of seniority, my mother is your eldest sister-in-law. In status, my mother is the wife of a third-rank general, while you, second aunt, are the wife of a fifth-rank Hanlin Academy scholar. And just now, when you entered the yard, you called my mother's name directly. Is that how you show your manners?"
"You."
Mrs. Ning was speechless, embarrassed and angry. "Can you move aside?"
"What?"
"Does second aunt want to order the servants to hit me?" Yuan Ziyou narrowed her eyes, already on alert. She wasn't sure about Rongdong's strength, but she faintly felt that Rongdong was probably stronger than herself. Qingji also stood stiffly beside Yuan Ziyou, looking unfriendly at Rongdong. "How dare you?" Mrs. Ning was about to get angry when Lu Shi hurried out from inside and angrily scolded her. You dare to be rude. Oh, Lu Ziyou, you finally came out. I thought you'd hide from me forever. Seeing Lu Shi come out, Mrs. Ning no longer paid attention to Yuan Ziyou and only snorted coldly at Lu Shi. Hiding from you? Lu Shi sneered. Why should I hide from you? I haven't done anything wrong. Unlike some people who commit shady deeds and then swagger around in front of others. Mrs. Ning's family came to forcibly take her shop. If there was no backing from Mrs. Ning, Lu Shi wouldn't believe it. I only ask you, why do you want to drive my eldest brother's family out of the house? Do you not accept my brother's family or me? Mrs. Ning ignored Lu Shi and asked with a look of anger. Who is really not accepting whom? Lu Shi stared fiercely at Mrs. Ning. It's been only a short while since Yuan Ziyou and I returned to the capital, and so many things have happened. Even Yuan Ziyou's life was almost harmed by your good daughter. The rumors about Yuan Ziyou in the mansion last time, and now this forced shop eviction. Do you dare say you weren't behind it? Oh, and about Yuan Ziyou's fall into the water. I suspect it involved your second household. You. Mrs. Ning hesitated, then gritted her teeth. Stop spreading lies. I admit, Tonger accidentally bumped into the second girl, but Tonger didn't do it on purpose. The rest are unfounded. Do you have any proof? This time, my older brother and his family want to rent out your dowry shop. I didn't know about it either. But my brother and his family are only trying to help me and support me. Why do you say, in your words, that we can't accept you anymore? Is that what you really think? Mrs. Lu sneered. Since you say I can't accept you, then let's go find our mother and tell her to divide the family. That way, you won't come and say I won't accept you, and I won't have to worry all the time, worried that your son might be harmed or that my dowry might be targeted.
You.
Ningshi saw Mrs. Lu directly mention dividing the family. She was suddenly alarmed. She quickly changed her tone, lowered her voice, and started crying. Big sister-in-law, why talk about dividing the family? Our mother is still here. How can we make her sad and worried? I'm not here to blame you today. I just saw that my older brother's family might be forced out, and I felt sad, so I came to ask you for an explanation. Besides, I've helped manage this household for over 10 years. Now that you're back, do you want to drive us all out? Wouldn't that make me more wrong than dowy? As she spoke, she covered her mouth and sobbed loudly. Mrs. Lu and Yuan Zi both rolled their eyes secretly at Ningxi's behavior of talking about splitting the family openly. Fine, if you want an explanation, Mrs. Lu snorted coldly. Let's go find our mother and discuss a permanent solution. Forget it. My older brother and his family also made mistakes. Everyone's even now. Big sister-in-law, I'll go home first. Without waiting for Mrs. Lu to reply, she hurriedly left with her hands clasped, leaving behind the winter jasmine. Humph. Mrs. Lu's face was cold as she looked at Ningxi's hurried departure. She glared fiercely and loudly ordered the maids and servant girls in the yard, "Quick, fetch water, and wash the yard so it doesn't get dirty." Ningxi, who was still nearby, heard this and stopped in her tracks. She silently clenched her teeth, said nothing, and turned away. In Shosong Hall, the old lady asked Peony, "Did the second daughter-in-law leave Lu Feng Garden?" "Yes, madam," Peony replied softly. "These people never give me peace," the old lady sighed. "I never expected that the eldest daughter-in-law would even think about dividing the family." Both Baoma and Peony didn't respond. "Where is Lair?" The old lady sighed again, thinking about the main culprit behind this matter. "Returning to madam, the second master should be in Aunt Yian's room," Peony answered. "This troublemaker is really good at hiding and avoiding trouble," the old lady muttered. The elder lady felt a slight anger in her heart. "Go, call that troublemaker here. The whole place is almost turned upside down, yet he's so relaxed." Yuan Ziyou knew that the elder lady had called Yuan Qilei to Shosong Hall. She didn't know what was said, but afterward, neither Ning nor Ning Chunhua's family caused any more trouble. Yuan Ziyou also understood that since her father hadn't returned, splitting the family was impossible. Her mother had mentioned it once just to scare Ning, but everything would have to wait until her father came back to decide. The snack shop on Chongping Street was almost repaired. Yuan Ziyou went to check on Shirmi and his group, had a good idea of the situation, then discussed with Lu about the opening day. She also prepared some flower notes. She ordered Qingji to send these notes to the Prince Kang's residence, the Marquis of Xuanping's house, the He family, and the Zhang family. Unexpectedly, the next day, Princess Lin Yang came to Yuan's house, causing a stir among everyone. The elder lady personally went out to greet her. Everyone disperse. There's no need for such fuss. I came today just to talk to Yuan Mei, said Princess Lin Yang, waving her hand. The people of Yuan's house didn't dare refuse, so the elder lady hurriedly told Yuan Ziyou to entertain the princess well. Then she left with everyone. Yuan Mei, Princess Lin Yang arrived at Weiyou Pavilion, smiling as she spoke to Yuan Ziyou. I only come here for something important today. Please, princess. Yuan Ziyou replied with a smile. Anything my young lady can do, I will not refuse. I came today to ask for some snacks, said Princess Lin Yang with a smile. The pastries you brought to the palace a few days ago, do you still have some? Of course, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. She ordered Qingji to go to the small kitchen, fetch some freshly made pastries, and brought a few plates along with a food box.
So delicious.
Princess Lin Yang saw the pastries and gently bit one, smiling. How come your pastries are so tasty? Ever since I ate the ones you brought, I feel like my family's pastries are just not good enough. Yuan Ziyou laughed. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Exaggeration? Princess Lin Yang widened her eyes. The last time you brought pastries, I didn't get to eat many. I wanted to save some to eat slowly, but my father took them all. Now, even the Emperor and Empress Dowager know about it. They told me to find more pastries to send to the palace. So, I came to see you today. Yuan Ziyou knew that because of the spring water, these snacks were naturally delicious. She didn't expect, by chance, to catch the attention of the current emperor and the Empress Dowager. Feeling a bit nervous, she asked, Princess, is it really okay to send these outside foods into the palace? Princess Lin Yang smiled and said, You're still young and don't understand. Sending food from outside into the palace depends on who sends it. Besides, there are palace eunuchs to test for poison, so you don't need to worry. Hearing this, Yuan Ziyou felt relieved. She then asked Qingji to pack some of the snacks into another box. She smiled and said, Princess, these snacks are double portions. You can keep one for yourself. You're so thoughtful. Yuan's sister. Princess Lin Yang ordered Shuiyu and Shuiyun to carry the boxes. She then said, I won't bother you more. Since the weather is still good, I will visit the palace. Yes. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, Young lady, I wish you safe travels, princess. Oh, right. The princess seemed to remember something. Yesterday, you sent someone to give me the flower paper for my shop's opening. I saw it will be in 10 days. Have you decided on the shop's name? Yes, I have. Yuan Ziyou smiled. I plan to call it Shien Studio. Shien Studio. The princess softly repeated, then smiled. Good name. She then added mysteriously, Who knows, I might have a surprise for you. Yuan Ziyou blinked, looking at the princess with confusion. I can't be sure yet, the princess said with a smile. If it works out, it will be great for you. In that case, I thank the princess in advance. Yuan Ziyou didn't fully understand what the princess meant, but since it was her kindness, she wanted to thank her first. Stop thanking me for now. Nothing is settled yet, the princess said with a smile. If it really happens, you can invite me to try your snacks. That's nothing, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. If the princess wants to eat snacks, just send someone to get them. Then it's settled. The princess clapped happily. All right, I need to go back quickly, or I won't make it to the palace on time. Yuan Ziyou watched her leave the gate before heading back. When old lady Yuan learned that the princess had left, she hurriedly sent someone to find Yuan Ziyou at Shosong Hall. Yuan Ziyou simply said that the princess was just chatting as usual and managed to leave it at that. In the confinement of Tongxiang courtyard, Yuan Zidong, who was locked up, learned that Princess Lin Yang came to the residence to find Yuan Ziyou. She was so angry that she scolded loudly and punished several maids before it was over. Lian Xiao and Yin Xiao, who had just returned from the family, dared not speak and simply let Yuan Zidong do as she pleased. Over the past month and a half, Yuan Zidong's temper had worsened, making the maidservants and servants in the courtyard miserable. As her closest maid, Lian Xiao and Yin Xiao were especially afraid of her. That day, Yuan Ziyou planned to leave the house to visit the shop, but then Madame Meng arrived. Madame Meng smiled and said, "Today I came to talk about the nanny that Lu's sister mentioned the other day." "Oh?" Lu was pleased and asked quickly, "Madame Meng, is that the nanny you mentioned last time? Did you find her?" "Exactly." Madame Meng smiled. "Coincidentally, yesterday that nanny Gu returned to the capital, so I came to find my sister first." Lu asked curiously, "Is there anything wrong with that nanny?" Yuan Ziyou also looked at Madame Meng. In her previous life, her nanny was also found by Madame Meng, but it was not this nanny Gu. She vaguely remembered that Madame Meng had mentioned nanny Gu before, saying that she suddenly died on the way back to the capital, so Madame Meng found another nanny instead. Now, this nanny Gu had returned safely to the capital. Madame Meng chuckled, "There's nothing wrong with her. Nanny Gu is very talented, but has a strange temper. She only teaches girls she likes and has even said that if she agrees to teach someone, that person must take care of her in old age." Over the years, many people wanted her to teach their daughters at home, but she refused all of them. So, whether she will teach Ziyou depends on whether she personally agrees after seeing her. Lu was surprised and said, "That's quite rare." Madame Meng smiled. "Yes, that's just how she is. Everyone is helpless about it." Lu then asked Yuan Ziyou, "Ziyou, are you willing?" Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, "Then let's find that nanny Gu and bring her to the house." She also said to Madame Meng, "Thank you for your trouble, Aunt Meng." "There's no trouble at all." Madame Meng smiled. "I heard from Wanner that your pastry shop will open soon. When that happens, I will bring some ladies to support you." "Thank you, Aunt Meng," Yuan Ziyou said happily. The next day, Madame Meng brought Nanny Gu to Yuan's residence. "Madame Yuan, Miss Yuan." Nanny Gu respectfully bowed to Lu and Yuan Ziyou. No need for formalities. Regarding Grandma Gu, Lu Shi was very respectful and ordered Bai Shuang to bring Grandma Gu a stool. Grandma Gu sat down. Yuan Ziyou sat nearby, quietly observing Grandma Gu. This Grandma Gu was not very old, probably in her early 30s, with a very good complexion but a serious face. She wore a neat, traditional hairstyle and a dark purple patterned silk jacket with cloud motifs. On her wrist, she only wore a string of purple sandalwood beads. Lu Shi then said to Grandma Gu, "Grandma Gu, I believe the purpose of your visit has already been explained to you by Lady Xianping." Replying to Madam, Grandma Gu nodded slightly. "I understand, but..." She turned to look at Yuan Ziyou, her eyebrows slightly moving. "Do you want to teach Miss Yuan, or do I need to speak with her alone to find out?" Lu Shi smiled and said, "Of course, I know Grandma Gu's rules." Then she ordered Bai Shuang, "Take Miss Yuan and Grandma Gu to the side hall." "Yes." Bai Shuang responded and led Yuan Ziyou and Grandma Gu to the side hall. She also asked a young maid to serve tea before leaving. Once only Grandma Gu and Yuan Ziyou were in the side hall, Grandma Gu remained silent, looking seriously at Yuan Ziyou. Yuan Ziyou was not afraid and let Grandma Gu observe her openly. She was actually very curious about why Grandma Gu had survived the dangers of her previous life. Suddenly, there was movement at Grandma Gu's sleeve. A small, grass-green snake silently crawled out from her cuff, wrapping around her wrist and hissing at Yuan Ziyou. Seeing this, Yuan Ziyou only raised her eyebrows in surprise. After a moment, Grandma Gu said, "Miss Yuan, as people have said, you have great courage." Yuan Ziyou smiled and asked, "I've heard many families have invited Grandma Gu before. Grandma Gu wouldn't release a snake just because she sees a young lady, would she?" "Of course not," Grandma Gu replied. "Those delicate young ladies in the boudoir aren't qualified for me to release a snake." Yuan Ziyou raised her eyebrows and said, "In that case, I am honored." "Then if Miss Yuan feels the same, that's fine," Grandma Gu nodded calmly. Yuan Ziyou looked at Grandma Gu and, honestly, she was even more curious about her. She asked, "So, does that mean I've passed Grandma Gu's test?" Grandma Goose said, "Don't be in a hurry. You need to agree to one more thing before I can tell you." "All right, Grandma, please speak." "I heard about Miss Yuan's reputation when I returned to the capital." Grandmother Gu looked at Yuan Ziyou and said, "If I promise to teach young Lady Yuan heir, could she help me in the future to avenge my family?" "Of course. In return, I will pass on all my skills to young Lady Yuan heir." Hearing this, Yuan Ziyou was deeply moved. She didn't expect that Grandmother Gu carried such a deep grudge. Looking at her, Yuan Ziyou felt like she saw herself in her past life, alone and burdened with family revenge.
All right.
Yuan Ziyou nodded without hesitation. "If I can help, I won't refuse. But this is only my own decision, unrelated to the Yuan family, and I won't go against my conscience." "Of course." Seeing Yuan Ziyou agree, Grandmother Gu nodded. "Although I seek help, I won't do anything against my conscience. Even if I join the Yuan household, I won't involve them. You can rest assured, young Lady Yuan heir." "That's good." Yuan Ziyou smiled and nodded. "But I have one question. Did you decide to come to the Yuan household from the start, or just now?" Grandmother Gu looked at Yuan Ziyou, a gentle smile on her face that was breathtaking. Young Lady Yuan heir is a person with a story. Yuan Ziyou was secretly surprised. She thought she had hidden her feelings well. The story behind Grandmother Gu must also be extraordinary, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile, suppressing her surprise. In response, Grandmother Gu raised her eyebrows slightly. "In that case, we are quite a good match. From now on, please, Grandmother Gu, teach me more." Yuan Ziyou stood up happily and bowed to her. Grandmother Gu looked at her thoughtfully. "Perhaps we will become lifelong friends. Both a teacher and a friend. That's also a good relationship," Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. Hearing this, Grandmother Gu nodded in agreement. Young Lady Yuan heir's words are very true. When Lu Shi saw Yuan Ziyou and Grandmother Gu return, she hurriedly asked with a smile, "Grandmother Gu, do you think my daughter has caught your eye?" Grandmother Gu nodded. "Young Lady Yuan heir is quite to my liking." Lu Shi was overjoyed, and even Meng Shi looked happy. Grandmother Gu was known to be very selective. Who would have thought that Yuan Ziyou would truly catch her interest? "Grandmother Gu, then I will leave my daughter in your care," Lu Shi said happily. "Of course, I know your rules. Rest assured, the Yuan household will support you in your retirement, no false words." Grandmother Gu nodded. "In that case, it's settled." "All right, I will arrange for someone to prepare a room for you, Grandmother Gu," Lu Shi said quickly.
"No rush.
I still need to go back and handle some matters. I will come back in 10 days. At that time, I will trouble Lady Yuan,"
Granny Gu said.
Lady Lu quickly replied, "That's good. I'll send someone to tidy up Granny Gu's courtyard. Granny Gu can choose the courtyard later." "It doesn't matter how big the courtyard is," Granny Gu said. "Just make sure it's close to young Lady Yuan's courtyard."
"All right."
After Meng and Granny Gu left Yuan's residence, Lady Lu smiled and said to Yuan Ziyou, "Now it's better. With Granny Gu guiding you, those noble young ladies in the capital probably won't look down on you anymore." "Mother," Yuan Ziyou smiled. "Who would dare to look down on me? Aren't they afraid I might give them a good scolding?" "You." Lady Lu affectionately tapped Yuan Ziyou's forehead. "Always playing with swords and guns. Only Fair doesn't mind you. He dares." Meanwhile, in a house somewhere in the capital, 3 men sat inside, looking serious. "Still no chance to strike?" One scar-faced man squinted and asked. "Not yet," the other 2 lowered their heads. One whispered, "We need to find an opportunity. Do you want the 3rd prince to fall here in Dolly?" The scar-faced man looked fierce. "If so, none of us will survive." "Yes." February 20th was the day Yuan Ziyou's pastry shop opened. Early in the morning, Qing Ying and Qing Ji helped Yuan Ziyou get ready. Since the weather was warm but still chilly, Yuan Ziyou wore a thin, narrow jacket made of shimmering gold and silver brocade, a light pink floral pleated skirt, and a jade-colored embroidered cloak. She also wore a jade pendant with a tassel around her waist. Qingji styled her hair into a loose bun with a few jade beads and a jade hairpin sent by Huishi. When Yuan Ziyou went to pay respects to her grandmother, Lady Ning was there with Ning Xiaozhen, joking around in front of the old lady. "Are you going out?" the old lady asked, looking at Yuan Ziyou's outfit. "Yes, grandmother," Yuan Ziyou replied with a gentle smile. Lady Ning chuckled and said, "Oh, I just remembered. Today is the opening day of second sister's shop. Isn't it time to go out?" The old lady was surprised and asked, "Second sister, you opened a shop?" "It's just my mother's dowry shop for practice," Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. "It's a small venture. I don't know how it will go. I didn't want to disturb grandmother's peace." The matriarch nodded and looked at Yuan Ziyou with a complex expression. "Since your mother asked you to practice, you should take it seriously. Don't be lazy and only fish every few days." "Yes, grandmother." Second sister's clothes are really beautiful. Ning Xiaozhen looked at Yuan Ziyou's outfit with envy, then glanced at the jade hairpin in her hair. "If we go out, it would be nice to bring my sister along. I want to see more too." Ning Xiaozhen is the same age as Yuan Ziyou, but a few months younger. "Today is not a good day for outings," Yuan Ziyou replied, not used to indulging Ning Xiaozhen. Hearing this, Ning Xiaozhen pouted and, feeling she had gained some favor by flattering the old lady recently, said to her, "Grandmother, tell second sister. I'm not trying to cause trouble, I just want to see and learn." The old lady, remembering how she had upset Lu and Yuan Ziyou a few days ago, did not want to force her. She smiled and said, "Your second sister has something to do today, so she probably doesn't have time. When she is free, she can come." Hearing this, Ning Xiaozhen had no choice but to give up and stood sadly beside Ning. After greeting her, Yuan Ziyou took Qingying and Qingji to Lu Feng Garden and left the estate with Lu. Because Yuan Ziyou opened a shop without informing her, the old lady felt a bit down. She waved her hand and told Ning and Ning Xiaozhen to leave. Nai by Mama and Xiao Yao kindly comforted her again. Ning Xiaozhen returned to the guest house. When Fan saw her looking upset and unwilling, she hurriedly asked, "Did you get upset at the old lady?" "Mother," Ning Xiaozhen bolted. "I just found out today that it was the day second sister's shop opened. I asked her to take me to see, but she wouldn't let me." "What?" Ning Xiaoba, who had just arrived, asked quickly. "Whose shop is opening?" "It's the shop of second Miss Yuan, the one you've been thinking about," Ning Xiaozhen snorted. "It's nothing special. They don't even care about relatives. If I tell others, I won't be ashamed." "Where's the shop?" Ning Xiaoba asked again. "I don't know. She didn't tell me." Ning Xiaozhen rolled her eyes. Boer, where are you going?" Fan saw Ning Xiaoba walk out without saying a word and hurriedly asked, "Mother, don't worry about me." Before she finished speaking, Ning Xiaoba hurriedly left the courtyard. Recently, he had been thinking constantly about Yuan Ziyou. As a man, he couldn't go into the backyard without an invitation. Now that Ning Xiaozhen said Yuan Ziyou had left the estate, he couldn't hold back anymore. He just wanted to leave quickly and see the beauty face to face. "Mother, look at elder brother. He's just thinking about that charming girl," Ning Xiaozhen said unhappily, looking at Ning Xiaoba's back. She refused to go with him and said, "He doesn't even think about taking me, his sister, along." Mrs. Fan guessed her son's thoughts and felt annoyed. When she saw Ning Xiaozhen say this, she slapped her. "That's your elder brother. You have no right to speak." "Humph." Ning Xiaozhen was unhappy inside. She twisted her body and went back to her room. Mrs. Fan was left cursing Yuan Ziyou fiercely in her mind. Meanwhile, Lu and Yuan Ziyou took a carriage to Chongping Street. It was still early, and the shops hadn't opened yet. Lu and Yuan Ziyou got off the carriage at the back entrance of a shop. "Madam, second miss." Hearing the knocking, the people in the backyard quickly opened the door. Seeing Lu and Yuan Ziyou, they greeted them politely. "Shopkeeper Xiao, is everything ready?" Lu asked. Xiaoing hurriedly replied, "Yes, everything is prepared. We plan to open at noon. When the time comes, we'll open the main door. After the firecrackers go off, we'll hang the sign." "Good." Lu nodded. "Go and check the front." "Yes." Xiaoing accompanied Lu and Yuan Ziyou to the front of the shop. It was already tidy and ready. The shop had 2 floors. The first floor was a large hall with shelves filled with different kinds of pastries, displayed on trays with some fresh flowers for decoration. Since it was just opening, Yuan Ziyou only put out 10 types of pastries with different flavors and styles. Yuan Ziyou's idea was to introduce 1 or 2 new flavors each month. This would increase the variety of pastries and help keep customers coming back. The second floor was divided into small, elegant rooms. If ladies or young misses wanted to enjoy pastries there, they could go upstairs. The second floor also served tea, made with Yuan Ziyou's own spring water. Lu and Yuan Ziyou walked around the first and second floors, nodding in satisfaction. They agreed that Manager Lu had good taste. Xiaoing and the young servants were diligent and clever. Soon, it was time for the shop to open. Xiaoing then asked the servant to remove the board covering the shop's door and also to bring some firecrackers. He set off the firecrackers at the shop entrance, creating a loud noise. The sound of the firecrackers drew the curiosity of the people on the street. When they saw it was a new shop opening, they eagerly gathered to watch. Seeing everyone crowding around, Xiaoing smiled happily. When the firecrackers stopped, he cheerfully announced, "Everyone, today is the grand opening of Shien Xiaoing. Welcome to all. For the first 3 days, anyone who buys 2 jin of pastries will receive half a jin free. We invite you to visit Shien Xiaoing. Now, let's hang the sign." As he finished, several shop assistants carried out a large signboard from inside the shop. Just then, a sharp voice called out from afar, "Imperial edict from the Empress Dowager." The Imperial edict from the Empress Dowager. Everyone was stunned. Immediately, they knelt down and bowed, shouting, "Long live the Empress Dowager." The person delivering the message was a middle-aged with a plain face and no beard. When he reached the shop entrance, he looked satisfied at the kneeling crowd and then read the edict loudly. By the Empress Dowager's decree, the daughter of the third-ranked General Yuan Zifeng, Yuan Ziyou, who is both beautiful and intelligent, clever and resourceful, is hereby granted a signboard for her new shop. So it is decreed. Everyone was surprised to hear this. They hadn't expected that the newly opened shop would receive a signboard personally granted by the Empress Dowager. Yuan Ziyou quickly kowtowed and said, "I accept the decree. Long live the Empress Dowager. Long live." They smiled kindly at Yuan Ziyou and said, "Second Miss Yuan, please accept the decree." Yuan Ziyou quickly stood up, took the edict, and smiled at them, saying, "Thank you, sir. Please rest inside and enjoy some tea and snacks." They pointed to the signboard covered with red silk held by a few small eunuchs and said, "Thank you, Second Miss Yuan. We won't stay long. We need to return to the palace to report." Hearing this, Yuan Ziyou ordered a few servants to bring over the signboard, then smiled at them and said, "Please wait a moment, sir." She then instructed Qing Ying, "Quickly prepare a box of pastries for the—"
Yes.
Soon, Qing Ying brought a food box. Yuan Ziyou also handed them a small pouch, saying, "A small token of appreciation." Knowing the significance of the signboard, was pleased to receive the pastries and the pouch, and he smiled happily. "Thank you, Second Miss Yuan. We will take our leave now." "Safe travels, sir." Once the eunuchs had walked far enough away, everyone let out a surprised cry. "Oh my, this shop has a big background." Exactly. From now on, no one will dare to mess with this place. Who would dare? Do they want to die? Mrs. Lu happily grabbed Yuan Ziyou's hand and asked excitedly, "How did the Empress Dowager suddenly give us a plaque?" Yuan Ziyou thought for a moment and smiled. "Maybe Princess Linyang helped." "Mother, this is a good thing." Yes, this is a great thing." Mrs. Lu was so happy, she couldn't hide her smile. She hurriedly told a few workers to hang the plaque above the door. She kept reminding them to be careful and not to bump or damage it. "Big Sister Yu, I'm here." Huan's voice came over. Yuan Ziyou turned to look and saw Huan holding up her skirt, happily running over, with Wu Ying and Wu Hin carefully protecting her on each side. "Waner." Yuan Ziyou responded with a smile. "Yudija, when I came just now, I heard that the Empress Dowager gave you a plaque. Is that true?" Huan asked with wide eyes.
Yes.
Yuan Ziyou pointed at some busy workers and said, "Look, it's hanging right there." Wow, That's so nice. I want to see what the plaque the Empress Dowager gave looks like later. Huan's eyes brightened, and she giggled happily. You'll see it soon, Yuan Ziyou said with a small smile. She didn't expect the Empress Dowager to give her such a gift this time. She thought about how she should thank Princess Lin Yang properly. By the way, Yujija, Huan suddenly whispered to Yuan Ziyou, did my eldest brother send you a gift for opening the shop? You're so young and you're asking about this? Hearing Huan's words, Yuan Ziyou blushed shyly. Thinking of how Huishi Fei secretly sneaked into the Yuan residence last night to give her a gift, Yuan Ziyou felt her face flush and her ears burn. Seeing her reaction, Huan nodded knowingly. Oh, looks like he did send something. You're so nosy. Yuan Ziyou pretended to be angry and reached out to pinch Huan's cheek. Huan quickly begged for mercy. Good sister, stop talking now. At that moment, they heard a laugh behind them. What are you two whispering about? They turned around and saw Princess Lin Yang, along with Miss He and Miss Zhang. Yuan Ziyou and Huan hurriedly bowed to Princess Lin Yang. The princess smiled and said, no need to be so formal. Then she looked at Huan. Is this the 8th young lady from the Xianping Marquis family? Yes, that's my daughter. Huan quickly responded with a smile. Princess Lin Yang nodded, then smiled and said to Yuan Ziyou, how about it, Sister Yuan? What do you think of this big gift of mine? Yuan Ziyou knew she was talking about the plaque, so she smiled and replied, Princess, this big gift really put my mind at ease. Princess Lin Yang gave Yuan Ziyou a playful glare. How many times have I told you we're sisters, so don't be so formal. If you keep acting like that, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Yes, sister, I understand. Yuan Ziyou happily agreed. That's better. Seeing Yuan Ziyou change her words, Princess Lin Yang smiled warmly. Meanwhile, a few attendants had already hung the plaque. Xiaoing hurried forward to bow and said, Second miss, the plaque is now hung. Shall we reveal the red silk now? Yuan Ziyou turned to Princess Lin Yang and said, Princess, please help my sister reveal the red silk.
All right.
Seeing that Princess Lin Yang was the one helping to reveal the red silk, the onlookers were even more amazed. They looked at Yuan Ziyou with awe. With the backing of the princess and the Empress Dowager, this was no simple matter. Everyone held their breath as they watched Princess Lin Yang walk to the plaque. Xiaoing respectfully handed a corner of the red silk to Princess Lin Yang, then stepped back. Princess Lin Yang grabbed that corner and pulled down hard. The red silk fell away, revealing the plaque underneath. The plaque was made of fragrant nanny wood, carved with twisting vines around the edges. It bore 3 large characters, Sun Xiangzhai, Fragrance-Seeking Studio. The golden characters were elegant and flowing, with a fine depth of detail. Long live the Empress Dowager. Long live. Long live. As the red silk was pulled away, everyone knelt and bowed in respect, then stood up again. Following Yuan Ziyou's signal, Xiaoing smiled and said, Everyone, please come in and take a look. This was a shop personally granted the plaque by the Empress Dowager. Who wouldn't want to come in and share the joy? Without waiting for Xiaoing to finish, people surged forward, eager not to fall behind others. Your shop is quite popular. It's hard to sell without good business. Princess Lin Yang said with a smile to Yuan Ziyou. Thanks to your support, Princess. Yuan Ziyou replied happily. Please come inside. Today, the 2nd floor is reserved just for you. Oh, how wonderful. I must try the treats here. Miss Zhang clapped her hands happily. And the tea too. Second miss, he quickly added. Yuan Ziyou smiled and said, Yes, everything's ready. Let's go upstairs and chat. Across the street, a man quietly told another man, check on Yuan Ziyou's whereabouts later. Yes. Oh my, there are so many snacks today. Upstairs in the shop, Yuan Ziyou sat with a few people in the small flower hall. Qing Ying and Qing Ji brought snacks and tea, making Miss Zhang exclaim in surprise. Second miss, he smiled and said, Today, you can eat your fill. Yuan sisters' snacks are special. You can't find them elsewhere. You must eat enough. Miss Zhang said happily. Yuan sister, what are these snacks called? Princess Lin Yang asked, looking at some unfamiliar treats. Yuan Ziyou smiled and explained, You know these four, but these others are different. They are matcha milk cake, milk silk roll, refreshing crispy, flowing heart golden pastry, plum heart jade cake, and cloud fragrance slices. Oh my, just remembering the names is hard enough. Miss He exclaimed. Forget the names, just eat. Miss Zhang laughed. Everyone laughed after she said that. Princess Lin Yang said with a smile, all right, stop staring and start eating. Otherwise, Miss Zhang will drool. She picked up a milk silk roll first. Seeing the princess pick a snack, Miss Zhang quickly grabbed a flowing heart golden pastry and said with a smile, you're joking again. I haven't drooled. They ate snacks and drank tea while listening to the lively sounds downstairs. The princess smiled and said, Yuan sister, are there enough snacks today? Don't let them run out before closing time. These people are so determined, they won't give up easily. Already told the kitchen staff to make more, Yuan Ziyou replied with a smile. There should be no problem. The princess nodded and said, that's good. After taking a sip of tea, she smiled and said, when we leave later, I want to take a few bags of tea. You don't know, the last time Yuan's sister gave me a jar of tea, my father took it all and refused to give me any more. It's so annoying. Yuan Ziyou helped Hoan pour some tea and smiled. No worries, I'll give you more later. That's wonderful. Everyone cheered and clapped. Soon, they heard another commotion downstairs. Yuan Ziyou asked Xing to go down and see what was happening. Under the green cherry blossoms, she went downstairs to ask about the situation, then came back smiling and reported, the various officials sent gifts of congratulations. Madam is busy handling them. Various officials? Yuan Ziyou was surprised, then understood and said, no need to worry about it. My mother is here. Yuan Ziyou was really tired of dealing with those people. Princess Lin Yang smiled and said, those people's spies are quite sharp. Today's events are quite big. Second Miss He smiled. It's normal for everyone to know. But this time, I think Yuan's sister's reputation will be even more famous. Yes, that's true. Third Miss Zhang also said, Yuan's sister, you must be extra careful. Many people pretend to be friendly, but secretly wish you bad luck. Huan was eating snacks. After hearing Zhang's words, she widened her eyes and said, what are you afraid of? Just fight back. Sister Yu is very powerful. Princess Lin Yang teased Huan. Do you think Sister Yu is invincible in your heart? Huan thought for a moment and said, that's right. Even my older brother doesn't dare to fight Sister Yu.
Vania.
Yuan Ziyou blushed and gently hit Huan. Huan stuck out her tongue and quickly lowered her head to drink tea. Yuan's sister and Mr. Hua are? Princess Lin Yang and the others didn't know about Yuan Ziyou's marriage engagement with Hu Shifei. Yuan's sister is my older sister-in-law, Huan quickly said. Yuan Ziyou blushed deeply but smiled confidently. Mr. Hua and I have had an engagement since childhood.
Ah!
Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Princess Lin Yang sighed and said, isn't that a big bargain for Mr. Hua? Then she looked at Yuan Ziyou curiously and asked, does he treat you well? Seeing everyone looking at her eagerly, Yuan Ziyou's face turned even redder. She shyly nodded. Seeing her shy expression, everyone understood and started to congratulate her happily. Yuan Ziyou accepted their congratulations one by one. At this moment, there was another commotion downstairs. Before Yuan Ziyou could send Xing to check, Xiaoing hurried upstairs and said, Second Miss, Master Shien has come personally to send his congratulations. Master Shien? Yuan Ziyou quickly said, please invite him up to the second floor. Yes. Xiaoing responded quickly. Princess Lin Yang was surprised and asked, Yuan's sister and Master Shien are still on good terms? On Yuan Festival, those villains tried to hurt me, but Master Shien protected me. Yuan Ziyou briefly explained what happened on Yuan Festival to everyone. That's a life-saving grace. Second Miss He widened her eyes. Exactly. Miss Zhang also sighed, saying, they say saving someone's life is worth a life in return, but unfortunately, Sister Yuan is already engaged to Lord Hua. After speaking, she looked regretful. Second Miss He patted Miss Zhang's hand and said, what are you talking about? Miss Zhang blinked blankly, then suddenly realized and hurriedly said to Yuan Ziyou, Sister Yuan, I was talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Humph. Huan snorted at Miss Zhang San and hugged Yuan Ziyou's arm. Yuan Ziyou comforted Huan, who looked like a little cat about to explode, and smiled. It's okay. Miss Zhang San shyly smiled at Yuan Ziyou. Second Miss Yuan, things are quite lively here. Prince Xian's cold voice came from upstairs before he arrived. Prince Xian. Everyone except Princess Lin Yang hurried to greet him. No need for formalities, Prince Xian said calmly. When he looked closely, he saw Princess Lin Yang there, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then bowed to her, saying, Prince Xian greets Princess. Princess Lin Yang turned around and was about to speak when she saw Ji Huixian behind Prince Xian. Suddenly, she stood up sharply. I finally caught you. I see where you're trying to hide this time. Break Jade, break Cloud, stop this guy for me. Yes, Princess. Before everyone could react, Break Jade and Break Cloud blocked the staircase entrance, cutting off Ji Huishuan's escape route. Ji Huixian, who was originally bored and knew that Prince Xian was coming to congratulate Yuan Ziyou, had come along to join the fun. But before the fun even started, he was caught by Princess Lin Yang. Ji Huishuan's eyes nearly popped out. Princess, why are you here? Why can't I be here? Princess Lin Yang raised her chin and snorted at Ji Huixian. If you have the guts, keep hiding. Do you think you can really hide forever? Ji Huixian smiled politely and said to Princess Lin Yang, Princess, it was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Humph, a misunderstanding.
Princess Lin Yang snorted.
You, a scoundrel. Tell me it was a misunderstanding? What exactly do you think I misunderstood? Ji Huixian shouted. Princess, I am a gentleman. Please don't ruin my reputation. Gentleman?
Princess Lin Yang stared at Ji Huishuan.
With the things you've done, you still have the nerve to call yourself a gentleman? Prince Xian, help me testify. I'm a good person. Ji Huixian quickly turned to Lord Xian for help. What exactly did you do? Lord Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at Ji Huixian. If it was just a misunderstanding, you could clarify with the princess. It was truly a misunderstanding. Ji Huixian blinked innocently, looked at Lord Xian, then turned to Princess Lin Yang and said, Princess, I didn't mean to bump into you at that time. Shut up. Princess Lin Yang's face flushed with redness. She bit her lip, looked at Ji Huixian, then suddenly smiled and raised an eyebrow. All right, you say it was a misunderstanding. Then let's fight again. If you win, I'll admit it was a misunderstanding. How about that? Fight again? Ji Huixian quickly took 2 steps back, staring at Princess Lin Yang as if she were a fierce beast. I can't beat the princess. No need to fight. The princess wins. Before we even fight, how do we know who will win or lose? Today we have to fight whether you want to or not. Princess Lin Yang slammed her hand on the table. You. Don't be so aggressive. Be careful, no one will want to marry you. Ji Huixian, seeing that Princess Lin Yang was determined to fight, hurriedly pretended to threaten her. In the next moment, he pushed apart the guards, Su Yu and Shui Yun, and ran down the stairs. While running, he called out to Lord Xian, Xianqing, I'm leaving now. I won't stay with you anymore. Seeing this, Princess Lin Yang stomped her foot in anger. Ji Hui, how dare you run away? After saying that, she quickly greeted Yuan Ziyou, and then chased after Ji Huixian with Su Yu and Shui Yun. Yuan Ziyou and the others stared in shock, unable to react for a long time. When they finally did, Ji Huixian and Princess Lin Yang had already disappeared. Did they really just run off like that? Huan blinked. The princess should be able to beat that Ji Hui guy. Miss Zhang was also stunned. Should we go after them and see what happens? Yuan Ziyou sighed. I think we probably can't catch up. Yeah, Miss Zhang also sighed. That was so sudden. Lord Xian coughed nearby. I think you don't need to worry about the princess. Hearing Lord Xian's words, Yuan Ziyou remembered that earlier in the year, Ji Huixian had hidden in his private room with Lord Xian to avoid Princess Lin Yang. He couldn't help but smile secretly. Lord Xian looked at Yuan Ziyou, feeling a slight ripple in his heart. Don't worry, Jihui Xian wouldn't dare to fight Princess Linyang. Seeing Yuan Ziyou's worried and puzzled expressions, he cleared his throat again and chose not to explain further. Instead, he said to Yuan Ziyou, "Today, I come to congratulate Miss Yuan on the grand opening of her new shop. Please accept this gift." "Yes." Yin Feng replied and stepped forward, holding a large wooden box in his hands, placing it on the table in front of Yuan Ziyou. "A small gift. Please don't refuse, Miss Yuan," said Shien Xiaoing with a cold but slightly warm voice. "Young Master Shien, I haven't yet repaid your previous kindness in saving my life. Now you bring such a generous gift. I truly feel ashamed," Yuan Ziyou hurriedly said. "The pills young master who gave earlier worked very well," Shien Xiaoing replied. "Moreover, your family has sent a thank you gift. Miss Yuan, you need not worry about it." "Is young Master Xien's injury fully healed?" Yuan Ziyou asked quickly when she heard about the pills. "It's all better now," Shien Xiaoing said, and prepared to leave. "Young Master Shien, please wait a moment." Yuan Ziyou quickly ordered Qing'ing to bring a box of pastries and a package of tea. "Since you brought this gift, I must accept it. Please don't refuse these small tokens of thanks." Shien Xiaoing looked at the box of pastries and then at Yuan Ziyou, nodding in agreement.
All right.
After Shien Xiaoing left, Miss Zhang patted her chest nervously. Young Master Shien was so serious. He didn't even smile when giving the gift. "Big Sister Zhang, young Master Shien, isn't that scary?" Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. "He's still scary." Miss Zhang quickly bit into a piece of refreshing pastry to calm herself. Someone as cold as an iceberg. Who knows which family's girl will marry him in the future? "I think young Master Shien looks quite good like that," Second Miss he said with a smile. Miss Zhang's eyes widened. "Second Sister He, do you like young Master Shien?" "Don't talk nonsense." Second Miss he lowered her head gently, but her ears turned slightly red. Yuan Ziyou chuckled softly and changed the subject. "I wonder how the princess is doing." "Who knows?" Miss Zhang immediately shifted her attention. "Do you think that person surnamed Ji dares to fight the princess?" "Probably not." Yuan Qilei hurriedly left his carriage at the gate of the Yuan residence and headed toward the back courtyard. "Mother! Mother!" Yuan Qilei ran quickly into Shosong Hall. Before entering, he called out anxiously, "Second Master." Xiao Yao hurriedly opened the door for Yuan Qilei when she heard him. "Lair, what's the rush? What's going on?" The matron put down her teacup and gently frowned, saying, "You're almost 40. You should be more steady." "Oh, Mother, this is a big matter. I can't worry about small things now." Yuan Qilei quickly stepped forward and sat beside the matron. "Mother, it's a wonderful thing." "What's the matter?" the matron asked in surprise. "Did you know that Second Sister opened a pastry shop today?" Yuan Qilei asked eagerly. "Of course I know about that," the matron replied. When she heard about Yuan Ziyou's pastry shop, she felt uneasy. She hadn't expected Yuan Ziyou to become so distant from her, not informing her about such a big event. If Ning Shi hadn't mentioned it this morning, she might still be in the dark. "Mother, do you know?" Yuan Qilei said excitedly. "Early this morning, the Empress Dowager issued a decree, giving a plaque to that shop. The words on the plaque were written by the Empress Dowager herself. This is such a big deal. It's a great honor for a Yuan family." "Mother."
Laia.
The matron almost couldn't believe her ears. "What did you say?" "Mother."
Yuan Qilei repeated excitedly.
"The Empress Dowager gave our shop a plaque, personally inscribed by her. This is a huge honor for our Yuan family." The matron looked at Yuan Qilei again and confirmed, "Are you talking about the shop Second Sister opened?" "Yes." The matron nodded and said, "Indeed, it's a great honor. But that shop doesn't really belong to our Yuan family." "How is that possible?" Yuan Qilei frowned. "Second Sister hasn't married yet. Naturally, her things belong to our Yuan family." The matron looked at Yuan Qilei. "That shop was your eldest sister-in-law's dowry shop."
"What?"
Yuan Qilei's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the matron. Seeing she didn't seem to be joking, he quickly said, "Wasn't that shop bought with public funds?" "Of course not." "No wonder. Yuan Zilei snorted. Earlier, Yuehua's older brother wanted to rent the dowry shop of our eldest sister-in-law, but she refused. Turns out, it was kept for second sister. Enough, those things are in the past. Why are you still worried about it? The matron said with a slight frown. Don't bring it up again. Yuan Zilei did not agree with the old lady Yuan's words and only said, Mother, if that's the case, then the eldest sister-in-law will give the dowry shop to second sister as her dowry. In the future, wouldn't that shop have nothing to do with our Yuan family? If that's the case, then so be it. The old lady Yuan nodded and said, It seems that the shop is your eldest sister-in-law's dowry shop. The money second sister used to open the shop probably didn't come from the family funds. It must also be your eldest sister-in-law's dowry money. Yuan Zilei listened to the old lady's words but said nothing, lowering his head quietly, lost in thought. Anyway, at least for now, second sister is still a daughter of our Yuan family. Even if the shop isn't officially ours, others will see it as our family's honor, the old lady Yuan said. All right, you can go now.
I'm tired.
Mother. Yuan Zilei suddenly looked up at the old lady Yuan. Why not discuss with the eldest sister-in-law and second sister? Let's consider putting the shop under the family's name. Nonsense. The old lady Yuan scolded. Lei, what are you thinking? That's your eldest sister-in-law's dowry shop. Even if our Yuan family isn't wealthy, we shouldn't steal a daughter-in-law's dowry. Mother Yuan Zilei moved closer to the old lady, patting her shoulder, and said, Think about it. The Empress Dowager's gift plaque. That's such a great honor. Would you be willing to let that honor belong to our Yuan family? Besides, with the Empress Dowager backing us, the shop might not make a fortune daily, but it would be close. Seeing that the old lady Yuan remained silent, Yuan Zilei continued, Mother, just think about it. Even if you don't care about me and my elder brother, you still have 2 grandsons. If someday this shop stays in the Yuan family, things will be much easier for us in the future. After hearing Yuan Zilei's words, the old lady Yuan looked at him thoughtfully. She slowly picked up her teacup, took a gentle sip, and then said, No, I don't think your eldest sister-in-law will agree. She loves second sister very much, as you know. Besides, if this matter of stealing a daughter-in-law's dowry gets out, our Yuan family's reputation will be ruined. If the Empress Dowager finds out, she might not stay silent. What if the eldest sister-in-law agrees herself? Would that be okay? Yuan Zilei softly asked the old lady Yuan. No, your eldest sister-in-law would never agree. The old lady Yuan shook her head. If we talk to her now, she probably won't agree. But what if we talk to the elder brother about it? Yuan Zilei chuckled softly. Is your older brother back? Yes. Yuan Zilei quickly nodded. If everything goes smoothly on the road, he should be back within a month. When he arrives, we will explain our concerns to him. I'm sure he will agree. After all, for the family to prosper, it ultimately depends on the sons. I'm afraid your brother might not agree, said the old lady hesitantly. How will we know if we don't try?
Yuan Zilei replied.
Mother, let's decide this way. We won't tell the older sister-in-law yet. When my brother returns, he can talk to her. I believe she will listen to him, and then things will be easier. Then we'll wait until your brother comes back. The old lady nodded after some thought. Yuan Zilei was very happy. He chatted with the old lady for a while, and seeing she was tired, he left the Shosong Hall. The old lady looked tired too. Bai Mama and Xiao Yao helped her back to her room to rest. They exchanged a glance and sighed silently, saying nothing as they left the room. Because of the excitement over the Empress Dowager's gift, the Shien Xiaoing pavilion was crowded all day, with hardly any free time. The kitchen staff, including Shermi and several cooks, hurried to keep up. Even Qinging helped out, and only when the shop was about to close did they manage to finish. Some customers couldn't be served, but they promised to prepare more the next day to soothe everyone. After seeing off Lady Hua, the second young lady He, and Miss Zhongsan, Qingji prepared a box of snacks and some tea leaves to send to the Prince Kang's residence. Yuan Ziyou then looked at Xiaoing. All day, Xiaoing hadn't stopped talking. Madam, second young lady, here is today's sales report. Xiaoing quickly counted the day's earnings after closing the shop and handed the ledger to Lu. Although we gave half a pound of snacks for every 2 pounds sold, the total income is still quite good. I roughly calculated that the pure profit is about 1,000 taels. Lu was delighted. There's so much pure profit? Yuan Ziyou didn't think much of it. She was confident in her snacks, especially since she set the prices quite high. 1 pound of snacks cost about 7 or 8 pieces, sold at 3 taels per pound, meaning each piece costs nearly 3 chien of silver. Plus, the cost of making these snacks was low, mainly just water, aside from the ingredients. Even with a half-pound free offer, the profit was still significant. Xiaoing handed over 1,000 taels in silver notes to Lu, who happily placed them in Yuan Ziyou's hands. "Keep these silver notes for yourself," Lu said with a smile. Yuan Ziyou did not refuse. When they returned to the Yuan residence, she went with Lu Shi to Lu Feng Garden and handed over the 1,000 taels of silver note to Lu Shi. She smiled happily and said, "Mother, I borrowed 1,000 taels of silver from you earlier for my startup funds. Now I'm returning it." Lu Shi heard this and smiled as she put the silver note back into Yuan Ziyou's hand. "What are you talking about, borrowing or not? Just take it back." "Mother." Yuan Ziyou cheerfully hugged Lu Shi. "If you borrow and repay, borrowing again isn't a problem." Lu Shi smiled and tapped Yuan Ziyou's forehead. "I have what you need.
Just use it freely.
If you start to distance yourself from me, I won't forgive you." "Mother, you're so kind." "Nonsense, I'm your mother." When they returned to Wuyo Pavilion, the congratulatory gifts from various households had also arrived. Yuan Ziyou asked Qingying and Qingji to organize everything, categorizing and locking them in a small storeroom. Second mess. Qingying carried a large wooden box inside and asked, "How should we store this gift from Lord Shien?" "Oh, right." Yuan Ziyou snapped her fingers. "I almost forgot. Bring it here. Let me see." "Yes." Qingying placed the wooden box on a small table. Gently lifting the lid, she looked inside and gasped in surprise. "What's wrong?" Yuan Ziyou walked over, curious. She looked into the box and was also stunned. Inside the box was a slightly smaller carved yellow pear wood box with gold inlay. Besides that, on top of the carved gold box, there were 3 prizes from the Lantern Festival, an inkstone, gold embossed ink, and a purple hairbrush from the Yanshang Fragrance Pavilion. Thinking for a moment, Yuan Ziyou understood. The shopkeeper who had said these prizes were given by a noble person. The noble person was probably Lord Shien Xiaoing. Fine, since it's what she deserved. Yuan Ziyou told Qingying to put all 3 items into the small storeroom. She also took out the small box. Inside the box was a light gold short-sleeved armor. It didn't feel very soft. Besides the armor, there was also a letter. Yuan Ziyou set down the armor and unfolded the letter to read. Of course, the letter was from Lord Shien Xiaoing. After a long while, Yuan Ziyou sighed softly, placed the letter down, and looked at the armor with a complicated expression. In the letter, Lord Shien Xiaoing said that the armor was made of gold thread and 1,000-year-old tongue branches, extremely durable and resistant to blades and spears. It was a special gift for Yuan Ziyou, urging her not to refuse. However, Yuan Ziyou felt that this gift was a bit too precious and hot to hold. It was too expensive. I doubt the entire Dowy dynasty has more than a few such items. Ah, second miss. Qingji entered and saw the armor, curiously asking, "Who gave you this armor?" "It's not very pretty." Yuan Zidong was amused by Qingji's words and couldn't help but smile. She then put the armor into a box and handed it to Qingji, saying, "Put it away first. Remember to hide it in the secret compartment."
Oh.
Although Qingji didn't understand why her second young lady would hide such an ugly piece of clothing, she always followed Yuan Ziyou's instructions. She didn't say anything and carefully stored it in the small storeroom. For 3 consecutive days, Xuanxiang's shop was busy every day, with more and more customers buying pastries. Even after they stopped giving free treats from the 4th day, there were still many customers coming to buy. The daily income of Xuanxiang's shop increased day by day. In just 5 or 6 days, its pure profit reached 8,000 taels of silver. Not only Lu Shi, but even Yuan Ziyou herself was a bit surprised. Rendong, how is the second young lady's shop doing now? Ning Shi, leaning on the imperial couch in Zihua courtyard, asked while playing with her nails. Replying to Madam, Rendong lowered her head and softly replied, I hired a woman to guard near the shop every day. After watching for a few days, I saw that the customers buying pastries never stopped. According to her, I estimate the daily turnover is about 700 to 800 taels of silver.
What?
Ning Shi's hand trembled, accidentally breaking a small piece of her nail. Ignoring the pain, she looked at Rendong in shock. You say the daily income is how much? I think it's about 700 to 800 taels daily, Rendong hurriedly repeated. I heard that one jean of pastries costs 3 taels of silver. That much? Ning Shi murmured, about to stand up. Rendong quickly stepped forward to gently support her. Ning Shi paced back and forth inside the room, her face cold and tense. She thought Yuan Ziyou's pastry shop was just a small venture. With Yuan Ziyou's age, no matter how she tried, she wouldn't make much of a splash. But she never expected that this stubborn girl, somehow, received a reward from the Empress Dowager herself, an inscribed plaque, which was basically a golden signboard. It was a lucrative venture, and within just a few days it was earning several thousand taels. Perhaps even the entire Yuan family's assets couldn't compare to this shop. Ning Shi felt like a cat scratching her heart. Everything now made her anxious and irritated. Since Yuan Ziyou fell into the water, everything seems to have slipped out of her control. This feeling makes Mrs. Ning very uncomfortable. Thinking about Yuan Zidong still being confined in Tongxiang Pavilion, she pondered for a long time but couldn't change the old lady's mind to free Yuan Zidong. Meanwhile, Yuan Ziyou had Prince Xian's protection, gained the favor of Princess Linyang, opened a shop, and received rewards from the Empress Dowager. Money flowed into her hands like water. Seeing how different their lives had become, Mrs. Ning felt very angry. Magnolia! Mrs. Ning gritted her teeth and said angrily, I can't accept this. I just can't. Madam. Magnolia stepped forward and held Mrs. Ning's arm. You're tired. Rest for a while. Magnolia. Mrs. Ning grabbed her arm. I can't accept this, do you understand? I understand, madam. Magnolia whispered softly. But what should I do? Mrs. Ning sat down on the noble consort's bed, supported by Magnolia. It looks like our family will soon have nowhere to stay. You still have second master, madam, Magnolia hurriedly advised. Don't mention that, Mrs. Ning said with anger. When she mentioned Yuan Ziyou, her anger grew even more. Since Yuan Ziyou returned on the evening of the 30th, he had visited Zihua Pavilion several times in the past month. Does he care about us, his mother and sister? He's only worried about that charming woman, Mrs. Ning said bitterly. Madam, I shouldn't say this, Magnolia whispered. You can't be so harsh on second master. Even if you don't think of yourself, you should think of the young lady. What do you mean? Mrs. Ning turned to look at Magnolia. Magnolia smiled softly. Madam, think about what you want most. Mrs. Ning hesitated for a moment, then looked at Magnolia carefully. So, you mean? Madam, you're a smart person. You probably don't need me to explain, Magnolia said with a small smile. Mrs. Ning looked at Magnolia deeply. I've underestimated you, all this time. Madam, I will never forget your life-saving kindness, Magnolia replied sincerely. Mrs. Ning nodded. Lately, you should go out more often. If you find a chance, see if Boer can have some contact with that girl.
Can you do that?
I am willing to try, Magnolia agreed. There's no rush.
Take your time.
That girl is very clever, Mrs. Ning said.
Yes.
Magnolia, I rely on you now, Mrs. Ning said as she picked up her teacup and took a sip. Madam, you're too kind. On the second day, Ningdong looked for an excuse to leave the house. As she was about to approach the fragrance-seeking pavilion, someone bumped into her from behind. Startled, Ningdong was about to react when she heard a familiar voice, deliberately lowered. It's me. Ningdong paused, then turned and scolded. How do you walk like that?
Sorry.
The person hurriedly lowered their head to apologize. Be more careful next time. Ningdong glanced at the secret hand gesture the person made and snorted. The person kept apologizing and then turned to walk into a small alley. Ningdong wandered around the shop, bought 2 small items, then left and turned into an alley, following hidden marks along the way. After several twists and turns, she arrived in front of a courtyard. Looking around to see no one, Ningdong used a special gesture to knock on the gate. Soon, a small gap opened, and she slipped into the courtyard. She looked coldly at the person opening the door and then strode into the room. Nazir, long time no see. As she entered, a man's cheerful voice greeted her. He was the man she saw earlier on the street. Ningdong looked at the man coldly. Lu Dun, it's been years. You're still so annoying. TSK. Lu Dun clicked his tongue. Nazir, we've known each other for so long. You don't have to be so cold. Enough nonsense. Why did you come to Dowy Dynasty? What do you want me for? Ningdong narrowed her eyes. I remember the prince said I shouldn't have contact with you while I was in Dowy. Aren't you afraid of the prince punishing you? Nazir, we had no choice but to come to you, said the scar-faced man who had been silent. The 3rd prince is trapped in the Tian prison of Xiaoing.
What?
Ningdong exclaimed. What's going on? The 3rd prince is here too, and he's been thrown into Xiaoyin's Tian prison? Are you crazy? We didn't expect this either, the scar-faced man said seriously. Many people were lost this time. If we can't rescue the 3rd prince, we might all face death. So, Nazir, we need your help. What can I do for you? Ningdong snorted coldly. You 3 can't even get into Xiaoyin's Tian prison. Are you expecting me to go in? Of course not, the scar-faced man replied. You're now in the Yuan mansion. If there's a chance, help us bring out that girl named Yuan Ziyou. When Wen Yan saw the scar-faced man, she asked, what does this have to do with her? As soon as she finished speaking, a thought seemed to flash through her mind, and she suddenly widened her eyes. Are those people from the Shangyuan festival you're doing? The scar-faced man sighed and nodded. You're crazy, Wen Yan exclaimed in disbelief. How many of you are there? This is the capital of the Great Li Dynasty. Have you all lost your minds? Causing trouble during the Shangyuan festival? Do you want to die faster? Lu Dun couldn't help but say, we were following the 3rd prince, originally just to intercept someone near the capital. But we arrived early and coincidentally caught the Shangyuan festival of the Great Li Dynasty. We thought we could cause some trouble and give them a warning. But we didn't expect. But you also dragged the 3rd prince into it. Wen Yan snapped irritably. You really are reckless. The 3rd prince agreed too. The man who had opened the door for Wen Yan quietly added. Humph. Wen Yan was so angry, she slammed her hand on the table. Now that the 3rd prince is involved, what do you plan to do? Of course, we want to rescue the 3rd prince. Lu Dun quickly said. How will you rescue him? Wen Yan glared at Lu Dun. Just the 3 of you? So, we came to ask for your help. The scar-faced man said. You just need to secretly lead out the 2nd Miss Yuan from your Yuan mansion. Why her? Wen Yan narrowed her eyes after hearing the scar-faced man's words. Because she would make a good hostage. The scar-faced man grinned, and his scar twisted as he smiled, making his face look even more fierce. I don't believe that 3 grown men can't handle a young girl. Even if she's skilled, it shouldn't be so difficult for you, Wen Yan said, not wanting to be fooled by these people. Because someone is secretly protecting her, the scar-faced man sighed. This girl has a close relationship with the commander of the Imperial Guards. We're worried it's someone sent by him. We've been watching for days, but haven't found the right chance. So, we had no choice but to come to you. Hearing this, Wen Yan pondered for a moment before saying, All right, I can help with this, but I have one condition.
Speak.
Rescue another person, Wen Yan said with a slight smile. Who? Tomorrow, send someone to guard near the Yuan mansion. I will tell you who it is. All right, the scar-faced man thought for a moment and agreed. We accept, but you need to be quick. The 3rd prince is still in the Tianlao prison of the Xiaoing. Delay too long, and things could get worse. I understand perfectly, said Ningdong. When we catch those 2 people, I don't care how you deal with me, but one thing you must do is let everyone know that Yuan Ziyou has something to do with that man. Do you understand? The scar-faced man sneered and said, Are you using us as pawns? A simple smile. Ningdong replied, Aren't we just using each other? Haha, fine. The scar-faced man chuckled, I agree. Also, do not reveal my identity or whereabouts. Ningdong added, If the prince's matter is exposed, even if you bring back the third prince, you won't escape death. Hearing this, the three of them felt a chill. Remembering Ningdong's plans in the Great Li dynasty, they hurriedly assured him, Of course not. Rest assured. All right, then I will go back first. Don't forget to stay near Yuan's residence tomorrow, Ningdong ordered. The man who opened the door earlier checked around and, seeing no one, quickly left the courtyard. Second miss, with today's earnings, we've made a pure profit of 10,000 taels. Qingying smiled as she tidied all the banknotes and placed them in a beautiful box. Qingji also smiled. Second miss, I've never seen so many banknotes before. Yuan Ziyou took out 200 tael notes from the box and handed them to Qingying and Qingji. Seeing their stunned expressions, she chuckled. Take it. This is your reward. Second miss, this is too much. Qingying and Qingji hesitated to accept. Yuan Ziyou pushed the notes into their hands. It's my reward for you. Why aren't you taking it? Are you not listening to me?
No.
Qingying and Qingji hurriedly took the notes and bowed. Thank you, second miss, for your reward. That's enough. It's late. Rest now. Qingying put the box away, then helped Qingji serve Yuan Ziyou to lie down and left. Yuan Ziyou was about to fall asleep when she suddenly sensed someone in the room. She immediately woke up. Who's there? It's me. Hua Shifei's voice came softly from outside the window. Brother Shifei? Knowing it was him, Yuan Ziyou relaxed her mind, then pouted and hummed softly. Brother Shifei, I see you've learned some bad habits. You're sneaking into a girl's window at midnight. Last time was fine, but why are you doing it again today? I'm here to talk to you, Hua Shifei said with a gentle smile. Recently, are you very tired? Yuan Ziyou heard the exhaustion in Hua Shifei's voice. Without worrying about anything else, she quickly pulled back the quilt and tried to sit up, wanting to pull Hua Shifei to sit with her. Hurry and put on some clothes. At this time of year, the nights are a bit cold. Seeing Yuan Ziyou only in her nightwear, Hua Shifei quickly draped his large cloak over her shoulders. Be careful not to catch a cold. Yuan Ziyou let Hua Shifei help her put on the cloak, then sat on the bed and asked, Brother Shi, you haven't told me yet. Are you busy lately? I feel like you've lost some weight. The people who escaped during the Lantern Festival haven't been caught yet, so I haven't had much free time, Hua Shifei replied. Still not caught? Yuan Ziyou asked in surprise. It's been over a month since the Lantern Festival. She thought those people had already been captured. Things had been peaceful these days. Yes, Hua Shifei nodded. I'm here today to tell you, when you go out, don't let your guard down. You're good at fighting, but those people are in the dark and you can't be too careful. Are you worried they might come after me? Yuan Ziyou asked. Hua Shifei nodded. It's possible. Didn't you leave someone to protect me? Yuan Ziyou smiled. Don't worry, I only go to the mansion and the shop lately. Try to stay in crowded places. Even if someone is with you, it doesn't guarantee safety, Hua Shifei advised again. Okay, Yuan Ziyou nodded, then asked, By the way, how many people do you have here?
2.
Is your team enough? Yuan Ziyou was a bit worried. The escaped people haven't been found for over a month, so Hua Shifei must need a lot of help. Don't worry, it's enough, Hua Shifei said with a smile, patting Yuan Ziyou's head. Her hair was loose now, soft and flowing over her shoulders, feeling very nice. You know, Yuaner, I actually miss you a little. Hearing this, Yuan Ziyou felt her cheeks flush and looked up at Hua Shifei. The moon outside the window was hanging high, casting a gentle, water-like glow into the room, filling half the space and shining on Hua Shifei as well. Yuan Ziyou could clearly see the tenderness in his eyes. After a while, Yuan Ziyou blushed and lowered her head softly. It's late at night, Brother Shi, you should go back now. Yuan, if you haven't told me yet, do you miss me? Hua Shifei's voice carried a hint of sadness. Yes. Yuan Ziyou's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. What? Shifei's voice carried a smile. I didn't hear you clearly. Yuan Ziyou shot a playful glare at Shifei, turned around, and faced away from him, smiling softly, with her lips pressed together. Humph, I don't want to talk anymore.
Poor Yue.
Shifei understood that Yuan Ziyou was shy and annoyed, so he laughed and took her hand, turning to face her with a smile. Really don't want to talk. No, I don't, Yuan Ziyou said playfully, tilting her head to look at Shifei. All right, then I'll go. Shifei sighed gently and stood up. Hey, brother Shifei. Yuan Ziyou couldn't help but call out to him.
Yue.
Hearing her, Shifei immediately turned around, eyes shining as he looked at her. Seeing the gentle expression on Shifei's face, Yuan Ziyou felt it might be dangerous to say such things on a night like this. She cleared her throat and changed the subject. Brother Shifei, I remember giving you some pills before. Why are you still so tired? Catching those bad guys is important, but you should also rest well. Those pills, Shifei coughed lightly, a bit embarrassed. My brothers have been working hard these days. I shared some with them. Yuan Ziyou glared at him. You're really generous. Shifei scratched his head awkwardly. No more next time. They've been working too hard this time. Yuan Ziyou softly said, I'm not mad at you. Afterward, she returned to the bed. Under the cover of night, she took a large bag of pills from the Jade Nectar Pavilion and handed it to Shifei.
Keep these.
If they're not enough, come back for more. You can give some to others, but you should keep some for yourself. All right, I'll remember, Shifei said as he took the bag of pills. I'll go now. Rest well. Okay, Yuan Ziyou nodded, feeling a little reluctant deep inside.
Yue.
Taking advantage of Yuan Ziyou being unprepared, Shifei gently kissed her on the forehead, then whispered with a smile, and leapt out of the window.
Hey you.
Yuan Ziyou was startled. She hurried to the window and saw only Shifei's swift departure. Touching her forehead, a gentle smile appeared on Yuan Ziyou's lips. Second young lady, is there something good? I see you've been smiling all morning. Qingji helped Yuan Ziyou arrange her hair and said with a smile. Oh, really? Yuan Ziyou involuntarily touched her lips and asked. Yes. Qingji quickly nodded, then blinked. Second young lady, what is it? It makes the servant happy too. Yuan Ziyou smiled and glared at Qingji. Talking nonsense. Hurry up. After paying respects to grandmother, you need to go to the shop.
Oh.
Qingji nodded. Qing brought over some clothes and gently touched Qingji's forehead. You girl, how come you're even asking about the young lady's affairs? Just curious. Qingji blinked innocently. That's bad. Yuan Ziyou said with a smile. You're getting too nosy. Qingji looked at Yuan Ziyou confused, then suddenly realized. Second young lady, you've learned bad habits. In a quiet corner of the Yuan residence, a girl servant about 14 or 15 years old knelt in fear before a man in his 30s, softly begging, Please, don't hurt my family. I'll do whatever you say. The man responded in a muffled voice, If you dare disobey, try it, and see if your parents are still alive. No, I won't. The girl cried, hurriedly waving her hands. Come closer. The girl, ignoring everything else, crawled and knelt beside him. The man then whispered something into her ear. The girl's face turned pale, she looked at him with fear, and nodded timidly. After the girl stumbled away, the man sneered and jumped to another empty courtyard, revealing his face. He was Rongdong. Second young lady. Shermi hurried forward to bow when Yuan Ziyou arrived. Thank you for your hard work these days, Yuan Ziyou said with a smile to Shermi. If the reputation of Shien Xiaoing Pavilion was initially due to the Empress Dowager's decree, then after more than 10 days, everyone who came to buy pastries at Shien Xiaoing Pavilion had completely fallen in love with their sweets. Perhaps it was just a feeling, but those who ate the pastries seemed to look much better than before. Even if they had minor health issues, they would recover quickly. Because of this, word spread quickly and more people came to buy pastries. The pastries in the shop are very popular, and at first, the kitchen was overwhelmed. It was Yuan Ziyou who sent Qing to help, which eased the workload. Later, Lu Tao brought a few women from the village to assist, and after a few days of getting familiar with everything, the kitchen became less busy. Yuan Ziyou then told Qingying to stay at home to watch the house, and she came to the shop with Qingji, planning to meet Shermi and ask some questions. "Second miss, you're being too modest," Shermi hurriedly said. "It's what a servant should do. Besides, if it weren't for second miss, my mother's illness might never get better. She keeps saying she wants to personally kowtow to second miss. How is your mother now?"
Yuan Ziyou asked.
Hearing about Shermu's illness, Shermi felt happy. She's much better now. She doesn't cough all the time anymore, and she sleeps more peacefully at night. Yuan Ziyou nodded. She prepared small medicinal pills diluted with a little spring water, which were weaker than drinking spring water directly, so she didn't have to worry about arousing suspicion. "Just make sure your mother rests well and recovers." "Yes, second miss." Shermi felt grateful and secretly vowed to do her best for Yuan Ziyou. "By the way," Yuan Ziyou said casually, "I heard Qingying say that when you first learned to make pastries, you were faster than others. Did you also make pastries at home?"
Shim smiled SHYLY.
"Not exactly. My father's ancestors left behind a cookbook, but it's very old and incomplete. I tried to recreate the recipes and pastries from it, but our family wasn't wealthy, so I lacked many ingredients and measurements. After a few tries, I gave up. Maybe that's why I learned faster than others." "That's interesting," Yuan Ziyou smiled. "It seems it's fate that brought us together." "Meeting second miss is a blessing for me," Shermi hurriedly said. At that moment, Xiaoing rushed from the front shop into the backyard, bringing along a girl who looked like a maid. "Second miss, this is a maid from the estate. She says she has urgent matters to see you." Yuan Ziyou looked at the girl, who seemed familiar, and asked, "Is it something urgent?" The girl's face was pale. When she saw Yuan Ziyou, she suddenly knelt down with a thud and hurriedly said, "Second miss, please return to the estate quickly." "Madam." Madam suddenly fainted.
"What?"
Yuan Ziyou was startled. "When did this happen?" "Clearly, when she left the estate, Lady Lu was still fine. It's just after the second young lady left the house," that maid hurriedly said. Yuan Ziyou was anxious and worried, quickly stepping outside while instructing Qingji, "Prepare the carriage." "Second young lady." The maid didn't wait for Qingji to speak and hurried to follow Yuan Ziyou. "I took the carriage here, just outside the shop." "Lead the way." "Yes, second young lady." Yuan Ziyou didn't think much and, with Qingji, hurriedly followed the maid onto the carriage. Once all three were on, the coachman drove the carriage away from the shop. The two men sent by Hu Shifei to protect Yuan Ziyou stayed nearby, following at a safe distance. Yuan Ziyou was worried about Lu's family and asked the maid, "Did you call a doctor?" "What did the doctor say?" I called one. I don't know what they said," the maid answered hurriedly, sweat beading on her forehead. Yuan Ziyou looked at the maid with suspicion, about to ask more, when Qingji suddenly exclaimed, "Second young lady, this doesn't seem to be the way back home."
"What?"
Yuan Ziyou was alarmed, feeling a sudden unease. She was about to tell the driver to stop when she heard a long neigh from outside the carriage. Then, a loud thud as a heavy object hit the ground, and the horse suddenly bolted.
"Ah!"
The maid heard the noise outside and tried to run out of the carriage, but the shaking was too strong. She lost her balance, hitting her head hard against the door, and fainted inside the carriage. "Second young lady, be careful." Qingji's face turned pale. She tightly gripped the window frame with one hand and grabbed Yuan Ziyou's arm with the other, trying to protect her. But the carriage was shaking too violently. Both women swayed wildly, Qingji's efforts futile. Yuan Ziyou realized she was caught in a trap, but at this point, even with her skills, she couldn't jump out amid the chaos of the speeding carriage in the busy city. Besides, Qingji was with her, and she would never abandon her. "Hold on tight." Yuan Ziyou gritted her teeth, gave Qingji a quick instruction, then broke free from Qingji's grip. She pulled out the dagger tied to her leg and stabbed it forcefully into the carriage wall. Using the dagger for leverage, she leapt toward the door, drew her whip from her waist, and quickly wrapped it around the reins, which were swinging wildly with the runaway horse. Second young lady. Qingji shouted in alarm but couldn't get close to Yuan Ziyou, her eyes filled with worry. Hold on tight. Yuan Ziyou shouted loudly at Qingji, then grabbed the reins, trying to control the frightened horse. At the same time, she yelled outside. The horse is scared. Move aside. Everyone, get out of the way. The sudden movement of the carriage had already alarmed the people nearby. When they saw the carriage rushing toward them, everyone on the street became panicked.
Ah!
The horse is scared. Oh my God! The horse is crazy. Move out of the way. Get out of the way. Everyone run. My stall. The frightened crowd scattered, screams ringing out one after another, creating chaos. Behind the carriage, two people only realized something was wrong when the coachman jumped down, but it was too late. One of them angrily stepped forward, grabbing the coachman, then handed him to the other and ran toward the direction the carriage was heading, shouting, "Quick, go inform the young master. I'll find Miss Eyre." Yes. At this moment, a woman's piercing cry came from nearby. "Ah, my child." Oh no. The man's face changed, and he quickened his pace, running toward the scene.